On a certain day, mysterious underground cities suddenly emerged across the globe, teeming with countless treasures, igniting a fervent treasure-hunting craze among the populace, as everyone yearned to unearth riches and attain fortune. However, within these underground realms lurked innumerable terrifying monsters, leading to the tragic demise of countless treasure seekers. Lin Yi, an ordinary deliverman, fortuitously acquired a treasure-hunting simulator, enabling him to simulate each treasure-seeking endeavor. At the outset, Lin Yi became the sole professional dragon warrior, leveraging the treasure-hunting simulator to strategically plan, avert calamity, and gradually outpace his peers, ultimately ascending to the legendary heights of supreme myth. Chapter 1. The National Treasure Hunt and the Treasure Hunting Simulator. June 23rd. 5th level. You choose to enter room 3. You cautiously survey your surroundings along the way. You seem to hear a sound and immediately turn your head. To your relief, you discover it is merely a startled rabbit. Turning back, you are confronted by a grotesque, human-faced spider hanging upside down. You are nearly paralyzed with fear. Desiring to flee, you find yourself ensnared by a deluge of spiderwebs. Before you looms the gaping maw of the human-faced spider, and your consciousness plunges into darkness. You have perished. This simulation concludes. June 24th. 5th level. You choose to enter room 4. You proceed with utmost caution. Accidentally, you wander into a cursed burial ground, cursing your misfortune. Just as you prepare to depart, you realize you are surrounded by a horde of skeletal soldiers. You attempt to break free, yet are gradually overwhelmed by the skeletal warriors. You have died. This simulation concludes. June 27th. 5th level. You choose to enter room 7. The journey is fraught with peril, yet you finally discover a mysterious treasure chest at the destination. Upon opening the chest, you find a blue awakening card, a mysterious awakening card, and a box of copper coins. Congratulations, you have successfully completed this underground city. This simulation concludes. Blue Star, Jiang City. In a simply styled bedroom, Lin Yi exhales deeply. Phew, that was no easy feat. I have finally completed the level. Sitting in a rocking chair, Lin Yi stretches languidly, a satisfied smile gracing his youthful and handsome visage. A year prior, colossal underground cities had abruptly appeared worldwide. After paying a significant price in blood, humanity finally comprehended the purpose of these underground cities. Each underground city functions as an immense treasure trove, housing numerous wonders never before witnessed in reality. Rarity begets value. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire some treasures for sale, it would suffice to amass a considerable fortune. Thus, the adventurous treasure seekers emerged, their fervor escalating to a fever pitch, sparking a nationwide treasure hunting frenzy. Daily, countless fervent treasure hunters, driven by dreams of wealth, plunge headlong into these underground cities, perceived as mountains of gold. Presently, the most captivating news worldwide pertains to information related to underground cities. Even moderately valuable news garners clicks in the millions and billions. However, since time immemorial, opportunity and risk have coexisted. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The underground city comprises several colossal rooms, brimming with treasures while simultaneously harboring countless dangers. For within these chambers lie not only coveted treasures, but also monstrous beings that inspire dread. Until one enters a room, the true nature of what awaits remains unknown. Awaiting you may be an enticing treasure chest or a horde of merciless monsters. The strength of a single creature surpasses that of a well-trained adult combatant. Moreover, these monsters are notoriously vicious, rarely retreating in fear. An ordinary person may escape by sheer luck, but misfortune could lead to a fatal demise. According to the authoritative data provided by official sources, since the emergence of the dungeon, millions of lives have been lost globally. Nevertheless, people continue to flock to it with eagerness. Moreover, the number of treasure seekers venturing into the dungeon is steadily increasing. The pursuit of wealth can lead to demise, as is the nature of existence. As an ordinary individual, Lin Yi found himself stirred by the pervasive allure of these tales, yearning to alter his own circumstances. However, the weight of his responsibilities compelled Lin Yi to reluctantly abandon such thoughts. He had a younger sister to care for, and could not gamble his life away. Until, a month prior, Lin Yi acquired a treasure hunting simulator, specifically designed for simulating treasure hunts. This simulator resided within his mind, unfolding in textual form. Each day, Lin Yi was granted a complimentary opportunity for simulation, while additional attempts required the expenditure of simulation points, which could be earned by vanquishing monsters within the dungeon. Alone, Lin Yi's quest to slay the dungeon's beasts was tantamount to courting death. Thus, he relied on his daily free simulation. With solo adventure as a prerequisite, after numerous trials and errors, he finally succeeded today in identifying a peril-free passage through the dungeon located in Area C of Jiangcheng. The dungeon in Area C of Jiangcheng comprised 5 levels, with each room corresponding to 10 distinct chambers. This implies that from the first to the fifth level, there exist 100,000 different room configurations. Choosing a room equated to selecting a treasure hunting route. Through just 1 month of complementary simulations, Lin Yi successfully uncovered a safe passage, a stroke of remarkable fortune. Of course, this does not imply it is the sole viable route. There could be hundreds or even thousands of such paths, and some may yield even greater rewards. As for the specifics, Lin Yi was left in the dark. Regardless, he felt content with his findings. The rewards for completing the dungeon were exceedingly generous, even including the coveted Awakening card, a prize that all treasure seekers dream of. Only those who awaken can truly be called professional treasure hunters, figures that various treasure hunting guilds fiercely compete for. Even the most basic white Awakening card holds considerable value, sufficient to sustain a typical family of 3 for a decade. However, simulation remains just a simulation. For Lin Yi to genuinely claim these rewards, he would need to venture to the dungeon in Area C of Jiangxing in person. Once his excitement had somewhat subsided, Lin Yi rose and approached a special room. His home consisted of a 3-room layout, and to supplement the household income, he had rented out 1 bedroom to a young female streamer. After knocking and receiving permission, Lin Yi pushed the door open and stepped outside. His younger sister, Lin Yi, was also present in the room. She turned to Lin Yi and greeted him with a gentle smile. Upon seeing her smile, Lin Yi could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Since the accident a year ago, his sister had been completely paralyzed. The impact on a blossoming young girl in the prime of her life was unimaginable. Fortunately, with Lin Yi's patient encouragement, she had gradually begun to emerge from the shadows, adopting a positive outlook on life. Yet for Lin Yi, this was far from sufficient. His greatest wish was to see his sister stand tall again and live like a normal person. In the past, such a desire would have been deemed a mere fantasy, as medical science had yet to reach such heights. However, the existence of the dungeon had instilled hope within him, and the treasure hunting simulator provided him with the confidence he needed. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Yi approached and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Lin Yi, resembling a contented kitten, squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Subsequently, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward another occupant in the room, the beautiful streamer, Ning Xiaoman. Upon noticing Lin Yi, the subtly adorned yet pure and charming Ning Xiaoman offered a polite nod as a greeting. Ning, I will be home a little later today. I appreciate your help with you. Ever since becoming acquainted with Ning Xiaoman, Lin Yi had entrusted her with caring for his sister in his absence. In return, Lin Yi had made adjustments to her rent. Rest assured, I'll take good care of you, she assured him. As Lin Yi departed his home, he mused, I wonder what that mysterious awakening card truly is. It was already around 1 in the afternoon as Lin Yi rode his electric scooter, typically used for deliveries, directly toward the dungeon in Area C of Jiangxing. Chapter 2. The Mice in the Dungeon. Lin Yi had visited this place several times before and was quite familiar with the route. Even from hundreds of meters away from the entrance to the dungeon, the cacophony of voices filled his ears. The streets were congested with vehicles, and the roadside stalls were overflowing with wares, predominantly specialties related to the dungeon. Fortunately, he was riding an electric bike. Otherwise, he would have found it nearly impossible to navigate through the throngs. The bustling atmosphere signified prosperity. What was once a quiet area on the outskirts of Jiangxing had instantly transformed into a hotspot with the advent of the dungeon. Countless commercial edifices had risen around, and numerous treasure hunting guilds had established their headquarters here. This locale had undeniably become the most vibrant district in all of Jiangxing, generating astronomical economic returns daily. Due to the overwhelming influx of people, riding the electric bike was no longer feasible. Reluctantly, Lin Yi found a spot to secure his bike and proceeded on foot towards the dungeon. After a brief walk of several minutes, he arrived at the plaza surrounding the dungeon. The sight before him was a sea of dark figures, teeming with people. Were it not for the presence of official personnel maintaining order, the plaza would have been utterly inundated. At this moment, Lin Yi was not the only one aspiring to enter the dungeon in search of treasures. He patiently joined the queue. From his vantage point, he could already glimpse the entrance of the dungeon. A colossal, elliptical vortex gate towering several dozen meters high and measuring over 10 meters wide. The gate emanated a mystical glow that captivated all who beheld it. Flanking the vortex were 2 imposing statues, instilling a sense of awe. On one side stood a grotesque creature with a snarling visage, brandishing an exaggerated spiked club, its back burdened by a bulging sack from which glimmering gold coins peeked out. On the opposite side was a valiant warrior, clad in armor and a flowing cape, wielding a long sword, his demeanor composed and resolute. The tension between the 2 figures suggested an imminent clash, their symbolic significance unmistakable. While waiting in line, Lin Yi was bombarded by a chorus of advertisements. Don't miss out. The Dream Chaser treasure hunting team is recruiting. Base salary of 20,000, plus generous bonuses at month's end. Prior experience preferred. Novices need not apply. Get your hands on a high-quality longsword, straight from the dungeon, guaranteed. Only 100,000. High prices paid for any awakening card. All professions accepted. Male only. Urgently needed. Is there a kind-hearted treasure hunter willing to take me along? I'm a charming girl, good-looking, skilled in flattery and back rubs. Details to be discussed. The Fierce Dragon Treasure Guild is massively recruiting. Our guild has senior warriors who frequently lead treasure hunts. Limited spots available. Lin Yi paid little heed to the chatter, knowing well that such recruitment drives often led to perilous outcomes. The allure of a high salary and bonuses was often a facade to lure unsuspecting individuals into danger. However, the mention of senior warriors piqued his interest. Warriors represented one of the 5 primary awakened professions, alongside archers, mages, priests, and rogues. In addition to these traditional roles, there existed rare and even unique professions, though such individuals were seldom revealed. A treasure hunter was already considered a successful individual, and a senior warrior was a coveted title among them. The presence of such figures within a team dramatically increased safety and treasure acquisition probabilities. While envy simmered within him, Lin Yi believed that with his treasure hunting simulator, attaining the status of a senior treasure hunter was merely a matter of time. The line progressed swiftly, and soon it was Lin Yi's turn. Before the entrance to the dungeon stood a table manned by several officials, checking the identification of treasure hunters. To facilitate management, the authorities had instituted a system requiring hunters to apply for entry. Only upon approval of their applications could they gain access to the dungeon. Lin Yi had previously completed the necessary application, and at this moment, he felt no trepidation. He naturally presented his identification to the staff, who scanned it, and, confirming its validity, granted him passage. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi gazed upon the immense vortex radiating a mystical aura. Although he was aware that his journey posed minimal danger, the anticipation of stepping into the dungeon for the first time filled him with a sense of nervousness. Thoughts of his paralyzed sister ignited a steely resolve within him, and without hesitation, he stepped through the threshold. He felt no discomfort, as if passing through rippling water. However, when he opened his eyes again, the world before him had transformed dramatically. Beneath his feet lay an expansive stone plaza, at least 2 or 3 football fields in size. This was the interior plaza of the dungeon, bustling with life, far surpassing the activity outside. Above him, the sky and sun loomed, eternally bright and never succumbing to darkness. At the horizon's edge, 10 towering circular arches stood arranged, each marked with a sequential number. These arches represented the various chambers within the dungeon. The first level, Room 5. Lin Yi had memorized the room numbers for each stage of the route. As for the specific path, it had long been saved in his treasure hunting simulator, which he could access at any time for reference. This was Lin Yi's unique advantage. Others lacked such a simulator and frequently found themselves lost within the dungeon's depths. The plaza was equally crowded, as the Desya nation was teeming with people. According to the latest census, Desya boasted a population nearing 2 billion. With utmost care for his belongings, Lin Yi finally arrived at the entrance of Room 5. He carried minimal supplies, only a sturdy cloth bag and a dagger. The bag was meant for collecting items, while the dagger served for self-defense. Treasure hunters like Lin Yi, dressed in such a manner, were commonly referred to as wool-gatherers, a term used derogatorily by others who likened them to rats. Wool-gatherers implied they sought to profit from the misfortunes of the deceased. Every day, countless treasure hunters met their demise in the dungeon, accumulating a staggering count over the years. It was entirely plausible that those unaccounted for held valuable possessions. Moreover, some wool-gatherers lurked behind treasure hunting teams, hoping to seize any overlooked opportunities. The notion of exerting oneself only to have others profit from one's efforts was understandably disheartening. These wool-gatherers, akin to rats, would stealthily follow after being shooed away, further inciting disdain. Chapter 3. Perilous Encounters, Reaching the Destination. Lin Yi had no intention of becoming one of those unscrupulous wool-gatherers. Rather, he sought to blend in. In the dungeon, acts of violence and theft were commonplace, and it was best to avoid drawing attention. Wool-gatherers were infamous within the dungeon, which was precisely why few took them seriously. This was the unfortunate reality for the weak. Had Lin Yi been an awakened one or affiliated with a powerful guild, he would have had little to worry about, at the very least. Others would think twice before confronting him. The arched gate loomed ahead, shrouded in a ghostly haze that obscured any discernible details of the interior. At this moment, small clusters of individuals emerged, their conditions far from favorable. Injuries were commonplace, with some even missing limbs, an unfortunate norm. Lin Yi refrained from rushing inside, opting instead to scan his surroundings with a cautious eye. Prudence often averts calamity. Should one detect any unusual behavior, it could spell trouble, albeit the likelihood of such was minimal. Humph, let these vermin venture forth first, and we shall see who outlasts whom. A cold voice resonated in Lin Yi's ear. He glanced upward to find a burly man clad in robust leather armor, wielding a menacing axe. The armor emitted a faint white glow, evidently a product of the underground city. The axe, crafted with modern techniques, was equally formidable, its blade stained with the remnants of past encounters. Beside the giant stood 4 equally menacing companions, both male and female. Clearly, they were a cohesive unit. Such a group exemplified a proper treasure-seeking team, where unity significantly bolstered their chances of survival. Ultimately, it was these vermin who could no longer endure, gradually entering Room 5. These established treasure-hunting teams could sustain themselves for a month on a modest bounty. However, for those who made their living as vermin, a single day without income could lead to discontent at home. Witnessing this scene, the leather-clad giant and his companions displayed expressions of vindication. Lin Yi fell in line behind the throng of vermin, stepping into Room 5. The chamber resembled a primordial forest, with trees as thick as a man's embrace blocking out the sun, and the air infused with a refreshing aroma. Soon, the multitude of vermin dispersed into the dense foliage. Lin Yi summoned the route from the treasure-seeking simulator. After a brief assessment of the direction, he began his journey. Upon entering the first stage, the pathways leading to subsequent rooms concealed themselves, necessitating individual exploration. The locations of these rooms were exceedingly elusive, potentially hidden within a cavern or at the bottom of a pond. Each treasure seeker who uncovered a new room regarded it as their most closely guarded secret, seldom sharing with others. Consequently, even after more than a year since the underground city descended upon Jianqing's District C, the areas scavenged by treasure seekers remained a mere fraction of the whole. This phenomenon also birthed a cadre of specialized treasure seekers, who diligently sought new room locations to sell to major guilds, thus amassing wealth. Lin Yi, however, was free from such concerns. The route provided by the simulator was akin to a navigation system, effortlessly revealing each room's position. Adhering to the simulator's guidance, Lin Yi cautiously traversed the thicket. Despite having simulated the journey beforehand and knowing it posed no mortal peril, caution was still paramount. Lin Yi remained taut, his mind sharpened to a heightened state of alertness. This was no simulation. He had but one life, and should it be lost, it would be irrevocable. Having traversed nearly half of the first stage, Lin Yi glanced at the simulator's route. Suddenly, a series of intermittent cries for help pierced the air, laden with despair and terror. Lin Yi recognized the implications. He initially intended to ignore it. Yet, after a few steps, his insatiable curiosity proved too compelling to resist. He stealthily followed the source of the cries. Soon, the pleas became clearer. Leaning against a small hillside, he cautiously peeked over. What he beheld left him aghast, drawing an involuntary gasp from his lips. A mere few dozen meters away, a massive gray python, over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, was coiling tightly around a middle-aged man, who was utterly powerless against the serpent's grip, destined to be its next meal. The python's crushing force had rendered the man's face a ghastly shade of blue, and his cries for help grew fainter. It appeared he could not endure much longer. Lin Yi vaguely recognized the man. He had been among the throng of vermin who entered Room 5 earlier. It was unimaginable that, in such a short span, this man would meet such a grim fate. Witnessing a fellow human on the brink of death sent chills down Lin Yi's spine, leaving him grappling with an indescribable mix of emotions. Silently offering a moment of mourning, Lin Yi quietly withdrew, returning to his previous path. Yet, the image of the man's impending demise lingered in his mind. Although he had perished countless times in the simulator, witnessing a vibrant life extinguish in reality was an entirely different experience. At his age, he should be supporting both elders and children. Damn it! Lin Yi muttered a curse under his breath, delivering a fierce punch to the nearby tree trunk. He could not quite discern the target of his ire. Perhaps it was his own inability to suppress his curiosity, or perhaps his failure to recognize reality. Even at such a dire moment, he found himself sympathizing with another. It was not too late to retreat. The thought flickered through Lin Yi's mind, but was quickly extinguished. A retreat once leads to a pattern of retreat. If he were to act on such impulses, he would never forgive himself, rendering the treasure-seeking simulator a mere trinket. Steeling his resolve, Lin Yi recalibrated his direction and pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered numerous human skeletons, strewn carelessly amid the underbrush, alongside the remnants of beasts. He even spotted several recently deceased corpses, suggesting they had perished not long ago. Their conditions varied, both male and female. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Lin Yi reflected on this adage once more. This realization intensified his determination to become a professional treasure seeker. Without that title, even with the simulator at his disposal, navigating the treacherous underground city would evoke a sense of impending doom. The latter part of his journey was relatively uneventful, and Lin Yi successfully entered the second stage's Room 3. Subsequently, he progressed through Room 1 of the third stage, Room 9 of the fourth stage, and finally reached Room 7 of the fifth stage. Throughout this journey, Lin Yi's eyes were opened to the terrifying array of monsters that lurked within. Of course, peril was ever present. He encountered grotesque man-eating flowers with serpentine bodies, ferocious crocodiles lurking in swamps, and spectral figures wandering through valleys. In the latter half of the fourth stage, he was even pursued by a two-headed wolf, its eyes ablaze with green fire, narrowly escaping a deadly fate. Thankfully, he managed to enter the next room just in time, salvaging his life. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences, Lin Yi felt a lingering sense of trepidation. The simulator merely described the ordeal as lightly perilous. Yet he had nearly lost half his life. Fortunately, the outcomes aligned with the simulator's predictions. Despite encountering various crises, Lin Yi had consistently managed to evade disaster. Upon reaching the conclusion of the 5th stage, Lin Yi beheld a mysterious treasure chest. It radiated a resplendent, kaleidoscopic glow. At this moment, over 5 hours had elapsed since he entered the underground city. Chapter 4. The Rainbow Treasure Chest, Devourer of All Creation. What a journey it has been. Bent over, Lin Yi rested his hands on his knees, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Had it not been for his regular training, his stamina would have succumbed to such exertion, leaving him utterly depleted. Subsequently, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. With a fervent gulp, his eyes radiated with a fiery glow. The moment Lin Yi laid eyes upon the treasure chest, he felt that no peril could outweigh the worth of this discovery. Drawing in a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no anomalies, before hastening towards the resplendent, multicolored chest. Encircled by lush underbrush, the brilliant sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the chest in a manner that exuded a unique harmony. For a treasure hunter, the pinnacle of joy lies in the act of opening a treasure chest, an experience that many fellow seekers may never savor in their lifetimes. Despite his youth, Lin Yi found himself bestowed with such an opportunity, and he firmly believed that such chances would only increase for him. The chest was unlatched. Rubbing his palms together, Lin Yi unceremoniously lifted the lid, and a dazzling burst of multicolored light erupted forth. He instinctively closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the brilliance had dissipated. Before him lay 2 cards, resting atop a pile of copper coins. The cards, each the size of a playing card, gleamed with a lustrous sheen, one blue and the other black. Awakening card, Lin Yi murmured softly. Prior to acquiring the treasure hunting simulator, one of his greatest aspirations had been to obtain an awakening card and become a professional treasure hunter, even if it were merely a white one. Now, he possessed 2 awakening cards. The card of inferior quality was blue. He carefully picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. He had previously only encountered awakening cards online. This was his first time physically handling one. This particular card was a warrior awakening card, designated for males. An intricate pattern adorned its periphery, while the central depiction showcased a muscular male warrior wielding a longsword. Above, a ring of fingerprint-like textures awaited. Pressing his thumb upon it would initiate the awakening process in a few seconds. Regardless of the outcome, the awakening card would vanish. The blue awakening card was valued in the millions. Naturally, Lin Yi would not dare to use it himself, as each individual could only awaken successfully once, a matter that would determine their future. The black awakening card, however, appeared to be of superior quality. According to information Lin Yi had gathered online, the highest quality awakening cards known to circulate in dungeons were pink, followed by purple, blue, and the least desirable white. Black had never before been mentioned. Safeguarding the blue warrior awakening card, Lin Yi grasped the black card. Upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted sharply. Dragon warrior awakening card, unique. Upon awakening, one shall become a vassal of the great dragon Amoilo. Amoilo, the magnificent dragon that devours all creation. This awakening card lacked a specific professional image, containing only a few lines of description. Yet it sent Lin Yi's heart racing, pounding like a drum. The mere attribute of unique was already remarkable. Moreover, it was associated with a dragon, a symbol of formidable malevolence. By his instinct, Lin Yi sensed that the quality of this black card surpassed even that of the pink awakening cards. Even with the treasure hunting simulator at his disposal, it would be a challenge to uncover a card of greater merit in the near term. He was convinced that if the existence of this awakening card were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in Jiang City and throughout the entire Great Xia. Should he choose to sell it, he could instantaneously become a billionaire, living a life free from want. Yet, this fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished by Lin Yi. Strength was the paramount aspect. He fervently hoped for a successful awakening, wishing not to be disappointed. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi hesitated no longer, extending his thumb to press firmly upon the awakening card's awakening texture. The process bore a risk of failure, yet the majority achieved success. Moments later, a peculiar energy akin to electricity surged through Lin Yi's entire being, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Subsequently, his surroundings began to transform, swallowed by an abyss of darkness. Leaving a desolate void, Lin Yi felt as though he were a solitary vessel adrift amidst tumultuous waves, bereft of any sense of security. At that instant, the scene shifted dramatically. A colossal dragon, immeasurable in size, materialized before him. It soared freely through the cosmos, its scales dwarfing entire stars, capable of devouring vast swathes of celestial bodies with a single breath. In this moment, Lin Yi, feeling as minuscule as an atom, experienced a tremor deep within his soul, igniting a profound sense of reverence. Lin Yi, do you wish to be my vassal? A grand, authoritative voice resonated in his mind. I do. Lin Yi responded almost without a moment's contemplation. Excellent. With the disappearance of that majestic voice, his surroundings returned to normal. He blinked, his mind regaining clarity. What an experience. Was that truly the dragon Amoilo? It was utterly terrifying. He muttered silently, realizing that his back was already slick with a cold sweat. Next, Lin Yi carefully attuned himself to his current state. All fatigue had been swept away. Within him surged waves of formidable power, seemingly boundless, akin to an unending tide. Compared to before, the difference was night and day. Naturally, such power could not be limitless. It was a mere illusion born from the surge of strength. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's perception of the world sharpened significantly. Gazing into the distance, he could clearly discern events 1,000 meters away. Listening intently, he could hear the faint rustling of earthworms beneath the soil. From this moment forth, I too am a professional treasure hunter. A slight smile graced Lin Yi's lips. His joy palpable. He then concentrated, and before him materialized an attribute panel visible solely to him. The ability to quantify one's physical attributes was one of the hallmarks of an awakened individual. Name, Lin Yi. Gender, male. Age, 24. Profession, dragon warrior, unique. Level, low-level treasure hunter, LV1. Physique, 22. Mental strength, 20. Strength, 24. Endurance, 20. Agility, 20. Available attribute points, 0. Talent, Dragon Might LV1. Skill, Sacrifice. Items available for sacrifice, copper coins. Chapter 5. The bountiful rewards of sacrifice, once a big brother. Lin Yi expressed his satisfaction. His foundational attributes were double that of an ordinary adult. This was not a simple addition. It was akin to transcending into a superhuman. He understood that ordinary individuals experience a significant enhancement in physical quality upon a successful awakening, but none would attain such an exaggerated improvement, over double. This was the advantage of awakening to a powerful profession. Moreover, the talent of Dragon Might was remarkably potent, effectively providing him with an additional formidable means of attack. The benefits in confrontations with others or monsters were self-evident. Additionally, there exists a sacrificial skill. However, what rewards the Dragon would bestow after the sacrifice remains uncertain. With a heart brimming with satisfaction, Lin Yi retracted his attribute panel. At that moment, a line of notification materialized before his eyes. The Dragon is observing you. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine as he instantly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he invoked the sacrificial skill on the chest of copper coins before him. Under Lin Yi's watchful gaze, the entire chest of coins vanished into thin air, leaving behind an empty, desolate box. In truth, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. These were no ordinary coins. They bore the visage of the Goblin King. In the Goblin Merchant's square within the dungeon, such coins could procure a weapon of considerable quality. Yet, for the sake of the Dragon reward, Lin Yi unflinchingly opted for the sacrifice. Soon thereafter, another notification appeared. The Dragon was somewhat dissatisfied with the sacrificial offering, but nonetheless rewarded you with 1 free attribute point. Initially taken aback, Lin Yi's surprise quickly transformed into elation. It is well known that attribute points are rewarded only upon the leveling up of a treasure hunter. Acquiring them at other times is nearly impossible. Moreover, increasing a treasure hunter's level is no trivial feat. Within the dungeon, slaying monsters yields no experience points. Only when treasure is found does one gain experience, thus elevating their treasure hunter level. It is also said that each level up grants merely 1 attribute point. Yet now, Lin Yi had received a precious attribute point simply by sacrificing a chest of coins to the Dragon It was utterly astonishing. Once his excitement had somewhat subsided, Lin Yi wasted no time in allocating that rare attribute point to strength. A single point of strength can yield immeasurable power, he mused, confident that his choice was indeed wise. Immediately, a subtle warmth coursed through his body. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength. The sensation of becoming stronger was undeniably intoxicating. In this perilous dungeon, even a slight increase in one's own power meant a greater chance of survival when faced with danger. Why couldn't the awakening card, which was undeniably more valuable than these coins, be sacrificed? Did the dragon look down upon it? Lin Yi found himself pondering this question, but unable to make sense of it, he chose to dismiss it. Furthermore, even if it could be sacrificed, Lin Yi might not have the heart to part with it. This was a card worth millions, capable of drastically improving his and his sister's lives. Over the years, Lin Yi had endured countless hardships while supporting both himself and his sister on a single salary. However, he had yet to decide how to handle the Blue Awakening card. He was determined to maximize its benefits. Returning to the present, Lin Yi meticulously surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring there were no other treasures before preparing to head home. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the glowing circle beside the chest, his eyes flickering with interest. Such circles appear upon completing a dungeon. Standing within one allows for an immediate return to the dungeon's central square. However, Lin Yi had no intention of doing so, as it would draw undue attention. Others would surely realize he had acquired treasures, inevitably leading to significant trouble. They might even resort to direct theft, for one should never underestimate the greed of treasure hunters. Now alone and unaccompanied, despite having gained some strength, he would be unable to withstand an onslaught from hundreds or thousands. Thus, Lin Yi adjusted the route of the treasure hunting simulator and retraced his steps. This time, he felt much more confident on his return journey, though still cautious. The sense of walking on thin ice had dissipated. Approaching the 4th level, Lin Yi's keen eyesight allowed him to spot the two-headed wolf that had previously pursued him from afar. At that moment, the creature lay sprawled on the grass, resting beside the remains of a mangled beast, likely a wild bull, suggesting it had just enjoyed a hearty feast. This time, Lin Yi observed something different about the wolf. On its head was a glaring emblem. Two-headed wolf, level 5, first rank. This indicated it was a first-rank, level 5 monster, not as formidable as Lin Yi had imagined. Unable to bear the weight of the magic designation. Before becoming an awakened one, Lin Yi could not have seen this. Now, he felt capable of confronting it head-on. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. Despite the potential for coveted simulation points upon its defeat, who knew if it had companions? If it were to howl, a pack of two-headed wolves might come rushing to its aid, and Lin Yi, now a promising dragon warrior, could meet his end here. There would always be opportunities for revenge later. With a begrudging glance at the two-headed wolf, Lin Yi decided to retreat. He still held a grudge, vividly recalling how he had been chased by this very creature like a dog. I wonder how delighted my sister would be to learn I have become an awakened one. As he returned to the 3rd level, thoughts of his sister's serene visage brought a smile to his lips. Suddenly, the previously tranquil forest echoed with the sounds of human shouts and clashes. Realizing what was afoot, Lin Yi halted, his smile vanishing. He scanned his surroundings and quickly sought a concealed spot to hide. In the dungeon, conflicts and theft were commonplace. It was better to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Hiding was the wisest course of action. Soon, Lin Yi's eyes fell upon 2 groups of people, one fleeing while the other pursued. The fleeing group bore numerous wounds. Bloodied and weary, it was evident they could not hold out much longer. Wang Ming. Upon recognizing one of the fleeing figures, a tall, muscular man, Lin Yi was taken aback. It was none other than his former neighbor, Wang Ming. In their childhood, Wang Ming had looked out for him, often stepping in whenever Lin Yi faced bullying at school. In Lin Yi's eyes, Wang Ming had always been a figure to be admired. Yet, ever since Wang Ming had moved away, their contact had dwindled. Though Lin Yi had never forgotten their bond, never did he expect the once mighty figure in his eyes would now be in such disarray. Knowing it was Wang Ming, Lin Yi could not remain a passive observer. He was not one to shy away from danger. Moreover, he was now the sole professional dragon warrior, a chosen one of the great dragon Amoiro. His base attributes exceeded those of ordinary individuals by more than double, rendering most awakened ones no match for him. Chapter 6. Stepping in to assist, exaggerated combat power. With escape proving futile, Wang Ming, accompanied by his remaining 3 companions, turned to confront their foes, preparing for a desperate stand. The pursuing group came to a halt, and a sinister-looking, gaunt man emerged from their ranks. Clad in a specially designed guild uniform and adorned with a black armband featuring bizarre patterns, he wielded a long knife that emitted a faint glow. With a twist of his neck, he spoke to Wang Ming with a sinister tone. Wang Ming, hand over the awakening card obediently, and perhaps I might spare your miserable life. Bah, Chinguzi, do you take me for a fool? You better hope I don't make it out alive, or I'll make it my life's mission to settle the score with you. Wang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth clenched, fury burning in his eyes. Oh, how terrified I am. The sinister man gesticulated dramatically, turning to those behind him and inquiring, Brothers, what should we do? This foolish giant dares to threaten me, vowing to have his revenge? A group of treasure hunters, clad in the same guild uniform as the sinister man, erupted into laughter, unsure whether it was due to Wang Ming's threats or the man's exaggerated antics. Of course, we should eliminate him, they declared, their murderous intent palpable after the laughter subsided. Wang Ming and his 3 companions wore grim expressions. The sensation of being regarded as mere prey was far more unbearable than death itself. Brothers, let us take them down. The awakening card will be ours. With a wave of his hand, the sinister man commanded a throng of guild members to rush forth, their faces contorted with malice as they encircled Wang Ming and his companions. It seems today is the day I meet my end. Wang Ming braced himself, a bitter smile forming in his heart. At that moment, Lin Yi, who had been concealed in the bushes, emerged silently. Hearing the commotion, the advancing group turned to face Lin Yi, as did Wang Ming, who had resigned himself to his fate. Wang Ming was the first to recognize Lin Yi, taken aback, and just as he was about to call out his name, he realized something and swiftly silenced himself. Although he was perplexed by Lin Yi's sudden appearance, he had no intention of involving him in this predicament. Wang Ming's actions caught the attention of the sinister man, who glared at Lin Yi and barked, Kid, we are members of the Black Knight Guild. I advise you to mind your own business. Anyone who could appear at such a moment was undoubtedly no fool, and Lin Yi's calm demeanor only deepened the sinister man's suspicion, prompting him to reveal his backing. The Black Knight Guild, you say? Lin Yi murmured to himself. The Black Knight Treasure Guild was renowned in Jiang City, ranking among the top 10 guilds, with its leader, He Wang, being one of the foremost treasure hunters in the city. Lin Yi was certainly aware of their reputation. In the past, Facing such a prominent guild would have compelled Lin Yi to retreat. However, he now possessed the confidence to stand on equal footing with them. Furthermore, within the dungeons, these large guilds could act with impunity, yet in the outside world, the rule of law still prevailed. Lin Yi believed they would not dare to act brazenly. Is the Black Knight Guild truly that formidable? Lin Yi retorted coldly. As the sinister man's expression fluctuated, Lin Yi approached Wang Meng, surveying his disheveled state, and teased. Brother Meng, it's been a while. You seem to be in quite a predicament. Although they had once shared a close bond, the lapse in communication had created a degree of estrangement. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's words rekindled their former camaraderie. Wang Meng laughed heartily, clapping Lin Yi on the shoulder. You brat. Back in school, I was the one looking out for you. Then, with a wry smile, Wang Meng added, but your timing for showing up could not be worse. Sensing Wang Meng's hint of skepticism, Lin Yi confidently replied, Don't worry, Brother Meng. These petty characters are beneath my notice. I am now an awakener. He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. As awakeners, they could perceive the levels of fellow treasure hunters. However, Lin Yi could not discern the levels of the members of the Black Knight Guild, indicating that not a single awakener was among them. This was quite normal. Although they belonged to a large guild, it was typical for such organizations to have hundreds of thousands of members, especially considering the rarity of awakening cards. Thus, Lin Yi's identity as an awakener was a significant deterrent. An awakener? Wang Meng's eyes sparkled with astonishment, although he had suspected as much. Hearing Lin Yi confirm it lifted a great weight off his chest. With this revelation, he and his companions could avoid death. The 3 companions beside him shared in his joy, their previously tense bodies relaxing considerably, casting grateful glances at Lin Yi. Among them, a strikingly beautiful girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. An awakener? The sinister man regarded Lin Yi with uncertainty. If Lin Yi truly were an awakener, the situation could become quite troublesome. The treasure hunters from the Black Knight Guild, who had initially charged forward, turned back to look at the sinister man, awaiting his orders. Just because you claim to be an awakener, does that make it true? Attack. Ultimately, the allure of an awakening card triumphed over their fear of an awakener. Gritting his teeth, the sinister man waved his hand. Following the command, the Black Knight Guild's treasure hunters brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Yi with a roar. A peculiar light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Having grown up treating fights as commonplace, the latent violent instinct within him was suddenly awakened, flooding him with a long-forgotten thrill and excitement. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking a step forward, his body surging ahead as he swiftly reached the group of Black Knight Guild treasure hunters. Lin Yi, lacking any formal combat techniques, relied solely on his exceptional reflexes and agility. With a powerful, unembellished punch, he struck one of them squarely in the chest. Before the dungeons had descended, the world's most renowned boxing champion could deliver a punch with over 1,600 pounds of force. Yet Lin Yi's current punch far surpassed that. Moreover, it was infused with his unique dragon magic power. With a chilling crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed as the man was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, spewing a mouthful of blood mid-flight. He crashed into several of his comrades behind him, sending 5 or 6 of them sprawling. The person struck by Lin Yi's punch was already on the brink of death, and if one were to lift his shirt at that moment, they would find an eerie black mark on his chest. His internal organs lay devastated, ravaged by the dragon magic's onslaught. Not even a deity could save him. With a single punch, he was reduced to the verge of death. And the remaining Black Knight Guild treasure hunters gazed at Lin Yi in terror, their will to resist evaporating as they turned to flee. The sinister man was no better off, sprinting faster than anyone else. Lin Yi chose not to pursue. He bore no deep-seated grudge against these individuals and saw no need to eradicate them all. Haha, that was exhilarating. Lin Yi, I owe you my life. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Meng approached with a beaming smile, hastily expressing his gratitude. Lin Yi's formidable combat prowess genuinely astonished him. Wang Meng had witnessed the strength of awakeners before, as there were quite a few in his guild. However, individuals as formidable as Lin Yi are indeed a rarity. To be candid, Wang Meng was exceedingly curious about the nature of the awakening card that Lin Yi had awakened. Yet, curiosity aside, he would not seek to pry into Lin Yi's secrets. Meng Go, is there even a need for such pleasantries between us? Lin Yi feigned displeasure, though in truth, he felt quite pleased at the reunion with an old friend. Subsequently, Wang Meng joyfully introduced Lin Yi to his 3 companions beside him. It was evident that he was genuinely elated. The gazes of his companions towards Lin Yi were filled with admiration and awe. Awakening individuals existed on an entirely different plane compared to them. Through Wang Meng's words, Lin Yi learned that he and his companions were members of the Blood Rose Treasure Hunting Guild, with Wang Meng himself serving as the captain of a treasure hunting squad. Although the Blood Rose was not among the top 10 treasure hunting guilds in Jiangxing, it still ranked within the top 50, boasting over 5,000 members, thus qualifying as a substantial guild. By the way, Lin Yi, which guild are you currently affiliated with? Wang Meng inquired curiously as the group made their way back. His 3 companions also shared a keen interest in this question, all eyes turning towards Lin Yi. I have yet to join a guild, Lin Yi replied candidly, still contemplating whether or not to affiliate himself with one. Upon hearing this, a fleeting flicker of joy crossed Wang Ming's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation and said, I see, Lin Yi. Would you be interested in joining our Rose Guild? I could even relinquish the position of captain to you. The guild will certainly treat you well. And just between us, our guild leader is renowned as a stunning beauty in Jiangqing, and she is still single. In truth, as Wang Ming spoke, there was an undercurrent of uncertainty in his tone. Given Lin Yi's current standing, joining one of the top 10 guilds in Jiangqing would pose no challenge at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ming's three companions gazed at Lin Yi with eager eyes. The benefits of having an awakened individual within their treasure hunting squad were all too apparent. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, ultimately refraining from providing a definitive answer. Minggu, let me consider this for a while, if you don't mind. All right, Wang Ming responded, clearly satisfied with this reply. For one cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. The five of them smoothly exited the underground city and stepped onto the bustling streets outside. It was now past 10 in the evening, and night had fully descended. Yet, the streets remained lively, illuminated by bright lights. We lost quite a few brothers for this item. Thanks to you, I can bring it back and report. Wang Ming glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then retrieved a white awakening card, displaying it to Lin Yi with a sense of nostalgia. It was a white archer awakening card. Lin Yi felt a similar sense of reflection. Of course, his sentiment stemmed from the realization that while others fought tooth and nail for a single awakening card, he had significantly eased the process through the treasure hunting simulator. Lin Yi was confident that, given enough simulation points, the vast majority of treasures hidden within Jiangqing's underground city would eventually belong to him. When the time comes, I plan to purchase it from the guild with my own funds. Perhaps I too could become an awakened one. Alas, it is not a warrior awakening card, Wang Ming said, his eyes glimmering with hope, and his three companions echoed this anticipation, although Lin Yi had not yet joined them. The moment Wang Ming became an awakened individual, their squad would have an awakened member to support them. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is attentive. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi spoke in a low voice. Minggu, may we have a private conversation? Let's find somewhere quiet. He recalled the blue awakening card in his possession, and selling it to Wang Ming seemed an appealing option. Oh, certainly. Without inquiring about the matter at hand, Wang Ming turned to his companions and said, you all head back to the guild first. Yes, Captain. As the three began to depart, Wang Ming suddenly called them back. Wait, everyone should go enjoy a nice meal. Anything under 1,000 is on me. Wow, thank you, Captain. The trio instantly beamed with joy, showering Wang Ming with gratitude. After all, they pursued treasure hunting to strike it rich, and such a treat would surely be delightful. $1,000 was more than enough for a lavish feast. Wang Ming then threw his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder and cheerfully declared, come on, let's indulge ourselves. It's on me. I know a great restaurant. Sounds good, I'm quite hungry. Lin Yi readily agreed, understanding that there was no need for excessive formality between them. However, noticing the dried blood stains on Wang Ming's attire, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked, Minggu, what about your injuries? It's nothing, I'm used to it. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Lin Yi chose not to press further. Soon, Wang Ming led Lin Yi to a restaurant named Yunxian, located not far from the outskirts of the underground city. Yunxian was adorned with traditional charm, and two elegantly dressed hostesses in split cheongsams greeted them at the entrance, their fair legs partially visible. Minggu, this place must be quite pricey, no? Lin Yi remarked, surprised that Wang Ming would bring him to such an upscale establishment. It seemed that during his time as a treasure hunter, Wang Ming had indeed earned a considerable sum. Of course, this is our guild's own establishment. And as the captain, I get a 20% discount, Wang Ming replied with a grin. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. This was a case of keeping the spoils within the family, as the two were welcomed inside with sweet voices from the hostesses. They found the first floor of Yunxian bustling with patrons, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. The sounds of laughter, drinking, and boasting filled the air, with most of the attendees clad in the same guild uniforms as Wang Ming. It was clear that these individuals were members of the Blood Rose Guild, and Lin Yi even spotted one or two awakened individuals among them. Chapter 8. Transaction and the Allure of the Blue Awakening Card. Upon seeing Wang Ming, the manager of Yunxian approached with familiarity. Lao Chao, do you have any Qinglong sturgeon today? Wang Ming inquired casually, suggesting a level of camaraderie between the two. Oh, Minggu, what is the occasion? You're treating today? Just remember, the Qinglong sturgeon isn't discounted. Lao Chao, the man in question, feigned surprise before adding a reminder. Haha, Lao Wang is putting on airs today. A familiar patron began to tease. Oh, go on, go on. Wang Ming waved dismissively at the teasing crowd and turned to Lao Chao, stating, enough chatter. If you have it, bring it out quickly. And prepare a private room for me. Right away. Seeing that Wang Ming was serious, Lao Chao hurried off to make arrangements. Lao Wang, you're not being fair. When are you treating the rest of us to Qinglong sturgeon? One of the earlier jesters chimed in. Wang Ming shot him an eye roll, disinterested in engaging. Were it not for the need to host Lin Yi, he would scarcely indulge in Qinglong sturgeon. A single sturgeon could cost upwards of 20,000, equivalent to his monthly salary. Naturally, as a treasure hunter, his primary income stemmed not from the guild's meager pay, but from the significant rewards earned after discovering treasures. Receiving a disdainful glance from Wang Ming, the burly man with a buzz cut was about to say more when someone beside him softly interjected. All right, let us not make a scene. The individual next to Wang Ming was an awakened, and upon hearing this, numerous eyes immediately gravitated towards Lin Yi, causing the laughter to diminish significantly. Just as luxury cars once symbolized status and identity, now the awakened had become the epitome of social standing. Wang Ming, exuding confidence, draped an arm around Lin Yi's shoulders as they ascended to the private booth on the second floor. Having an awakened comrade certainly bolstered his bravado. Once settled in the booth, Lin Yi cheerfully remarked, Menggu, you've really treated me today. A sturgeon of the Qinglong variety doesn't come cheap, does it? Indeed. It's not inexpensive, but it's worth every penny. I had the fortune of savoring it once with my brother-in-law, and since then, I've been unable to forget its exquisite taste, Wang Ming replied with gusto, just as the waiter arrived to take his order for additional dishes. After the waiter departed, Wang Ming happily announced, Lin Yi, you're in for a treat. The Qinglong sturgeon is no ordinary fish. Can you guess where it originates? Seeing the earnestness on Wang Ming's face, Lin Yi's mind sparked with curiosity as he cautiously ventured. Could it be from the underground city? Precisely, Wang Ming exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by Lin Yi's quick deduction, which slightly dampened his enthusiasm. He then leaned closer, his voice dripping with intrigue. Moreover, it hails from another underground city in Jiangxing. At this revelation, Lin Yi was genuinely astonished and couldn't help but inquire, is there truly another underground city in Jiangxing? Although he had come across rumors of this online, he had always remained skeptical, as no concrete address had ever surfaced despite the long-standing whispers. Of course there is. But you mustn't spread this information. That underground city is located on Jianing Street in District D of Jiangxing. It is currently under military jurisdiction and classified as a military stronghold, strictly off-limits to the general public, Wang Ming stated with solemnity. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. Such stringent secrecy made sense only in relation to military matters. Wang Ming then returned to discussing the Qinglong sturgeon. Previously, it was a special supply item, but lately, it has become more widely available. Although what has circulated isn't a purebred Qinglong sturgeon, it remains elusive for the average person. Our guild managed to procure some thanks to our special connections. Truly impressive, Menggu. You are remarkably well informed. Lin Yi complimented with a hint of flattery. Wang Ming, relishing the praise, chuckled and implied, what I've shared is nothing. If you were to join our guild, you'd undoubtedly gain access to even more knowledge. Lin Yi merely smiled in response, contemplating the possibilities. Joining the Blood Rose Guild was certainly an option, especially since cooperation and unity were paramount in the underground city. Moreover, Wang Ming was someone he could trust. However, Lin Yi preferred to wait until the treasure simulation opportunity refreshed the following day before making any commitments. Noticing Lin Yi deep in thought, Wang Ming refrained from pressing him further. Soon, the dishes arrived, although the Qinglong sturgeon would require a bit more time. Come, Lin Yi. Let us toast. Wang Ming beckoned. The two clinked glasses, and Wang Ming reminisced nostalgically. It has been ages since we've sat together for a drink, hasn't he it? Lin Yi nodded, sharing a similar sentiment. After downing another glass, Wang Ming curiously asked, by the way, Lin Yi, didn't you mention you had something to discuss with me? In truth, even without Wang Ming's inquiry, Lin Yi was inclined to voice his intentions. And the moment was ripe to reveal his purpose. Menggu, allow me to show you something, Lin Yi said with a smile, casually retrieving the Blue Warrior Awakening card from his pocket and placing it on the table before them. Wow, what is this? Wang Ming's curiosity transformed into astonishment, his breaths noticeably quickening. A Blue Warrior Awakening card? In that instant, he felt a parched sensation in his mouth, as the card seemed to magnetically draw his gaze. Regaining his composure, Wang Ming intently asked, are you looking for my assistance in selling it? He could not fathom that Lin Yi might consider gifting such a valuable item to him. The mere thought was implausible. A Blue Awakening card was worth over 10 million, and their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Shaking his head, Lin Yi replied with a smile, not at all. I intend to sell it to you. Menggu, sell it to me? Wang Ming's expression shifted momentarily, followed by a rueful laugh. Lin Yi, you overestimate me. While I've earned some money as a treasure hunter, I still cannot afford a Blue Awakening card. 7 million, Lin Yi stated flatly, revealing his asking price. Although he could secure a higher price elsewhere, his priority lay with Wang Ming, and a few 100,000 in profit was of little concern to him. With the treasure simulation at his disposal, Lin Yi's perspective had shifted significantly. What? Only 7 million? Wang Ming thought he had misheard. Lin Yi, with a teasing smile, inquired, what is the matter? 7 million is too much. Absolutely not. I would sell everything to get it, Wang Ming exclaimed, excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. However, after regaining his composure, he earnestly said to Lin Yi, I won't hide anything from you. This Blue Awakening card could easily fetch over 10 million on the market. And with awakening cards becoming increasingly rare, there's no shortage of buyers. Are you sure you want to sell it to me for 7 million? I am well aware of its market value, Mangu. It's precisely because I wish to sell it to you that I'm asking for only 7 million. Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly, pursing his lips. Chapter 9. Another simulation, Goblin Nest. Haha. Alright, I want to say more. Lin Yi, I raise my glass to you. A wave of warm emotion surged within Wang Ming as he filled his cup to the brim and downed it in one go. He then placed the glass firmly on the table, declaring resolutely, Lin Yi, from now on, you are my brother. What you say goes. Hold on, that is too much. Lin Yi quickly gestured for Wang Ming to stop. Just then, the aromatic Qinglong sturgeon was served, the enticing fragrance making one's mouth water. Lin Yi picked up his chopsticks and sampled a small piece of sturgeon meat, his eyes widening in delight. He vowed he had never tasted fish this exquisite in his life. How is it? Is it delightful? Wang Ming asked, his face beaming with satisfaction. Indeed. It's utterly marvelous. Lin Yi nodded in appreciation, though his thoughts drifted towards sharing such a delicacy with his sister in the future. After their satisfying meal and drinks, the two agreed to finalize the transaction the following day, and Lin Yi bid Wang Ming farewell. Carrying the takeout from Yuyuan restaurant, he hopped onto his electric bike. His spirits lifted as he rode home. The moon seemed particularly full and bright that night. Upon returning home, as expected, his sister was already asleep. Lin Yi knocked gently on the door, and after hearing her groggy voice from within, he stepped inside. Turning on the light, he presented the delectable food he had brought back with a flourish. Sis, look what I have for you. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lin Yi smiled sweetly from her cocoon of blankets. What is it? Delicious food. Lin Yi teased, knowing his sister had always had a penchant for tasty treats. At the mention of food, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, help me sit up. At your command. Lin Yi carefully set the food aside, approached, and gently lifted his sister's slightly frail body, placing her carefully in her wheelchair. Lin Yi draped a coat over his younger sister and guided her to the dining table in the living room, casually inquiring, I just knocked on Ning Meinu's door, but she seems unresponsive. He was well aware that Ning Xiaoman was quite the night owl and likely had not yet retired for the night. It was apparent that Sister Xiaoman had gone out earlier and had yet to return. Lin Yu, cradling a takeout box filled with delectable treats that Lin Yi had brought back, responded with a cheerful smile, I see. Lin Yi had intended to invite Ning Xiaoman to join them, but it seemed she would miss this culinary delight. Wow, it smells amazing. Lin Yu exclaimed as she opened the takeout box, a wave of aromatic flavors wafting into the air, prompting her to involuntarily express her delight. Typically, when Lin Yi was not home, she relied on takeout, never having indulged in such exquisite cuisine. Today, I ran into brother Wang Ming, who took me to a restaurant. Lin Yi explained with a smile, gesturing to the logo of the restaurant, Yuyuan Xian, displayed on the takeout box. Is brother Wang Ming doing well lately? Lin Yu asked, her mouth full of chicken, her words slightly muffled. He's doing well, quite well, actually. As their conversation flowed, Lin Yu suddenly brightened, exclaiming, brother, today Sister Xiaoman taught me how to live stream. Soon, I can help you earn money. Lin Yi was taken aback by his sister's sudden declaration. A wave of emotion washing over him. He knew that she had always been self-conscious and had previously resisted the idea of live streaming. You needn't worry about earning money. Your brother can take care of that. Lin Yi gently ruffled her hair, speaking earnestly. I can't rely on you for my entire life, Lin Yu murmured, her voice growing increasingly soft. I can support you. I willingly will, Lin Yi declared with unwavering confidence, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Lin Yu asked in a quavering voice, but what about when you get married? This girl, why did she suddenly bring up such matters? Lin Yi mused silently. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi adjusted his attire and said with solemnity, Sister, I have something incredibly important to tell you. Lin Yu looked up at him curiously, her bright, clear eyes glistening with unshed tears. I, your brother, have now become an awakened one. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Rendered speechless, after a moment, she stammered, Brother, are you serious? Although Lin Yu seldom ventured outside, the wealth of information available online had made her acutely aware of what being an awakened one entailed. Yet, how could her brother, who had always been delivering takeout, suddenly become one? Of course I'm serious, Lin Yi responded. To prove his point, he stood up, effortlessly lifting one corner of the solid wooden dining table, showcasing his remarkable strength. Sister, do you believe me now? Lin Yi asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Brother, you are incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Any doubts she had regarding Lin Yi's status as an awakened one dissipated entirely. This revelation reassured her that her brother would not struggle to find a partner. The guilt she had harbored for being a burden could finally start to lift. Sister, it was merely a lack of ability on my part before. Now, I assure you, even at the cost of my own life, I will help you rise again, Lin Yi declared with profound sincerity, his words imbued with an unshakable resolve. Brother, Lin Yu softly called out, her voice laden with unspoken emotions, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks in an instant. The following day, around 10 in the morning, after washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lin Yi settled into his usual spot in the armchair at his desk. Adjusting to a comfortable position, he summoned the treasure hunting simulator in his mind. The daily complimentary simulation opportunity had refreshed at 8 o'clock that morning. This time, Lin Yi decided against specifically seeking out rooms devoid of danger. Firstly, such rooms were scarce. Secondly, a lack of danger often signified a lack of rewards. In the dungeon, treasure chests did not only appear post-clearance. If that were the case, few would ever acquire a treasure chest, and treasure hunting would not become a nationwide sensation. Rumor had it that when the dungeon first descended, treasure chests were plentiful, and those who were the first to venture in had amassed great wealth. Of course, they were also surrounded by human remains. As the initial windfall period faded, treasure chests became increasingly elusive. Nowadays, they were often found in areas teeming with monsters. A well-known fact within the dungeon. Lin Yi surmised that replicating the route he had taken last time would be improbable without hundreds of simulations. Moreover, he needed to defeat monsters to earn simulation points for multiple attempts. To rely solely on the complimentary daily simulation would be a waste of the rare treasure hunting simulator. Considering the possibilities, he soon identified a suitable location. Room 1, the Goblin Nest. Goblins were the most common monsters in the dungeon, a malevolent humanoid species characterized by their dark green skin, diminutive stature, and grotesque red eyes, known for their viciousness and cunning. Additionally, goblins were notoriously depraved, be they male or female. Those who fell into their clutches would endure unspeakable torment before meeting their demise. In a previous failed simulation, Lin Yi had once been captured by goblins and subjected to inhumane abuse, ultimately succumbing in anguish. Despite their generally short stature, the unique characteristics of the dungeon allowed these diminutive beings to wield formidable combat prowess. However, Lin Yi, now an awakened dragon warrior, felt confident in his ability to handle mere goblins. Simulator, prepare for simulation, Lin Yi commanded with intent. After setting the necessary parameters, the treasure hunting simulator commenced its simulation. Chapter 10, Blue Treasure Chest, Blood Rose Acquired. June 28th. First level, you choose to enter room 1. With clear intent, you head straight to a goblin nest located in the northwest. In your haste, you attract the attention of a swarm of rats. You notice the rats trailing behind you, but pay them no mind. Halfway through, you are ambushed by a python. You punch the python's head, shattering it. As the rats fight over the python's carcass, a bloody brawl ensues. You arrive at the entrance of the goblin nest. Taking out your powerful flashlight, you step inside. Soon, you encounter clusters of goblins. These goblins are no match for you. You trigger a trap, but easily escape. Afterwards, you sense something amiss. It seems you have been poisoned. You suspect the trap contained a poisonous substance. Thanks to your robust physical constitution, you suppress the toxicity. You encounter another trap, this time involving poisoned arrows. Having anticipated this, your agility allows you to evade them. After slaying nearly 100 goblins, you finally confront the goblin chief. Next to the goblin chief, you spot a blue treasure chest. You are besieged by goblins. You feel your stamina rapidly depleting, struggling to hold your ground. You were ambushed by the goblin chief's spell. You sustained injuries. You eliminated all the goblins, including the goblin chief. Before his demise, the goblin chief cast a curse upon you. Under the curse's effect, the toxins within you erupted. You were gravely wounded. Feeling fatigued, you collapsed before the treasure chest. A swarm of rats suddenly rushed in. The chest drove them into a frenzy. Before contending for the treasure, they decided to eliminate the most threatening you first. You perished, and the simulation concluded. With the simulation at an end, Lin Yi found himself engulfed in a complex array of emotions. He had believed that with his current status as a dragon warrior, possessing attributes twice that of an ordinary person and the innate power of the dragon, he could traverse the goblin lair with ease. It now appeared that he had overestimated his capabilities. His inexperience had led him into a trap, resulting in the curse and subsequent toxic outburst. However, the greater issue lay in his solitary endeavor. After all, the adage rings true. Unity and cooperation are paramount in treasure hunting. The strength of many is not merely a saying. Clearly, joining a guild was imperative. Lin Yi resolved firmly. If he could bolster not only his own strength, but also that of his teammates, then treasure hunting would surely yield exponentially greater rewards. Had he had allies to assist him this time, Lin Yi was confident he could have retained the majority of his strength at the end. Those rats would have posed little threat. He could not allow those rodents to gain the spoils without effort. Reflecting on the simulation's outcome, Lin Yi found it quite ironic. He had fought tooth and nail, only to end up as a mere stepping stone for a horde of lazy rats. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had not left empty-handed. In fact, he had gained significantly. He had discovered in advance that there was a blue treasure chest in that goblin lair. How many treasure hunting teams had returned empty-handed after incurring great losses along the way? While he pondered, a knock echoed through his bedroom door. It was the enchanting streamer, Ning Xiaoman, seeking him out. Initially, Lin Yi paid little heed. But upon turning to see her attire, his heart skipped a beat. Ning Xiaoman had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, donning the JK uniform that Lin Yi adored, showcasing her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings. In his spare time, Lin Yi often watched her live streams, curious to see her in action. Yet, he was certain that even her most devoted fans had never been privileged to witness her in such a guise. Could it be that she had dressed up for him? Lin Yi could not help but entertain the thought. Lin Yi, I heard you've become an awakened one. Congratulations, Ning Xiaoman said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her radiant smile illuminating her features. Chapter 11. The Allure of Awakened Ones to Ordinary People. Lin Yi felt a flutter of excitement, and without a moment's contemplation, he blurted out, Yes, I was fortunate enough to obtain an awakening card. Hearing Lin Yi's response, Ning Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at him, exclaiming, Really? That is wonderful. I envy you so much. I want to become an awakened one too. The two engaged in a light conversation, devoid of substance, yet Lin Yi relished every moment, captivated by Ning Xiaoman's beauty, especially in her JK attire. However, he knew she hadn't come merely to chat. She likely had a request. Lin Gu, I would like to ask for your assistance. If you agree, I will grant you one modest request in return. After uttering this, Ning Xiaoman cast a nervous glance at Lin Yi, beads of sweat forming unconsciously on her brow. As an awakened dragon warrior, Lin Yi could distinctly perceive her fragrance, a fresh scent reminiscent of white lilies. Ning Xiaoman embodied a pure-hearted beauty, and remarkably, her figure was exceptional. If Lin Yi were to rate her, he would bestow upon her a score of 90. Although he was inclined to agree to her request, Lin Yi felt it prudent to first ascertain what she needed his help with. Well, I would like to know what you need me to do, he replied. Upon hearing Lin Yi's acquiescence, Ning Xiaoman instinctively leapt with joy, grasping his hand as she declared, I knew you would help me. I was streaming earlier, but recently, there's been a girl who has been challenging me. Although I used to win every time, she recently hired an awakened one at great expense. An awakened one. Every time that awakened one appears, my fans stop donating to me. It's infuriating. My income has plummeted, and I'm losing followers. I might not even be able to pay next month's rent. Lin Yi, please help me. Ning Xiaoman was genuinely at her wit's end. If she did not make a change soon, her streaming career could be in jeopardy. It was only then that Lin Yi understood the situation. She sought his assistance for a livestream PK to regain her followers. One must not underestimate the allure of an awakened one to ordinary individuals. Most awakened ones, even those who awaken using a mere white awakening card, are perceived as superhuman by those powerless against them. Many harbor an inexplicable awe and fear towards awakened ones, placing them on a pedestal akin to that of millionaires. Lin Yi contemplated. Merely appearing on camera posed no risk, and it seemed a profitable venture to propose a modest request to the beautiful Ning. With this thought, Lin Yi turned to the somewhat anxious Ning Xiaoman and said, I can assist you, but only when I have the time. I will be frequenting the dungeons to enhance my strength. Ning Xiaoman beamed and embraced Lin Yi. Thank you. Lin Yi, no rush. Could you do it the night after tomorrow? Standing at a height 10 centimeters shorter than Lin Yi, she looked up at him. And given their tight embrace, he had a clear view of her flushed face. Sure. The two awkwardly parted, and Ning Xiaoman shyly stole a glance at Lin Yi, her cheeks radiating a rosy hue. The live stream will start at 10 the night after tomorrow. We'll be waiting for you in my room. After Ning Xiaoman left, Lin Yi began preparing for his transaction the next day. 7 million was no small sum. The following morning, Lin Yi rose hastily. Today was the day of his trade with Wang Ming, and he could not afford to sleep in. He swiftly got out of bed and washed up. Noting that Ning Xiaoman's door remained firmly shut, she typically streamed until the early hours, so her late rising was not unusual. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had grown accustomed to sleeping in due to her need for rest after her injury. As Lin Yi departed, he made a point to purchase beef buns he had previously shied away from. Beef was a specialty of the dungeon, nutritious and incredibly delicious. Lin Yi adored these buns with their thin skin and generous filling, but previously, he could only afford to indulge in them weekly. From today onward, once he sold the blue card, Lin Yi vowed that his sister would no longer suffer, riding his beloved electric scooter. Lin Yi hurried to the designated meeting place with Wang Ming, the Blood Rose Guild. The Blood Rose Guild was one of the premier guilds in Jiangqing, sprawling over a vast area and conveniently located near the dungeon entrance, prime real estate indeed. Yet, the Blood Rose Guild boasted an impressive area of 30,000 square meters. Upon entering the guild, the first sight was the mission hall, with a resting area to the left and an array of shops to the right. Wang Ming was seated in the resting area, accompanied by 3 of his teammates. Lin Yi, I'm over here. Wang Ming joyfully waved at Lin Yi. The 5 of them were seated in the innermost corner of the lounge, where the sparse crowd afforded a degree of privacy. Brother Wang Ming, are you prepared with the funds? He chuckled heartily. Of course. However, I had to endure quite a bit to gather the money. Once I awaken, I shall make those fellows acknowledge me. Wang Ming laughed boisterously, his eyes gleaming with gratitude as he looked at Lin Yi. Elated at the prospect of acquiring a blue card at such a low price, he gestured towards his 3 companions, introducing them. This is Xiao Ying, and these are Wang Yang and Wang Qi. Greetings, Brother Lin. The trio chimed in unison. Had it not been for Lin Yi's timely intervention yesterday, they might have met a grim fate, hence their profound respect for him. Lin Yi replied with a composed demeanor, "There's no need for formality. We shall be comrades from here on." At this juncture, Wang Ming and his companion's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wang Ming grasped Lin Yi's hand, exclaiming, "Have you agreed to join our team?" "Splendid, Lin Yi. From now on, we are family." Since their last simulation, Lin Yi had been troubled by the incident with the rats, who had intercepted the treasure chest he had painstakingly discovered. No one would relish such an experience. Wang Ming and Lin Yi shared a good rapport. Joining Wang Ming's team was far more fitting than aligning with another group or forming his own. They were familiar acquaintances, ensuring he would not be treated as mere fodder. Moreover, this team required Lin Yi more than he required them. Lin Yi lowered his voice. "Shall we proceed with the transaction?" Wang Ming instantly became serious, nodding vigorously. "Let us find a room. It will be safer there." The Blood Rose Guild indeed had rooms available for rest, so the five of them booked one, intending to conduct their transaction within. Wang Ming splurged, renting a lavish room for 2,000 coins, boasting excellent soundproofing and serving as an ideal awakening location. Chapter 12, Successful Transaction, preparing for the simulation before entering the dungeon. Inside the room, Wang Ming breathed heavily with excitement, while Lin Yi handed the blue card to him, stating, "Brother Wang Ming, let us begin." Wang Ming eagerly accepted the blue card, simultaneously transferring 7 million coins to Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt a wave of reassurance as he glanced at the 7,004,000 in his account, enough to purchase 7 white awakening cards. Wang Ming entered the inner room, while the other 4 settled in the living area. Xiaoying, a young girl with 2 ponytails, radiated youthful exuberance. Yet in her eyes, Lin Yi detected a trace of determination, undoubtedly honed through multiple forays into the dungeon. Wang Yang and Wang Qi were equally impressive, their arms bearing scars likely left from fierce battles. Xiaoying gazed adoringly at Lin Yi, who today donned a pair of freshly washed blue jeans and a white shirt, exuding both a professional aura and an inviting warmth. A stark contrast to the fierce demeanor he displayed when he had struck down a member of the Black Knight Guild yesterday. "Brother Lin, do you think Brother Wang Ming can defeat a level 5 goblin after awakening?" "Of course, Xiaoying. Please refrain from asking such simple questions." Wang Yang interjected before Lin Yi could respond. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Wang Ming emerged from the room, laughing exuberantly. "I've awakened. I've truly awakened. Ahaha. I, Wang Ming, am now an awakened one. No longer shall I be beholden to the whims of others. I shall rise. Congratulations, Brother Wang Ming." Lin Yi cupped his hands in salute. Wang Ming, filled with gratitude, replied, "No, I should thank you, Lin Yi. Enough of the pleasantries, as brothers. Let us not waste time. Come, let us complete the formalities. I'll make you the team leader." Xiaoying, Wang Yang, and Wang Qi had no objections. The identity of the leader mattered little, for this team comprised 2 awakened individuals among its 5 members. This configuration surpassed that of most teams within the Blood Rose Guild, leaving no room for discontent. The trio envisioned a brighter future ahead, perhaps even awakening themselves thanks to Lin Yi and Wang Ming. Their expectations were modest. They would be immensely satisfied with just 1 white awakening card. Lin Yi smiled, and since Wang Ming insisted on appointing him as the team leader, he acquiesced. "Very well. Once we finalize the necessary arrangements, let us venture into the dungeon for training. I know an excellent location." The Blood Rose Guild was known for its efficiency. Wang Ming first facilitated Lin Yi's membership, then accessed the guild's team management system to grant Lin Yi authority over the team. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin Yi. You are now the team leader. Would you like to rename the team?" The original team name, casually designated by Wang Ming, was the Wang Ming team. However, with the leadership having changed, a new name was warranted. After pondering briefly, Lin Yi typed Fearless Team on the screen. The display promptly noted, "Renaming successful. Welcome, Mr. Lin Yi, leader of the Fearless Team." The team composition is as follows: Team Leader, Lin Yi, Awakened, Deputy Leader, Wang Ming, Awakened, Members, Li Ying, Wang Yang, Wang Qi. Finally, Lin Yi concocted an excuse to depart. "Simulator, prepare for simulation." He commanded with intention. After setting the requisite parameters, the treasure hunting simulator commenced its operation. Level 1. You and your team once again choose to enter Room 1. With a clear objective, you head directly towards a goblin nest located in the northwest. Due to your team's formidable strength and hurried pace, you attract the attention of a swarm of rats. You notice the rats trailing behind at a distance, yet you pay them no mind. Halfway through, you and your team unwittingly stumble into a snake den. However, due to your team's overwhelming prowess, you swiftly extricate yourselves from the snake den. The multitude of snake bodies piques the rats' interest, leading to a chaotic battle that claims many lives. You successfully arrive at the entrance of the goblin nest. The team members utilize powerful flashlights to illuminate the interior. You attract a large number of goblins. Soon, you find yourselves surrounded. These goblins are no match for you. Li Ying falls into a trap, and with your assistance, she narrowly escapes. Li Ying's condition deteriorates. She becomes injured and unconscious. You suspect the trap contained a poisonous mechanism. You carry the unconscious Li Yi as you advance. You encounter another trap, this time involving poisoned arrows. Having anticipated this, you deftly evade the attack with remarkable agility. After slaying nearly 100 goblins, you finally confront the goblin chief. Beside the goblin chief lies a blue treasure chest. You successfully eliminate all goblins aside from the chief. You feel your stamina waning, yet with Wang Ming's assistance, you persevere. You are ambushed by a spell from the goblin chief. Foreseeing the attack, you effortlessly dodge it. Your team dispatches all goblins, including the chief. As the goblin chief nears death, he attempts to curse your team. However, you deny him the opportunity, swiftly ending his life. A sudden surge of mice burst into the scene, driven into a frenzy by the sight of a treasure chest. Before they could contend for the chest, they resolved to first eliminate your party. However, they were unprepared for the overwhelming strength of your team, resulting in their swift demise. You successfully opened the chest, revealing 2 blue cards and a substantial amount of copper coins. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi rubbed his head. This simulation had incurred minimal losses, save for Li Ying's unconscious state. As long as he took good care of her, the chances of the team emerging unscathed were highly promising. Those pesky mice were truly relentless. Lin Yi shook his head, contemplating the idea of eliminating them before they even entered, to eradicate any future threats. In the dungeon, killing was no secret. But being witnessed while committing such acts was far from ideal. He resolved to proceed cautiously. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Yi spotted Wang Ming joyfully brandishing a large sword at the shop, seemingly quite pleased. Not bad at all. Boss, could you offer a discount? Once I exit the dungeon and have the funds, I will certainly return to patronize your business. Yet, the shopkeeper stubbornly remained silent, teasingly retorting, no money? What can you buy with no funds? 30,000 for a fine steel great sword. Take it or leave it. Wang Ming appeared embarrassed. Having borrowed money to buy Lin Yi's blue card, he was genuinely broke. As for Xiao Ying and the others, they were even poorer. Just then, Lin Yi approached, stating, 30,000? I'll take it. Chapter 13. Re-entering the dungeon. Lin Yi. Brother Lin. As Lin Yi approached the weapons counter, he marveled at the array of weapons displayed. These items were the culmination of modern technology and dungeon craftsmanship, each one a tool for destruction and plunder. They would be particularly effective against goblins. For an awakened individual, dispatching one with a single strike would be a trivial matter. He glanced at Xiao Ying and her companions. Due to her gender, Xiao Ying wielded a soft-tipped bow, characterized by its ability to launch arrows without excessive strength, albeit at the cost of power. Wang Yang and Wang Qi, the 2 brothers, wielded short swords and daggers, but even those weapons were inadequate, with the ability to pierce a goblin being questionable. Therefore, Lin Yi resolved to equip all 3 with suitable weapons to bolster their combat effectiveness. Boss, come here. Bring me that composite bow and those 2 daggers. The shopkeeper cheerfully handed over the requested items, humorously stating, the composite bow is 80,000 each, and each arrow costs 100, with 20 arrows included. The 2 alloy daggers are each 120,000, and the fine steel greatsword is 300,000. Total, 620,000. Are you sure you can afford this? Wang Ming quickly interjected, Lin Yi, don't splurge. After one trip to the dungeon, I can return and buy that great sword. Xiao Ying and the others also insisted that their current weapons were sufficient. However, Lin Yi remained resolute, declaring, I am the captain, just follow my lead. The 4 were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape, but they refrained from further protest, silently acknowledging Lin Yi's generosity. How pretentious, the shopkeeper remarked, eyeing Lin Yi's modest attire. Ignoring the shopkeeper's sarcasm, Lin Yi wandered around the store, pondering which weapon would befit a dragon warrior. He opened his status panel and examined his attributes. Class, Dragon Warrior, Unique. Level, Low-Level Treasure Hunter, LV1. Constitution, 22. Mentality, 20. Strength, 25. Stamina, 20. Agility, 20. At present, Lin Yi's most prominent attribute was strength, making heavy swords and blunt weapons the most fitting choices. His gaze landed on a formidable weapon nestled at the back, a spiked mace measuring at least 1.5 meters. Boss, what about that battered spiked mace? This time, the shopkeeper was taken aback, incredulously asking, you want the broken army? Are you out of your mind? Wang Ming grasped Lin Yi's arm, saying, Lin Yi, you don't know what this is? Well, you just joined Blood Rose and might not be aware of its significance. Oh, what makes this weapon special? Of course, it's special. This is a blue weapon, unique to the dungeon. Wang Ming continued, though it may be a bit worn, it is indeed a blue weapon. Akin to a blue awakening card, both treasures from chests. As for the price, the shopkeeper looked at Lin Yi with a patronizing expression, 5 million. Do you still want it? Lin Yi hesitated. 5 million for a single weapon? After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to purchase it. Safety was paramount in the dungeon, and this weapon would significantly enhance his capabilities. Moreover, there were no other suitable weapons available. I'll take it. Boss, let us settle the bill. The shopkeeper smirked. Thinking Lin Yi had given up. It made sense. The broken army had sat unsold in the shop for nearly 4 to 5 months without a buyer. Total, 620,000. Card. Lin Yi chuckled. No, it's 5,620,000. Let us use the card. Ah. Wang Ming thought Lin Yi was worried about appearances and couldn't help pulling at his sleeve. Yet, Lin Yi shot him a glance that reassured him. The shopkeeper tentatively swiped the card, and Lin Yi confidently entered his PIN. In front of everyone, the shopkeeper watched as the funds were transferred. Ah, this. Oh dear. I truly apologize, young brother. I misjudged you. Please don't take offense. I sincerely apologize. With that, the shopkeeper bowed to Lin Yi and handed him a business card, saying, I'm Tang Jing. If you ever return to our store, I assure you a discount. Tang Jing felt a sense of comfort as he reviewed the transaction. He would earn a 5% commission on the 5 million, amounting to 250,000. Lin Yi, finding the shopkeeper's sincerity somewhat redeeming, decided to forgive him. After testing the spiked mace, Lin Yi found it surprisingly comfortable to wield. Moreover, as the dragon power coursed through the mace, he distinctly felt his strength amplified twofold. Excellent. The 5 million was well spent. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and the others were admiring their newly acquired weapons, particularly impressed by the composite bow Xiaoying received, which was significantly superior to her previous soft-tipped bow, requiring less strength to draw while delivering considerable power. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yi smiled and replied, it's nothing. Now, let us head into the dungeon and put our skills to the test. Everyone unanimously agreed and joyfully made their way toward the dungeon. Just as they departed, Tang Jing discreetly made a phone call. Is this the president? Ah, yes. It's Xiao Tang. The weapon you entrusted to me has been sold. Who bought it? A newcomer awakened named Lin Yi. At the top floor of the Blood Rose Guild building, Xia Yue reclined comfortably in her chair, her professional attire exuding allure. At that moment, she lazily draped her delicate legs over the edge of the table, her beautiful eyes fluttering slightly. I understand. If Lin Yi exhibits any peculiar behavior, inform me immediately. With a sigh, Xia Yue hung up the call, her eyes fixed on the distant entrance of the dungeon. At the dungeon entrance, Lin Yi was still waiting in line. And soon, they reached the front. After a thorough inspection, they were granted passage. In the familiar square, Lin Yi gazed at the entrance to the first level. Flanked by a multitude of mice awaiting nearby, Wang Ming seemed to perceive Lin Yi's unease. Lin Yi, fret not. These mice may excel at tormenting ordinary folk. But in our presence, I assure you, they will be left utterly defeated. Lin Yi responded, very well, let us proceed into the first level. As the 5 ventured forth, a swarm of mice followed, as if drawn by the scent of flesh. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the square, whenever powerful awakeners or teams entered the dungeon. A horde of mice would invariably trail behind them. In the familiar forest, Lin Yi activated the simulator's navigation. From the previous simulation, he had clearly observed a treasure chest within the goblin nest, seemingly guarded by feeble sentinels. With Wang Ming and the team's strength, Lin Yi felt confident about their chances of success. Everyone, remain vigilant. I have identified a location that may conceal a treasure chest. The unyielding squad stood on high alert. Chapter 14. Encounter with the giant python in room 1. Lin Yi took the lead, with Wang Ming stationed at the rear to keep watch. The forest was fraught with peril, necessitating a cautious pace. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. Lin Yi, there are too many mice trailing behind us. Should we drive them away? Behind the team, dozens of mice followed closely, some bolder than others. Yet Lin Yi remained unperturbed after the simulation. He understood the fate that awaited these mice. If they wish to follow, let them be. Ahead lies a nest of snakes. We must proceed with even greater caution. The team slowed their pace further, and the mice drew nearer. Suddenly, Lin Yi raised his hand to signal a stop. Approximately 100 meters ahead, a large python writhed in the mud, tightly coiling around a crocodile. The sounds of the python's hunt echoed far and wide. Wang Ming approached Lin Yi and whispered, shall we circumvent it? Lin Yi shook his head. This very python was the same one he had encountered during his initial descent into the dungeon, when a mouse had met its demise right before his eyes. Let us test our skills. This python may appear formidable, but is merely a level 1, rank 5. The team was eager to engage. Li Ying readied her composite bow, nocking an arrow, awaiting Lin Yi's command. Lin Yi and Wang Ming stealthily approached within 10 meters of the python. Wang Ming, I will distract the python. You strike at its weak points. Wang Ming nodded, aware that Lin Yi was assessing his capabilities. Now, the two sprang from the underbrush. Lin Yi's wolf-toothed club, empowered by the might of the dragon, struck the python's tail. Li Ying loosed her arrow, which penetrated the python's head by half an inch. Hisses. In agony, the python thrashed wildly, displacing a great deal of mud, and the already subdued crocodile was crushed beneath the massive serpent's body. Impressive. Lin Yi, watch this. Seizing the opportunity while the python was distracted, Wang Ming attempted a strike at the python's midsection. The glint of his blade severed a significant portion of flesh, but alas, as the python writhed, its head reared high. Wang Ming could not secure a decisive blow, yet achieving such results was commendable. Lin Yi gave Wang Ming a thumbs up. Well done, Wang Ming. At that moment, Li Ying loosed several more arrows, though they failed to inflict damage upon the python. Wang Yang and Wang Qi remained vigilant, monitoring the mice lingering some 10 meters behind, ensuring they did not interfere. Hisses. The python turned its gaze towards Lin Yi, its massive body undulating as its gigantic head lunged at him. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 strikes from the python's head were effortlessly evaded by Lin Yi, while Wang Ming pierced the tail with his sword. With the python's inertia, the great sword cleaved the tail in two. Devoid of further will to fight, the giant python retreated deep into the forest. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi brought down his wolf-toothed club, shattering the python's head and ending its malevolent existence. In the process, Lin Yi earned 5 simulation points, sufficient for a brief simulation. A level 1, rank 5 python held little value for Lin Yi, thus he chose to forsake the carcass and move on. Li Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. The manner in which Lin Yi executed the python was undeniably impressive. With a single blow, he had dispatched the creature. Wang Ming was commendable as well. Yet in Li Ying's eyes, he paled in comparison. Lin Yi understood that Wang Ming's abilities were still quite distant from his own. While he could have stealthily eliminated the python, Wang Ming could only inflict wounds, gradually wearing it down. Wang Ming was acutely aware of this. Sigh? It seems I must practice more. Lin Yi reassured him. Wang Ming, do not fret. You have only just awakened and cannot fully wield your power yet. This is perfectly normal. Wang Ming bashfully rubbed the back of his head, feeling embarrassed by his shortcomings, unaware that Lin Yi had also recently awakened. All right, let us continue. The treasure chest is not far ahead. After Lin Yi and the others moved on, the horde of mice could no longer contain their greed. The python's corpse held little allure for Lin Yi and his comrades, yet it was irresistibly enticing to them. The giant python is mine. No one shall take it from me. Whoever dares shall perish. Nonsense. The python belongs to me, mine. Ah, you cowardly sneak attack, you despicable fiend. Desire ignited conflict. And as more than 10 individuals fought over the python's carcass, their eyes were forever closed. The victor, elated, claimed the python's body and hastily departed the dungeon. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi spotted a cave entrance not far off, obscured by an abundance of vines, thus remaining unnoticed by anyone. Lin Yi brandished his wolf-toothed club, intending to sever the vines, but awkwardly discovered that while the club could crush the vines, it could not sever these remarkably resilient tendrils. Wang Ming stepped forward, saying, "Allow me." With a flourish of his great sword, he quickly cleared the vines obstructing the cave entrance. Lin Yi mused to himself. It seems I shall need to bring a machete next time I venture into the dungeon. The interior of the cave was pitch black, revealing only the surroundings within 5 meters of the entrance. Li Ying and Wang Qi, along with Wang Yang, exclaimed in delight. There really is something. No one has ventured in here before. If it has remained undiscovered, the chances of a treasure chest are extremely high. Wang Ming chimed in. Lin Yi, you are truly remarkable. You found such a concealed location. This must be a level. Indeed, this was the 5th level of Room 1, the Goblin Nest. The group turned their gaze to Lin Yi. Wang Qi asked, Captain, shall we enter? Lin Yi shook his head. Having just slain the giant python and earned 5 simulation points, he could conduct a brief simulation. His simulation abilities were categorized into standard simulations, short-term simulations, and long-term simulations. With 1 free standard simulation granted daily, while 5 simulation points could facilitate a short-term simulation. Let us rest for a moment and prepare our illumination tools. The cave is quite dark. Simultaneously, Lin Yi internally declared, Simulator, prepare for simulation. Setting the conditions, the simulation commenced. You and your squad have entered the goblin nest. Despite your utmost caution, you find yourselves surrounded by goblins. You have fallen into a trap set by the goblins. You managed to evade the spike trap with your team. The surrounding goblins retreat voluntarily. You encountered an ambush, but you easily resolved it. In the darkness, you stumbled upon a treasure chest. Instead of acting impulsively, you lured out the goblin chief and delivered a devastating blow. Your team grew in numbers. A multitude of rats discovered the injured goblin. Through sheer numbers and tactical pressure, the rats managed to slay the goblin chief, albeit at a significant cost. You opened the treasure chest to find an archer-class awakening card, a priest-class awakening card, and a substantial amount of copper coins. Lin Yi voluntarily concluded the simulation and opened his eyes. Chapter 15, Elite Goblin. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. The outcome of this simulation was largely a result of his own proactive choices, and it appeared to be favorable. He resolved not to swiftly eliminate the goblin chief, but to use it to deal with the rats trailing behind. Over 50 meters away, he sensed more than 40 individuals slowly approaching the team. No tears will be shed until the coffin is seen, these rats. Upon noticing Lin Yi's eyes opening, the others instinctively gathered around him. Wang Ming remarked, Li Ying brought a powerful flashlight. The dim environment of the cave poses no issue. Then let us proceed. Lin Yi rose and stepped toward the cave entrance, with Wang Ming bringing up the rear. Observing the open entrance, he inquired, Lin Yi, should we conceal the entrance? It would be troublesome if the rats or other teams discovered it. No need. I would prefer they follow us in. Wang Ming was taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Yi replied, We need some cannon fodder. Goodness. Wang Meng turned and joined the team as they entered the cave. A wave of dizziness washed over them. A standard reaction to entering the next room. It signified that the entire team had entered room 1, level 5, an uncharted territory. Suddenly, a goblin dashed around the corner, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lin Yi. These goblins were exceedingly weak. Even a relatively robust human could easily defeat them, let alone Lin Yi. Not far ahead lay the spike traps discovered during the simulation, which would suddenly protrude from the ground when someone passed by. A multitude of goblins shrieked as they emerged from various locations, particularly from behind, where most wielded rudimentary weapons and were in greater numbers. In contrast, only a few frail and elderly figures were present at the front. Had it been the captain of another team, they might have commanded their team to charge forward. The goblins shared a similar intent, yet Lin Yi firmly stated, "Fall back. There are traps ahead." The team executed Lin Yi's command without hesitation, as if his words possessed a magical quality. Wang Ming brandished his great sword, toppling several enraged goblins, while Li Ying's composite bow relentlessly loosed arrows, claiming numerous goblin lives. Wang Yang and Wang Qi ensured that Li Ying could maintain her steady output while seizing opportunities to eliminate a few goblins, with Lin Yi pursuing the fleeing goblins wielding his wolf-tooth club. Witnessing that Lin Yi and his companions were not falling for their tactics, an elite goblin bellowed in frustration, leading to a gradual retreat of the goblins. "There are traps ahead. Let us circumvent them." Wang Ming asked in confusion. "Lin Yi, how did you know that was a trap?" Lin Yi was aware from prior simulations, but he could not reveal this, so he pointed to the traps and said, "Observe. The goblins avoid the trap area, and the traps differ slightly from the surroundings." Wang Ming and the others examined the trap area. "Different? We cannot discern it. But the captain is indeed the captain, capable of seeing what we cannot." Lin Yi smiled shyly, leading the four around the trap area. Before leaving, he speculated, "How many of those rats might lose their lives here? 10, 20? After walking for over 10 more minutes, they were nearing the end, and Lin Yi gestured for them to stop. Ahead lies a group of goblins armed with bows. Their arrows are laced with potent poison, so everyone be cautious. I will protect Li Ying and Wang Qi. Wang Ming, please keep an eye on Wang Yang." The team felt puzzled, gazing at the numerous stalactites, which hardly seemed like a suitable hiding place for goblins. Nevertheless, they complied with Lin Yi's orders. Li Ying was the most eager, hiding behind Lin Yi, while Wang Qi casually surveyed the distance. Wang Yang's and Wang Qi's attitudes were similar, both feeling that Lin Yi was overly suspicious. Wang Ming inquired, "Lin Yi, how did you discern that there was an ambush ahead?" Lin Yi remained silent, cautiously advancing. After 3 minutes, even Wang Qi began to feel frustrated. Was there truly an ambush? "Captain, is there really a trap?" Lin Yi replied, "No need to rush. Let us take 3 more steps." Wang Qi. First step, nothing occurred. Second step, still nothing happened. Third step, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows rained down, igniting nearby torches. Li Ying directed the flashlight toward the source of the arrows, revealing a multitude of black-skinned goblins drawing their bows, incessantly harassing the team. "Incredible, incredible," Wang Qi murmured. "The captain is truly remarkable. Where there is an ambush, there it is." The others, while dodging the arrows, marveled at Lin Yi's uncanny ability. Thanks to the prior warning, Lin Yi guided Li Ying and Wang Qi to deftly evade the rain of arrows, while Wang Ming swiftly spun his great sword to create a safe zone. The elite goblin nearby was in a frenzy, yet again thwarted. A fresh wave of goblins surged forth from all directions, most of them severing stalactites and wielding the hefty formations as weapons. Lin Yi, at the forefront of the team, bore the brunt of the assault. Fortunately, having purchased a wolf-tooth club, he was able to shatter the stalactites effortlessly, dispatching all goblins daring to approach. 10, 20, as over 80 goblins fell. The remaining goblins began to retreat of their own accord, regardless of how much the elite goblin shouted. With a swift motion, Lin Yi shattered the elite goblin, its green blood splattering across the ground. The battle concluded, and the fearless team emerged unscathed. Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly, "Lin Yi, how did you know there was an ambush this time?" Lin Yi set down the wolf-tooth club and sat upon the broken stalactite, casually responding, "Experience." "Experience?" Wang Ming seemed to ponder. "Could it be that you frequently traverse the underground city?" "You could say that," Lin Yi replied. "With hundreds, if not thousands, of simulations of the underground city, one could indeed assert that Lin Yi had become quite familiar with it." Wang Ming's expression shifted to one of realization. "So it is. I did not misjudge you. Having you in the team is truly a blessing." Meanwhile, at the spike traps, over 40 individuals stealthily traversed the area until one person stepped on a stone. Thud, thud, thud. The chilling sound of death echoed as the spike traps activated, piercing the bodies of 8 individuals with iron spikes of 5 centimeters in diameter. Help me, help me. I have money. Whoever rescues me, I will give them all my wealth. Help, save me. I am willing to sacrifice myself for him." The surrounding rats were paralyzed with fear, trembling as they navigated around the traps, none daring to approach. No one knew the extent of the trap's reach. What if they attempted to rescue someone and were ensnared by the traps themselves? The mice have departed, leaving behind 8 pitiful souls who lament in vain without a response. With their blood drained, these 8 individuals naturally succumb to death. Chapter 16. The chest of blue and purple having vanquished the elite goblin, only the goblin chief remains. Lin Yi and his companions traversed for over 10 minutes, ultimately discovering a sacred altar. At the heart of this altar lay a chest, quietly resting and occasionally emanating a soft blue glow, indicating its nature as a blue chest. A chest. A blue one. Wang Ming, the second to lay eyes on the treasure after Lin Yi, expressed his anxiety. Blue? Might the guardian boss be formidable? Lin Yi reassured him. The goblin chief is not particularly strong. In fact, the 2 traps we encountered earlier were the primary challenges of this stage. Wang Qi, filled with excitement, urged. Then let us charge and slay the goblin chief for the treasure. No, just keep your distance, Lin Yi instructed, rising to leap forth. He beheld the goblin chief concealed behind the chest, accompanied by a handful of ordinary goblins. The goblin chief appeared to be a mage of sorts, a fragile damage dealer. Had it been well guarded by numerous goblins, it could have posed a significant threat to Lin Yi. Alas, its minions had been mostly vanquished. Upon spotting Lin Yi, the goblin chief unleashed a barrage of black earth projectiles alongside a few wind balls aimed at him. In midair, Lin Yi adeptly shattered each assault with his mace before swiftly descending to close the distance to the goblin chief. A multitude of earthen walls erupted in front of the goblin chief, attempting to obstruct Lin Yi, yet he smashed through them effortlessly with a single swing of his mace. With no escape left, the goblin chief, in a fit of desperation, brandished its staff and charged at Lin Yi. However, as a warrior, Lin Yi was far more powerful than the goblin chief, and with his blue weapon, the mace easily shattered the staff. Simultaneously, the mace struck fiercely against the goblin chief's chest, tearing away chunks of flesh, leaving it exhausted and on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Lin Yi chose to retreat, leaving the goblin chief bewildered, who, in an attempt to appease, pushed the chest toward Lin Yi. It was then that Lin Yi realized this chest was not merely blue, but tinged with purple. This indicated that had he arrived any later, it might have transformed into a fully purple chest. Lin Yi returned the chest to its original position and departed, leaving the goblin chief in astonishment. Lin Yi's intention had merely been to gauge the goblin chief's strength. Should it prove too powerful, he could weaken it, ensuring the goblin chief would not obliterate the mice. Concealed in the shadows, Wang Ming and his companions observed Lin Yi's audacious combat style, nodding in approval. Incredible. P.S. taking on the goblin chief alone. Indeed. But why did the captain forego the treasure? Wang Ming chided Wang Yang. Did you not see that the chest was blue tinged with purple? This is the first time I've ever encountered such a chest. Lin Yi must be waiting for it to turn completely purple, thought Wang Ming. At that moment, Lin Yi returned, and Wang Ming eagerly approached. Lin Yi, were you indeed waiting for the chest to become purple? Lin Yi shook his head. No? I am preparing to gift the mice a surprise, allowing them to experience the despair of having their spoils snatched away. Are you intending to use them as pawns to eliminate your rivals and reap the rewards? Indeed, while we could simply annihilate the mice following us, I wish to avoid shedding the blood of my kind. Moreover, my disdain for them is profound. So, you resolve to let the goblin chief do the dirty work, inflicting wounds without delivering the final blow. What a cunning plan. Wang Ming was thoroughly impressed, as were Li Ying, Wang Qi, and Wang Yang. Such stratagems were beyond the ordinary. After waiting for over 10 minutes amidst the stalactites, a cacophony of chattering echoed nearby, signaling the arrival of the mice. The chest. Mine. Mine. A treasure? I'm about to strike it rich. More than 30 individuals, in a frenzy, dashed towards the chest, disregarding their dignity as they engaged in ruthless infighting, with numerous instances of treachery and betrayal, resulting in the unnecessary deaths of 5. The first to reach the chest was a slender individual, who, leveraging his physique, navigated through the terrain with ease. Just as he was about to grasp the chest, the battered goblin chief rose again. It could not comprehend why Lin Yi had spared its life. Yet it understood that if it could merely wait for the chest to turn purple, it would evolve into a second-tier powerhouse. Thus, anyone who dared to touch the chest would meet their demise. Earth projectiles swiftly dispatched the slender figure, as the goblin chief exhaled in relief. The previous human had been excessively formidable, shattering its projectiles with ease. Now, it believed it could easily eliminate these humans. Due to the destruction of its staff, the goblin chief's attack speed had significantly diminished. Otherwise, its ambushes could have claimed more lives. Goblins, kill it. The chest is mine. The frenzied mice remained oblivious to the goblin chief's true strength, recklessly charging towards the chest, one by one falling in their mad dash. Only after another 8 perished did the mice finally decide to surround the goblin chief. Though they were detestable, their combat prowess was commendable. They employed all manner of easily crafted weapons such as Molotov cocktails and acidic vials. The goblin chief wore a sorrowful expression, having just survived a near-death experience. Now mired in chaos, its stamina waning. Suddenly, 3 arrows flew from an unknown source, embedding themselves deeply into the Goblin Chief's chest. With pre-existing wounds from Lin Yi, the new strikes left the Goblin Chief feeling faint and unsteady. Die! A burly man viciously plunged his spear into the Goblin Chief. More swords followed, piercing the Goblin Chief. Finally, the Goblin Chief could withstand no more, its green blood staining the altar. With a gasp, the burly man, having just vanquished the Goblin Chief, felt two short swords pierce his own chest. He turned in regret to find a plain-looking old woman wielding the blades, her eyes ablaze with fervor and madness. You. The old woman offered no reply, but was swiftly met with the blade of a teenager who severed her throat. The Goblin Chief lay slain, yet the battle raged on. The mice resumed their chaotic skirmish, seemingly unwilling to relent until only one remained. From a distance, Lin Yi observed the scene with indifference. The emergence of the dungeon had irrevocably altered the trajectories of many lives. Perhaps that burly man fought desperately for his children. Perhaps the old woman sought to reclaim her youth through bloodshed. Perhaps that teenager sought vengeance. However, should a person descend into madness, ruthlessly slaying their own kind, they must accept the grim reality that they too might be slain at any moment. With a sigh, Lin Yi declared, "Let us proceed. It is time to clean up the aftermath." Chapter 17. The chest unveiled, ice attribute bow and arrow class. As Lin Yi emerged with his companions, only 5 individuals remained. Locked in a standoff, 3 men and 2 women, all seasoned warriors, yet each bore the marks of battle. One man had lost an arm, but remained resolute, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi and his group. "Ah, my friend, what a cunning strategy. Watching us engage in self-destruction only to emerge and tidy up the aftermath?" Lin Yi chose to ignore him, instead striding directly towards the treasure chest, seeking death. In an instant, the 5 men turned their weapons towards Lin Yi, who, unfazed, produced a spiked mace and hurled it at one of them. Bang! The mace, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, sent the one-armed man flying, creating a gaping hole in his chest. He was clearly beyond saving. Wang Ming also sprang into action, swiftly cleaving through one adversary with his great sword, then casting a cold, calculating gaze at the remaining 3. Liang seemed to grasp the situation, raising her hand to shoot down one of them before urging Wang Qi and Wang Yang to join her. "Shall we dive in together? My brother and I would welcome that." The duo efficiently dispatched the last 2 foes, concluding the massacre in a mere 30 seconds. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The underground city was not a place for legalities. If his teammates could not act decisively, they would face his merciless expulsion. "Open the treasure chest," Lin Yi commanded, and the 4 quickly gathered around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the chest, which shimmered with hues of blue and purple. Liang tentatively inquired, "Captain, should we wait for the chest to turn purple?" Wang Qi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "A blue chest is worth roughly 10 million. As for a purple chest, it must be worth at least 50 million. Wei struck gold." At that moment, Lin Yi closed his eyes, mentally instructing, simulator, long-term simulation. Though he had not personally slain the Goblin Chief to earn an abundance of simulation points, the elimination of other ordinary goblins and 1 elite goblin had granted him over 100 points. Engaging in a long-term simulation consumed a hefty 100 points. You have chosen to wait for the chest to turn purple. Room 5, Level 5, has been discovered by more individuals. You have paid a heavy price to protect the treasure chest. You have chosen to persevere. After a long while, you finally understand the secret that the chest and the boss are interdependent. If the boss dies, the chest cannot be upgraded. Lin Yi opened his eyes, straining to rise. The long-term simulation had placed a significant burden on both his body and mind, even though the flow of time during the simulation was immensely accelerated. "No more waiting. Let us open the chest." The others seemed poised to voice their thoughts, but Wang Ming silenced them, evidently choosing to trust Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, you should do the honors." Lin Yi confidently positioned himself before the chest, having gleaned from the simulation that it contained 2 blue cards. He felt no particular anticipation for the opening. As the chest creaked open, 2 blue cards emerged, their azure glow captivating all present. Simultaneously, a vast heap of copper coins accumulated at Lin Yi's feet. Such a multitude of coins had taken him by surprise, as the simulation had merely hinted at their presence. Blue cards. 2 of them. Wang Qi stammered in disbelief, astonished at the sight, while everyone else, apart from Lin Yi, stood in shock. Wang Ming swallowed hard, grasping the 2 blue cards to inspect them. The first was an awakening card for the priest class, seemingly unremarkable. However, when he glanced at the second card, he could not help but exclaim, "Attributes. It has attributes." Oh. Lin Yi took the second card, which prominently displayed its contents, an ice attribute bow awakening card. Restricted to females. This card exuded a chilling aura, elegantly adorned with intricate snowflake patterns. At its center was a graceful female figure poised to draw her bow, surrounded by swirling, icy mists. Lin Yi surmised that this card likely contained a skill, estimating its value to be between 20 to 30 million. The higher the level of the awakening card, the greater the probability of intuitively acquiring a skill upon awakening, and the more potent the skill would be. This was indeed a premium blue card. Everyone, Take a look. After passing the cards around, they were returned to Lin Yi's possession. Li Ying instinctively licked her lips, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed earnestly at Lin Yi. Captain, I want you to have it. Awaken it right here. What? Not only was Li Ying taken aback, but the other three were equally incredulous. Such an expensive card, and the captain was simply giving it away? Wang Qi and Wang Yang exchanged glances at the remaining blue card. The priest's combat prowess was the weakest among all classes, yet it commanded great respect. To heal and save lives, it surpassed many seasoned healers. Let us just sell this priest card, they thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was the captain perhaps smitten with Li Ying? Whatever the case, selling the card would benefit everyone. Lin Yi observed this exchange and clarified. You two are not suited for the priest class. When we encounter treasure chests in the future, I will prioritize distributing them to you. Upon hearing this, the two men's eyes brightened. Indeed, their squad was about to have its third awakener, a rarity in a city like Jiangxing. Having 3 awakeners in a team was sufficient to resolve most crises. The treasure chest would be easily attainable, wouldn't it? With this thought, the two hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Yi. Thank you, Captain. We will certainly do our best. Meanwhile, Li Ying was rendered speechless. A treasure worth 30 million left her paralyzed with fear, unable even to meet Lin Yi's gaze. She could only implore Wang Meng for guidance. Wang Meng glanced at Lin Yi, having discerned Lin Yi's stance from his expression. In a solemn tone, he stated, Li Ying, you will not partake in the distribution for the next 5 expeditions to compensate for this loss. How does that sound? Li Ying looked up, cautiously replying. Is that really all right? I fear I might squander this card. Huffed. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Li Ying was truly endearing. Don't worry. He affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he handed her the blue card. Awaken it quickly, everyone is watching. At last, Li Ying summoned her courage and, sitting down on the ground, commenced her awakening. Seizing the moment while she awakened, Lin Yi surveyed the remaining items and declared, I want all the copper coins. As for the proceeds from the sale of this blue card, Wang Meng and the 3 of you can split it. No. Brother Lin Yi, you can't. The chest was your discovery, and your contribution is the greatest. We cannot accept such a large share. Wang Qi and Wang Yang quickly concurred. Feeling embarrassed to accept such a bountiful reward, Wang Meng proposed, how about this? The copper coins belong to Lin Yi, and he receives 20% of the sales proceeds, while the remainder is divided among the 3 of us. Ultimately, everyone agreed to this arrangement. Chapter 18, Skill, Splitting Arrow. Inside the cave, Wang Qi and Wang Yang excitedly discussed where to hang out after they exited. Following the opening of the treasure chest, Wang Meng and Lin Yi both harnessed the power contained within, leading to their respective improvements, resulting in a sparring match between the two. However, Wang Meng was never a match for Lin Yi, consistently finding himself effortlessly subdued. Enough. Lin Yi, what kind of card did you awaken? How can it be so powerful? Lin Yi, of course, could not reveal that he had awakened a black card. So he concocted a vague excuse. My card is just a bit special. It grants a skill that enhances strength. A skill? Brother Lin Yi, you are quite fortunate. He casually fabricated an excuse and slipped away from their view. Lin Yi did not lie. The power of the dragon demon indeed amplifies attack and skill damage by 10-fold, while the Wolf Fang Club further enhances this ability by a factor of 2. Lin Yi believed that his current combat prowess might rival that of some mid-tier treasure seekers with relatively weaker capabilities. The hierarchy of treasure seekers is as follows: Novice, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, Ace, Master, and Divine. Reciting the incantation, Sacrifice, the copper coins in Lin Yi's backpack vanished in an instant. The dragon demon Amoiro is dissatisfied with the items you have offered for sacrifice, but has still granted you 2 attribute points. Lin Yi glanced at his attributes. Name, Lin Yi. Gender, male. Age, 24. Profession, dragon warrior, unique. Level, novice treasure seeker, LV3. Constitution, 24. Mentality, 20. Strength, 25. Endurance, 20. Agility, 20. Available attribute points, 2. Talent, dragon power, LV1. Skill, sacrifice. Items for sacrifice, copper coins. The journey from novice to intermediate treasure seeker encompasses 10 levels. And after absorbing the power contained within the treasure chest, Lin Yi leveled up twice. It appeared that his upgrade had automatically granted him 2 additional points in constitution. Simultaneously, the dragon demon Amoiro bestowed upon him 2 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Yi allocated the free points to strength. At this moment, increasing his strength was paramount, as the impact of a blunt weapon like the Wolf Fang Club would be significantly more devastating with greater power. Lin Yi was resolute in his decision. Suddenly, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body. He swung his fist and sensed an increase in his strength. His strength had risen to 27. Lin Yi, Li Ying has awakened. Come quickly. Wang Meng shouted hoarsely towards Lin Yi, who stood at a distance. At that moment, Li Ying opened her eyes, and a chill emanated from her. She drew her compound bow and knocked an arrow, aiming towards the distant stalagmite forest. Whoosh! An arrow split into 5. All 5 struck the stalagmites. Wow! Wang Ming exclaimed incredulously as he pulled out one of the arrows, discovering that only one was a true arrow, while the others were ice arrows. Though the ice arrows possessed only a quarter of the true arrow's power, this was still quite impressive. Lin Yi was very satisfied. Such offensive capabilities would greatly benefit their team, at least alleviating their fears of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. What is the specific description of the skill? Lin Yi inquired of Li Ying. Split arrow can divide into a maximum of 4 ice arrows. If one splits, it maintains the power of a true arrow. If 2 split, each has half the power. That's quite a skill. Lin Yi and Wang Ming exchanged glances, realizing that such an ability seemed to be the pinnacle of what could be found in the blue cards. Since Li Ying has awakened, let us depart. Lin Yi noted that over 10 hours had passed since their entry into the dungeon, while the 3 awakened members felt little fatigue. Wang Qi and Wang Yang were visibly exhausted. After some contemplation, Lin Yi chose to utilize the light circle left by the treasure chest to exit. In a flash of brilliance, they appeared in the square. Upon their arrival, Lin Yi distinctly felt countless gazes fixated upon them. But as soon as these individuals recognized the 3 awakened members, they departed in disappointment. Let's go, out of the dungeon. Lin Yi gazed up at the starry night sky, suddenly overcome with nostalgia for his sister. Captain, what is next? Wang Qi asked cautiously. Let us rest. We'll sell the blue card tomorrow. Here is 10,000 yuan. Everyone take it to enjoy some good food. Oh, all hail the captain. The 5 dispersed, and Lin Yi hurriedly hailed a taxi home, stopping by the night market to buy a plethora of delicious foods, filling 2 large bags to the brim. The feeling of not being short on money was splendid. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight. Ning Xiaoman's room was tightly shut. Presumably, she was live streaming, while Lin Yi sat in her wheelchair, admiring the moonlight. To Lin Yi's surprise, she had not gone to bed early today, likely waiting for his return. Lin Mei, come see what I brought. Huh, brother. What did you buy? So many big bags. Hurry and open them. Lin Yu cooed playfully. Seeing Lin Yu's eager anticipation filled Lin Yi with joy, and he promptly unveiled the food he had purchased, various chicken wings, duck feet, and skewered chicken. The table was laden. All were Lin Yu's favorites, which she typically refrained from buying. So much. Are you crazy, brother? Are we not going to manage our finances? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Did you forfeit your entire month's salary? Lin Yi chuckled. I've joined the Blood Rose Guild, and my current salary is 20,000 a month. 20,000. Wow. Lin Yi refrained from mentioning that the 20,000 was merely a base salary. In reality, the Blood Rose Guild offered rewards for selling dungeon spoils to the guild. The sale of the blue card might yield a reward of over 100,000 for the team. This arrangement was mutually beneficial. The guild acquired abundant resources, including awakening cards, which could be sold at varying prices or directly used to train the next generation. Meanwhile, guild members avoided the risks associated with trading elsewhere and the threat of being victimized by unscrupulous individuals. Suddenly, the door to Ning Xiaoman's room swung open. Today, she was dressed in a student outfit, which she frequently wore during her live streams. However, her expression was somewhat forlorn, even slightly aggrieved, evoking sympathy. Hey, you didn't call me for food. Lin Yi waved to her. Want to join? Ning Xiaoman sat beside Lin Yu, perfectly positioned to care for her while enjoying the food. I'm so mad. They keep bringing awakened ones to irritate me. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, who bullied the beautiful Ning? Ning Xiaoman pouted. It's like this. She always invites an awakened individual to her live stream to attract viewers, and my audience has dwindled lately. Lin Yi, do you have time for tomorrow night's live stream? Lin Yi wiped his greasy hands clean and replied, sure. But only for tomorrow night. I'll likely be quite busy moving forward. Since awakening, Lin Yi had developed an ambition. He wanted to help Lin Yu stand again. To achieve this, he could only think of 2 methods. One was to throw money at it, taking Lin Yu to various prominent hospitals in hopes of a miracle. This approach was straightforward but required substantial funds. The second method involved hiring a powerful priest to personally treat his sister. If successful, Lin Yu had a significant chance of standing. However, this was the more challenging option, as currently, no powerful priest would give him the time of day, and such priests were unlikely to be financially desperate, requiring alternative measures. Very busy? Both Ning Xiaoman and Lin Yu looked at Lin Yi with confusion. Lin Yi responded, I will frequently be entering and exiting the dungeon, so I need the beautiful Ning to take care of my sister. Consider it my way of helping you. Ning Xiaoman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling. TCH. Haven T, I always been taking care of Lin Yu. You can't replace me. Lin Yi insisted. This is the arrangement. Ning Xiaoman felt a pang of disappointment, her thoughts berating Lin Yi as a hopelessly dense man. Despite her subtle hints, he remained oblivious. La, I understand now. I shall certainly treat Lin Yu as my own sister and take care of her. You can rest assured and venture into the underground city without worries. Brother. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Yi with concern, her voice sweetly pleading. Please be careful and avoid dangerous places, alright? Lin Yu, a frequent internet user, often came across various perilous accounts of the underground city, which made her anxious for Lin Yi's safety. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Yi confidently declared, equipped with a simulator that ensured his safety. As long as he simulated each entry beforehand, he would encounter minimal danger. The food he had purchased was soon devoured by the three of them, and Ning Xiaoman willingly took on the task of tidying up. Lin Yi then gently pushed Lin Yu into her room and attended to her as she lay down. As he was about to leave, Lin Yu grasped Lin Yi's hand, her tone playful. Brother, promise me you'll visit every now and then, okay? Lin Yi patted her hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I will return whenever I have the time. The next day, Lin Yi brought breakfast for Lin Yu before hastily departing for the Blood Rose Guild. Lin Yi, Captain. Wang Meng and Wang Qi waved energetically in Lin Yi's direction. Have you sold it? Wang Meng inquired, aware that Lin Yi was referring to the blue card. Shaking his head, Wang Meng replied, not yet. There's a small auction at noon, and I plan to sell the card there. Lin Yi was familiar with the auction, which occurred monthly in a smaller format and annually on a larger scale. It had become a tradition in Jiangxing, although he had only heard of it before without ever witnessing it. Wang Meng continued, I heard there will be a treasure chest up for auction. A tip from the same merchant who sold me the great sword. A treasure chest? This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of someone managing to bring a treasure chest out of the underground city. Not to mention the allure it would hold for various magical beasts. Even the rats along the way could pose significant challenges. Of course, if one possessed sufficient strength, none of this would be problematic. In that instant, Lin Yi comprehended the treasure chest's immense value. Leveling up. The chest would contain power that could aid treasure seekers in their ascension. The one who opened it could harness that power to enhance themselves. Thus, attending this auction became imperative. Do you have an invitation? Lin Yi inquired. Wang Meng produced 3 invitation cards, stating, a benefit from the Blood Rose Guild. Every awakened individual receives 1 free invitation. Since our team boasts 3 awakened members, we secured a small private room. As they conversed, Li Ying and Wang Yang arrived. Having gone to procure supplies, as ventures into the underground city consumed numerous resources, particularly Li Ying's arrows. The finances for these supplies were covered by the team, for otherwise, Li Ying could not afford the steep cost of arrows. Wang Yang handed Lin Yi the remaining 5,000 yuan, saying, Captain, this is what was left over from yesterday. Hee. Thus, Lin Yi and Wang Meng departed with Li Ying, leaving the unawakened Wang Yang and Wang Qi behind. I'm so envious, Wang Yang lamented, little Qi. The captain has already promised us that it won't be long before we too become awakened. The auction venue lay not far from the underground city, occupying a vast subterranean structure rumored to span at least 1 square kilometer. Furthermore, the architectural grandeur of the auction hall rivaled that of the Blood Rose Guild. With an array of shops selling various weapons and armor, the trio entered the underground with ease, their invitation cards in hand. A recessed underground building gradually unfolded before them, illuminated by a multitude of lights. The attendants, clad in formal attire, both male and female, were strikingly handsome, all sharing a uniform appearance. Li Ying trailed closely behind Lin Yi, asking, Captain, what shall we buy? Lin Yi, without turning around, replied nonchalantly, we're not buying anything. What? Then why are we here? Wang Meng interjected. To broaden our horizons. Came the reply from the attendant leading them, casting a judgmental glance. It was rare to see someone enter an auction without the intent to purchase. The private room measured a mere 20 square meters, furnished with a sofa and coffee table. Wang Meng departed to handle the auction items. Li Ying discreetly observed the composed Lin Yi, her heart racing. The memory of Lin Yi handing her the blue card lingered vividly, along with the sensation of his hand brushing her head. Blushing, she glanced at Lin Yi. How handsome. Should I do something? It's just the two of us. Summoning her courage, Li Ying shifted closer to Lin Yi. Captain, are your legs sore? Lin Yi, momentarily distracted from his simulation, regretted that he hadn't found any treasure chests during today's trial, even losing Wang Meng due to carelessness. Thankfully, it was only a simulation. What's wrong? At that moment, Li Ying realized she had unconsciously drawn near to Lin Yi, her lips merely centimeters from his face. I wanted to give you a leg massage. Li Ying's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Go ahead, Lin Yi responded with a smile. Okay. Li Ying, encouraged by his words, knelt on the ground, her delicate hands gently kneading Lin Yi's legs, a soft, icy mist emanating from her touch, enveloping his calves. It seemed Li Ying was quite skilled. Before long, Lin Yi unknowingly closed his eyes, basking in the sensation of relaxation. Creak. Wang Meng pushed open the door to their room, eyes widening as he beheld the petite and adorable Li Ying attending to Lin Yi. Whoa, did I arrive too early? Ahem. I think I'll just sit in the common area outside, Wang Meng stammered, having caught sight of Li Ying's hands already resting on Lin Yi's knee, while she knelt on the ground. This position is a bit. Brother Wang, it's just little Ying giving me a massage, Lin Yi interjected, feeling the need to clarify before Wang Meng jumped to conclusions. Is that so? Haha, little Ying was already a skilled massage therapist before she started hanging out with me. Oh, Lin Yi regarded Wang Meng with curiosity, pondering how he knew about Li Ying's profession. At that moment, the still kneeling Li Ying stood up, her cheeks flushed with shyness. My parents used to run a beauty shop, Ling Gu. Don't get the wrong idea. I see. Lin Yi turned his attention to the auction stage, where an elderly man with a goatee had taken his position. The auction is about to commence. Initially, most of the items on offer were mundane products from the underground city, furs, animal meat, and various precious crafting materials. The trio found little interest in these items, opting to remain silent and observant, not placing a single bid. It wasn't until the goateed elder unveiled a crystal chest, draped in a red cloth. That excitement surged through the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, an exquisite white bow crafted from materials found in the underground city, starting at 1 million, with minimum increments of 10,000. Oh, what a treasure! I bid 110,000, 115,000, 120,000, 150,000. Lin Yi swiftly pressed the bidding button, prompting Wang Ming and Li Ying to react with sudden realization. Lin Yi, are you mad? That item isn't worth that much. Besides, why would you want to buy it? Wang Ming shot a glance at Li Ying, then turned back to Lin Yi. You're not planning to give the bow to little Ying, are you? Indeed, Lin Yi replied decisively. Our team lacks ranged output. The composite bow I purchased earlier is insufficient for the awakened little Ying. Wang Ming, you are the captain. It's up to you. Wang Ming was at a loss for words. The funds would undoubtedly not come from Lin Yi, but rather from the team's coffers. Li Ying beseeched, Brother Lin. I do not require this bow. Please refrain from bidding. Lin Yi gestured for Li Ying to remain calm. Meanwhile, the bow had already been bid up to 1,700,000, a price that far exceeded that of a top-tier white weapon. Yet, the scarcity of weapons produced in the underground city kept the bidders firmly entrenched in their positions. 1,900,000. A voice rang out. Someone bids 1,900,000. Such audacity. Is there another patron willing to place a bid? A slender man in the ordinary zone cast a disapproving glance at Lin Yi's booth, grimacing, 2 million. Damn it, I won't go any higher. My good fellow, I am with the Black Knight Guild. Could you extend me a favor? The Black Knight Guild? Lin Yi was taken aback. The Black Knight Guild was among the top 10 guilds in Jiang City, yet Lin Yi felt no fear. This lanky individual could not possibly represent the guild, and he was merely a low-level treasure seeker. Lin Yi was undeterred. 2,100,000. The slender man trembled as he pointed toward the booth, ultimately sitting back down, though not without a hint of unwillingness, casting furtive glances at the booth as though lost in thought. The price of 2,100,000 was already the limit for most bidders, allowing Lin Yi to secure the bow with ease. At this point, Wang Ming ceased his comments. After all, aside from the cost of the bow, selling the blue card still yielded a profit. Once the bow was delivered, Lin Yi promptly handed it to Li Ying. Brother Lin, how can I repay you? Lin Yi nonchalantly replied, this is the property of the team. Thus, strictly speaking, all you need to do is serve the team well. Li Ying nodded, I will do that. After several more auction items, Lin Yi finally awaited the auction of the treasure chest. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you are all here for this treasure chest. So I shall spare you the unnecessary words. The bearded elder unveiled the red cloth, revealing a pale blue chest before the audience. The chest is priced at 10 million. Each bid must be no less than 100,000. Please place your bids. I bid 11 million. 13 million. Ultimately, the price of the chest soared to an astonishing 19 million, claimed by that slender man from the Black Knight Guild. During this auction, Lin Yi spent 500 copper coins for 50,000, merely using his own funds. The blue card of the priest class sold for 12 million, leaving Lin Yi with a net gain of around 1,900,000 after expenses. Let us go. Having witnessed the value of the treasure chest, Lin Yi's mind began to churn with ideas. In the future, he might acquire more treasure chests, and he could foresee what treasures each chest would yield. Therefore, should he encounter chests unworthy of opening, he could sell them at the auction, thus amassing greater wealth. As they walked down the street, Wang Ming suddenly turned around, surveying the dense crowd behind them for any suspicious figures. Am I imagining things? What's wrong, Brother Wang? Lin Yi inquired as he observed Wang Ming's abrupt turn. Someone has been following us. Lin Yi nodded. Ever since they exited the auction hall, he had sensed a vague hostility in the air. As for who it was, that slender man. Indeed, Wang Ming exclaimed, you're the captain. What do you suggest we do? Lin Yi, reluctant to stir up trouble in that place, especially with a live stream scheduled with Ning Xiaoman later that night, opted for a more diplomatic approach. Let us return to the guild. That fellow wouldn't dare follow us inside. Outside the Blood Rose Guild, Yang Long sneered as he watched Lin Yi and his companions enter the guild. You little brat. You'll pay for this. Upon entering the guild, Lin Yi felt the palpable hostility dissipate. Who are you? I am Lin Yi. What can I do for you? Lin Yi glanced at the overly familiar middle-aged man, puzzled as to why he called out to him. Hey, everyone, look, it's Lin Yi. In the rest area, diners turned their attention toward Lin Yi, murmurs of conversation circulating. The overly familiar man continued, impressive. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. You led a team for the first time and obtained a blue card. We have all heard of you. Only then did Lin Yi comprehend, responding. Isn't it just a blue card? Isn't it just cough cough? The man patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, continuing, are you underestimating the significance of a blue card? Since I joined the guild, I have rarely seen a blue chest with my own eyes, you know? Stop being modest. You are now a rising star in our Blood Rose Guild. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Ming, inquiring, what is going on? However, Wang Ming, having once been an ordinary guild member, was equally perplexed. I'm not sure. I showcased the blue card in the hall yesterday. But that was merely to indicate our team had opened a blue chest. Chapter 21, the live stream begins. The overly familiar man, noticing Wang Ming, cordially asked, You must be Xiaoming? Wang Ming recognized the man and smiled. Lin Yi, this is Uncle Yang. Do you remember? He asked the security guard from our neighborhood. Uncle Yang, you've awakened too. Yang Quanin laughed. If you can become an awakener, why can't I? Whose girlfriend is this? Yang Quanin pointed at Li Ying, remarking. Quite charming, though a bit small in the rear, which may pose challenges for childbearing. Oh dear, Uncle Yang, I'm still young. Li Ying's cheeks flushed. This overly familiar man spoke too indiscreetly. Ha ha, let us head inside and talk. Yang Quanin had awakened long ago, making him a veteran of the Blood Rose Guild, thus clarifying matters for the trio. Lin Yi had not anticipated that by merely leading his team to obtain a blue treasure chest, he would achieve such recognition. Yang Quanin remarked, What you don't realize is that since the military intervened in the underground city, treasure chests have become even scarcer. In the past, I could find one in a month with effort. Now, I need to take a team for 3 months just to find a single chest. Most of the time, it's still white chests. Lin Yi grasped the crux of the issue, asking, Why did the number of treasure chests decrease after the military's involvement? SSH. Do not speak of the military. Yang Quanin seemed startled, signaling Lin Yi and the others to be cautious. The military is a taboo topic. We cannot discuss it. Although the subject was off limits, Lin Yi surmised the truth. The military possesses cannons, drones, and even tanks that can enter the underground city for hunting. Treasure chests may have been swiftly depleted in such circumstances. Lin Yi felt fortunate to possess the simulator. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the same predicament as Yang Quanin. Simultaneously, Wang Ming and Li Ying held Lin Yi in even higher regard. Their captain, in such a situation, could locate treasure chests, providing their team with a feast. Which was indeed their fortune. After parting from Yang Quanin, Lin Yi gathered his team and re-entered the underground city, but this time not in search of treasure chests, rather to accumulate some simulation points. At 6 in the evening, Li Ying shot an arrow, wounding a two-headed wolf. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi delivered the finishing blow, earning another simulation point. Since encountering Yang Quanin, Lin Yi felt a sense of urgency. The pace of treasure chest hunting needed to accelerate. After slaying numerous monsters, Lin Yi amassed over 400 simulation points. Each standard simulation required 50 points, and Lin Yi resolved to utilize them all that very night. Let us head back. We'll call it a day. Huh. We haven't found any treasure chests yet. Wang Qi expressed reluctance. As time in the underground city unfolded differently from the outside world, it was still broad daylight there, and he felt no fatigue. Wang Ming, exasperated, punched Wang Qi lightly. Listen to Lin Yi. He has the experience. Fine. Lin Yi comforted. There are no treasure chests in this area. I will analyze their locations soon, so do not fret. Upon exiting the dungeon, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi detached himself from the team and returned home. Brother, you're back. Did you bring any snacks? Lin Yi, as if by magic, produced a large bag of treats from behind him, all of which were Lin Yi's favorites. Ah, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Thank you, brother. Ning Xiaoman beamed at Lin Yi, relieved that he remembered tonight's live stream. Lin Yi, are you ready? Ning Xiaoman said nervously, My life depends on you. Is it really that serious? Ning Xiaoman nodded emphatically. Oh, no more chit-chat. Come, let me do your makeup. Lin Yi did not frequently enter Ning Xiaoman's room, which was her private sanctuary. It smells so good. She giggled. I used lily-scented perfume. It's subtly pleasant. It must be said that Ning Xiaoman's makeup skills were exceptional. And even without makeup, Lin Yi was remarkably handsome. After more than half an hour of her efforts, Lin Yi resembled a dazzling star. Wow, you look so handsome. Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to look this good with makeup. Ning Xiaoman exclaimed, her admiration evident. Lin Yi ignored her playful teasing, gazing at his reflection with satisfaction. There's still half an hour before the live stream. Don't mess up the makeup. Lin Yi decided to simulate a scenario during this time. He commanded, Simulator, prepare for simulation. This time, he chose room 9. Your team enters room 9. After a prolonged search, you finally discover a hidden level. You enter the Minotaur's lair. A multitude of Minotaurs charge at you. You vanquish the Minotaurs, but your team suffers severe fatigue. You uncover 2 white treasure chests. The Minotaur chief charges at you. Your team is annihilated. Ending the simulation, Lin Yi's heart raced as he opened his eyes. The Minotaurs were no mere goblins. Their massive physiques endowed them with formidable defenses and strength, making them difficult to defeat with ordinary weapons. This outcome was only possible due to Li Ying's full output. Otherwise, the team would not have survived to face the Minotaur chief. Disgustingly, they only found 2 white treasure chests in the end. Treasure chests were becoming increasingly elusive. What are you talking about? Ning Xiaoman had completed her makeup, having specially opted for a Korean style to complement Lin Yi, creating a striking couple's image. Nothing much. Are we starting the live stream? Ning Xiaoman smacked her lips, having distinctly heard Lin Yi mention something about treasure chests. There's still 10 minutes. Should we start early? Starting early is fine. We can finish sooner and simulate a few more times, ideally finding more accessible treasure chests. Then let's begin. Ning Xiaoman initiated the live stream. Due to her frequent broadcasts, she had amassed a considerable fan base, and as soon as she went live, thousands of viewers flocked to her stream. Ning Xiaoman continuously thanked the audience for joining, eagerly awaiting the moment when the viewer count reached 10,000 to officially commence the broadcast. Family, I'm back. Quick, look who is beside me. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Handsome, right? Boyfriend? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had never agreed to be Ning Xiaoman's boyfriend. Observing Lin Yi's stunned expression, Ning Xiaoman turned and hugged him, whispering gently in his ear, "It's just for the persona. Don't take it to heart." Realizing it was merely a persona, Lin Yi felt significantly relieved. Online personas and CPs were commonplace. He quickly adapted to the role. "Hello everyone. I am the boyfriend of Ning Marin. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Ning Marin was Ning Xiaoman's online alias. Instantly, the live stream was flooded with comments. "I am Ning Marin's wife. My wife has betrayed me. I can't. I'm switching to the dark side. Jiangqing's most passionate. So handsome. I'm in love. Definitely following. Daodu Yaoxian, what? Can't win against me. So you found a handsome guy? Shameless." Comments flew by at lightning speed as Ning Xiaoman tirelessly responded, while Lin Yi attentively shielded her from any accidental exposure, all the while feasting his eyes on her beauty. It must be acknowledged that Ning Xiaoman was simply enchanting. Both her physique and looks were at a pinnacle. Especially with the filter on, she was no less than any national goddess. After half an hour of streaming, Ning Xiaoman gleefully surveyed the back end, realizing that in just this short period, she had accumulated the equivalent of a full day's worth of gifts. Ding ding ding. Daodu Yaoxian has sent you a PK request. Ning Xiaoman saw the request and quickly turned to grab Lin Yi. "It's happening. The main event is here. Listen to my commands." Lin Yi nodded, ready for action. "Accept." With a snap, the screen split in two, revealing the competitor for that evening's duel with Ning Xiaoman. On screen, a slightly plump, stunning beauty was embracing a skinny guy, both cheerfully greeting the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Daodu Yaoxian, and this is my boyfriend. Say hello." Ning Xiaoman pouted, somewhat displeased. Just yesterday, she had referred to this skinny guy as her master, and now he was her boyfriend? Oh, how did Daodu turn her master into a boyfriend? The opposing host retorted, "You can't compare to you. Ning de Marin, didn't you also find yourself a boyfriend?" The two immediately engaged in a verbal sparring match, while Lin Yi, watching the skinny guy from across the screen, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Realizing this was the same individual he had encountered earlier at the auction, the skinny guy also recognized Lin Yi and sneered, glaring at him with a smirk, muttering, "Kid." Lin Yi was speechless. Did he really hold such a grudge just for snatching his auction item? Ning Xiaoman pulled Lin Yi down to sit, leaning sweetly against his shoulder, gently saying, "Family, let's go. Today, I brought an awakened one. If I win this PK, I will accept the punishment from the #1 supporter." The opposing host was not pleased and chimed in, "Everyone, please follow and send gifts. If I win this PK, I will perform a hot dance for you all. If my boyfriend is satisfied, perhaps you might also witness the prowess of a formidable awakened." Ning Xiaoman, not one to back down, retorted, "What's a dance? If I win, I will perform a headstand while washing my hair." In this world, awakened ones were ultimately a minority. Many had never even witnessed one in action. Consequently, both fan bases went into a frenzy, and under the provocation of the two hosts, the gift amounts soared to unprecedented heights. With only 10 minutes remaining until the PK, the gift total stood at Ning Marin, 989, 563 PK, De Yaoxian, 980, 451. The gap was negligible. To put it in perspective, 100 gift points equated to 1 yuan, with the platform taking a 30% cut, leaving 70% for the streamer. For Ning Xiaoman, this was already quite a substantial sum. Who would emerge as the victor? Gazing at the fact that she had surpassed her opponent by over 10,000 gift points, Ning Xiaoman stole a glance at Lin Yi. Since she was nestled in his embrace, she could only see the sharply defined line of his jaw. "Lin Yi, thank you." Lin Yi, taken aback, casually replied, "It's merely a transaction of interests, no need for thanks. Just take good care of Lin Yu." However, the female streamer across the way became displeased, tugging at the thin man's arm and playfully whined, "Dragon brother, could you possibly perform for us, just once?" Yang Long cast a cold smirk at Lin Yi and retorted, "Have you considered the price you must pay?" Xiao Yaxian's eyes momentarily glazed over. The price Yang Long referred to was, in fact, a night spent in his company. In her quest to triumph over Ning Xiaoman, Xiao Yaxian found this price utterly unacceptable, prompting her to retract her arm and fervently flatter the top-ranked user, pleading for him to shower her with gifts. "Oh dear, top-ranked brother, I beg you, save me. Please send more gifts." The sweet, tingling tone of her voice completely aroused Yang Long's desire. Although Xiao Yaxian was not his type, indulging in some amusement seemed permissible. Thus, he rose and addressed the camera, saying, "Having been here for so long without showcasing any talent, Today, I shall demonstrate how awakened individuals engage in battle. Ah, Dragon Brother. I don't need your help. I. Xiao Yaxin panicked. Yang Long was an awakened one, and if he were to force himself upon her, she would be powerless to resist. Yang Long produced a short sword he carried, casually stating, "My profession is that of a thief, known for unparalleled speed. Today, I shall perform a rapid slice. But what shall I slice?" As he spoke, Yang Long's gaze fixated on Xiao Yaxin's belt, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "If I win the PK, I shall slice her belt." The atmosphere in the live stream erupted with excitement. The audience, unfazed by the brewing drama, began showering gifts. And soon the tally transformed into Ning Marin, 5,056, 692 PK versus Bean Sprout Xiao Yaxin, 1, 506, 584. Xiao Yaxin found herself wishing fervently for Ning Xiaoman to win this live stream, cursing herself for her poor judgment in choosing such a scoundrel. Ning Xiaoman was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to discern whether Xiao Yaxin's actions were scripted or a result of unforeseen circumstances. "Lin Yi, what should I do? I'm going to lose." Lin Yi glanced at the thin man, who was now provocatively staring at him. "Do you trust me?" Ning Xiaoman hesitated, uncertain of Lin Yi's intentions, yet instinctively replied, "I trust you." At that moment, Lin Yi sent a message to Wang Ming. "Live stream room 45976. Come quickly." Having just finished a bowl of noodles, Wang Ming glanced at the message and, filled with curiosity, entered the live stream, only to find Lin Yi embracing a pure-looking girl while engaged in a PK. "Oh ho. Brother Lin Yi is quite popular, huh? Is this the sister-in-law? She looks quite lovely." Wang Ming then noticed the thin man across from him, the very same person from earlier. Upon seeing the wager between the two streamers, he instantly grasped the situation. Without further ado, he unleashed his financial prowess and flooded the stream with gifts. Ning Xiaoman, observing the live stream, suddenly spotted an imposing, handsome young man's avatar showering her with gifts. "Lin Yi, what is going on?" Lin Yi replied, "I've called in some external support. Isn't this a common tactic among streamers? Hiring someone to send gifts?" Ning Xiaoman shot Lin Yi an exasperated glance. "I'm not a major streamer. I don't have such privileges." At that moment, thanks to Wang Ming's relentless bombardment, Ning Xiaoman's gift count soared to an astounding 10 million. Converted to cash, that amounted to over 100,000. Who would casually send such a sum? Madness. Yang Long sensed something amiss. He clicked on Wang Ming's avatar and immediately recognized him. "It's this little brat. Playing tricks, are we?" Chapter 23, A Powerful Alliance. Yang Long was thoroughly enraged. Why did these two always seem to be a thorn in his side? "This is infuriating. Is that all you know how to do?" Yang Long picked up his phone and called what he believed to be his closest friends. "Hello? Is this Shaolin? Oh, you're busy? Never mind then. Is this Wang Gu? I have something to discuss." "Busy? Forget it." After making 4 or 5 calls, Yang Long suddenly realized that these normally affable friends were all avoiding him today. What fickle friends they were. They were all too eager to enjoy his hospitality. Yet when he needed them, they vanished. Despite having splurged nearly 20 million on a blue treasure chest at the auction earlier that day, Yang Long was merely a lackey for the Black Knight Guild, earning a meager monthly salary. He glanced at Xiao Yaxin and said curtly, "You hand over your money to buy gifts for yourself." "What?" Xiao Yaxin was taken aback. As a small streamer, she had no funds, and the platform strictly prohibited streamers from sending gifts to themselves. If caught, she would face a lengthy ban. What would she do if she were apprehended? Surely she wouldn't end up in a factory tightening screws. I have no money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be seeking your help for popularity. Damn it." Yang Long delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Yaxin, leaving her stunned. Just as Yang Long was about to strike again, Xiao Yaxin suddenly realized her account had been banned by the moderator. The screen displayed a violation for violence. Lin Yi glanced at the opposing side. Was she banned just like that? The moderator was quick on the draw. The moment that thin man made a move, she was swiftly silenced. With that, it was clear that Ning Xiaoman had won the live stream, which garnered her a substantial influx of fans and wealth. Ultimately, Ning Xiaoman's gifts amounted to 15,604, 592, roughly translating to around 15,000 in cash income. "Lin Yi, thank you. I'll transfer the money to you, but your friend." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "No need. My friend is wealthy. This small sum isn't worth concerning yourself over." Previously, after Wang Ming borrowed money to purchase his blue card, he had accumulated debts exceeding 5 million, yet he successfully awakened, rendering the situation less dire. The creditors were mostly acquaintances, and few were truly worried about Wang Ming's ability to repay. Especially since rumors of Lin Yi leading a team to secure a blue treasure chest had circulated, further alleviating any concerns regarding Wang Ming's finances. In the end, Ning Xiaoman was unable to repay Wang Ming, as Lin Yi firmly declined her offer. Back in his room, Lin Yi settled into tranquility and commanded, "Simulator, commence simulation." 2 hours later, Lin Yi opened his eyes, utterly fatigued, having exhausted all simulation points. Regrettably, he had found no treasure chests. He had even perished several times in succession. It was time to rest. awaiting the refresh of free simulation opportunities tomorrow. The following day, Lin Yi did not rise early. He waited patiently for the simulation opportunity to reset. Once it did, he immediately utilized it. This time, Lin Yi intended to simulate entering the Tower Nest lair with Yang Quan'in's team to observe what transpired. You and the security team join forces to enter the Tauren's territory. You successfully resolve all challenges. The Taurens are annihilated. The Tauren chief charges at you. You shatter the Tauren chief's skull with a single blow. You successfully open 2 white treasure chests. You receive 2 white cards and 2 white weapons. Phew. It seems prudent to ally with Uncle Yang Quan'in. Let us secure these 2 treasure chests first and discuss the future later. With no simulation points left, I'll take the opportunity to eliminate more Taurens. Leaving his home, Lin Yi spotted Wang Meng and the others in the Blood Rose Guild's lounge, and coincidentally, Yang Quan'in and his team were also present. Wang Meng, thank you for yesterday's assistance. Wang Meng squinted his eyes and said, Lin Yi, you are quite ungracious. When did you acquire a girlfriend? Lin Yi chuckled and replied, she is my tenant, not a girlfriend. Wang Meng teased, hiding a beauty in a golden house, huh? There's no denying it. After a few jests, he shifted the conversation to the treasure chest. Lin Yi, as the captain, you should make the decision. Uncle Yang wishes to collaborate with us. One of his party members, a rogue, has discovered a location teeming with minotaurs, pointing to a somewhat lewd-looking young man. Wang Meng remarked, having a rogue in the team is quite pleasant. They're swift and can uncover many things that ordinary teams cannot. The young man displayed a shy smile and said, it's nothing. It's all thanks to Uncle Yang's leadership. However, that group of minotaurs looks formidable. Lin Yi, slightly taken aback, asked, are they the minotaurs in room 9? Oh, how did you know? Lin Yi rubbed his nose, realizing the coincidence. Indeed. I came today to discuss this matter with Uncle Yang. I plan to join forces with his team for exploration. Yang Quan'in's team only had 2 awakened individuals, Yang Quan'in and this lewd young man. Nevertheless, his team comprised more than a dozen sturdy young men, all well equipped with finely forged modern melee weapons. Yang Quan'in quietly remarked, I wonder if the news has leaked. It seems other teams are aware of that location as well. But the minotaurs are too troublesome, so they have yet to venture there. Ah, it becomes clear now. Lin Yi had simulated most of the rooms in the dungeon, yet he had not delved deeply into room 9 due to the minotaur's obstruction. It appeared that many challenges within room 9 had yet to be discovered. This meant that if they could conquer room 9, Lin Yi could easily locate other treasure chests, allowing the team to amass a wealth of resources in a short time. Time is of the essence. Uncle Yang, can we set off now? Oh, you seem rather eager. All right then, let's go lads. To the dungeon. Yang Quan'in's team was rather unique. Most of his subordinates were actually the younger relatives of various families. Uncle Yang, your team looks quite impressive. Lin Yi inquired. Of course. Many of them are retired soldiers. Regardless of their strength, I greatly appreciate their discipline. Leading the way, Lin Yi and the 2 teams, totaling over 20 individuals, boldly entered room 9. Due to the formidable strength of their party, many rats did not dare to follow them inside. However, in the square, a plump man washed with delight as Lin Yi and his companions entered the room. Boss, good news. It seems the Blood Rose Guild has entered room 9. Within the Black Knight Guild, Yang Long was giving a leg massage to his superior, the captain of the Black Snake team. This was the very team that had ambushed Wang Meng. However, at that time, neither Black Snake nor Yang Long was present, allowing Wang Meng to escape. Interesting. Finally, someone dares to venture into room 9. Chapter 24, Black Snake. 10 minutes after Lin Yi entered room 9, Black Snake and his team arrived. The composition of the Black Snake team was rather peculiar, boasting over 30 members. However, there were only 3 awakened individuals, Black Snake, Yang Long, and a man entirely wrapped in black bandages. The team's rogue named Lin Long. Black Snake looked at Lin Long and commanded in an indisputable tone, Lin Long, you go in first to scout. Do not keep me waiting too long. Did you hear that? Don't keep the captain waiting, Yang Long added, trying to exert his influence. But Lin Long merely cast a cold glance at Yang Long before turning to enter room 9. Captain, this Lin Long is truly useful. He does whatever you ask without a hint of carelessness. Black Snake smirked coldly. Of course. He signed a contract of servitude. He will be my dog for life. Inside room 9, Lin Yi stepped on a minotaur towering 3 meters high, striking it down with his mace and earning 3 simulation points. This marked the 40th minotaur he had slain, while the entire team had dispatched over 80 minotaurs. Yet, to Lin Yi, it seemed there were still plenty more. Lin Yi, well done. Yang Quan'in also killed a minotaur, wielding a specially made steel rod resembling a police baton, albeit with numerous spiked protrusions. Uncle Yang is impressive. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Meng, who had also dispatched 4 or 5 minotaurs with his great sword, though he now appeared somewhat fatigued. Wang Meng's endurance was nowhere near Lin Yi's. Let us retreat for now. Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated the sheer number of minotaurs during the simulation. Had he known, he would have navigated through smoothly, but achieving that would require considerable time, meaning he wouldn't be able to return home to sleep tonight. Establish a camp. At Yang Quanen's command, his group swiftly erected 5 large tents, each capable of comfortably accommodating 4 to 6 people. Just then, Guan burst forth from the jungle. Uncle Yang, I found it. The treasure chest is just beyond in a nearby canyon. However, this canyon is easy to defend but hard to attack, with many fortifications. It's challenging for us to break through unless someone can take the initiative to eliminate those defenses. With that, Guan glanced at Lin Yi, who had shone brightly in today's battle, single-handedly slaying over 40 minotaurs. Guan held him in high regard. Lin Yi looked at Guan, one of the 2 awakened individuals in Yang Quanen's team, and said, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. Lin Yi, that's too dangerous. How about I accompany you? Wang Ming quickly interjected, pulling Lin Yi back. Going solo into the Minotaur Canyon? Isn't that courting death? Yang Quanen also chimed in, indeed. It's not wise to let young Lin Yi take such a risk. Right, it's far too perilous, isn't it, Lin Yi? No, I want to give it a shot. Yang Quanen looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Young man, don't be too impetuous. Succumbing to provocation is perilous. In Yang Quanen's view, Lin Yi was merely a child stirred by Guan's words, so he decided to offer some gentle advice. We can reconsider the plan to breach the canyon. Let's discard Yang Gua's proposal. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi insisted, trying it out won't hurt. I'll scout ahead. If the situation allows, I'll proceed. If not, I'll retreat. Seeing Lin Yi's determination, Yang Quanen had little else to say, while Wang Ming continued to persuade him. Lin Yi, heed my advice. Rest assured, brother Wang Ming. I know my limits. Very well then. Having finalized the plan, Lin Yi casually entered a tent to meditate and rest. Simulator, prepare for simulation. Under Guan's guidance, you successfully navigated to the Minotaur Canyon. The defenses within the canyon are rudimentary, mainly constructed from rubble and wooden barriers. The Minotaurs are lax in their vigilance. Guan successfully ignited their food supplies. Chaos ensues in the Minotaur Canyon, allowing you to destroy most of the defensive structures. You and your team successfully dismantled the Minotaur Canyon defenses. You opened the treasure chest. Upon reaching this point in the simulation, Lin Yi voluntarily terminated it, realizing that this plan was indeed feasible. In the dungeon, where there is no cycle of day and night like in the outside world, Lin Yi rested for 3 hours, and the sky remained bright. Lin Yi, brother, are you ready? The speaker is Guan, who has been waiting outside the tent. Guan, why did you recommend me? Guan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate his thoughts before finally responding. You are formidable. Lin Yi replied, thank you. Let us proceed. Take me to see the Minotaur Canyon. True to his nature as a rogue, Guan moved swiftly and silently through the underground city, ensuring that the beasts along the way were not disturbed. Lin Yi, though not a professional thief, had meticulously mapped out the journey and successfully followed Guan into a concealed hilltop. Guan produced a telescope and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, we cannot advance any further. We risk being discovered. Lin Yi took the telescope and began to observe. As a marvel of modern technology, the device provided a crystal-clear view. In the distance, numerous minotaurs were napping in a cramped terrain, surrounded by rudimentary watchtowers and fences that lacked any sense of aesthetic appeal. At the deepest part of the canyon, a colossal entrance loomed, towering at least 100 meters high. Guan pointed at the entrance and stated, I managed to sneak in while the minotaurs were dining. The internal structure is quite intricate, and at its deepest point resides a minotaur chief nearly 20 meters tall. This beast possesses at least second-tier strength, making the numerous ordinary minotaurs comparatively less daunting. Lin Yi nodded and said, you should return now. Has brother Lin Yi lost his nerve? Guan mused. Very well, let us head back. Lin Yi shook his head, clarifying, what I mean is, you should go fetch Uncle Yang and the others to that location. He pointed at the nearby forest, instructing, if you see a signal, fire. Let Uncle Yang lead the charge to deal with the minotaurs outside the entrance. We will regroup at the cave. Guan raised an eyebrow. Brother Lin Yi, are you serious? He scrutinized Lin Yi, contemplating whether he was jesting, but the calmness of Lin Yi's demeanor suggested otherwise. Lin Yi smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. Inform Uncle Yang and Wang Ming that I know what I'm doing. As Guan departed, Lin Yi took advantage of the forest cover to gradually approach the Minotaur Canyon. 100 meters away, Lin Long observed the scene from the shadows, witnessing Lin Yi's approach to the canyon before making his exit. Is this for real? Are they really so hastily planning an attack? Chapter 25, A Successful Breakthrough at the Canyon. The Black Snake scrutinized Lin Long. While he was certain that Lin Long would not dare deceive him, a test seemed prudent. The Black Snake summoned his power, enveloping Lin Long in a shroud of dark energy, from which anguished groans emerged. Noticing Lin Long's lack of significant reaction, the Black Snake lost interest and dissipated the dark energy. Within the black bandages, Lin Long cast a resentful glance at the Black Snake. Yet he found himself at the mercy of his captor, suppressing his murderous intent. Everything I have said is true, he proclaimed. Boring, you're as silent as a statue. Initially, Lin Long struggled to contain his outrage, but with each outburst, the Black Snake grew more exhilarated. Gradually, Lin Long steeled himself, enduring in silence. The Black Snake declared, once they finish off the Minotaurs, I shall stage a surprise attack from behind. A brilliant strategy. Yang Long praised. The captain is impressive. Of course. Lin Yi had already spotted Wang Meng and the others through the telescope, and Yang Quanan had gathered all the archers under unified command. With Li Ying naturally assuming the role of the temporary leader due to her status as an awakened, the archer squad stealthily ascended the mountain, prepared to launch an assault from a vantage point. At that moment, the minotaurs, having enjoyed their slumber, began to stir restlessly within the canyon. A resounding moo echoed from the cave, reverberating throughout the canyon. The agitated minotaurs gradually calmed, and numerous diminutive goblins emerged, struggling to carry oversized copper pots. Others bore sacks filled with coarse wheat on their backs. It was evident that the goblins were enslaved by the minotaurs, laboring tirelessly over a fire. While the minotaurs drooled, and a few astute ones oversaw the process. Strikingly, the defensive fortifications were completely unguarded. What a prime opportunity. Guayan's sudden appearance did not startle Lin Yi, as he had noticed Guayan approaching from 50 meters away. How do you manage to appear out of nowhere? Lin Yi inquired. My combat prowess may be lacking, but I pride myself on my scouting skills. Guayan replied. According to plan. Isn't it time for me to set fire to their supplies and create chaos? Guayan glanced at the cave, evidently aware of the Minotaur's food storage. Lin Yi stated. The smoke will serve as our signal. Once all goes smoothly on your end, I will strike to dismantle the defenses. Hey, watch me, move quickly. As I cannot guarantee survival amidst a Minotaur onslaught, Guayan stealthily advanced, soon reaching the cave's summit, utilizing the vines on the cliff to enter the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Yi prepared his spiked club, intending to break down the barricades. Shortly thereafter, black smoke billowed from the cave. The lack of oxygen within made it difficult to breathe. And many minotaurs near the entrance began to cough violently. Moo! A deep bellow of anger and discontent erupted, prompting many minotaurs to abandon the food they were about to prepare and grab rudimentary weapons to venture into the cave, while a few others headed toward the defensive structures. Lin Yi sprang into action, appearing like a phantom near 4 minotaurs standing 3 meters tall. With swift strikes from his spiked club, the 4 minotaurs collapsed. Without affording the remaining minotaurs time to react, Lin Yi struck the barricade and the watchtower. To the minotaurs' astonishment, Lin Yi shattered their painstakingly constructed defenses in mere seconds, claiming the lives of over a dozen comrades. Moo! Moo! Enraged minotaurs surrounded Lin Yi, yet he remained unfazed. Captain, I have arrived. Li Ying led all the archers in a volley of arrows, which took down several minotaurs and temporarily obstructed the encroaching minotaurs from surrounding Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched all the nearby minotaurs. The spiked club proved exceedingly effective against these tough-skinned beasts, allowing Lin Yi to easily fell one with each swing. Remarkable. After spending so long in the underground city, this is the first time I've encountered such a devastating warrior. Yang Quanan also arrived, joining Wang Meng to bolster their defense. The minotaurs, bereft of their fortifications, were entirely exposed to the trio's onslaught, and many were swiftly surrounded and eliminated. Even Wang Qi and Wang Yang emulated Yang Quanan's tactics to dispatch 3 or 4 minotaurs. The battle progressed smoothly, and the group quickly advanced to the cave entrance. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed a multitude of green eyes, densely packed within the cave, staring intently at him. Goblins. There were far too many. These were Minotaur's domesticated goblins, numbering at least 200. What should we do? Lin Yi, perhaps we should retreat. Lin Yi resolutely replied, No, Guan is still inside. Without awaiting Wang Meng's response, Lin Yi charged headfirst into the throng of goblins. Wait, how can this be? Lin Yi discovered that these goblins were entirely different from those in other chambers. They exhibited no fighting spirit, their gazes vacant. Lin Yi attempted to pass through the goblins without attacking. To his surprise, the goblins rejoiced, parting ways to allow him to pass. Do not slay the goblins. Retreat to the side and remain vigilant. Yang Quanan and his companions cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yi, who stood amidst the goblins yet remained unscathed by their aggression. Ultimately, they leaned against a nearby wall, allowing the goblins ample space. Remarkably, the goblins indeed sidestepped the group and moved toward another direction, taking with them a significant amount of provisions. Lin Yi, what is happening? Lin Yi shrugged and replied, I am uncertain. Let us discuss this later. First, we must rescue Guan. The group surged into the cavern, where Lin Yi discovered the air was already becoming difficult to breathe. The confined space of the cave was likely saturated with an excess of carbon monoxide. The mask. Just as Lin Yi hesitated, Yang Quanan surprisingly handed him a mask. This was no mere trinket. It was genuine military equipment. Uncle Yang, how did you come by these? Yang Quanan, with a hint of pride, revealed, after my awakening, I served in the Jiangqing military for several months. I learned all of this alongside the troops. He gestured to his squad members, adding, they did as well. Lin Yi was astounded. The knowledge gleaned by the civilian squad from the military had proven invaluable in the depths of the dungeon. If the military were to intervene directly in the dungeon, acquiring treasures would be as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. Yang Quanan cautioned, do not disclose this. The military prohibits leaks. Today a situation is dire. We had no other choice. Let us go. We need to find that rascal Guan. His mother wept for quite some time when she entrusted him to me. Meanwhile, the black serpent and his men had blocked the cave entrance, but upon witnessing the billowing smoke within, they found themselves unable to enter. Damn it. Lin Long. Chapter 26. Lin Long, go in and take a look. The black serpent commanded, glancing at the dark smoke within. Understood. Lin Long turned and entered the cave, seemingly unfazed by the smoke, vanishing from sight in an instant. Captain, Lin Long is quite obedient. He would willingly follow you into the fires of hell. The black serpent scoffed. And what about you? Yang Long shivered, realizing he had inadvertently flattered the wrong individual. I too would be willing to serve the captain. Inside the cave, it was dim, and Lin Yi had successfully located Guan, though he was in a poor state. The storage area for provisions was swarming with minotaurs and several robust goblins, and Guan had been bound after igniting the supplies. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Guan sighed in relief. Had they arrived even a moment later, he might not have endured. The frailties of his rogue profession were now glaringly evident. His combat ability was insufficient, forcing him into a position of evasion upon detection. Brother Lin Yi, please save me. At that moment, Guan stood upon a protruding wall of the cave while a 5 or 6 meter tall elite minotaur hurled goblins at him. Guan struggled to fend off the bothersome goblins while also dodging arrows aimed at him. He was in a dire predicament, his face smeared with soot. Had it not been for the strengthening of his body post-awakening, he would have succumbed to the carbon monoxide. Do not worry. This time, you will not perish. Lin Yi hurled a spiked mace, intercepting the goblins thrown by the minotaur, and hastily grabbed a wooden stick to confront the beast. Behind him, Li Ying skillfully unleashed a barrage of arrows, momentarily throwing their opponents into disarray. Attack! Yang Quan closely followed Lin Yi, providing cover. Seeing this display, the elite minotaur grew anxious and charged at Lin Yi. Its blood-red horns bore down upon him. Lin Yi seized one of the horns, destabilizing the minotaur, and using its momentum, he toppled it to the ground. Bang! Dust erupted, and Lin Yi climbed onto the minotaur's back, thrusting the wooden stick fiercely, but alas, the stick's resilience was lacking, merely breaking the skin and inflicting minimal damage. Lin Yi, use this. Yang Quan passed him a dagger, but Lin Yi was lifted as the minotaur rose. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yi straddled the beast's neck and drove the dagger deep into its throat. Those who have slain cattle know that their vitality is tenacious. Even when a major artery is struck, they will struggle for quite some time. Thus, the minotaur clutched its neck and writhed violently, blood, tinged with a metallic scent, splattering everywhere. Lin Yi, perched atop the creature, was the most unfortunate, drenched in the beast's blood, resembling a gory figure. Moo! Bang! The minotaur collapsed, and Lin Yi laboriously rose, startling Li Ying nearby. Captain, are you all right? Lin Yi waved dismissively, saying, I am fine. The blood is all from the minotaur. I am unscathed. Meanwhile, Wang Meng and Yang Quan had dispatched all the goblins and minotaurs, staring in astonishment at Lin Yi. You really went all out, Lin Yi. Wang Meng hurriedly attempted to wipe the blood off Lin Yi, but the congealed fluid was sticky and resisted all efforts to clean it. Do not waste your efforts. Let us deal with the minotaur chief first, then we can change clothes. At that moment, only 4 or 5 members of the team had sustained injuries, all minor, and would heal in a few days. Only the minotaur chief remains. Let us proceed. Lin Yi warned, casting a wary glance toward a nearby stone, speaking coldly, my friend. What brings you here? Lin Long, hidden behind the stone, startled. He had intended to retreat swiftly, but Lin Yi was already closing in. Gazing at the bloodied spiked mace in Lin Yi's hand, fear gripped Lin Long. Do not act impulsively. I mean no harm. Yet Lin Yi disregarded Lin Long's protest. In such a moment, he could not trust the man's intentions. At the very least, Lin Yi did not believe he had merely stumbled upon this location by chance. As Lin Yi advanced without hesitation, Lin Long had no choice but to brace himself, drawing a watermelon knife purchased from a roadside hardware store to defend himself. Clang! The watermelon knife predictably shattered, and Lin Yi's spiked mace halted at Lin Long's forehead. A wave of bloodiness washed over them. Lin Long could not help but roll his eyes. Friend, could you perhaps step back a bit? I detest the scent emanating from you. Lin Yi smiled, his gleaming white teeth stark against the darkness of the cave. Do you think that is possible? Seizing upon Lin Long's moment of disgust, Lin Yi delivered a sharp strike to his neck, the blow powerful enough to leave a bruise. However, it proved effective. Lin Long, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed. Hiss. This individual seems to be a notorious thief within the Black Knights Guild. They refer to him as the Black Belt in the dungeon. Should we kill him? Wang Meng urged. The spawn of the Black Knights? Just kill him, was the consensus. Yet Lin Yi opted to bind Lin Long for the time being. Perhaps their pursuing team could use him as leverage, a hostage to hinder their adversaries. Ultimately, for safety, Wang Meng personally secured Lin Long with a tight binding and thoughtfully stuffed his own foul sock into Lin Long's mouth to muffle any protests. Yang Quan, a veteran of the dungeon, recognized Lin Long at a glance. Lin Yi, we need to hurry. The Black Belt is the vanguard of the Black Knights. which means their forces are drawing near. Indeed, Lin Yi abandoned the notion of a thorough cleanse and led the team deeper into the cavern. Captain, are you truly unharmed? Li Ying inquired cautiously. Do not worry. Lin Yi is formidable, far more so than I. He will be just fine, Wang Ming jested. According to simulations, only the Minotaur chief remained. Lin Yi was confident in his ability to contend with a second-tier beast. However, it would demand an inordinate amount of time and effort. Aware that danger lurked behind him, Lin Yi had no intention of confronting the Minotaur chieftain head-on. Uncle Yang, do you have any heavy weapons or anything of that sort? He inquired. How did you know I brought something along? Who told you? Guan. Yang Quanin replied nervously. I did bring 2 flamethrowers. But those contraptions are only effective against lesser monsters. They would be futile against the Minotaur chieftain. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at Yang Quanin's audacity. It was clearly stated in the laws of Huaxiao that entering the underground city prohibited the possession of firearms. Initially, Lin Yi had surmised that Yang Quanin might have brought along a pistol or something similar, but he was taken aback to learn that he had brought flamethrowers. This revelation made the ensuing actions considerably simpler. However, the oxygen levels within the cave were evidently insufficient. He wondered if they could sustain combustion. Outside the cave entrance, Yang Long paced restlessly, muttering, Captain, has Lin Long defected? Why hasn't he emerged yet? He was not the only one sensing something amiss. Haish, too, felt that Lin Long's movements were unusually slow compared to his usual swiftness. Chapter 27, The Minotaur Chieftain. Let's go? Regardless of Lin Long, I refuse to believe that our 30-plus members cannot handle that group. Haish called for the team to enter the cave while positioning himself in the midst of the ranks, maintaining a stance that allowed for both offense and defense, strolling leisurely. The regular members of Haish's squad fared even worse, their formation in disarray, with over 30 individuals spread across a direct distance of more than 40 meters. Alas, the monsters had already been dealt with. Otherwise, such a formation might have resulted in significant casualties if ambushed. Lin Yi fumbled with the flamethrowers operation. It was an old model, with ammunition sufficient for a full blast lasting just over 10 seconds. Fortunately, it was sturdy, simplistic in design, and easy to handle. He had already grasped its use. Uncle Yang, wait for me to attract the Minotaur chieftain, and you take the opportunity to ignite the area around it. With our masks, we need not fear smoke or lack of oxygen. However, the Minotaur chieftain is a different matter. Once the oxygen in the cave is depleted, it will inevitably weaken, and we must prioritize eliminating it. Yang Quanin asked, what about the treasure chest? Lin Yi replied, once found, we must transport it out. After igniting it, our masks will only support us for 10 minutes at most. We must prioritize retreating. I do not wish for anyone to sacrifice their lives for a treasure chest. Lin Yi's words resonated deeply, prompting Yang Quanin to exclaim, Lin Yi, despite your youth, you command respect. Moreover, your abilities are extraordinary. My cousin has a lovely daughter. Might you consider her? Ahem. Uncle Yang, Lin Yi already has a girlfriend, Wang Ming awkwardly interjected. I saw her yesterday. She's a stunning girl. Is she curvy? Good for childbearing? Yang Quanin continued, but Lin Yi, now engulfed in embarrassment, hastily quickened his pace to distance himself from Yang Quanin. Uncle, I'll scout ahead. Hey, don't go. Kindness mistaken for folly. Wang Ming quietly distanced himself from Yang Quanin, fearing he might be introduced to the cousin's daughter. Lin Yi and Wang Ming exchanged a glance, their unspoken understanding evident. Upon reaching their destination, 50 meters away, the cave entrance suddenly widened, revealing a vast cavernous space where the terrain inexplicably dipped over 10 meters, creating an expansive area. A minotaur, resembling a small mountain, lay soundly asleep, its dark fur matted, and a foul odor pervaded the air. Its progeny had been nearly eradicated, yet it remained undisturbed in slumber. Surrounding the plaza were heaps of white skulls, some human, but predominantly goblin. Following the plan, Lin Yi was the first to step into the plaza. Simultaneously, the Minotaur chieftain awoke, its blood-red eyes, larger than wash basins, fixed intently on Lin Yi. He was nearly startled, but the power of the dragon coursing within him steadied his nerves. The others, however, were not as composed. Many were rendered speechless, with some timid souls collapsing to the ground. Yang Quanin and Wang Ming gripped their weapons tightly, feeling somewhat steadied. What a terrifying creature. No wonder so few dare to explore Room 9. Such monsters could only be confronted by intermediate and advanced treasure hunters or an army. Who else could stand against it? Yang Quanin cast a penetrating glance at Wang Ming, declaring, it's impossible. At least in Jiang City, such an opportunity no longer exists. Wang Ming yearned to delve deeper into the reasoning, but Lin Yi had already successfully drawn the Minotaur chieftain's attention, leading it to follow him. As the creature approached, Lin Yi noted its immense size, unmistakably a glutton. The massive beast drew closer, and Lin Yi narrowly evaded its attack while scaling the plaza. The Minotaur's roar reverberated throughout the cave, leaving Lin Yi dizzy. Burn it. Lin Yi scrambled up the wall, and Yang Quanin seized the moment to disengage the flamethrower's safety, unleashing a 10-meter stream of fire that ignited the Minotaur's fur. Phew, that was close. Lin Yi turned to grab another flamethrower, disengaging the safety and unleashing another fiery barrage in one fluid motion. Under the assault of flames, the Minotaur chieftain erupted in fury, its enraged fists pounding against the walls. However, apart from Yang Quanan and Lin Yi, the rest of the team had retreated to a safe distance. The Minotaur's attacks were rendered ineffective. Tat tat tat. Lin Yi squeezed the trigger 4 times, only to find himself out of ammunition. Uncle Yang, let's retreat for now. The two hastily withdrew. At which point Lin Yi realized that due to its massive size, the beast was now trapped within the plaza. Overindulgence can indeed be a hindrance, Yang Quanan remarked. Indeed. I suspect this was initially a mere goblin nest, but for some unknown reason, a horde of minotaurs took over, enslaving the original goblins. This minotaur likely entered the plaza and, having lived too comfortably, has now ensnared itself. As they spoke, the flames were extinguished. The intense fire had inflicted extensive burns on the minotaur chieftain, with large patches of fur incinerated. Lin Yi removed his mask, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh, mingled with a putrid odor and a faint hint of beef, a combination that nearly induced nausea. Lin Yi realized he could no longer breathe. The oxygen level here was far below normal. The Minotaur chieftain glared at the group, its eyes bloodshot, fixated on Lin Yi. It was evident that the creature was weakening. The exhilaration among the gathered crowd was palpable as they eagerly awaited the signal to charge forth and slay the beast. What are we waiting for? Charge! Lin Yi commanded, leading the way. Li Ying swiftly knocked an arrow, her white weapon, combined with her adept archery, inflicted considerable damage upon the Minotaur chieftain. Wang Ming hefted his great sword, preparing to leap and deliver a punishing blow. Lin Yi brandished his wolf-tooth club, ready to strike the Minotaur's eyes. At that moment, Heish approached nearby and witnessed the unfolding scene. Hiss! They are about to encircle the Minotaur chieftain. Captain, should we join in? Silence. Do not disturb them. Let them strike first, and we shall reap the rewards. This journey had been unusually smooth. With Wang Ming also gearing up for battle, he secured Lin Long at a distance beneath a stalactite, which Yang Long noticed. Captain, it's that Lin Long fellow. He's tied up and still has the audacity to claim to be a thief? Pathetic. Heish was equally vexed, wondering how Lin Long had managed to find himself in such a predicament. Useless scum, untie him. I will punish him properly when we return. Yang Long exclaimed as he released Lin Long from his bindings, simultaneously delivering a sharp slap across his face. Wake up, you worthless fool. Lin Long stirred awake, only to be met by a leering, gaunt face staring intently at him. Quick, flee. That person is terrifying. Chapter 28. Level up again, power surpassing 30. Slap. This time it was Black Snake who struck Lin Long, delivering an unforgiving blow that left him dazed. I shut your mouth. Who's the scary one? Have you lost your wits, babbling like a lunatic? Lin Long swallowed hard, scanning his surroundings and realizing he had escaped Lin Yi's grasp. Be Black Snake. There's someone named Lin Yi over there. He is extremely powerful. I advise you to retreat. You cannot defeat him. Slap. Another strike. Black Snake, seething with rage, retorted. You're nothing but a dog of the Black Knights Guild. How dare you lecture me? My brother is a high-ranking member of the Black Knights. Stop your nonsense. Lin Yi? Who? Yang Long, suddenly recalling something, inquired of Lin Long. Is there also someone named Wang Ming involved? Lin Long, puzzled, replied. How do you know? How should I know? Damn, it seems fate has brought us together. Captain, Lin Yi is the one who injured Xiao He. Black Snake looked up at Yang Long, asking. The one who stole the white card is Wang Ming, right? Yang Long nodded submissively. Yes, that's him. In his explanation to Black Snake, Yang Long claimed that he and his brothers had obtained the white card, only for it to be stolen by Wang Ming. He snatched our white card, causing you to lose face in front of your brother. It was him. Black Snake clenched his knife tightly, his voice dripping with malice. Brothers, let us give them a proper welcome. Once we're out, I'll reward each of you with $1,000. At this, the disheveled group suddenly found a spark of spirit, glancing towards the dark entrance, weapons at the ready for an assault. Black Snake kicked Lin Long, who lay on the ground, and snapped, get up and lead the charge. If you fail, your family will regret it. Reluctantly, Lin Long rose, stating, as long as you don't harm my family, I'll follow your orders, but don't forget, I've warned you. I hope you won't blame me later. Damn it, enough with the chatter. Move. Meanwhile, oxygen gradually flowed from other areas into the square, yet it was insufficient to support the towering bull-headed chieftain. Reminiscent of a small mountain, as it moved with ease, the bull-headed chieftain, enraged, yanked an arrow from its foot and bellowed at Lin Yi. In its eyes, this human not only bore the blood of many of its kin, but also inflicted pain upon it with relentless strikes. The chieftain's eyes began to glow a deep crimson, its hooves scraping the ground, preparing for a charge. Lin Yi, be careful. That bull has gone mad. Lin Yi had anticipated this and was already positioned near the entrance of the square, while all his teammates had been forced back. The thunderous cacophony filled the square as everyone not only attacked but also endured the deafening noise, their grumbling echoing throughout. Hold on. After the bull charges, it will be vulnerable for a short time. Let's take advantage of it. Boom. The chieftain's horns crashed into the wall as Lin Yi leaped high, evading the attack and landing on the bull's back. Due to the prior fire damage, there were no footholds. So Lin Yi brought his spiked club down upon the chieftain's back, leaving numerous dark bruises. The bull-headed chieftain struggled to free its horns but felt disoriented from the violent impact. Thud! Lin Yi smashed a protrusion on the bull's back, then leaped off. At that moment, Wang Ming and Yang Quanin had each severed the chieftain's tendons, causing it to collapse. A multitude of people attacked the downed bull-headed creature with various melee weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi returned to the chieftain's head, raising his spiked club high. Crack! The back of the bull's head was successfully breached, and Lin Yi plunged his weapon into its brain, stirring it violently. The scene was horrifically bloody, and the bull-headed chieftain lay dead beyond resurrection. This gruesome spectacle was witnessed by Lin Long, who felt a surge of numbness in his feet, nearly unable to move. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Is this still a human? So vicious. Not only Lin Long was struck dumb, everyone, including Yang Quanin, was astonished by Lin Yi's ferocity. Gulp. Brother Lin Yi, truly impressive. Lin Yi, oblivious to the reactions around him, reveled in the fact that he had earned 100 simulation points for slaying the colossal beast. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy from the power of the demon dragon, as if it too was elated by the defeat of such a formidable monster. I found it. The treasure chest. 2 white ones too. At that moment, Wang Qi and Wang Yang, each cradling a chest, rushed out. Their weapons were ill-suited for this battle, so they had initially evaded confrontation with the bull-headed chieftain to search for treasure instead. Spotting a chest at a nearby altar, they had returned with it in tow. Wait, where's the bull-headed chieftain? Li Ying pointed to the distance, where the chieftain lay on the ground, still exuding an aura of dominance despite its lifeless state. Captain killed it. Hiss, are you pulling my leg? I thought the plan was to distract the bull-headed chieftain, find the treasure, and then retreat. Was it really the captain who killed it? Li Ying confirmed. Everyone contributed, but the main credit goes to the captain. Wang Qi chimed in. I knew it. It was a group effort. Xiaoying, there's no need to exaggerate the captain's prowess in this situation. We all know he is formidable. Li Ying smacked her lips, believe it or not. Just as everyone thought Lin Yi would take a moment to rest, he suddenly leaped high, shooting towards the entrance. Lin Long. How did he discover me? Is he a demon? I hid much better this time. Unbeknownst to Lin Long, within a 50-meter radius of Lin Yi, he could sense any presence. This perception was a gift of his spirit, bolstered by his 20 points of mental power. Again you? How did you break free? Instead of fleeing, you come back? Don't blame me, die? Though terrified. Years of oppression had afforded Lin Long a heart capable of bearing such fear, allowing him to turn and flee at a crucial moment. Don't be rash. I mean no harm. I'm just forced into this. Lin Yi ignored Lin Long's pleas, his spiked club still stained with remnants of white brain matter. Swiftly closing in on the fleeing Lin Yi. I'm also named Lin. I'm Lin Long. Spare my life. Chapter 29, Distributing the Spoils of War. The spiked club loomed larger and larger in Lin Long's vision until it consumed his entire sight. Bang! The club struck Lin Long's head directly, sending him sprawling backward into unconsciousness. Lin Yi's movements were fluid and swift, taking merely 3 seconds. Brother Wang Ming, how did he escape? Was your binding insufficient? Lin Yi expressed his bewilderment. Let us tie him up again. It's quite rare to encounter such a feeble thief. Wang Ming echoed his confusion, pondering how someone he had tied so securely could have managed to wriggle free. Not only did he escape, but he also returned. Leave this to me. This time, I'll ensure he is bound in such a way that no one can assist him in breaking free. As he spoke, Wang Ming proceeded to bind the thief's legs, followed by his arms, meticulously tying Lin Long's hands and feet together before fashioning an elaborate bow. Brother Wang Ming, are you mistaken? This method of binding is rather peculiar. It's not a foot-washing establishment. It was only then that Wang Ming realized his error and hastily replaced the bow with a conventional knot. Ahem, my hand slipped. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Lin Yi dismissed the matter, reasoning that as long as the thief was secured, the aesthetics of the binding were of little consequence. Let us move on and see what materials we can salvage from that bull. Such a large beast must be quite valuable. He unceremoniously tossed the bound Lin Long aside onto the square and, wielding Wang Ming's large sword, approached the minotaur. Despite being referred to as a minotaur, this beast bore little resemblance to a human. To the ordinary eye, it appeared merely as a bipedal bull. It was said that many affluent young masters outside held a particular fondness for the flesh of such creatures, especially certain parts like the kidneys and stomach. The price of this beef was substantial, far exceeding the cost of the Qinglong sturgeon that Wang Ming had treated Lin Yi to earlier. Uncle Yang, you have experience. Let us handle the dismemberment together. You direct, and I shall execute. Yang Quanin nodded in agreement. It was not that Lin Yi was unwilling to delegate the task to others, but rather the Minotaur's hide and flesh were exceedingly tough, necessitating the skills of an awakened individual for dismemberment. This was part of what made this beast so valuable. However, ordinary cattle could be entrusted to others for processing. From this incision, and shift here, Lin Yi, my young friend, your technique is quite impressive. I can only imagine your strength must be considerable. Were I to attempt this, I might struggle. Lin Yi certainly resonated with those words. The lifeless Minotaur's flesh remained remarkably resilient, requiring significant effort from most to dismember. Yet, this posed no challenge for Lin Yi. With ease, he wielded the large sword as if it were a mere toy, effortlessly slicing and dismantling the massive Minotaur in no time. Only the less valuable portions of the head and some troublesome entrails remained. Let us open the treasure chest. It's been ages since I last unlocked one. Yang Quan gazed excitedly at the two white treasure chests, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Quickly, Xiaoying Guan and Wang Ming, as well as Lin Yi, come over and open the treasure chests. Each time a treasure chest was opened, a surge of power would emanate, allowing those nearby to level up, prompting Yang Quan to summon all awakened individuals present. Lin Yi was already aware that opening these two chests would yield 2 white awakening cards and 2 white weapons, so he was well prepared, while the others awaited eagerly, their eyes fixed on the chests. The ordinary onlookers, bereft of awakening, gazed enviously at the 5 by the chests, each wishing for an awakening of their own. Yet the $1 million price of a single awakening card deterred many. Open. In an instant, Lin Yi and Yang Quan flung open the 2 chests, which burst forth with coins and 2 white cards, along with 2 weapons. Lin Yi focused intently on absorbing the power that radiated from the chests. Soon realizing he had leveled up again, his strength noticeably augmented. He felt invigorated, as if his power had significantly increased. Wow, so much! Li Ying exclaimed. Indeed, having navigated through the dungeon for so long, he was aware that the chances of encountering such treasure chests were exceedingly rare. Finding 2 in 100 chests would be astounding. Yet here they had found 2. Both of the white cards were warrior cards, while the 2 weapons were relatively commonplace rogue implements, especially crafted bone dagger and a crystalline stiletto. The bone dagger caught Guowen's attention, as he lacked a suitable weapon and found this dagger to be precisely to his liking. Uncle Yang, that dagger. Yang Quan shot him a disapproving glare and replied, mind your manners. Lin Yi has yet to choose. Lin Yi, my young friend, let us split these treasures evenly, 2 items for each family. As for the coins, you can have them all. Yang Quan, acknowledging that although he had brought the most individuals, it was Lin Yi who had contributed the most effort, conceded the coins without dispute. So be it. As for the proceeds from the Minotaur's flesh, we shall divide them equally. Yang Quan agreed to this arrangement, feeling he had benefited greatly, considering the Minotaur's flesh was a substantial resource. Lin Yi reached for the bone dagger. Hey, Lin Yi, brother. Guowen couldn't help but interject. Could you perhaps leave the bone dagger for me? With a sharp slap, Yang Quan admonished Guowen, silence. Young Gua, do not be impolite. Lin Yi may select whatever he desires, and you must not interfere. All right then. Guowen lowered his head, casting a glance at Lin Yi. Nevertheless, Lin Yi chose the bone dagger, along with 1 white card and approximately 500 coins. It was not that Lin Yi sought to disregard Guowen's feelings. The dagger was simply more suited for close combat, with its barbed edges presenting a greater threat to adversaries. In contrast, the crystalline stiletto appeared more ornamental, appealing to those with a penchant for aesthetics and ill-suited for battle. Guowen's expression dimmed considerably. He too found the dagger lacking in practicality. However, he understood that Lin Yi had exerted greater effort this time, and the strong naturally held the right of first choice, so he resigned himself to the outcome. What a pity, the coins are still insufficient, Lin Yi lamented. Oh, Lin Yi, my young brother, do you need coins to purchase items from the goblin merchant in the square? I happen to have a considerable amount, nearly 2,000 coins. Lin Yi turned abruptly to Yang Quan. Uncle Yang, how do you possess such a sum? Let us exchange. The market rate is 10 coins for 1,000. So let us use that rate for our transaction. Yang Quan explained, after all this time, I've been accumulating coins to buy a suitable weapon. But if you need them, I'll gladly part with them. They arranged a time for a private exchange, as outside, the Black Snake and his companions grew increasingly impatient. We're not waiting any longer. I refuse to believe that our 30+ cannot overcome their 20. Black Snake, an 8th level treasure seeker with a blue card awakening, prided himself on his strength. Advance. You, and you, lead the charge. The unfortunate trio designated by him had no choice but to step forward, venturing into the depths of darkness. Chapter 30, Encountering Yang Long again. Sizzle. Crackle. The aroma of grilled beef wafted throughout the cave as the weary adventurers opted to recuperate after the fierce battle. The 5 awakened individuals huddled together in discussion, while several others brought over some freshly grilled beef. Wang Ming, quick to act, snatched the sole kidney, savoring it with gusto. Delicious, simply delectable. The grilled beef had miraculously softened, making it a delightful treat. Lin Yi took a bite as well. Its rich flavor, enhanced with a touch of chili powder, was truly exquisite. Returning to their earlier conversation, the uncertainty surrounding the Black Snake's appearance lingered. Was he alone, or did he have a squad in tow? We must prepare ourselves. Aside from the 5 of us awakened, the others will be burdened with a considerable amount of spoils. It will fall to us 5 to confront any unknown foes. Wang Ming wiped his mouth nonchalantly. Uncle Yang, Rest assured, we have 5 of us. 3 warriors, along with an archer and a rogue, can withstand even a silver tier squad. This must not be underestimated. After all, our mission has seen no casualties thus far. Must we return with losses? Caution is paramount. Lin Yi interjected. Uncle Yang is right. Isn't Brother Wang Ming? He nudged Wang Ming, who was still gnawing on a piece of beef kidney. Yes, indeed. The silver tier squad is a classification system among guilds, comprising copper tier, silver tier, gold tier, and ace tier squads. Naturally, there are also the lesser squads, which refer to those devoid of any awakened individuals, like Wang Ming's previous squad, which fell into this category. Once an awakened individual is present, any squad ascends to copper tier status. The sole path to elevation to silver tier is through points. One can earn points within the guild by selling awakening cards, trading in quality weapons, or providing particularly rare resources. Currently, the Fearless Squad has accumulated 0 points, and 10,000 points are required to attain silver tier status. However, some individuals are not particularly enthusiastic about accumulating points, as they prefer to sell their treasures at auction. Uncle Yang, are points useful? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Points? Oh, they are indeed valuable. If you have the chance, I advise you to amass as many as you can. You will come to understand their significance in due time. Does your squad have points? At this moment, Yang Quanin unusually hesitated, his face flushing as he replied, no. Lin Yi resolved to inquire further about the purpose of points before deciding whether to accumulate them. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Yi decided to simulate finding the entrance to the next level. Simulator, initiate simulation. You are searching for the entrance to the next level within the Minotaur's lair. You encounter numerous squads scavenging for spoils and rats. You avoid them. These individuals significantly hinder your progress. While evading the rats, you unexpectedly discover a stone wall that can be opened. You open the stone wall, but it emits a tremendous noise upon doing so. A multitude of individuals converges upon you. You enter through the stone wall. The stone wall leads you to room 9, the first level of the yellow sand region. Due to your unfamiliarity with the desert terrain, you succumb to the heat. Lin Yi, I truly do not know whether to rejoice or despair. It seems I must urgently acquire knowledge of survival in the desert upon my exit. Let us go, Lin Yi. It's time to leave, Wang Ming called out. I can't wait to get out. Want to join me for a foot bath? I know a great place. No. I'm not going. I'm anxious to return home to see my sister. I've been out for nearly 3 days. Really not going? The technicians there are stunning. I've got a VIP pass. Discounts. Lin Yi hastily replied. No, I'm not going. You go by yourself. At that moment, Guan and Xiaoying looked on with disdain. Yet Yang Quanin approached, asking, Xiaowang, can I join you? Oh, Uncle Yang is also a respectable person. Then let us go together. Together? What do you mean together? I think you won't have the chance to leave with so many minotaurs around. At the very least, they must be worth around 3 million. Due to insufficient manpower and the fear of ambush, everyone carried only close to 100 pounds of beef, selecting the finest cuts, totaling just over 3 million in value. Who? Lin Yi tossed Lin Long aside, stepping on him as he threatened the corner ahead. Come out, or I'll give him a knife first. TCH, if you have the guts, actually do it. I don't believe you would dare. Yang Long smirked, unconcerned about Lin Long's safety. Slowly, Yang Long emerged, accompanied by the Black Serpent and a multitude of archers readying their bows. Fire. 30 of his underlings wielded simple composite bows. Individually, they were not particularly powerful, but together, they posed a significant threat to intermediate treasure seekers. Quick, take cover. With Yang Quanin's command, everyone rushed towards the nearest cover, but alas, the arrows flew too swiftly, and over a dozen individuals failed to find shelter. The sound of arrows embedding into flesh echoed, chilling Lin Yi's heart. With so many injured, their prospects appeared grim. You wretched scoundrel, you shall meet a terrible end. Piercing the chest of the man underfoot with his bone dagger, Lin Yi brandished his wolf fawn club and charged forward, deflecting the incoming arrows as he quickly approached. Lin Yi, don't act rashly, huh? Forget it, Wang Ming and I will charge in. Xiaoying and Guan provide support from the back. Li Ying swiftly drew her bow, firing 6 arrows, which then split into a total of 36. Her firepower alone equaled that of the 30-plus opponents combined. Captain, danger! Yang Long positioned himself in front of the Black Serpent, rapidly spinning his staff to block most of the arrows. However, the others were not so fortunate, as they were struck while the rebounding arrows from Yang Long's staff injured several of their own. Vice Captain, stop spinning, we can't take it. One of the underlings wailed. Get lost. Can't you see I'm blocking arrows for the captain? Don't you understand how important the captain is? The numerous injured subordinates looked despondent, silently removing arrows from their wounds and applying bandages. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already approached the two. Come on, let us settle this. Yang Long raised his staff, preparing to clash with Lin Yi. It's you. Ha. It's no coincidence we meet again. Well then, let us resolve our grievances together. At that moment, Lin Yi recognized him as the lanky individual he encountered during the live stream, and he couldn't help but smirk. First, try to withstand 2 rounds under my hand. Chapter 31, The Black Serpent Falls. The Wolf Fang Club swung high, slicing through the air towards Yang Long's wooden staff. Huh, useless. This wooden staff is a white weapon. What can your trash Wolf Fang Club do to me? Crack. The Wolf Fang Club bent the wooden staff. Unfortunately, its excellent elasticity meant that it did not break with the first strike. Instead, a tremendous recoil was transmitted back to the Wolf Fang Club, forcing Lin Yi to take a step back. Snap. Ah, my purple wooden staff. How could this happen? Yang Long's purple wooden staff shattered at the point of impact, breaking itself as it rebounded from Lin Yi's strike. What weapon are you using? Lin Yi remained silent, swinging the Wolf Fang Club towards Yang Long's head, aiming for a fatal blow. Yang Long clumsily raised the fractured purple staff to defend. Captain, save me. Clang. The Wolf Fang Club collided with a slender sword, which trembled like willow catkins in the wind, yet remained unyielding, seemingly mocking the Wolf Fang Club's lack of finesse. What a fine weapon. It must be of blue quality. Who are you? Gazing at the furious Lin Yi, the Black Serpent felt a twinge of fear. I remain unchanged in name and nature. I am the Black Serpent. Heh, never heard of you. Uncle Yang, do you know him? Yang Quanin replied. Yes, the second-generation heir of the Black Knight Guild, relying on his brother's position in the guild's hierarchy to act with impunity. Did you hear that? My brother is a high-ranking official in the Black Knight Guild. Don't be ungrateful. Lay down all your beef and hand over your treasures, and I might spare you. The words ignited Lin Yi's fury. It was his first encounter with such an audacious individual. To think one could claim the spoils merely by engaging in a war of words? Preposterous. Have you considered that if I were to end your life right here, your brother would remain none the wiser? The sudden declaration startled Black Snake. Yet he quickly regained his composure and threatened. You dare. My brother will not spare you. Lin Yi turned to gaze at Yang Quanin. Having gauged the strength of the two opponents, he discerned that Yang Long was weak and vulnerable, while Black Snake, armed with his weapon, could still exchange blows with him. Therefore, to swiftly dispatch both, it was imperative to restrain one of them. Yang Quanin understood the necessity of this strategy and declared, Little Wong, block their escape route. I shall contain this thin one, and Lin Yi, my young brother, you take care of this young master. Huh, you. Black Snake trembled slightly. You only have 3 awakeners. Yet we have 17 or 18 here. Do you think we 1T encircle and eliminate you? Who said we only have 3 awakeners? Lin Yi replied as Xiao Ying and Guan approached. Wang Ming seized the moment to assert, Uncle Yang, rest assured, with Guan and Xiao Ying alongside me, handling over a dozen ordinary foes is hardly a challenge. You all, Silver Badge Squad, where is Yang Long? Where has Yang Long gone? Yang Long panicked, not believing their small group could withstand the onslaught from the opposing side. This is disastrous. The prey and predator have swapped roles. Captain, we should retreat. We cannot win. Retreat? After you've slain so many of my brothers, you think you can just leave? Enough chatter. Kill. With that, Lin Yi charged at Black Snake, while Yang Long left the engagement to Yang Quanin. Simultaneously, Wang Ming dashed toward the panicking, ordinary individuals. It's you. Wang Ming grinned widely, recognizing the very person who had attempted to snatch the white card. Please, don't come any closer. Huh. Wang Ming showed no mercy, cleaving the man in 2 with his great sword, swiftly dispatching 2 others in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found Black Snake's slender sword trembling violently, its quivering becoming increasingly pronounced, making it difficult for him to maintain his grip. You dare not kill me. I bear my brother's mark. The one who slays me will be cursed. I advise you to let me go. Let you go? Such foolish delusions, young master. Lin Yi's Wolf-Tooth Club continued its relentless assault on Black Snake. As the quaking of the slender sword intensified, it seemed on the verge of breaking. Crack, crack, crack. With a sudden snap, the sword shattered in 2. Ah, my sword. You shall compensate me. Lin Yi cast a bemused glance at Black Snake, astonished that even at this juncture, he remained so naive. Without the slender sword's defense, the Wolf-Tooth Club was an unstoppable force. It first smashed Black Snake's hands, then his arms, followed by his legs, until Lin Yi deemed it sufficient and obliterated Black Snake's face. Black Snake, dead. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a peculiar energy locking onto him, but it was swiftly devoured by the power of the Black Dragon. Die! Yang Quanin roared, his weapon also claiming Yang Long. As for Wang Ming, the ordinary foes, lacking any fighting spirit and scattering in chaos, had yet to conclude their battle. Though it was nearing an end, Lin Yi rummaged through Black Snake's corpse, extracting some cash and precious jewelry from his pockets. However, due to the violent nature of the Wolf-Tooth Club, the jewelry was damaged and nearly worthless. A pity indeed. He discarded it carelessly, anxious to check on the individuals in the middle. Upon seeing over a dozen people sprawled on the ground, Lin Yi abruptly realized that the greatest adversary in this underground city was not the beasts, but humanity itself. Cough, cough. Someone give me a hand. Lin Yi. Are you all right, Lin Yi? I'm not dead. It's just that the beef is too heavy for me to rise. Please help me. At this moment, Lin Yi noticed that many arrows were lodged in the beef carried on their backs, and numerous individuals had simply fallen due to the chaos, unable to get up. As long as you're alive, one by one, they helped each other up, all nervously pulling arrows from the beef. Many hearts were merely inches from the arrows. Wang Qi and Wang Yang had managed to escape quickly, hiding behind cover. The unluckiest among them had merely been shot in the backside, likely hit while turning. Everyone else was alive. I was terrified. Thank goodness for this beef. Otherwise, I would surely have perished. Lin Yi, how are the brothers? How many fell? Yang Quanan was inexplicably sorrowful. These were all relatives' children who had followed him for a long time. How could this happen? Uncle Yang, don't worry. Not a single one has died. Really? Within the Black Knight Guild, He Lu and a multitude of high-ranking members were discussing matters with the president. Ouch. It hurts. The mysterious pain made He Lu roll his eyes. President Lu Chun frowned and inquired, what's wrong? Recovering, He Lu glanced at the mark on his arm. His parents were unharmed. His sister was safe. But his brother, where is he? Yang Long. Where did Yang Long go? President, my brother is dead. He is dead. Lu Chun, feeling discontent, nonetheless consoled him. Perhaps we should postpone the plan to smuggle into the second underground city. You need to resolve your brother's affairs first. Thank you, President. He Lu hurriedly departed. Immediately, someone expressed dissatisfaction. This traitorous brother is utterly useless. As president, Lu Chun was well aware of He Lu's situation, yet some matters indeed required He Lu's involvement to resolve. Silence. Do not disrupt the unity of the guild. The individual had no choice but to comply. Chapter 32. The Qinglong Sturgeon is out of stock. The group exited room 9. And the reason they did not leave through the glowing portal after passing the level was due to the considerable value of the beef. Simultaneously, Lin Yi wished to delay the intelligence from room 9 as much as possible. The passage leading to the next level within room 9, though described as concealed, was not particularly so. It was merely a simple ruse. If too many individuals entered, the likelihood of being discovered would increase. Lin Yi observed that his squad was alone and declared, everyone, take a few days to rest. I will notify you about the next adventure. The group was taken aback, and Wang Qi remarked, Captain, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to enter room 9 and find the entrance to the next level? It would be a shame to miss such a great opportunity. Indeed. Lin Yi, unperturbed, replied calmly, but we have no thief in our team. What use would it be for you to go in? Wang Ming concurred, exactly. I believe the captain is right. Everything will be arranged by the captain. After all, we have obtained a treasure chest this time. We need not worry about food and drink for several days. Shall we go eat together? Lin Yi, are you coming? Shall we have the Qinglong Sturgeon once more? The mention of the Qinglong Sturgeon reminded Lin Yi of the exquisite fish he had savored during Wang Ming's treat. Indeed, it was a delicacy. Glancing at the time and recalling that he had been away from home for 3 days, he decided to bring back 2 fish for his sister and Ning Xiaoman to enjoy together. Let us go, it's on me. Oh yeah, the captain is treating us. Let us hurry. The group surrounded Lin Yi as they departed, with Wang Ming leading the way. Before long, they arrived at the Yuan Pavilion from that day. Before entering, Lin Yi needed to call Yang Quanan, so he instructed Wang Ming to take the others inside to find a good spot. Upon seeing Wang Ming, the manager of the Yuan Pavilion personally came to greet them. With great enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Brother Wang Ming. After a brief internal struggle, the lobby manager ultimately addressed Wang Ming as brother, despite the fact that he could easily be Wang Ming's father. Congratulations. I heard you have awakened. It's a blue card, isn't it? Wang Ming chuckled heartily. As expected of you, old Chow. You're well informed, haha. By the way, do you have any Qinglong Sturgeon today? Bring a few more. I'm treating the captain to dinner. Treating the captain to dinner? Chow Jinwang looked at Wang Ming with a puzzled expression and said, Aren't you the captain of that little team of yours? What happened? Did all your teammates perish, and now you've joined someone else's squad? This remark darkened Wang Ming's expression. Pointing at Lin Yi, who was on the phone outside, he replied, Old Chow, this is my captain, and he is also an awakened one. And they're shouting, thanks to the captain, she has awakened too. Our captain is much stronger than I am. You'd better show him some respect. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chow Jinwang cast a furtive glance outside at Lin Yi, realizing that if Wang Ming was a blue card awakened, his captain might very well be a purple card awakened. Goodness. At the very least, he must be a significantly higher level powerhouse. I must treat him well, otherwise, if he becomes displeased, he could very well overturn my little establishment. Chow Jinwang arranged for Wang Ming and his companions to enter a private room, then scurried to the kitchen. Chef Li, what happened to those Qinglong Sturgeon I procured yesterday? Prepare them. I'm hosting esteemed guests. Esteemed guests? What esteemed guests? I haven't received any notification from the general manager. Chef Li, who was polishing his golden knife, scoffed. Are you trying to bring in some ridiculous friends to dine on Qinglong Sturgeon again? You. Listening to Chef Li's incessant chatter, Chow Jinwang inwardly cursed his lack of appreciation. However, he maintained a respectful demeanor and pleaded, Oh, Old Li, I'm begging you. They are truly esteemed guests, 3 awakened ones. That's no small matter, is it? 3. Fine, I'll prepare 3, Chef Li conceded. Chow Jinwang felt a twinge of helplessness. It was indeed difficult to find Qinglong Sturgeon lately. He hoped Wang Ming would understand his predicament. At that moment, Lin Yi had already arranged a transaction with Yang Quanan. who personally agreed to trade copper coins in room 9. Copper coins were essential for him now. After all, only through sacrifice could he obtain the rewards from the demon dragon, allowing him to acquire free attribute points and become stronger. He had purchased 500 coins at the auction, obtained 500 from the dungeon, and received over 2,000 from Uncle Yang, totaling 3,000 copper coins. He wondered how many attribute points he would receive after the sacrifice. Just as Lin Yi was about to open the door, Wang Ming, looking somewhat disgruntled, said, "Old Chow, this isn't fair. Why only 3? And each fish costs 30,000. Seeing Wang Ming fuming, Xiao Jinwang recoiled slightly and weakly replied, "Brother Wang Ming, please calm down. Let me explain. It's not that I don't want to sell them to you, nor is it a price hike. It's just that Qinglong sturgeon has become scarce lately, and we at Yuminxian have run out of stock. Please bear with me. No way. I need at least 5. Money is no object." Wang Ming thought to himself, how unfortunate that he encountered such a situation on this rare visit, and his mood soured instantly. Creak. Just then, Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. "Lin Yi, there's a problem. What should we do?" Unconsciously, Wang Ming had already regarded Lin Yi as his anchor. Seeking his opinion on everything, Lin Yi casually took a seat and inquired, "Boss, could you explain why the Qinglong sturgeon suddenly became unavailable? Is it due to the dungeon or the Yuminxian?" Xiao Jinwang had no choice but to speak honestly, realizing that Lin Yi was even more formidable than Wang Ming, so he lowered his stance. "It's due to the dungeon. The Jiangxing dungeon has been developed for a long time, and there are hardly any available sturgeon left. Moreover, in another Jiangxing dungeon, no one knows the entrance. So the supply of Qinglong sturgeon will be severely limited for quite some time." After divulging this information, Xiao Jinwang felt a chill run down his back. Despite Lin Yi's youth, he emanated an undeniable aura of pressure. Lin Yi thought it was unfortunate. He had initially planned to bring some for his sister, but it now seemed impossible. "All right, 3 it is. Please instruct the chef to prepare a bowl of fish soup and some side dishes. Oh, and also prepare a special meal for 2. Make it delicious and expensive." Xiao Jinwang accepted the order and left. "I'm sorry, Lin Yi, I didn't expect this situation." Wang Ming expressed his sincere apologies. "It's all right, brother Wang Ming. Missing a meal won't kill us, right?" The other 3 members of the team looked at Lin Yi with gratitude. Why did Lin Yi request fish soup instead of another dish? It showed that he was considering everyone's needs. Lin Yi could have easily instructed the chef to prepare only for himself, and no one would have complained. Yet, he chose to take care of everyone. Chapter 33, Smooth Delivery. Delicious. Captain, you should eat more." Xiao Ying, ever so obedient, served Lin Yi some dishes. While Lin Yi glanced at his plate piled high with food. "Xiao Ying, don't mind me. Just eat quickly." Xiao Ying eagerly complied, but continued to serve Lin Yi. The other 3, including Wang Ming, coughed in unison. "I also want Xiao Ying to serve me." However, Xiao Ying shot them an annoyed glance and retorted, "Are you big men incapable of serving yourselves?" Ding ding ding. Lin Yi checked his phone. It was a call from Yang Quanan. Uncle Yang was indeed prompt. It had only been about 40 minutes since their last conversation. "Brother Wang Ming, I have to leave now. Wait for my news. It won't be long before I enter the dungeon again." Lin Yi hurriedly departed, paying the bill without hesitation. The total for 5 people exceeded 100,000. Uncle Yang. As Lin Yi stepped out of Yuminxian, he spotted Yang Quanan, modestly dressed, and carrying a bulging urea bag filled with numerous items. "Hey, you there? Don't just stand around. You're blocking the way." At that moment, Xiao Jinwang also noticed Yang Quanan loitering outside Yuminxian. "Go on. Hey, brother, I apologize. I'll have him leave right away." Xiao Jinwang, naturally aware of Lin Yi's presence, tried to ingratiate himself. Lin Yi, not noticing any hint of annoyance on Yang Quanan's face, ignored Xiao Jinwang's sycophantic remarks and said to Lin Yi, "Let us talk in the car. It's too noisy here." Xiao Jinwang then witnessed Yang Quanan pull out his car keys and unlock a Ford F-150 parked by the roadside. Xiao Jinwang. At over 50 years of age, it was the first time he had encountered someone so unpretentious. Thus, he slinked away, muttering to himself, "I'm invisible. I'm invisible." Inside the car, Yang Quanan handed a sack of copper coins to Lin Yi, who promptly transferred the money to Yang Quanan. After this expenditure, Lin Yi found himself with just over 500,000 remaining. "So poor," he sighed. "Lin Yi, I have something else that might be of help to you." Yang Quanan produced a small safe and retrieved 10 silver coins from within. "I happened upon these 10 silver coins, which can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. I see you truly need copper coins, so I'm reluctantly parting with them." Silver coins. Lin Yi accepted the 10 exquisitely crafted silver coins. Could sacrifices only be made with copper coins? He suspected that it wasn't necessarily the case. Perhaps he simply had not encountered other items suitable for sacrifice, which is why the option was limited to copper coins. "Thank you, Uncle Yang. I'll transfer the money to you now." "Oh, no need for that." Yang Quanan's rejection of Lin Yi was not born out of a sudden act of kindness, but rather from a desire to forge a connection with him. This young man left a profound impression on Yang Quanan. His formidable combat skills and leadership abilities commanded respect. Who wouldn't wish to befriend such a talented youth? Such an opportunity must be seized. "Lin Yi, well aware of Yang Quanan's intentions, did not decline. Silver coins, while akin to copper coins, are markedly scarcer. 10 silver coins can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and the value of 100 copper coins amounts to 100,000. Well then, I shall take my leave. Oh, by the way, Lin Yi, my young brother, have you truly considered this? Uncle Yang knows many lovely young ladies. He offered, attempting to introduce Lin Yi to potential companions. Oh, don't rush off. Whatever happened to the young people's preference for women with ample figures? After departing, Lin Yi returned to Yuemin Pavilion to collect the meal he had previously ordered, hurrying home. At that moment, Lin Yi was reclining on the sofa. Beside her was the melancholic Ning Xiaoman. Sister Xiaoman, do not be disheartened. Perhaps this simply isn't the right path for you? Lin Yi suggested. Though her words fell flat against Ning Xiaoman's sorrow, who remained curled up, weeping, woo, just let them perish. Do you know? The live streaming world is ablaze with dungeon exploration. Many have been lured away by this newfangled form of entertainment. I, after toiling to amass millions of followers, have now lost them all. Woo-woo. Lin Yi could only continue to offer her tissues, sighing as she gazed at the door. Her brother had been absent for 3 days. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. Lin Yi entered, carrying 2 large bags of food. Lin Mei? Ning Mei? Are you home? He called out. Who has been troubling the beautiful Ning? Why are you in such distress? In an unexpected turn, Ning Xiaoman leapt into Lin Yi's embrace, exclaiming, Woo! Lin Yi, you must help me. I am on the brink of starvation. Awkwardly, Lin Yi gently patted her back, offering comfort. What is the matter? Speak to me. Woo-woo. It's like this. After hearing her plight, Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa in contemplation, swiftly opening an app to watch the live streams. Indeed, many streamers had somehow managed to enter the dungeons for exploration. Naturally, these streamers were not foolish. They avoided engaging formidable beasts, sticking to areas of confirmed safety. Even so, this attracted a plethora of viewers, with some streamers gaining 1 million followers in a single day. Lin Yi, what should I do? I have had no income lately. Ning Xiaoman lamented, releasing Lin Yi but gazing at him with her tear-streaked eyes. The phrase a little bird dependent on its mate fluttered through Lin Yi's mind. There was a solution, albeit risky. Danger? No. I fear no peril. Lin Yi, do you have a plan? Please, share it. Ning Xiaoman insisted, shaking his arm. Brother, please help Sister Xiaoman. She has been consumed with worry over this matter. Lin Yi chimed in. If a woman's charm could not soften a man's heart, then perhaps the combined efforts of 2 women could sway him. Lin Yi's resolve softened, especially for his sister. If Ning Xiaoman were to lose her source of income, she might very well leave, leaving Lin Yi without anyone to care for her. I promise to assist you. Really? I knew you would. Thank you, Lin Yi. Ning Xiaoman exclaimed, suddenly standing on her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on his left cheek. Hee, what delicious treats have you brought back? Xiaoya, come quickly. Let us feast together. Observing how the two shifted their conversation to food, Lin Yi retreated to his room. After 3 days away, the room remained tidy. Likely thanks to his sister or Ning Xiaoman's efforts. Sitting on the bed, he retrieved all his copper coins, totaling approximately 3,100, along with 10 silver coins. Sacrifice. The Dragon of Amoyoro accepts your offering and rewards you with 5 attribute points. Unlocking sacrificial item, silver coin. Reward, dragon power upgraded, now at level 2. Lin Yi exclaimed with excitement. It has leveled up. Chapter 34, Becoming Stronger Once More. Lin Yi opened his attribute panel. Level, low-level treasure hunter LV4. Constitution, 24. Spirit, 20. Strength, 27. Endurance, 20. Agility, 20. Available attribute points, 5. Talent, dragon power LV2. Skill, sacrifice. Sacrificial items available, copper coins, silver coins. Lin Yi allocated the 5 attribute points to strength and agility, raising his strength above 30. His agility also reached 22. Not to mention his strength. Even his agility surpassed that of newly awakened thieves. Clenching his fists, Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. With my strength reaching 30, my attack can pose a threat to most mid-level treasure hunters. Next, I'll aim to elevate my constitution and agility to 30 as well, becoming a well-rounded warrior. Opening his phone, Lin Yi delved into studying survival knowledge for desert terrains, engrossed for 5 hours. The awakened possess far more stamina than ordinary individuals, so he felt no fatigue. It's quite complex. How I wish for a logistics team or a spatial ring. After reviewing the materials, Lin Yi discovered that the gravest issues in desert regions were food and water, both requiring substantial amounts to carry, which would restrict what one could bring into the desert. If team members were laden with excess, it would only hinder their progress, resulting in a net loss. Additionally, managing heat dissipation and sun protection during the day, as well as insulation at night, posed significant challenges. After much contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to experiment. What would happen if he ventured into the desert alone? Simulator, commence simulation. You enter room number 9, level 1, alone. A multitude of desert scorpions surrounds you. You valiantly fend them off and escape unscathed. Endless sand dunes exhaust you, causing you to lose your way. You experience hallucinations, envisioning a desert oasis. You groggily enter a cavern and discover numerous mummies. You effortlessly defeat the mummies and delve deeper into the cave. A swarm of spiders attacks you. A horde of skeletons approaches. You discover a blue treasure chest and a white treasure chest. You are ambushed by an unknown creature. You perish. Despicable. Before his demise, Lin Yi glimpsed a gigantic arm sweeping past him, reducing him to a pool of blood and flesh. Despite having faced death numerous times, he still felt a shiver of dread. That unknown creature seemed beyond his capacity to combat. I possess 30 points of strength. How could this happen? Lin Yi relied on his might to easily dispatch all the lesser creatures, yet this boss was genuinely beyond his reach. Once more, I refuse to accept this. You encounter the unknown creature. 10 seconds later, the unknown creature strikes your thigh, rendering you unable to fight. Again, 15 seconds later, you successfully shatter the unknown creature's hand. But in your moment of triumph, the creature's hand reconstitutes. You are ambushed by the unknown creature. You perish. Again. After numerous attempts, Lin Yi had become numb to the experience. Initially, he had been swiftly eliminated, but eventually he managed to endure for 10 seconds, then 15, and even a full minute. He had shattered the unknown creature's hand multiple times, yet each time it would regenerate, as if it were impossible to vanquish the entity through such means. Subsequently, he tried entering the cave with Wang Ming and others, but the added burden made it difficult for Lin Yi to guide them inside. His fear of their potential demise caused him to hesitate, leading to yet another defeat. However, the most disheartening aspect was Lin Yi's inability to open the treasure chest. Forget it, I'll just sleep. The next day, Lin Yi rose and called Wang Ming. Brother Wang Ming, gather in room 208. The 208 room referred to the chamber where Wang Ming had awakened in the Blood Rose Guild. Besides Wang Ming, 4 others gathered, with Wang Qi, Wang Yang, and Li Ying, all brimming with excitement, speculating whether the captain had discovered another treasure chest location. However, Lin Yi produced a stack of printed papers, all filled with survival knowledge for desert environments. They all convened to study, hoping to comprehend the material by afternoon to procure relevant resources. What? Desert survival? Captain, I have something on today, Wang Yang interjected, casting a glance at Wang Qi, implying a desire to flee. No way. The next place we plan to enter is the desert, which is perilous and uncharted. Thus the chances of finding a treasure chest are significant. Lin Yi stated gravely. You can choose not to learn, but then you won't be able to join the next expedition. Upon hearing this, the two abandoned their escape plans and settled down to study in the room. Meanwhile, Wang Ming arrived at the mission hall, his gaze fixed on the large screen, quickly scanning the information displayed. Oh, isn't that Wang Ming? What are you looking at? You think you can take on a mission? Hey, little trash. Don't get caught by a goblin, chuckled a nearby lackey. Goblins, those peculiar magical beasts, have a penchant for capturing delicate humans, and those fortunate enough to escape often find themselves in dire straits. Qian Yuejing had just emerged from the underground city, unaware that Wang Ming had awakened, and harbored a grudge against him, having made his life miserable upon his arrival. Wang Ming saw no reason to show him any courtesy. Wang Ming frowned, pinching his nose and exclaiming, "What kind of useless trash is this? It reeks, foul and hard." You, seeking death. Enraged, Qian Yuejing brandished a dagger towards Wang Ming, shouting, "Wang Ming, have you grown wings after just a few days? Daring to call me excrement? Die." Yet, Wang Ming remained unfazed. This was the mission hall of the Blood Rose Guild. Qian Yuejing dared not go too far. He swiftly drew his great sword, positioning it defensively before him. Qian Yuejing smirked, believing Wang Ming was unworthy of a fight with his mere great sword. Clang. What? What just happened? Qian Yuejing stared incredulously at his bent dagger, then at Wang Ming's intact sword. My dagger. I spent over 100,000 customizing it. Wang Ming, this matter isn't over. This time, Qian Yuejing abandoned his weapon, relying solely on his speed. Confident in his agility as a thief, he believed Wang Ming was just an ordinary person. This strike must incapacitate Wang Ming before the guild members arrived. If he could eliminate Wang Ming first, he was sure he could mitigate the guild's punishment, distinguishing between an ordinary person and an awakened one. Chapter 35, You Have Awakened. Wang Ming chuckled, having never encountered such a foolish opponent. Wang Ming was well aware of Qian Yuejing's profession, a thief whose strength was feeble but speed unmatched. In typical confrontations, a warrior would easily best a thief. You brought this upon yourself. Wang Ming grinned, his great sword aimed at Qian Yuejing's arms. This was the guild. Fighting was strictly prohibited, and they would avoid causing fatal harm whenever possible. Humph. Go ahead and keep pretending. In Qian Yuejing's eyes, Wang Ming was merely making a futile resistance. In his rehearsed scenario, he would swiftly subdue Wang Ming, resolve the situation, and await the guild members to come and accept his penalty, a hefty fine of several million. However, as his hand made contact with Wang Ming's great sword, Qian Yuejing felt a jolt, his heartbeat faltering. Wang Ming's sword exuded an overwhelming weight, as if his hand had struck a heavy tank, utterly ineffective. Crack! It broke. Qian Yuejing distinctly felt his hand shatter. Fortunately, in the final moment, he managed to evade. Sustaining only a minor injury to his palm from the great sword, Wang Ming lamented the missed opportunity to sever his hand. You have awakened. How could this be? No way. It's a trick, a deception. Qian Yuejing despaired, only to see a dozen fierce-looking guild members approaching him with weapons drawn. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Yuejing wisely knelt, raising his hands above his head. He loathed himself for not realizing Wang Ming had awakened before resorting to violence. He also resented Wang Ming for not revealing his identity sooner. The guild forbade private skirmishes, especially when both parties were awakened. In such cases, the first to strike was subject to severe penalties, ranging from expulsion to being handed over to the patrol bureau. It's over for me, Captain. Save me, Captain. I have contributed to the team. Yet, Qian Yuejing's captain merely glanced at him before deciding not to intervene. Let the two of you settle this here. It's been a while since I've seen anyone dare fight in this place. The newcomer was a mid-level warrior, significantly stronger than Wang Ming. Yet Wang Ming stood tall, maintaining eye contact, unlike Qian Yuejing, who knelt to speak. I was merely acting in self-defense. I had no intention of violating guild rules. I've been a member for quite some time. You can verify that. Taihu produced a tablet, scanning it over Wang Ming, revealing his information. Name, Wang Ming. Profession, warrior. Membership date, October 8th. This date marked him as one of the first members since the establishment of the Blood Rose Guild. As Taihu contemplated how to address Wang Ming, a message arrived. The guild leader's secretary? What could she want? Upon reading it, Taihu's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming significantly more amicable towards Wang Ming. All right, I've reviewed the footage. You're an old member of the guild, so I trust you won't cause trouble. You're free to leave. Wang Ming was taken aback. It was all resolved? He had prepared for punishment only to be told everything was fine? What? Aren't you leaving? Taihu chided with a smile. I'm in a good mood today, so consider yourself lucky. Hearing this, Wang Ming departed. Upon witnessing Wang Ming's acquittal, Qian Yuejing felt a flicker of hope, crawling towards Taihu. Sir Taihu, I, too, am an old member of the guild. Please consider. Simultaneously, Qian Yuejing discreetly slipped several cash notes to Taihu, wearing a sycophantic smile. If I recall correctly, you've only been a member for 4 months, right? Please leave. You are no longer a part of the Blood Rose Guild. What? No. Why is he fine while I am not? Taihu shook off Qian Yuejing's grasp, stating, because you were the first to strike, making you the principal offender. Taihu offered Qian Yuejing no further chance, seizing him as one would a chick and unceremoniously tossing him out of the guild. At this moment, Wang Ming spotted Lin Yi standing not far away, persistently making his way in this direction. With a cheerful smile, Wang Ming waved at Lin Yi, reassuring him. It's all right. I'm fine. Lin Yi finally squeezed through the crowd, inquiring, Brother Wang Ming, what's going on? Why are you fighting here without calling me? Oh, it's a long story. Let's not delve into it. Have you received the mission? Although Lin Yi was not indifferent to these matters, everyone had their own lives to lead. As the captain, he did not need to monitor every aspect of his teammates' lives and should grant them space. Wang Ming had come here at Lin Yi's behest, aiming to seek a task related to the desert, to familiarize himself with the terrain before venturing into the first checkpoint of Room 9. No, I've perused all the missions. Yet I did not come across any pertaining to the desert. Lin Yi expressed his concern. Then we shall have to brave it and see what happens. If danger arises, we can always retreat. Is the desert truly that terrifying? Can awakened ones survive there? Ordinary deserts are certainly not frightening, but those inhabited by magical beasts pose significant challenges. Inside the room, Lin Yi refrained from mentioning Wang Ming's ordeal to the others, and everyone appeared unperturbed. During this time, Lin Yi had stepped out to procure some essentials for entering the desert, utilizing the team's collective funds. It wasn't until late afternoon, nearing dusk, that everyone finally emerged from the room to dine. Let us prepare, we can set off now. He then turned to Wang Qi and Wang Yang, stating, you both will be tasked with carrying the supplies this time. Wang Qi and Wang Yang headed to the room to retrieve the items while Lin Yi and the other three waited at the entrance of Room 9. Bro, this is outrageous. The captain actually made us do the heavy lifting. Ugh, why am I not a girl? Just look at Xiaoying, she is so fortunate. Wang Qi lamented while hauling luggage. Wang Yang punched Wang Qi lightly. You fool. Isn't it because we haven't awakened yet? Sigh, there's really nothing we can do. After all, we are the only ordinary ones in the team. If they don't pressure us, who will they pressure? Bro, why don't we just leave? We shouldn't stick around here. To his surprise, Wang Yang punched Wang Qi again, nearly knocking him over. Why are you hitting me? Wang Qi protested. Wang Yang, with a serious tone, replied, brother, if we leave this team for another, do you think we won't be bullied anymore? Being oppressed is one thing, but at least the captain treats us decently and compensates us well. Oh, how I wish I could awaken like the captain and the others. Even a white card would suffice. Wang Qi had hoped to claim a white card when he was in the Minotaur cave, but due to the crowd, he had missed his chance to speak up. Enough of that. Hurry and gather. We can't keep everyone waiting. I believe the captain will remember us. We must seize the next awakening card. Chapter 36, Desert Scorpions. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Qi and Wang Yang, sensing a change in their dispositions. Yet he chose not to address it. On this desert expedition, if fortune favored them, they might acquire a blue card, which would be most fitting to be granted to the two brothers. Let us go. Surprisingly, a queue had formed in front of room 9. As everyone had heard that this location had been opened, prompting them to rush here in hopes of gathering loot or searching for the entrance to the next level. Each room contains 10 checkpoints, thus the chances of finding something were considerable, and many were willing to take their chances. The small team entered without attracting anyone's attention. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Yi led them directly toward the Minotaur nest. The boss of this area had already been defeated. Hence the 10 checkpoints in this region were unlocked and could be accessed. Consequently, many were seen rummaging about, occasionally encountering goblins scurrying about or battling first-tier magical beasts, which were being slain. Naturally, there were also plenty of human skeletons scattered about. We've arrived. Lin Yi surveyed the wall, which was dark and devoid of any distinguishing features. Although the group harbored doubts, they followed Lin Yi as he plunged into the wall and vanished from sight, remaining unseen by anyone. In stark contrast to the Minotaur nest, the desert was intensely hot. Upon entering the desert, Lin Yi removed his shirt, revealing a thin sun-protective garment. The others followed suit, although Xiaoying seemed shy, covering herself modestly. Captain, this sun-protective suit is too sheer. It's translucent. May I wear my own clothes? Xiaoying asked timidly. Lin Yi glanced at Li Ying, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, I apologize, Xiaoying. I overlooked the fact that the yellow sun-protective suit isn't suitable for girls. You may wear your own clothing. Captain, we too wish to wear our own clothes, Wang Qi and Wang Yang implored, their eyes fixed on Lin Yi. No way. You're not concerned about revealing yourselves. We're the sun-protective suits. The two pouted in response. Captain, are you not being a bit biased? With a resounding clap, Wang Ming struck their shoulders, the force causing them to shrink slightly. He earnestly stated, the sun-protective suit aids in heat dissipation and prevents sunburn. It is the captain's good intention, so accept it. Left with no choice, the two reluctantly trudged along with their heavy backpacks trailing behind the team, their ordinary strength proving quite taxing. Fortunately, Xiaoying stayed beside them, occasionally taking the backpack to lighten their load or using her abilities to conjure some ice to cool them down. Xiaoying, you truly are the best to us. Xiaoying, without blinking, focused her gaze on Lin Yi ahead and replied, it's the captain's instructions for me to protect you too. Protect? Huh. Two grown men needing protection from you. That would be utterly embarrassing if word got out. Wang Qi muttered, not really. Mainly, my powers get suppressed in the desert, so my combat effectiveness is diminished, and I don't want to cause trouble for the captain or brother Wang Ming. You two can protect me as well. Li Ying maintained her cheerful demeanor. The two understood that this was merely Xiaoying's way of comforting herself. Alert. Stay vigilant. Wang Qi commanded, pulling out insect repellent from his backpack. The repellent had been prepared by Lin Yi, but its efficacy remained uncertain, as it was a product of modern technology, and its reaction to magical beasts was unknown. The insect repellent came in a packet of powder, which Wang Qi carefully poured onto the ground in a circle. Captain, it's ready. At this moment, Lin Yi and Wang Ming had drawn their weapons, their eyes fixed on the rolling sand dunes ahead, a chill creeping down their spines. Too many. Xiaoying, provide us with support. With a thunderous rumble, the sand dunes shifted, and a multitude of scorpions slowly emerged. The shells of these desert scorpions were thick and heavy, designed to insulate against the heat, and their stingers had evolved to be exceptionally potent, even without venom. They could prove lethal. Fortunately, the majority of these scorpions were ranked between level 3 and level 7, akin to human treasure hunters of level 3 to level 7. Their sizes were not particularly large, with the largest only reaching the size of a small dog. Brother Wang Ming, don't get stung. If it gets too tough, we should retreat. Rest assured. Wang Ming exchanged a glance with Lin Yi, conveying, you must also look after yourself. Your wolf-tooth club is highly effective against foes with decent defenses. I'll support you. Kill. At this moment, the swarm of desert scorpions closed in on the two. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaoying fired 3 consecutive shots, taking down 3 ferocious-looking scorpions, while Lin Yi's wolf-tooth club was drenched in dark green blood as he relentlessly struck down the approaching scorpions. Acquire 1 simulation point. In a short while, Lin Yi had amassed over 50 simulation points, yet the swarm of desert scorpions seemed endless, relentlessly assaulting the team. Amidst the fray, Lin Yi glanced back to find that the area occupied by Wang Qi and Wang Yang had seen a significant reduction in scorpions. The two men, relying on their robust physiques, were barely managing to hold their ground. Brother Wang Ming, the insect repellent is proving effective. Please fetch some more. Wang Ming extracted his great sword from the carcass of a scorpion and turned to leave. Lin Yi raised his hand to shatter the head of a first-tier, 7th-level scorpion, splattering white and green ichor across the surroundings. He found himself unable to escape the peculiar scent of mint emanating from the creature's blood. The insect repellent is here. Wang Ming scattered the repellent into the air, inciting a chaotic writhing among the scorpions. However, the repellent was ineffective against the larger scorpions, prompting the duo to recommence their arduous extermination efforts. Time slipped away, and Lin Yi's simulation points soared beyond 200, indicating the demise of over 200 scorpions. Wang Ming was not far behind, having dispatched around 90 to 100. The ground was littered with scorpions pierced by arrows, a testament to Li Ying's remarkable prowess. The least successful were Wang Qi and Wang Yang, who together had only managed to slay a mere 10, far fewer than Lin Yi. Ugh, I'm utterly exhausted. Wang Qi lamented, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The team's strength was exceedingly imbalanced, and he needed to find suitable awakening cards for the two of them post-haste. If you're fatigued, take a moment to rest, he suggested. Based on the previous simulation, after the desert scorpions, they would encounter a mirage, necessitating caution and optimal readiness. It's unbearably hot. Captain, this challenge is beyond human endurance. Wang Qi exclaimed. Just hold on. Soon we shall reach the desert oasis. 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 Wang Qi excitedly pointed towards the barren dunes in the distance. Wang Yang, still dazed, gestured towards a different location, declaring, Oasis. Over there, an oasis. Huh, what's going on? Lin Yi, are they hallucinating? Wang Ming queried, eyeing the two locations with confusion. What is wrong with you two? Have you succumbed to the heat? Chapter 37, Illusion, Desert Scorpion King. At that moment, Lin Yi realized the gravity of the situation. Glancing at the verdant sand surrounding him with dread. Quick, cover your mouths and noses. Do not inhale the mint-scented gas. However, he sensed it was too late. For Li Ying was also pointing at a location unrelated to the oasis, muttering about it. Brother Wang Ming, are you all right? Lin Yi inquired, as Wang Ming had already covered his mouth and nose when the warning was first issued. I'm fine. Lin Yi, this place is so bizarre. Will the three of them be okay? First, we need to get them out of here, away from this battlefield. Wang Ming swiftly approached Wang Qi and Wang Yang, tucking them under his arms as he hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, Lin Yi cradled the dazed Li Ying as they made their escape. The sound of shuffling sand echoed beneath their feet. Lin Yi was acutely aware, during the simulation, he had little recollection of how to enter the burrow. But now he understood. There must be a colossal creature lurking beneath. Suddenly, a massive black stinger erupted from the ground, followed by a pair of formidable pincers and a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Lin Yi. The Desert Scorpion King, a minor boss. Lin Yi drew his bone dagger with his left hand while gripping his wolf fawn club in his right, casting a glance at Wang Ming. Brother Wang Ming, what is the situation? Can you still fight? Wang Ming scooped a handful of sand from the ground and rubbed it on his face to steady himself. I'm fine. This beast is enormous. The desert scorpion towered to the size of a common cow, particularly its pincers and stinger, which constituted a significant portion of its mass. Lin Yi finally discerned that this was a second-tier magical beast, equivalent to a mid-level treasure hunter. Yet its combat prowess far surpassed that of a mid-level treasure hunter. The desert scorpion wasted no time, charging with its 6 legs, stinger raised high, pincers snapping menacingly. Brother Wang Ming, retreat. I'll cover you. What? No, I'll cover your retreat. You're much stronger than I am, but I've lived longer. It should be my duty to protect you. Lin Yi scolded playfully. You're only a few years older than me. Enough chatter. I'm confident I can escape this beast's grasp. Seeing Wang Ming hesitating, Lin Yi continued. Don't worry. It can't do anything to me. All right, Lin Yi. You must survive. Wang Ming retreated with the 3 unconscious individuals. Lin Yi, however, found his resolve intensifying. The power of the dragon demon surged within him. The breaker technique amplified the dragon demon power by 100%. Initially, a mere 30 points of strength struck the Scorpion King, but failed to breach its defenses. However, with the enhancement, his strength surged to a terrifying 39 points. Lin Yi was certain that most mid-level warriors lacked such formidable power. The Wolf Fawn Club, imbued with dragon demon energy, struck the Scorpion's exoskeleton, pincers, and stinger, leaving fine cracks in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi plunged the bone dagger into one of the scorpion's eyes, embedding it deep. The enraged Scorpion King flailed its pincers in a frenzy, while Lin Yi did his utmost to withstand the assault. At last, when the Wolf Fawn Club deflected one of the pincers, Lin Yi seized the moment. He lifted the severed pincer high to block the stinger, simultaneously bringing the Wolf Fawn Club down forcefully upon the Scorpion's head. Clang! The Scorpion King collapsed. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, realizing the current scenario diverged significantly from the simulation. He had managed to slay the Scorpion King while lucid, but where was the burrow? A treasure chest, he exclaimed. Why is it yellow? What could this mean? Is it a special treasure chest? Special treasure chests typically contained rare materials, devoid of awakening cards. With curiosity piqued, Lin Yi opened the chest. What lay within the yellow treasure chest? Lin Yi speculated numerous possibilities, perhaps metals, spiritual fruits, or weapons. Yet, upon opening it, he was taken aback, for the contents revealed an abundance of copper coins, a few silver coins, and 5 gold coins. Furthermore, upon absorbing the power contained within the chest, he leveled up. The attribute points gained from leveling up were allocated to his physique. Upon careful counting, he discovered that the copper coins exceeded 10,000. Additionally, There were 300 to 400 silver coins. In the plaza, goblin merchants were present, yet few ventured to make purchases. It wasn't due to high prices. Affluent young lords were abundant, but these goblins only accepted copper coins, the universal currency of the dungeon, rather than human currency. 10,000 copper coins could procure a blue weapon from the goblin merchants. This was equivalent to 10 million, and that was without accounting for the silver and gold coins. Lin Yi resolved to use this trove of copper coins to acquire a blue weapon for Wang Ming. As for the other silver and gold coins, sacrifice. The dragon Amoyoro delights in your offerings and rewards you with 5 freedom attribute points. 5 points. Previously, when sacrificing 3,000 copper coins, you received the same 5 freedom attribute points. Unlocking sacrificial items, gold coins. The reward for the power of the dragon has been upgraded, currently at level 3. Lin Yi was eager to allocate these 5 freedom attribute points to his strength. Allocation failed. What is happening? Unyielding, Lin Yi attempted to allocate strength several more times. But each time it displayed allocation failed. Could it be that his strength has already reached its peak at this stage? Contemplating this, Lin Yi decided to allocate the 5 freedom attribute points to his constitution, raising it to 30. Indeed, it was successful. Is it impossible to add points to strength anymore? It seems I can only continue to enhance my strength when I reach the intermediate treasure hunter level. Low-level treasure hunter LV4. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 20. Strength, 30. Stamina, 20. Agility, 22. Available attribute points, 0. Talent, Dragon's Power, LV3. Skill, Sacrifice. Sacrificial items, copper coins, silver coins, gold coins. As Lin Yi meticulously assessed his body, he felt a significant enhancement in his defensive capabilities. It appears that Constitution is indeed linked to defense, simultaneously, as both Constitution and Strength have reached their current peak. He also sensed a peculiar discomfort, akin to an overwhelming surge of power. Yet, he wondered how Wang Ming was faring. Chapter 38, The Cave. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ming was in despair, gazing at the quicksand beneath him, shaking his head as he addressed the weeping Xiaoying. Don't worry about me. Go back to where we came from and find the captain. I never expected to find myself in such a predicament. Don't just stand there, hurry. Brother Wang Ming. You must hold on, wait for the captain to rescue you. Xiaoying tied one end of the rope to a withered tree and tossed the other into Wang Ming. With her strength, she was unable to pull Wang Ming out, and the harder she tried, the deeper he sank. Wang Qi and Wang Yang had awakened, but they stumbled around in a daze, resembling intoxicated individuals, proving unreliable. Xiaoying supported Wang Qi and Wang Yang as they departed. Alone, Wang Ming clutched the rope tightly, straining to prevent himself from sinking further. This quicksand area was relatively small, about 3 meters across. When Wang Ming realized it was quicksand, he had exerted himself to throw the 3 of them to safety. Had he not diligently studied the desert knowledge imparted by Lin Yi prior to this, it might not have been just him trapped, but all 4 of them. Alas, I hope Lin Yi discovers my plight soon. How could there possibly be quicksand in such a cursed place, and why did I have to encounter it? Suddenly, he noticed the presence of someone. Who are you? And what are you doing here? The speaker was a young man clad in a white coat, wearing glasses, exuding an air of elegance. Accompanying him was a woman in combat attire, exuding a heroic demeanor, her figure accentuated by her attire, resembling a valiant heroine. Xia Yue furrowed her brow as she gazed at Wang Ming, who was fortuitously stuck at the cave's apex, unable to descend or ascend. Wang Ming struggled to turn his head, catching sight of the two observing him, seemingly the man deferring to the woman. Please, help me. I am with the Blood Rose Guild. The Blood Rose Guild, Xia Yue mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips, realizing she had encountered an ally. She exchanged glances with Jiang Qinxing, signaling him to assist Wang Ming. Jiang Qinxing instantly grasped Xia Yue's intent, cracking his whip to allow Wang Ming to grasp it, then pulling with force, propelling Wang Ming out. Rustling. Once Wang Ming was freed from blocking the cave's entrance, the surrounding sand swiftly poured into the cave, soon revealing an entrance large enough for a single person. Wang Ming, heart pounding, glanced anxiously at the entrance. It was a vertical descent, appearing to be over 50 meters deep. Should he fall, he would likely lose half his life, or worse, find himself isolated and starve to death within the cave. Thank you. Thank you. You can call me Brother Chun. I am also with the Blood Rose Guild. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered us. Wang Ming was enlightened, realizing why this individual was willing to rescue him. He was indeed one of their own. Thank you, Brother Chun. I am Wang Ming, the vice captain of the Fearless Squad. Oh, is your captain named Lin Yi? Xia Yue inquired. Yes. Do you know Lin Yi? Wang Ming asked, intrigued. Xia Yue coolly replied, No, I don't. Her tone was aloof, bordering on haughty, and Wang Ming, sensing the awkwardness, chose not to pursue the matter further. He couldn't help but wonder if this woman was Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend. Her demeanor was both familiar and distant. At that moment, the cave was free of quicksand. The 3 stood awkwardly by the cave's entrance. Jiang Qinxing asked, Sister Weiwei, should we go in? Wang Ming interjected, I won't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave. Hee hee, I will repay your kindness one day. Thank you. The two watched as Wang Ming departed, with Xia Yue being the first to leap into the cave, followed closely by Jiang Qinxing, dragging his weary body to the entrance. Lin Yi spotted 3 figures waving at him from a distance. With his keen eyesight, he recognized them as members of his team. Where's Brother Wang Ming? Captain, hurry and save Brother Wang Ming. He has fallen into quicksand. What? Where? How long has it been? Take me there. Lin Yi's heart raced. Quicksand was no trivial matter, particularly with the magical beasts lurking in the underground city, creating a significant threat. If one were to sink into quicksand, they must constantly guard against beastly attacks. It was on our way back. It's been over 20 minutes. Captain, Brother Wang Ming. He won't. Xiaoying sobbed. Brother Wang Ming threw the 3 of us to safety. Otherwise, we would have perished. Over 20 minutes. Lin Yi's heart sank. 20 minutes was ample time for even an elephant to be engulfed. Even if Wang Ming was an awakened, he couldn't hold his breath for more than 5 minutes. He could only hope that below the quicksand lay a vast cavity, allowing for temporary breathing. Quick, lead me down. Lin Yi inquired why they hadn't used a rope to pull Wang Ming out, but Wang Qi and Wang Yang were ordinary individuals, and Xiaoying lacked strength. The 3 of them combined couldn't manage it. In this desolate place, there were no other people to lend assistance. However, when they reached the quicksand area, Lin Yi noticed a significant gap ahead, surrounded by sunken sand, with a dark center resembling a cave. This cave, Lin Yi was certain, was the same one they had discovered during their simulation. Brother Wang Ming has fallen in. Xiaoying exclaimed. Captain, we should go in. Brother Wang Ming might still be alive beneath. Lin Yi assessed the cave's depth, estimating it to be around 50 meters. The walls were rugged and dry, with a substantial amount of sand cushioning the bottom. If it were Wang Ming, he would likely not perish immediately upon falling. After 20 minutes, and having spent 8 minutes traveling, Wang Ming should still be alive. Yet, venturing into the cave meant they would have to exit through the portal. As for the unknown creature, Lin Yi dared not assume he could defeat it. Do we have sufficient food? Wang Qi opened his backpack, revealing a substantial supply of jerky and purified water, enough to sustain 5 people for a week. Let us go. Lin Yi observed the rope, presumably left behind by Wang Ming, its length sufficient to facilitate their descent. He was the first to enter, meticulously investigating the cave's depths. Indeed, there were footprints surrounding him. While they did not appear to belong to Wang Ming, they indicated the presence of 2 individuals, along with scattered traces of blood. It's from a magical beast, Captain. Wang Qi noted as he leaned closer to examine the blood. There's no mistaking it. Human blood does not possess such a metallic odor. And this darkened stain suggests prolonged exposure to an oxygen-deprived environment. The 4 exchanged glances, having found no sign of Wang Ming's blood, yet the footprints confirmed their suspicions. The only lingering question was why there were 2 sets of prints. You 3, scout the area and ascertain the situation before we proceed, Lin Yi instructed, settling down to simulate a scenario, hoping it would lead them to Wang Ming. Simulator, initiate short-term simulation. You have entered the cave. It appears exceedingly intricate. You advance along the footprints. You discover numerous deceased mummies, spiders, and skeletons. You have encroached upon the territory of an unknown creature. You witness 2 formidable beings engaged in combat with the unknown creature. The 2 formidable beings are overwhelmed and flee. You attempt to assault the unknown creature. You are swiftly eliminated. These are not Wang Ming's footprints. How could this be? Where has he gone? Lin Yi pondered. Never mind, let us follow and see. Perhaps those 2 powerful beings might know Wang Ming's whereabouts. At that moment, the 3 who had ventured out returned, their expressions grim, especially Xiaoying, who appeared to have been crying. Captain, there's no trace of Brother Wang Ming. However, we discovered a substantial number of slain magical beasts, their body parts still intact. Lin Yi rose, realizing they had no choice but to advance and catch up with those 2 individuals. Let us move at full speed. Full speed? Could that be dangerous? There must be numerous magical beasts here. Lin Yi gave Wang Yang a reassuring glance and replied, not to worry. The magical beasts ahead have been cleared out. We merely need to follow the footprints. As Lin Yi led the group deeper into the cave, Wang Ming stood frozen, observing the continuous influx of individuals entering the passage. How could so many discover this checkpoint in such a short time? As the group approached, a red-haired youth, brandishing a knife, mischievously inquired, Hey there, when did you arrive? Quite early, huh? Have you found anything? Wang Ming snapped back to reality, realizing that if these people ventured into the cave, it would complicate matters. They were his saviors. His mind raced as he pointed in another direction, exclaiming, I found a boss. Unfortunately, my squad couldn't defeat it. They all perished. I advise you against heading that way. The red-haired youth feigned surprise, mocking, Is that so? I'm with the Star Dream Guild. A boss, you say? Thanks, brother. I owe you one for saving us time. He clapped Wang Ming on the shoulder, casually stating, No need to waste time searching for the boss now, fellas. Follow me. Wang Ming then noticed over a dozen individuals behind the red-haired youth, all awakeners. The Star Dream Guild, what a sight to behold. The red-haired youth grinned, of course. The entry requirements for the Star Dream Guild are quite stringent. At the very least, one must be an awakener or a retired military veteran. So what do you say? Interested in joining my squad? You seem like an awakener too. Wang Ming declined, uncertain of Lin Yi and the other's situation and whether they had escaped danger. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen furrowed his brow, addressing the guild leader. There are 4 individuals who have entered, 2 of whom are awakeners and 2 ordinary people. Jiang Xingchen held a tablet displaying a clear image of Lin Yi and his companions entering the cave. Forget them for now. Let us focus on locating sequence 097. Regarding sequence 097, Jiang Xingchen humbly asked, President, do you really think the 2 of us can defeat it? Xia Yue smiled. What? Are you afraid? Well, not exactly. I just lack any offensive capabilities, and you? Xia Yue replied nonchalantly, I am already a senior treasure hunter. Gosh, when did you make that breakthrough? That is impressive. There are only a handful of senior treasure hunters in the entire Jiang city. The most renowned is your brother Xia Songhai. And now you've surpassed him. Xia Yue raised an eyebrow, asserting, my brother is my brother, I am myself, and I won't be outdone by him. Indeed. But honestly, I feel you might be even more formidable. Silence, Wei Yi arrived. At that moment, Jiang Xingchen realized he and Xia Yue were in a shadowy cave, dimly illuminated by faint green flames. Yet, the darkness persisted, limiting visibility to just over 10 meters. Xia Yue gazed at a wall ahead, which was adorned with a colossal arm. This arm dominated much of the wall, its fingers thicker than a person. Reassuringly, the arm lay still, appearing lifeless. How immense! Is this the magical beast that ranks among the sequences? It's terrifying. Given its size, had it not been sealed, this underground city would surely have been obliterated. Xia Yue remained silent. According to her records, sequence 097 was named Alomos. In the ancient Goblin Kingdom, it was referred to as the Undying Demon God. Legends spoke of its potential to be a 6th-tier magical beast before its sealing, comparable to a master-level treasure hunter among humans. This creature is virtually indestructible. How can we procure its heart? Jiang Xingchen inquired. Xia Yue replied, it's quite simple. If we slay it 10 times, it will enter a 30-minute state of stupor, at which point you can extract its heart. 10 times? Even though it has only one arm to move and is sealed, it won't be easy to contend with. Right? Xia Yue remained silent, drawing forth a long spear. The spear extended 2 meters, its crimson hue adorned with numerous roses. This was the Blood Rose Guild's treasured artifact. The Blood Rose Spear. You actually brought it. Xia Yue advanced, wielding the spear, and struck the arm against the wall. Bang! The spear tip pierced the stone wall, shattering a small segment of the arm. Debris flew, and the arm stirred, raising a cloud of dust. The ground trembled violently. Far away, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The commotion was significant and intimidating. In the simulation, he had faced that arm countless times without causing such a ruckus. Clearly, those 2 were not ordinary. Speed up. As Lin Yi pressed forward, he encountered no monsters. Most had been slain. Wang Yang and Wang Qi were elated, their packs filled with spider glands and mummy hearts, valuable materials that could be traded for numerous copper coins with goblin merchants in the square. Captain, slow down. Shouldn't we collect some of these items first? Hey, Captain. Lin Yi did not engage in lengthy discussions with them. The area's magical beasts had been eradicated, and he was unconcerned for their safety. Watching Lin Yi and Xiaoying move ahead, the 2 had no choice but to follow, albeit with a sense of exasperation. The captain has become increasingly obstinate. With so many valuable items at hand, if we were to sell them externally, we could easily fetch around 8 to 900,000. Indeed, it is a pity that Brother Wang Ming is not here. Otherwise, he might have spoken up for us. Soon after, Lin Yi noticed a pink figure engaged in combat with an unknown creature, while another individual provided support from a distance, seemingly hesitant to approach. Chapter 40, Defeat. Lin Yi chose not to intervene, as his simulations had already revealed that the 2 would ultimately be defeated. Thus, he decided to wait for their retreat, believing himself unfit to offer assistance. Captain, slow down. Puff, puff. I'm utterly exhausted. Hiss. What is that? Such a massive arm. Could it be a boss? Exclaimed Wang Qi, panting alongside Wang Yang and Xiaoying. Lin Yi replied, I do not know what that creature is, but we should not approach. We are no match for it. The 3 nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xia Yue noticed the 4 individuals from a distance and breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing they did not rush in recklessly to meet their demise. She feared they might unwittingly provoke the creature, leading to disastrous consequences. The strength of that arm was approximately at the 3rd level, 5th rank, manageable for her. The blood-red rose gun in her hand became increasingly formidable, inflicting numerous wounds upon the arm, which, peculiarly, did not bleed but instead released a significant amount of white powder. Vivigia, I can't go on any longer. I've exhausted all my strength, she gasped. Continuing her assault, she seized a moment to command. You should retreat and wait for me at the cave entrance. Do not let anyone approach. Just then, the arm suddenly surged with power, taking advantage of Xia Yue's momentary distraction to strike down upon her. She swiftly dodged, her movements light as she thrust the blood-red rose gun repeatedly. Oh, if only Bogu could be here. My gun cannot inflict substantial damage upon sequence 097. It can only wear it down. Despite her urgency, Xia Yue persevered in depleting the creature's strength. The commotion created by her efforts was considerable, resulting in the emergence of a blue chest and a white chest. Captain. Treasure chests. Treasure chests. Lin Yi naturally noticed the two chests, but both were sealed. Even if he were to acquire them, they would be of no use. So he had no intention of intervening. Moreover, Lin Yi was not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Jiang Xinqing approached, clasping his fists in greeting. I am from the Blood Rose Guild. Please, do not interfere, or as you can see, this creature is not easily dealt with. Jiang Xinqing was courteous, not underestimating Lin Yi merely because he was a low-ranking treasure hunter. Lin Yi chuckled, recognizing that he had encountered an ally. While rivalry among guild members was inevitable, it was certainly preferable to facing members of other guilds. I, too, am a member of the Blood Rose Guild. I am Lin Yi, captain of the Fearless Squad. Have you seen my vice-captain, Wang Meng? Lin Yi inquired. Wang Meng. Jiang Xinqing paused, then replied, is he the one stuck at the cave entrance? You know brother Wang Meng. That is wonderful. Is he all right? Is he injured? Wang Qi exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Xinqing maintained a calm demeanor, stating, he is unharmed but did not enter this cave. He must have left. I was the one who rescued him earlier. He mentioned he would repay me. He has left? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt relieved. Wang Meng was not a reckless individual. He should be at the entrance now. It's good to hear he is fine. Suddenly, Jiang Xinqing seemed to realize something and asked cautiously, you are Lin Yi, aren't you? Lin Yi was taken aback. How did he know who he was? Yes. That is me. How do you know my name? Jiang Xinqing smiled. The president was just lamenting that there was no bogu available. Brother Lin Yi, could you show me your bogu? Lin Yi was puzzled as to how he knew about his weapon, the wolf-tooth club, but he complied and produced it. As Jiang Xinqing reached for the bogu, Lin Yi was quick to pull it away. Hey, don't be hasty. The bogu isn't yours. Lin Yi was incensed. He had spent 500,000 on it. How could it not belong to him? The bogu resonated harmoniously with his dragon magic, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Therefore, Lin Yi would never allow it to fall into another's hands. What do you mean, friend? Jiang Xinqing recognized his rashness and clasped his fists in apology. I'm sorry. I acted thoughtlessly. However, young brother, could you lend it to me? To be frank, I am the secretary of the Blood Rose Guild president. And the person you see fighting the arm is our president, Xia Yue. Xia Yue? Really? I've heard she is a formidable woman. Please do not deceive me. Xiaoying interjected. I have seen the president. She is incredibly beautiful. Captain, please assist the president. Naturally, Lin Yi was not one to relinquish a handy weapon based on mere words. He needed clarity. You say this weapon is not mine. Why is that? Haha. Surely you cannot be unaware. 500,000 is merely the rental fee, an annual lease. Rental fee. The four were astounded, and Lin Yi felt deceived. The shopkeeper had not conveyed it that way. Jiang Xinqing anticipated this reaction and continued, do not be alarmed. The selling price of the bogu is indeed 500,000. But that is only the first condition for obtaining it. There is another condition, and upon its fulfillment, the bogu will belong to you. Lin Yi frowned. What is the condition? I advise you not to push your luck. Otherwise, I will not agree, even if I have to forfeit the bogu. With a simulator at his disposal, Lin Yi could always find another suitable weapon in the future. He would not allow himself to be cornered over a weapon. While the bogu was suddenly valuable, freedom was far more precious. Do not be anxious, young brother. The condition is quite simple. You must place in the top 10 of the Jiang City Treasure Hunter competition. The competition is about to begin. You only need to participate and secure a top 10 finish, and the weapon will be yours. Lin Yi glanced at the bogu. Just this blue weapon? Do you underestimate me? Blue? Jiang Xinqing chuckled. This is not merely a blue weapon. Do you truly not recognize it? Lin Yi replied coldly, please enlighten me. This is a sealed weapon. Once you fulfill the conditions we outlined, we can unseal it for you. A friendly reminder. This weapon is likely of purple quality. Even if it is not purple, it is still a top-tier blue weapon. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Purple weapons. Humph. With a scoff, Lin Yi handed the bogu over to Jiang Xinqing. I accept your terms. It's merely a matter of participating in the competition. That is a trivial task. However, I make no promises regarding what ranking I will achieve. Jiang Xinqing was overjoyed, taking the weapon and hastily departing. Captain, I just recalled. The mortality rate in the treasure hunter competition is exceedingly high. Are we truly going to participate? Lin Yi turned, playing with his bone dagger. It is not you who must participate. It is I who will join. I do not compel anyone to compete alongside me. The treasure hunter competition will be held within the dungeon, allowing him to rely on the simulator to manage every detail and secure victory. Far simpler than for anyone else. The only issue was that participation required a squad, with a minimum of 5 members. Chapter 41, Defeat. Jiang Xinqing returned, but Xia Yue paid him little mind. The battle was at a critical juncture. She had already diminished the arm significantly, and its first life was about to be extinguished. Xia Yue's marksmanship exuded a striking intensity. Yet beneath it lay a hint of grace, embodying both offense and defense, rendering sequence 97 utterly ineffective against her. Bang! At last, that arm succumbed. disintegrating into a cloud of white powder that wafted through the air. There remained a minute before it could revive once more. Xiao Yue gasped for breath. The struggle had been arduous, but she had 9 lives to spare. President! Broken army! Jiang Xinqing exclaimed joyfully, simultaneously handing the broken army to Xiao Yue. ISNT, the broken army, in Lin Yi's possession? How did it end up here? Xiao Yue noted the weapon, stained with remnants of blood that could not be cleansed. A testament to its involvement in numerous battles and its thirst for blood. Could it be that Lin Yi had also descended? Jiang Xinqing pointed to Lin Yi standing in the distance and said, "That's him, but he seems unaware of the broken army's origins. Do not inform him unless he secures a place in the top 10 of Jiangxing for us." Jiang Xinqing readily agreed, and once more, the arm revived. This time visibly smaller than before. Lin Yi kept his gaze fixed on Xiao Yue, observing as she planted her spear into the ground and wielded a wolf-toothed club to strike at the arm. Unlike her previous style with the spear, Xiao Yue's combat approach this time was markedly more aggressive, employing a technique that emphasized brute force to overcome brute force. The speed at which the arm was damaged increased significantly, far surpassing her previous performance with the spear. The white powder fell rapidly. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the arm was vanquished again. Impressive. You are far superior to when I wielded the broken army. Your techniques are undeniably formidable. The arm was utterly helpless. Jiang Xinqing laughed. Naturally, our president is truly remarkable. She is a legendary figure. At such a young age, she has already become a senior treasure hunter. And perhaps she might someday aspire to be a master treasure hunter. Lin Yi paid no heed to Jiang Xinqing's banter, focusing intently on Xiao Yue's combat. Her fighting style was immensely beneficial to him. Even though Lin Yi had engaged in numerous simulations against this unknown creature, he found himself lacking compared to Xiao Yue's seasoned prowess. Bang! Once more, the arm was defeated. Subsequently, Xiao Yue shattered the arm 6 more times, totaling 8 defeats. Victory was within reach. Lin Yi glanced at the fallen treasure chest, realizing he would have to make an unnecessary trip. Now, he awaited the conclusion of Xiao Yue's battle, eager for her to return the broken army to him. More people are coming. Are they from Xingmen? Jiang Xinqing observed the screen, which displayed over 10 individuals entering the cave. Leading them was a red-haired figure adorned with a unique symbol and a card emblazoned with a vast expanse of stars. This was a privilege reserved for the elite of the Xingmen Guild, and with the red-haired individual in sight, Jiang Xinqing quickly deduced their identity. Yang Yu. I hope he doesn't act rashly. After all, we're dealing with sequence 097. Yang Yu moved swiftly, following the footprints into the depths, soon standing before Lin Yi. I'm furious. If I encounter that little brat again, I want to let him off the hook. How dare he deceive me, humph. Oh, it's you, Jiang Xinqing. Long time no see. How is Miss Xia? Jiang Xinqing greeted with a smile. Haha. You red-haired rascal. Sister Wei Wei is doing well. What has Brother Xia been up to lately? Busy with the treasure hunter competition. Wait, you're stalling for time. Quickly tell me, what is behind you? It wouldn't be a purple treasure chest, would it? Yang Yu craned his neck to peer inside, but Jiang Xinqing vehemently obstructed him. Along with Lin Yi and the others, they shielded the view, preventing Yang Yu from seeing anything. Hey, you 4 move aside. Lin Yi glanced at Yang Yu, a mid-level treasure hunter, uncertain of his profession and how formidable he might be. Lin Yi chose not to respond to Yang Yu's provocation. Maintaining his focus on Xiao Yue's battle, that arm could not endure much longer. The booming sounds echoing from within the cave only intensified Yang Yu's curiosity. Hey, I'm talking to you. Move aside. Lin Yi, don't let him. Jiang Xinqing urged anxiously. We just need to hold out for 5 or 6 minutes until the president finishes off sequence 097. Who knows if Yang Yu will attempt to snatch the heart. The heart of a sequence beast was immensely valuable. They could not afford to relax. Yang Yu, I advise you not to stir up trouble. Sister Wei Wei is inside. We arrived here first, so do not disrupt our efforts. Yang Yu glared at Lin Yi, clearly harboring a grudge against him. Xiao Ying tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve and softly said, Captain, perhaps we should let him pass. I know him. He is from the #1 guild in Jiangxing and quite formidable. Yet Lin Yi remained unmoved, not out of disdain for Yang Yu, but because Jiang Xinqing had signaled him. Help me block them. Once the president wins, I'll give you the treasure chest. Lin Yi agreed. 2 treasure chests would greatly benefit his team, and he was indeed here for the treasure. If he could acquire them, it would be ideal. Jiang Xinqing cast a worried glance at Lin Yi, finding him still indifferent, yet felt somewhat reassured. At that moment, Yang Yu subtly gestured to one of his subordinates. A person so unremarkable that one might unconsciously overlook his capabilities. He was a thief. You, sneak over and take a look. The subordinate complied, slowly inching closer to Jiang Xinqing. The path was narrow, with Jiang Xinqing blocking 1/3 of it, while Lin Yi and the others covered the remaining 2/3. To this subordinate, the most promising point of breach was Lin Yi. Yang Yu grinned menacingly. Jiang Xinqing, my apologies. Suddenly, Yang Yu lunged forward, seizing Jiang Xinqing to create an opening for his subordinate to dash through. Lin Yi felt a surge of animosity, gripping his bone dagger in a reverse hold. He stabbed backward. Don't be rash. Don't be rash. Lin Yi glanced at the assailant. Had he not sensed the hostility, he would have easily overlooked him. What do you plan to do? Lin Yi said coldly. Do you believe I want to incapacitate you? Let go. Yang Yu had not anticipated that his subordinate would be seized, and his palm pierced. Jiang Xinqing reacted swiftly, pushing Yang Yu away. Yang Yu, do not overstep your bounds. I've warned you. Our president is hunting. Do not act unwisely. Humph. You think mere words can drive me away? Fine. Please summon Miss Xiao. Upon seeing her, I shall naturally depart, for I am, after all, an ally. Jiang Xinqing would never agree. To conquer sequence 097, they must continuously dismantle its arms without exceeding a 10-minute interval. If Xia Yue were summoned, who could predict what unforeseen events might transpire? You shall not pass. I will relay today's events to the president in detail. Jiang Xinqing emphasized the word detail. Bang! At that moment, the ground trembled once more. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he witnessed a figure being struck by the arm. Chapter 42. Unexpected developments. It was Xia Yue. President, don't scare me. At that moment, no one was obstructing Yang Yu's line of sight. He leaned in and was instantly horrified. Before him, an arm was flailing chaotically and beneath the rubble. Xia Yue struggled to hold herself up. Quick, where's the priest? Hurry and save her. Mage, long-range support. This was no jest, despite his disrespect for Jiang Xinqing. Yang Yu felt compelled to assist Xia Yue. After all, she was from the Xia family, the second daughter no less. If word got out that he had encountered a member of the Xia family and failed to intervene, he would face dire consequences from Xia Songhai. The priest made his move. It was Lin Yi's first encounter with a priest. Unlike other professions, priests generally lack combat prowess. It is said that within the Scarlet Rose Guild, there exists but a single priest, and that one is merely a low-level treasure seeker. To my astonishment, I now encounter a priest here. In Yang Yu's team, the priest radiates a substantial green light, continually flying towards Xia Yue. While the mage employs a far more agile combat style. Fireballs burst against the walls, sending a cascade of white dust falling. At this moment, Xia Yue struggles to rise. Her heart filled with resentment. She was so close to success, yet Yang Yu's interference distracted her, leading to her careless oversight and a strike to her arm. Xiaoying also unleashes arrows at the arm, but amidst the barrage of attacks, Lin Yi can unmistakably sense that the creature remains unscathed. The assaults are futile. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi charges in. Jiang Xinqing follows suit, his profession being a rogue, his speed remarkable. However, as he approaches Xia Yue, despair washes over him. An overwhelming amount of debris pins her down, rendering him unable to lift it. Moreover, the arm seems to possess a will of its own, retaliating against him. He can evade its strikes, yet this leaves him incapable of rescuing her. At that moment, Jiang Xinqing glimpses a figure dashing through the dust. Yang Yu, Lin Yi. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yi asserts, you distract the creature. I'll save her. Initially hesitating, Jiang Xinqing watches in awe as Lin Yi effortlessly shifts a massive boulder. Impressive. Such strength? Is this truly a low-level treasure seeker? Jiang Xinqing draws a compact, formidable bow and shoots at the arm, successfully diverting its attention. Lin Yi displaces another boulder, revealing Xia Yue's leg. Due to being pinned, her clothing has been largely torn away from her legs, causing Lin Yi to momentarily lose his focus at the sight of her pale skin. Look, I'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Yi is startled, meeting Xia Yue's gaze. What are you staring at? Hurry and get me out. Lin Yi chuckles. If I were you, I wouldn't shout at my savior. Her legs are truly fair. You. Xia Yue's face flushes. She never anticipated being teased by a low-level treasure seeker. Under normal circumstances, she would have torn Lin Yi apart, but now, trapped in danger, she is utterly exhausted. She overestimated her stamina and, having switched to a mace, found the exertion far greater than with her spear. This will do. Lin Yi once again removes the stones crushing Xia Yue, allowing her to rise. Wrap your arms around my neck. Don't let go. Obediently, Xia Yue complies. Her delicate arms encircling Lin Yi's neck, and with a powerful lift, he hoists her out. She is surprisingly heavy. Xia Yue, peering closely at Lin Yi, finds him rather irksome, yet she cannot deny that he possesses a certain charm. She had never been carried like this before. Suddenly, a loud crash. Yang Yu, having dodged the arm's attack, spots Lin Yi cradling Xia Yue. Get out first. Lin Yi agrees without hesitation. As they traverse various areas, he inevitably increases his strength. You. Don't pinch me. Are you seeking death? Lin Yi, irked, retorts, I'm saving you, and you still have so much to say. Shut up. Don't annoy me. Xia Yue, taken aback by his reprimand, fixes her gaze on Lin Yi, lost in thought. The arm seems to have taken notice. Not only assaulting Jiang Xinqing, but also occasionally directing its attention towards them, forcing Lin Yi to dodge clumsily. Fortunately, his speed is commendable, and he has simulated combat against this unknown creature. Yang Yu clears a path, and Lin Yi successfully escapes with Xia Yue in his arms. By this time, Xiaoying has cleared a section and thoughtfully laid down a canvas. Captain, place her here. Xia Yue reclines on the canvas. And only then does Lin Yi notice that she continues to glare at him. What are you looking at? It was an emergency. It was a temporary measure. Xia Yue rolls her eyes. Pervert. Lin Yi. Fortunately, the priest arrives, continuously healing Xia Yue. The disparity between the priest's abilities and those of a typical doctor becomes evident. A priest can heal others at any time and place, while a doctor requires a full set of preparations. Under uninterrupted treatment, Xia Yue gradually regains her strength. After half a minute, the priest, exhausted, states, Miss Xia, I'm merely a low-level priest. I can do no more. I apologize. The priest withdraws, yet Xia Yue's injuries have significantly improved, enabling her to rise with difficulty. President, are you all right? Jiang Xinqing has also escaped, and the arm, now without a target, gradually quiets. Xia Yue's expression dims as she turns to Yang Yu. I know what you're thinking. Name your price. Yang Yu grins sheepishly. Miss Xia, your brother is our president. How could I possibly disclose this matter? Are you not tempted? Let me tell you, this is sequence 097. Its heart can grant an ordinary person suffering from a severe illness an additional 10 years of life. Yet Yang Yu still wears a bashful expression. No, I have no family to care for. This is of no use to me. Lin Yi feels a surge of warmth, granting an ill person an extra decade. Lin Yu. However, he shakes his head. Lin Yu suffers from a fractured spine, rendered partially paralyzed. But according to the doctor, with proper care, she could live another 40 to 50 years. It is not immediately necessary. Yet this does not diminish the heart's value. On the contrary, for wealthy merchants outside, it is priceless. Just imagine, possessing hundreds of billions in wealth, yet faced with imminent death. Would you not willingly exchange a fortune for an additional decade? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Sequence 097. What is that? Xiaoling strains to recall any information about magical beasts, but finds nothing that corresponds to the creature before them. It is a fallen deity. Its peak strength comparable to that of a pinnacle treasure seeker, yet after its fall, it possesses only around tier 3 strength. It is akin to a high-level treasure seeker. Xia Yue weakly confides to Xiaoling. Lin Yi glances at Xia Yue, astonished to discover that she is indeed a high-level treasure seeker. This woman is not only beautiful, but possesses extraordinary strength. She is far from ordinary. Although she hails from a prominent family, with resources in abundance, this does not obscure her brilliance. Chapter 43. The army. This situation has escalated. The arm has once again lapsed into silence. And Xia Yue observes that there are 3 minutes remaining until the arm resets. Within the area, there are 2 mid-level treasure seekers, with the rest being low-level. The mid-level treasure seekers are Yang Yu and Jiang Xinqing. It seems the only option is to return next time and take a chance. Hopefully, no one discovers this location. Yet, Xia Yue soon grimaces in despair. How could that be possible? It is highly unlikely. With such a large opening outside, any passerby would surely come to investigate, right? These individuals, of significant strength, could easily be dispatched by the arm, allowing it to absorb their blood and significantly increase its power. It appears that, regardless of the circumstances, this heart will remain unattainable for her. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, I dropped your mace. After I rest for half an hour, I will retrieve it. The agreement between Jiang Xinqing and you remains in effect. However, in Xia Yue's eyes, she observes Lin Yi shake his head and lightly state, I'll go back for it myself. I need to find my teammates. Wang Ming has been gone for quite some time, and Lin Yi begins to worry. You're going back alone? At the moment Lin Yi utters this, Yang Yu bursts into raucous laughter. Jiang Xinqing stepped forward to dissuade, young brother Lin Yi. Do not act impulsively. This matter is far from simple. Do not recklessly risk your life. Yet, Lin Yi remained steadfast in his resolution. Casting a curious glance at Jiang Xinqing and inquired, why do you want me to participate in the treasure hunter competition? Am I particularly special? Jiang Xinqing replied, you are overthinking. The truth is, there are very few participants in this competition, and we are compelled to encourage anyone willing to join. Lin Yi, now enlightened, asked, what are the rewards for this competition? Jiang Xinqing patiently elucidated, the first prize is 3,000 gold coins, the second prize is 3,000 silver coins, and the third prize is 3,000 copper coins. Beyond that, there are no further rewards. Is this a joke? Only the top 3 receive prizes? This exclamation, voiced by Wang Yang, echoed Lin Yi's own sentiments. Jiang Xinqing continued, thus, the guild will offer additional rewards for participants. Our guild's rewards are rather generous. 100,000 points, 3 blue weapons, and a cash prize of 10 million. All these rewards are available simply for finishing in the top 10. I still do not comprehend why the guild places such importance on this competition, Lin Yi pondered. After all, with such high casualties and minimal tangible benefits. Jiang Xinqing glanced helplessly at the resting Xia Yue and explained to Lin Yi. This competition somewhat determines the guild's ranking and reputation. The president is quite concerned about it. In fact, when the dungeon first emerged, this competition was immensely popular. But as the treasure chests dwindled and dangers escalated, participation declined, resulting in its current state. Lin Yi grasped that the competition, while termed as such, resembled more of a grand performance designed for those aspiring to join the guild. The better the rankings, the more participants would flock to join. Moreover, the competition restricts participation to treasure hunters of lower levels and above. At this juncture, Yang Yu interjected. Just like our Xingming Guild, we have won numerous treasure hunter competitions. The influx of new members nearly overwhelmed the hall. Ahem. Xia Yue cast a resentful glance at Jiang Xinqing and Yang Yu before turning back to Lin Yi. If you do not wish to participate, I shall not press you. After all, with your current strength, you are unlikely to secure a notable rank. Do not waste your time. Humph. Lin Yi turned and headed back to retrieve his wolf-toothed club. Winning the fight was one matter, but reclaiming his weapon was a trivial task for Lin Yi. Given his prowess, as his arm moved, at least half a basketball court's length of palm came crashing toward him, yet Lin Yi suddenly accelerated and evaded the attack. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he leapt onto the wall, effortlessly dodging. The wolf-toothed club lodged itself under his arm, a location difficult for the arm to reach. Where Xia Yue had previously exhausted her strength, Lin Yi easily extracted the club. Was he truly a low-level treasure hunter? His strength seemed to suggest he possessed the capabilities of a mid-level treasure hunter. Remarkable. His combat experience was substantial, and his strength was formidable. No. His speed was impressive too. A thought suddenly struck Xia Yue. Perhaps this individual could secure first place in the treasure hunter competition. With this notion, a subtle smile graced her lips as she glanced at Wang Yang and Wang Qi, who were Lin Yi's teammates but had yet to awaken. Xia Yue's mind was racing, and she quickly shared her thoughts with Jiang Xinqing. Initially taken aback, Jiang Xinqing gradually regained his composure, seemingly in agreement. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Yi returned, wielding both the wolf-toothed club and Xia Yue's blood-red rose gun. Tossing the gun to her, he inquired, "When does the competition commence?" 1 week from today, she replied. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging her response, and then departed with Xiao Ying and the others. "Captain, I wish to participate in the competition alongside you," Xiao Ying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at Lin Yi. Wang Yang and Wang Qi exchanged glances and chimed in. "We shall join as well. The captain will not engage in dangerous endeavors, and I trust we will be safe." Lin Yi did not decline. With a week to prepare, he was confident he could help the two awaken. A competition that had garnered little attention, and with 5 awakened individuals, was not something to be taken lightly. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Wang Ming and a throng of people. The place had been thoroughly occupied. As it seemed, many were aware that the first level of Room 9 had been discovered and flocked to partake in the opportunities it presented. "Lin Yi, you startled me. I thought something had happened to you." "Brother Wang Ming, I am relieved to see you unharmed," Lin Yi said, patting Wang Ming's shoulder. "I encountered the president. She saved you, and I saved her. We owe each other nothing." Wang Ming had anticipated Lin Yi's encounter with Xia Yue, but was taken aback by the revelation that Lin Yi had also saved her. Through the accounts of Wang Yang and the others, Wang Ming learned the full story. "Lin Yi, we are participating in this competition. If we lack sufficient manpower, we can enlist Uncle Yang and that young lad Guan. I have faith in your strength. With you, I feel secure." Just then, a thunderous noise erupted at the entrance as a squad of soldiers marched in, beginning to disperse the crowd. The 5 retreated to the side, witnessing the gradual entry of a light armored vehicle, followed by a tank and a multitude of drones. Soldiers escorted these formidable machines, numbering at least half a regiment. Among these soldiers were numerous awakened individuals, and this force was more than capable of sweeping through the level. The crowd murmured in hushed tones. "Have you heard? There's a sequence beast in this level. Are you kidding? Aren't sequence beasts supposed to appear only in particularly deep levels? I have no idea. All I know is that the army has arrived, so there won't be any treasure chests left in this level. Boring, time to head home." Chapter 44. The military clears the field. The military? Why are they here? What a nuisance. It's been ages since a new level appeared. And now the military is here to stir trouble? A scruffy old man spoke with an unkind tone. "Old man, could you explain why the military intervenes upon the discovery of a sequence? Aren't they only supposed to deal with more significant threats in the dungeons? Not all dungeons are like Jiang City's. In fact, many are quite perilous, and yes, they are laden with treasure. These hazardous dungeons are places ordinary citizens dare not tread. For weaker treasure hunters, entering is tantamount to death, leading to monsters proliferating within the dungeons. Consequently, these beasts occasionally wreak havoc, even slaughtering civilians. Thus, the military is called in to exterminate the monsters, a welcome sight for the populace, as the army protects them. However, for some treasure hunters, it seems." The scruffy old man waved his hand dismissively. Scram, don't bother me. I'm furious." Lin Yi, maintaining his composure, inquired, "I'll offer 10,000 coins, payable on sight." "Oh, haha, why not say so earlier? You truly are a crafty one. A sequence, you say? That's a fallen god, or so I've heard. However, I am more inclined to believe it's a powerful beast with high intelligence. As for why the military intervenes when sequences appear, it is because if left unchecked, a sequence could dominate the dungeon with its intellect and might, subsequently threatening the human realm. Understand? Here's your money." Lin Yi tossed 10 copper coins at the scruffy old man. "Let us go. We can seek treasure another time. First, we need to find a way to resolve Wang Yang and Wang Qi's awakening cards." The two brightened at this, excitement evident in their eyes as they looked at Lin Yi. Captain, are you serious? We, they stammered in their enthusiasm, nearly incoherent. Calm down. Let us all return and rest for the night. We'll gather tomorrow. In the square, as Lin Yi made his appearance, he immediately sensed that he was being observed. The individual in question was likely a thief. Although the powers of dungeon professions were diminished in the outside world, Lin Yi could still distinctly feel the gaze of those within a 40-meter radius. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Yi sought refuge in a sparsely populated park. Ever since the incident involving the leak of dungeon monsters, this park had become largely deserted after dark. Upon reaching a corner, Lin Yi hastened to evade the thief's line of sight and concealed himself within the underbrush. While this tactic would not fool a thief for long, Lin Yi did not require prolonged concealment. He merely needed to vanish for a fleeting moment to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Where did he go? Jiang Xinqing, trailing Lin Yi from 40 meters behind, witnessed Lin Yi vanish around a corner. Unperturbed, Jiang Xinqing cautiously approached the corner, halting at its edge. With a swift motion, a dagger was pressed against his neck, prompting Jiang Xinqing to let out a wry smile. Lin Yi, please, there's no need for hostility. Lin Yi recognized him instantly. However, he had no intention of lowering the dagger. Instead, he pressed it closer by a few millimeters. Oh, don't joke around. Your dagger is rather sharp. Please don't tremble, it frightens me. He exclaimed. Why are you following me? Jiang Xinqing released a sigh of relief. At least they were not at each other's throats. The guild leader sent me to assist you with the awakening card issue. I come bearing information. There's a location with 2 blue treasure chests. Are you interested? Lin Yi remained unmoved, unwilling to relinquish the dagger. Speak. Jiang Xinqing grimaced, questioning the necessity of such caution. Really, at level 8 of room 4, there is a lake teeming with crocodiles. Beneath the lake lies a waterway, at the end of which resides a boss, a large carp, along with 2 treasure chests. The lake? Lin Yi recalled simulating that area before, but had not identified any issues with it at the time. Thus he hadn't delved deeper into the simulation. He was taken aback by the revelation of 2 hidden treasure chests. At that moment, Lin Yi decided to release Jiang Xinqing. Once I locate the treasure chests, I shall pay you a visit to express my gratitude. Jiang Xinqing inhaled deeply, realizing how thrilling the encounter had been. He had nearly met his demise. Lin Yi, you. Oh, never mind. Take care of yourself. I've delivered the message. With that, Jiang Xinqing departed. Lin Yi then slipped into a restroom within the park. Simulator. Commence simulation. You have entered room 4, level 8. You have located a lake. The lake is inhabited by a multitude of crocodiles. You have navigated around them. You have found the boss at the end of the waterway. The boss is easily defeated by you. You have obtained 2 blue treasure chests. This simulation proceeded remarkably smoothly, marking the first time Lin Yi had experienced such seamless success. Everything seemed to unfold as if rehearsed, effortlessly. It appeared that the issue with the awakening card might indeed be resolved. By the time he returned home, it was already 4 in the morning. Lin Yi did not knock. Instead, he scaled the wall back into his room. Who was there? The door to Lin Yi's room swung open, revealing Ning Xiaoman, brandishing a canister of pepper spray as she cautiously regarded Lin Yi, who had his back turned. Lin Yi, it's me, don't panic. Perhaps the sound of the window had alerted Ning Xiaoman to his presence. Lin Yi, you scoundrel, what are you doing in my room? Climbing through the window. You aren't planning to. Your room? Lin Yi finally realized that the decor was distinctly different from his own. Perhaps fatigue had clouded his judgment, leading him to mistakenly enter the wrong room. Ahem, my apologies, I've made a mistake. With that, Lin Yi attempted to open the window to leave. Wait, use the door. Climbing through the window is dangerous. Well, alright then. As Lin Yi passed by Ning Xiaoman, he sensed her tension and noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. You. Ning Xiaoman hesitated, struggling to articulate her next words. Just as Lin Yi reached for the door, she finally managed to say, wait a moment. If you want to find me in the future, just knock. Lin Yi felt a wave of exasperation. It was truly an inextricable predicament. After all, how could one explain breaking into a girl's room at 4 in the morning? Okay. Just leave. Lin Yi was bemused. The fickleness of a woman's mood was truly remarkable. One moment shy, the next moment irate. He retreated to his own room and soon fell asleep. With the silence restored, Lin Yi in the adjacent room finally closed her eyes. The following morning at 8, Lin Yi departed, taking care to fill the refrigerator and leaving behind 50,000 in cash on the table. He entrusted Ning Xiaoman to look after Lin Yi. As for the promise made to Ning Xiaoman, he contemplated that after her last live stream, which had earned her over 100,000, along with his own 5,000, she should be sufficiently supported. Lin Yi resolved to assist her after the competition concluded, having heard that recent dungeon live streams were attracting considerable attention. For now, he needed to focus on the treasure chests. Chapter 45, The Crocodile Pool. Captain, want some buns? Wang Yang and Wang Qi had arrived early at the guild's rest area. Everyone's here, let us set off. Hey, Captain, are you confident in finding the treasure chests? Until now, no one had inquired about Lin Yi's source of treasure chest information, but curiosity compelled Wang Qi to pose the question. Captain, how do you know where the treasure chests are? Did you buy the location from the black market? The black market? Lin Yi was taken aback. It was his first time hearing of a black market in Jiangqing. The auction house, however, was quite shady, being established underground. You didn't know? In the black market, one can purchase treasure chest information, but the prices are exorbitant. I hear blue treasure chest locations go for over 1 million. Even white ones cost several thousand. Captain Yu. Lin Yi had already formulated a response. He could not divulge that he had discovered it himself and needed a scapegoat. Ahem. I have a friend who is a high-level thief. I acquired the information at an internal rate. Oh, I knew it. I was right? Xiaoying, you owe me. Oh, here you go. Xiaoying conceded 100 yuan to Wang Yang. Wang Meng, let us get you a new great sword. That old one is no longer sufficient. Wang Meng's great sword had originally cost 300,000, but after awakening, his strength had increased significantly, rendering the sword battered with numerous dents and devoid of sharpness, often relegated to use as a bludgeon. As he drew out the sword, Wang Meng lamented, "What a pity, a 300,000 sword now lies in ruins." After successfully locating several treasure chests, their party had accumulated around 120,000 in funds, a sum reserved for future endeavors that had gradually amassed to such an amount. They returned to the same weapon merchant from before, Tang Jing. "Boss, choose a white quality greatsword." "Oh, isn't this Lin Yi? Found another treasure chest? Impressive. Many people have been struggling to make ends meet lately. Yet you seem to reap rewards every time. Take a look at this great sword, crafted from the dungeon. Only 110,000. Lin Yi glanced at the portly owner and remarked, "It wouldn't be rented, would it?" "Huh. Ahem, how could that be? Our establishment is honest and operates with integrity." Clank. A wolf fawn club was dropped onto the counter. "It's a misunderstanding. Brother, it was a misunderstanding. You paid promptly, and I forgot to mention it." Tang Jing approached the place where the broken army was previously displayed, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost caution. He pointed to a specific spot and remarked, "Look, isn't there a mark here? I assumed you were aware." As the group gathered closer for inspection, they discovered a circle the size of a thumb, inscribed with the character "for rent." Lin Yi had no intention of causing trouble for the owner. His primary aim was to vent his frustrations, and upon seeing the character, his ire dissipated. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon himself for not having observed clearly at the time. He resigned himself to misfortune. "Never mind. Let us settle the bill." Upon exiting the shop, Wang Meng was enamored with the large sword. He promptly discarded his old one to the owner, receiving a buyback price of 40,000. "Lin Yi, keep this sum in mind. With this return, I will have nearly recouped the cost of the blue card. We'll discuss the money for the great sword next time. 7 million in total, brother Wang Meng. Congratulations. Enough talk, let us proceed." Room number 4, level 8. This area had already been explored, which meant it was bustling with activity. Along the way, they encountered several teams aimlessly slaying magical beasts and occasionally gathering rare plants. Yet, Lin Yi's objective was clear, the alligator pool. Wang Meng ventured ahead to scout. "Lin Yi, there are quite a few individuals near the alligator pool. Logically speaking, with so many people around, how could there be a treasure chest?" Lin Yi smiled silently, not entirely unwilling to share the location of the treasure with the others, but rather preferring to create a sense of suspense. In the external world, alligators were protected species. However, within this underground city, the rules were different. All magical beasts here were not afforded protection, leading many self-proclaimed gourmet hunters to hunt these creatures for profit. Alligators were particularly sought after, especially the Qianglong sun, blue dragon sturgeon. In the past, this lake had been home to the Qianglong sun, but they had been hunted to extinction. Other teams merely glanced at Lin Yi and his companions from a distance before continuing their hunt for alligators. There was a local rule: one must not interfere with another's hunting. The strength of the alligators ranged from first tier 1 to first tier 5, relatively weak. Only marginally more formidable than ordinary alligators, significantly inferior to Lin Yi and Wang Meng. Furthermore, the alligators here were easily provoked, and soon the two had killed dozens of them. Wang Meng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin Yi, is there truly a treasure chest in this vicinity?" Sensing the timing was right, Lin Yi led the group to a shaded area, devoid of sunlight, which meant no alligators were basking there, resulting in fewer people. "Who said the treasure chest is on the surface of the lake?" Wang Meng suddenly had a realization. "Underwater? But we have no means to breathe at the bottom." Lin Yi had indeed considered this issue, and, with a flourish akin to magic, produced 5 sets of simple diving masks, each equipped with an oxygen tank that would allow them to breathe underwater for approximately 10 minutes. Diving into a lake is a breeze. Everyone can swim, right? The group nodded, and Lin Yi felt reassured. "Once we're in the water, follow my lead and refrain from provoking the alligators and other magical beasts." Alligators could not venture deeply into the water, so after swimming for over 10 meters, they no longer encountered any alligators. The underground lake was pristine, free from industrial pollution. Lin Yi swiftly located the entrance to the waterway from memory, a region filled with aquatic plants. Communication underwater was impossible, so Lin Yi glanced back at the group, pointing at the vegetation, signaling them to follow. As they approached, they noticed an open space among the plants, revealing an entrance. Lin Yi felt the waterway gradually ascending. He could already see the exit ahead. Just in time, they had not exceeded 10 minutes. Phew, we've arrived. This place must certainly contain a treasure chest. With such complexity, it's evident no one has ventured here. If no one had come before, the probability of finding a treasure chest increased significantly. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air. "Captain, help me!" Xiaoying exclaimed. "What on earth?" Lin Yi hurriedly swatted away a fish that had latched onto Xiao Ying's slender waist. Splash, splash. This fish. Why does it look so familiar? Wait, could it be the Qianglong sun? Wang Meng, having dined on Qianglong sun numerous times, steamed, braised, and grilled, immediately recognized it. Incredible. This is indeed the Qianglong sun. Quite a sizable specimen. Could it be this water area? The area where the group found themselves was a vast aquatic expanse within a rocky cavern. Look quickly. Isn't that a Qianglong sun swimming over there? Wang Meng, quick on the uptake, swiftly scooped it up. Haha, it truly is a Qianglong sun. I had it last time, but only 3 pieces, far too few to satisfy my craving. Lin Yi suggested, why don't we? Chapter 46, Grilled Qianglong sun. The water in this area was shallow. This also meant that capturing the Qianglong sun would be quite easy. Lin Yi and Wang Meng dove in to catch fish themselves. Both were warrior-class individuals and soon managed to catch quite a number due to their quick reflexes. However, Xiaoying's efficiency was unmatched. She drew her bow, shot arrows, and struck fish in one fluid motion. She utilized her self-forged ice arrows, shooting 4 at a time, with each shot resulting in at least 1 catch. Gradually, they had gathered over 20 fish. Wang Yang and Wang Qi had also managed to start a fire. There were few materials available for burning in this location, just some dried aquatic plants. Fortunately, there was enough to sustain them. The crackling of flames mixed with the delightful aroma of grilled Qianglong sun filled the air. Unfortunately, they had brought no seasonings, not even salt. If only we had a spatial ring to carry some spices. Within the underground city, ingredients are plentiful, but seasonings are scarce. Wang Meng gazed longingly at the fish, continuously flipping them. Stop dreaming. Those things are only found in purple treasure chests. I haven't heard of anyone encountering a purple treasure chest lately. Soon, the fish were perfectly grilled. Although lacking salt, the inherent flavor of the Qianglong sun was exquisite. Delicious. Watch out for the bones. Brother Wang Meng, you're such a cheat. How can you eat so quickly? Wang Meng finished one fish and reached for another. Haha, don't blame me for being fast. Lin Yi remarked, this life is truly wonderful. It's a pity I can't bring Lin Yu along. Perhaps, in the future, when they find a mysterious treasure chest and obtain better cards, he could give one to Lin Yu. After the group finished eating, Lin Yi used his wolf-tooth club to crush the remaining fish bones, scattering the ashes into the lake. Wang Meng, using a fish bone as a toothpick, excitedly declared, with so many Qianglong sun, if we sell them, we'll make a fortune. Don't you think so, Lin Yi? The group turned to Lin Yi in unison, eagerly anticipating his suggestion to sell the fish. Absolutely not. Lin Yi recalled his earlier experience at Yuminxian. Qianglong sun had become increasingly precious. From what I see, there are only about 100 Qianglong sun here, and selling them would yield minimal profit. But what if we don't disclose this location? Wouldn't that ensure a continuous supply of Qianglong sun? In the future, when we wish to enjoy some, we can come equipped with seasonings and catch them ourselves, ensuring we'll never run short. What a splendid plan. I'm in. Me too. Count us in. Wang Qi remarked, gazing at the Qianglong sun swimming not far away. Little Ching-Ching, I'll be back for you next time. Slurp. Let us go. The waterway is long, and we have quite a distance to cover. Lin Yi's thoughts began to race. Each simulation seemed to have overlooked numerous details. For instance, this time Qianglong sun and last time sequence of magical beasts. Lin Yi had also conducted experiments. If the subject of the simulation was particularly weak, the results were exceedingly accurate. However, as the strength of the subject increased, the simulations became increasingly vague. This sensation grew more pronounced with the rising strength of the subjects. One must devise a means to upgrade the simulator, ensuring a more meticulous simulation. At last, before us lies a formidable carp, its strength rather feeble. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. Let Wang Meng and Xiaoying endeavor to vanquish it, while Wang Qi and Wang Yang provide support. Typically, Lin Yi exerts the greatest effort, often leading to the boss's demise at his hands before Wang Meng can inflict significant damage. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to allow the 4 to engage in battle. Honing their combat skills, the quartet nodded in agreement, and Wang Meng unsheathed his newly acquired greatsword, crafted from metal, yet imbued with the mysterious powers of the dungeon. It was remarkably sharp, heavy, and wide, offering both offense and defense. Ahead lay a deep pool of water, not expansive, roughly the size of half a football field. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 3 ice arrows were unleashed as Xiaoying repositioned herself, awaiting the carp's emergence. Bang! Water erupted as the carp leapt into the air, its broad fins splashing water in a fierce assault. The 4 easily evaded the onslaught. Taste my blade. Wang Meng seized the moment as the carp hung in midair, driving his great sword into its belly. Lin Yi silently praised him. Indeed, Wang Ming was commendable. Xiaoying, aim for its eyes, Lin Yi commanded. Its weakness lies in its eyes. Having lived here for years, its vision has deteriorated, rendering that area vulnerable. A direct path to its brain. Xiaoying diligently aimed at the fish's eye, yet the creature swam with remarkable speed. Wang Ming plunged into the water, engaging in a fierce struggle. While the unfortunate Wang Qi and Wang Yang could only watch, reluctant to enter the water for fear of being swiftly eliminated. Lin Yi bore no resentment towards them. The situation was undeniably awkward. You two, remain vigilant against the carp's ambush. The great fish, incensed, sustained multiple stabs from Wang Ming. The aquatic combat greatly limited Wang Ming's capabilities, restricting the advantages of his greatsword. This is infuriating. Wang Ming decisively discarded the greatsword and retrieved a dagger, albeit a rather inferior one purchased from a roadside vendor. Clang. The dagger shattered instantly. Wang Ming looked to Lin Yi, silently requesting to borrow his dagger. Lin Yi promptly tossed it to him. Seeing Wang Ming abandon the greatsword, the carp charged once more, its cavernous mouth opening wide, measuring nearly a meter in diameter. I am not made of clay. Xiao Ying's bow, of white quality, combined with her awakened skill, split arrow, ensured her shots would find their mark. Wang Ming remained unperturbed. As the bone dagger pierced the carp's gills, he dodged its attack. The bone dagger carved a substantial gash. Splash. The carp's head could no longer stem the flow of blood, and Xiaoying finally struck true, her arrow embedding itself half a meter deep into its eye. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming grasped the arrow lodged in the carp's eye and twisted, extracting its brain matter. A white fluid gushed forth. The great carp succumbed to defeat. Wang Ming hoisted the massive fish ashore. Bang! It was indeed heavy, weighing at least 500 pounds. Do you think this fish will be delicious? Wang Ming inquired, rubbing his belly, having expended considerable energy in the fierce battle and now feeling famished. The other four were not hungry. Having let Wang Ming bear the brunt of the fight, let us search for treasure chests. The five glanced at the pool, and Wang Yang and Wang Qi leapt in without hesitation. Plop. Moments later, bubbles surfaced in abundance. Both emerged from the water simultaneously. Treasure chests. There are treasure chests. Really? Our efforts have not been in vain. Ha ha. Wang Yang exclaimed excitedly. Not just one, but two. They're far too heavy for us to lift. Lin Yi and Wang Ming exchanged glances before diving back into the water. Soon, two blue treasure chests appeared before them. Two. Splendid, we've struck it rich. I finally understand the feelings of those pioneers who encountered the dungeon for the first time. The danger was minimal, yet treasures abounded. It was said to be as effortless as playing an online game, with treasure chests of exceptional quality. Indeed, it has not been easy. Consider this, such a formidable series 097, and yet the treasure chests it produces are inferior to those spawned by a mere carp. Let us open the chests. Chapter 47, Opening the Chests. The two treasure chests lay before them, with Wang Qi and Wang Yang brimming with excitement. Lin Yi had not simulated the chest opening process previously, rendering him unaware of the contents within. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let us commence." Everyone gathered around. Opening treasure chests would yield upgrades. Xiaoying and Wang Ming eagerly closed in. Open. 3 beams of blue light illuminated the scene. 3 items emerged: 2 cards, a broadsword, an abundance of copper coins, and 4 or 5 silver coins. Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Yi. "Captain, I've noticed that each time we open a chest, we are incredibly fortunate. Others might find White Awakening cards in blue chests, with a decent probability, yet you are different. It seems you never encounter such situations, and always procure more items." Upon hearing Xiao Ying's observation, the others turned their gazes to Lin Yi, regarding him as a treasure themselves. Wang Qi cautiously examined the blue card, which slowly revolved to reveal a thief card. He felt somewhat discontent, wishing it had been a warrior card, enabling him to possess the same strength as the captain and strike monsters with force. "Another card?" Wang Qi inquired. "Huh? Why is there a skull staff on this card? It exudes such an eerie aura. What kind of card is this?" Lin Yi held the cards in both hands. One being an ordinary thief card, nothing remarkable about it. "This card shall go to Wang Qi. He possesses a calm and steady demeanor, suitable for gathering intelligence." As for the other card, Lin Yi scrutinized it closely, letting out a sigh. "This appears to be a Mage Awakening card, perhaps even a special one. An undead mage? One who manipulates bones?" This card was ill-suited for Wang Qi. He required either a bow or a warrior's card. "Here, take the thief card," Lin Yi said, handing it to Wang Yang. "Awaken with it here. Our team needs a thief to scout ahead. As for the other card, let us sell it. We can purchase a warrior or archer card for Wang Qi at the auction." This mage card was unsuitable for Wang Qi. It would better serve those of a more cunning disposition. "What do you all think?" Wang Yang accepted the thief card with an expression devoid of excitement, betraying no joy or discontent. He too desired a warrior card for its formidable strength, but alas. "I concur," Wang Yang responded, upon seeing his elder brother's agreement. Wang Qi added, "I agree as well, Captain. May I have a warrior card? I wish to be as formidable as Wang Ming and you." Wang Ming and I are in agreement. Xiaoying chimed in cheerfully. Very well. Now let us attend to the spoils. Xiaoying continued her tradition of not distributing the loot, but this restriction would soon be lifted. Wang Ming, this broadsword is for you. As for the greatsword you just purchased, it shall be for Wang Qi once he awakens. Simultaneously, Lin Yi reluctantly handed the bone dagger to Wang Yang. You may use this bone dagger for now. When better weapons come our way, we shall replace them. Wang Yang, while verbally protesting, accepted the dagger. His satisfaction evident as he gazed at it, nearly sparkling with delight. This single weapon is worth a fortune. Lin Yi had simply given it to him. Thank you, Captain. You are truly kind to us. Lin Yi forced a smile. After all, this was all for the treasure hunter competition. If his teammates grew stronger, they might even venture into higher-level dungeons and seize the opportunity to procure some purple treasure chests. Typically, these coveted chests appeared in deeper dungeons, such as in the 8th level of Room 4's Secret Realms, among others. The official terminology referred to it as 48-something, which could be interpreted as the 3rd layer of a room, where purple treasure chests awaited. Naturally, the bosses guarding these chests were usually second-tier beasts, far beyond the capabilities of intermediate treasure hunters, and the elite monsters within the room were significantly more formidable than the common big carp. Lin Yi possessed strength and confidence to contend with the boss on the 3rd layer, yet it was unreasonable to bear the responsibility of leading the entire team single-handedly. Assistance was necessary to clear the lesser foes. Contemplating this, Lin Yi felt a renewed sense of anticipation for the future, waving his hand to stow away the copper and silver coins. Wang Yang, it's time to awaken. Wang Yang found a clean spot to sit down with his card, while Lin Yi noticed a change in his attributes. Name, Lin Yi. Gender, male. Age, 24. Occupation, dragon warrior, unique. Level, low-level treasure hunter, LV8. Physique, 30. Mentality, 20. Strength, 30. Endurance, 23. Agility, 22. Available attribute points, 0. Talent, dragon power, LV3. Skill, sacrifice. Sacrificable items, copper coins, silver coins, gold coins. After opening the treasure chest, he leveled up 3 times, and his endurance increased by 3 points. Endurance? Perhaps he could last longer in the foot-washing city now? Shaking his head, Lin Yi cast aside the jumbled thoughts and began to run in the area. Wang Ming glanced at Lin Yi, puzzled by his intentions. Yet he still rose to follow Lin Yi's lead. Lin Yi merely shot a look at Wang Ming before accelerating, even sprinting with his wolf-tooth club, growing faster with each stride. Eventually, after half an hour of running, he came to a halt, while Wang Ming had stopped after a mere 10 minutes. Panting heavily on a rock. Lin Yi, did your physique improve with the level up, prompting this running experiment? Wang Ming gasped. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Pretty much. My physique is significantly superior to yours, brother Wang Ming. Wang Ming felt a twinge of shame. Indeed, Lin Yi's physique far surpassed his own. I've awakened. Haha, Wang Yang exclaimed, beaming at everyone before turning to Lin Yi, eager to test his newfound abilities. Captain, may I try my hand against you? Lin Yi assumed a stance, signaling, just a friendly spar, let us keep it controlled. Wang Yang brandished his dagger, his speed surging. Rather than recklessly charging at Lin Yi, he circled around, searching for an opening. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yi was composed, maintaining his focus on Wang Yang, spinning in place without feeling dizzy. Seeing no opportunity, Wang Yang had no choice but to launch an attack from a favorable angle. Bam! Suddenly, he found himself airborne, feeling as though the ground had vanished beneath him. Thankfully, Lin Yi had exerted minimal force, and Wang Yang sustained no injuries. Captain, you truly are remarkable. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled briefly. With such a powerful captain, the safety of the team was assured. All right, let us depart from this place, Lin Yi announced. Chapter 48, Ning Xiaoman's Troubles. Creek. Upon returning home, Lin Yi refrained from recklessly leaping through the window. It would have been quite awkward had he landed in Ning Xiaoman's room. Nevertheless, this necessitated troubling her to open the door, as he had arrived late at night. Lin Yi, you finally returned. Woo-woo. As soon as the door swung open, Ning Xiaoman flung herself into Lin Yi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. You big liar. You promised to help me, yet you vanished for days. Do you have any idea how miserable I've been lately? Woo-woo. Lin Yi hastily pulled out his phone to check Ning Xiaoman's account. Her followers had plummeted by over 100,000. Originally, she had few followers, with a significant portion being dead accounts. Losing such a number equated to virtually having no followers left. Furrowing his brows in concern, Lin Yi inquired, what happened? You seemed to be holding up last time. How did it come to this? He then noticed that Lin Yu's room had also been opened, and she emerged in her wheelchair. Brother, you're back. After tossing Ning Xiaoman onto the sofa, Lin Yi wheeled Lin Yu beside her. Ning Xiaoman, with tear-stained eyes, pouted. Sister slave. Lin Yi felt no anger. Instead, an idea began to take shape. The awakened card of the necromancer was evidently not of low quality and should fetch around 20 million. Spending 10 million to acquire a warrior awakening card would leave him with ample funds, enough to purchase a priest awakening card as well. A healer was indeed essential for their team, and Ning Xiaoman would be a perfect fit. Moreover, there was an irrefutable reason. If Ning Xiaoman became a priest, she would be better equipped to care for Lin Yi in the future. While unable to cure major ailments, minor ones would no longer pose a concern. Additionally, they could live stream their dungeon explorations with Ning Xiaoman as a priest, who would be stronger than an ordinary person and capable of self-defense. This was truly a multifaceted plan. Of course, the Fearless Squad was not a dictatorship. This matter required discussion with the teammates. Ding ding ding. Lin Yi's phone rang. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Could you please come to collect it? Before heading home, Lin Yi had ordered takeout, an extravagant seafood barbecue costing over 1,000. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a familiar face. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Ji Bodu stared wide-eyed into the house. Noticing two girls, one of whom was disabled, Lin Yi seemed to have become their caretaker, or perhaps a driver, a steward of sorts? Ah, Lin Yi, I was quite saddened when you resigned, Ji Bodu remarked. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, recalling how he had often been the top delivery guy in the area, earning Ji Bodu considerable prestige. Here as your takeaway. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Coughing lightly, Ji Bodu leaned closer, whispering, why are you here serving as a steward? If you ever decide to quit, do come back to me. I've always remembered you. After a brief conversation, Lin Yi finally saw Ji Bodu off, returning with 5 hefty bags of barbecue. As they ate, Lin Yi resumed their earlier topic. Where were we? Ning Xiaoman, feeling wronged, interjected, sister slave. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, felt a pang of guilt towards Ning Xiaoman. Don't worry, I won't be going far anytime soon. Tomorrow, I'll have a surprise for you. Surprise? Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoman's tears ceased. She gazed at Lin Yi with affectionate eyes. Lin Yi, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Hey, little Yaya, put down that lobster. It's mine. The three shared playful banter, concluding the night's feast. Satisfied, Lin Yi returned to his room, leaving the aftermath for Ning Xiaoman to handle. In his room, Lin Yi solidified his priorities. First, participation in the treasure hunter competition was imperative. The broken army would be immensely beneficial to him, and he must acquire it. Second, to awaken Wang Qi as a warrior, thereby enhancing the strength of the team. Thirdly, there is the matter of Ning Xiaoman. However, Priest Karini Yi has decided that she should not be readily granted the opportunity. She must undergo several trials within the team to strengthen her bonds with everyone, ensuring that her integration does not appear abrupt. Sleep. The soft bed allowed Lin Yi to quickly relax, and he soon drifted into slumber. The next day, as Lin Yi opened the door, he was greeted by Ning Xiaoman, who, clad in a floral dress, looked at him with a cheerful smile. Oh, Lin Yi, you're not planning to run away again, are you? You promised me. Lin Yi smiled back at Ning, the beautiful goddess. Rest assured, Ning, I shall return tonight to surprise you. Within the Blood Rose Guild, Wang Ming had already rented the room where he had initially awakened, costing a modest sum of 100,000 a month, which was mere trifles for him now. After this, he would be able to repay his debts. Wang Ming settled comfortably on the sofa, his feet resting on the coffee table, and relaxed. Has Lin Yi arrived yet? Just then, Lin Yi stepped into the room. Brother Wang Ming, this is quite comfortable, he exclaimed with a laugh. Come quickly. I plan to sell that card to the weapon shop owner. I spoke to him yesterday. We'll sell it to the guild first, and then he can acquire it from them. The price is 21 million. Additionally, we will gain 2,100 guild points. It's a win-win. After selling the card, we shall head to the auction. Today is the monthly auction. I've heard many cards have been sent for auction. Lin Yi was taken aback. Had it already been a month since their last visit to the auction? Time certainly flies. Let us proceed with Brother Wang Ming's plan. They quickly found the weapon shop owner, Tang Jing, and finalized the arrangements with the guild. Lin Yi received 21 million and simultaneously noticed a notification on the guild's team management system. 21001200, Bronze Team. Bronze Team benefits. 5 increase in sales revenue from sold items. 5 discount on purchased items. This meant that accumulating 10,000 points would elevate them to a bronze team. Let us go. The auction is about to commence. Before the auction began, Wang Ming spotted a familiar face, Qian Yuejing. Lin Yi also noticed him, as he was accompanied by a figure clad in a black battle robe, who bore at least the strength of an intermediate treasure hunter. No need to concern ourselves with him. Qian Yuejing wouldn't dare to make a move here. But we must remain vigilant. A pretty waitress approached them, donning a professional smile. Gentlemen, are you here to buy or sell? Lin Yi produced the soft tendon from the large carp and replied, we wish to sell this item. Certainly, please follow me. As the server, Wang Xiaoyi instantly recognized that this item was worth just over 100,000, yet she maintained her professionalism, personally guiding Lin Yi and Wang Ming through the registration process before leading them to a standard seat. Chapter 49, Strongly Buying Cards. During their previous visit to sell a Priest's Awakening card, they had the fortune of being in a private room, but this time luck was not on their side. Wang Ming squirmed uncomfortably. This seat is quite uncomfortable. Private rooms are much better. Private room? Even a toad dreams of eating swan meat. Huh? Ha ha. Upon hearing the derisive remark, Wang Ming's expression darkened. It was none other than Qian Yuejing. With a mocking smile, Qian Yuejing coldly remarked, poor fools. Boss, it's because of him that I was expelled from the Blood Rose Guild. I merely acted within the guild, and they cast me out. Truly shameless. The Black Deer remained silent, merely casting a sweeping glance over the two. In the Black Knight Guild, such rules did not exist. They valued strength above all. As long as one possessed power, the doors of the Black Knight Guild would always be open. Qian Yuejing, resembling a sycophantic courtier, bowed and fawned over Black Deer as they ascended to the private room. Lin Yi consoled Wang Ming. Don't take it to heart. Such petty flatterers have no future. If he dares to cause trouble, I am not afraid of him. Wang Ming chuckled, saying, I merely envy their ability to be in a private room. As for the rest, I believe Qian Yuejing can no longer best me. It is worth noting that Wang Ming awakened after Lin Yi, and both had opened numerous treasure chests together. Lin Yi was already a level 8 low-level treasure hunter, and Wang Ming was at the same stage. Currently, Wang Ming could be said to be capable of defeating most low-level treasure hunters. Even if he couldn't win, he could certainly flee. Cough cough. Thank you all for attending this month's auction. Today, I shall present the auction items. The elderly man with a goatee wasted no time and brought forth a soft tendon. This is a soft tendon extracted from a level 9 large carp. It is supple and not easily broken, with significant elasticity. If entrusted to a skilled blacksmith, it could potentially be forged into a white weapon. The starting price was 100,000, with a minimum increment of 5,000 for each bid. The soft tendon Lin Yi brought was rapidly purchased by a woman in a cheapao, followed by a series of items that piqued Lin Yi's disinterest. Half an hour later, the goateed elder personally presented a tray covered with red cloth. I presume everyone is here for today's awakening cards. Thus, I shall be brief. White Awakening card, starting price 1 million, with a buyout price of 1,500,000. Each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. Blue Awakening card, starting price 10 million, with a buyout price of 17 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. Lift the red cloth, and behold 10 awakening cards before your eyes. Among them are 7 white cards and 3 blue cards. Fortuitously, there are 2 types of blue cards that Lin Yi requires. Brother Wang Ming, you handle the bidding for the warrior card, and I will take care of the priest card. The priest card? Lin Yi, why do you wish to purchase a priest card? Lin Yi smiled and replied, for the long-term development of the team, we must add a priest to heal our wounds. Wang Ming pondered for a moment, acknowledging Lin Yi's reasoning. He gritted his teeth and produced 500,000 he had saved to repay others, stating, let us go all out to secure it. You are right, we need a priest. Lin Yi also retrieved his savings, totaling around 2 million, plus the 21 million from selling the necromancer card, amounting to 28 million. The two boldly placed their bids, 1,110,000, 1,220,000. Simultaneously, in the private room, Qian Yuejing nervously monitored the price of the warrior card, occasionally placing bids. He wiped his sweat profusely. This was his first task since joining the Black Knight Guild, and he had to succeed. With 10 cards being auctioned simultaneously, the numbers soared. 1,300,000. Qian Yuejing never anticipated that the price would reach the guild's limits so swiftly, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he wiped it repeatedly with his sleeve. Surely, no one will outbid me at this price. From the regular seating area, Wang Ming recognized the bidder as Qian Yuejing and chuckled. 1,350,000. This price was nearly the upper limit for a blue-quality warrior card, and upon hearing it, most remained silent. In the private room, Qian Yuejing, who had been daydreaming about acquiring the warrior card, felt his face darken as he gritted his teeth. 1,360,000. As he uttered those words, Qian Yuejing felt his heart shatter, for that additional 60,000 was money he had borrowed. 100,000. If only he had awakened earlier and saved more money, he wouldn't have to scrape together that 60,000. Simultaneously, Qian Yuejing cast a fierce glare across the venue, attempting to discern who was placing the bids. Wang Ming then declared, 14 million. Damn it. Is it him? Is he out to get me? This is infuriating. Wang Ming. Very well, very well. At this moment, Hyla spoke indifferently. Abandon the warrior card and secure the priest card instead. The warrior card at 14 million was undeniably a significant loss, leading everyone to forego it. Initially, Qian Yuejing had intended to supplement his funds, but he readily acquiesced, preserving his capital despite not acquiring the warrior card. Wang Ming effortlessly seized the warrior card. Meanwhile, the price of the priest card had escalated to around 12 million. Qian Yuejing felt a surge of joy, as the base price for this card was 14 million. With a little maneuvering, he could easily procure it. Lin Yi, somewhat vexed, noted that the last time the priest card was sold, it did not command such a price. Had everyone finally realized that awakening cards were becoming increasingly scarce? Hence, was the price of awakening cards on the rise? 12.5 million. Qian Yuejing interjected, 13 million. Relishing the thrill of a 50,000 increment, Qian Yuejing cast a smug glance at Lin Yi. Is your companion Wang Ming? Am I unable to outbid him, yet unable to surpass you as well? Lin Yi furrowed his brow at the price. Wang Ming patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Go ahead. The upward trend of awakening card prices is unstoppable. Buying now is preferable to spending more later. Having grasped this, Lin Yi spoke again. 13.5 million. Wang Ming, call Wang Qi and Wang Yang. Have them transfer some spare cash for emergencies. Lin Yi was preparing for a protracted battle. Understood. Qian Yuejing, exasperated, shot a malicious glare at Lin Yi. I bid 14 million. Is there anyone else? Lin Yi followed suit. 14.5 million. To the esteemed bidder, I shall add 50,000 to your bid. In a fit of excitement, Qian Yuejing smashed his teacup, exclaiming, do I have to supplement my own funds again? What a day of misfortune. Captain Hailu, will you raise the bid again? Qian Yuejing secretly hoped Hailu would relinquish the priest card once more. However, Hailu uttered a statement that drained the color from Qian Yuejing's face. Chapter 50. Are you looking for trouble? Hailu glanced at Qian Yuejing and coolly remarked, I have a pressing need for this priest card, do you understand? While cursing inwardly, Qian Yuejing forced a smile and stammered, Captain Hailu, I will do my best, if only. Hailu interrupted, there are no ifs. If you cannot obtain this card, you might as well leave the Black Knights. Damn it, this is too much. Qian Yuejing cursed internally. Very well. Gritting his teeth, Qian Yuejing raised his bid again. 14.5 million. Just like that, he lost 50,000 in one go. His eyes fixated on Lin Yi, silently praying, give up, just give up. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was oblivious to his pleas. Even if he had heard, his resolve would not waver. 15 million. Are you deliberately provoking me? This is infuriating. 16 million. With a whoosh, Qian Yuejing collapsed to the ground. 2 million gone. This time, Lin Yi refrained from unilaterally raising the bid, and instead looked to Wang Ming, while the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. It was rare for a priest card to reach 14 million. What was happening today? Were the bidders at odds with each other? Thus, everyone turned their attention to Wang Ming. Ding ding ding. Wang Ming glanced at Lin Yi with elation. The money has arrived. 5 million. Good heavens. These two fellows are indeed hiding funds. Amidst his excitement, Wang Ming quickly regained his composure and addressed Lin Yi. Perhaps we should let it go. We don't need to waste this money. Hearing this, Lin Yi instantly snapped back to reality, stating, then let this be the final bid. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If not, it will merely serve to vex Qian Yuejing. 16.5 million. There's more? How could these two paupers have such substantial funds? What to do? Qian Yuejing furtively glanced at Hailu, who was currently feigning sleep. He recalled his own struggles, having painstakingly saved up this much money. Today, he absolutely must spend it. As a thief, if no team was willing to accept him, he would never have the opportunity to obtain treasure chests. The combat power of thieves was woefully inadequate. I bid 17 million. The elderly man with a goat beard was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had seen such a naive bidder raise the stakes so high. The higher the price, the greater his commission. What a delight. Very well. This esteemed customer bids 17 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Anyone? Qian Yuejing was seething, wishing he could rush up and pummel the goat-bearded man. How infuriating. Once, twice, thrice. Sold. The weight on Qian Yuejing's heart lifted. 3 million? It hurt so much. Lin Yi, however, remained unperturbed. If it came to worst, he could devise a plan after the treasure hunter competition. The pressing concern was how to explain this to Ning Xiaoman upon returning home. As the two exited the auction, Qian Yuejing approached Hailu, cradling the priest card as if presenting a treasure. Captain Hailu, here you go. Hailu casually took the priest card. Not bad. Come to my office tomorrow. Watching Hailu walk away, Qian Yuejing's gaze darkened. Wang Ming, is it? Damn it. Upon returning to the guild, Wang Ming recounted the events that had just transpired to the three others. Meanwhile, Wang Qi was enamored with the awakening card he had acquired. Lin Yi urged, hurry and awaken. The warrior card Wang Qi received was a common one, yet it had still cost 14 million. In just a month, the price of awakening cards had surged by 40%. It might even increase further. Simultaneously, Lin Yi felt an urgency, a pressing desire to venture into the third layer of the underground city in search of the purple treasure chest. Wang Qi proceeded to awaken, while Lin Yi wasted no time and initiated his simulations. After several dozen attempts, Lin Yi wearily opened his eyes. This round of simulations yielded nothing of value. I have awakened. Brother, I am an awakener now. Wang Qi jubilantly dashed about the room, reminiscent of a child. Wang Yang, irritated, gave him a punch, prompting him to finally settle down. Captain, thank you. Lin Yi waved his hand. We're brothers in arms. We need to rest for a while. But that doesn't mean we want to venture into the underground city. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi contemplated some solutions to their current predicament. The answer lay in training. It was said that awakeners in the military differed greatly from ordinary awakeners. Military awakeners possessed significantly superior combat capabilities. This was all due to their proactive training. Wang Ming relied on his awakening to battle monsters of his level, but was incapable of surpassing his rank. This was a consequence of inadequate practice. Hunting monsters in the underground city offered additional benefits. It could be profitable, albeit modestly. They could also bring Ning Xiaoman along for a live stream. Let us meet again tomorrow. Time to rest for today. Lin Yi departed. Yet Wang Qi's revelry was far from over. He dragged Wang Yang into the underground city. Wang Ming said nothing, instead encouraging Xiaoying to join them. At 11 o'clock that night, Lin Yi prepared to purchase some late-night snacks to take home. Not far away, Qian Yuejing was covertly observing Lin Yi through binoculars. As a thief, although his powers were somewhat diminished in the outside world, his tracking and reconnaissance abilities remained formidable. Eat. Indulge a bit. This is your last meal. The thief's power could not be gauged against Lin Yi, a fact that Qian Yuejing was acutely aware of. Thus, he had no intention of taking matters into his own hands, and instead opted to spend 500,000 to hire another warrior. De Liang. It's up to you now. The man referred to as De Liang bore a face marred by scars, having previously served time in prison. Upon his release, he fortuitously encountered the opening of the underground city and secured a white awakening card, now boasting the status of a mid-level treasure hunter. De Liang patted his chest confidently. A small sum, don't worry. I, De Liang, am exceptionally skilled at handling such matters. Just don't regret the agreed price. He chuckled, rest assured. Once I give that kid a good thrashing, the 500,000 will be promptly delivered. De Liang then set off, shadowing Lin Yi closely. Qian Yuejing smirked with satisfaction, though the thought of parting with 500,000 caused him a twinge of pain. Alas, there's no alternative. Treasure chests are becoming increasingly scarce. I've been stuck at level 9 for far too long. If I don't find a strong ally soon, when will I ever reach the status of a mid-level treasure hunter? Qian Yuejing had considered collaborating with someone like De Liang, but such individuals had long since lost their fighting spirit, their minds solely preoccupied with women and the allure of easy money. As they often said, the underground city is fraught with peril. Why risk it when I can thrive with minimal effort in the outside world? With a scornful thought, Qian Yuejing cursed. What a bunch of spineless cowards. De Liang, upon noticing Lin Yi purchasing an array of food, chuckled to himself. What a clever kid, knowing to indulge before getting pummeled. De Liang swiftly maneuvered through the bustling night market to reach Lin Yi. Brother De Liang, care for a bite? We have some delicious lamb kidneys today. Interested? The voice belonged to the owner of a barbecue stall, a place De Liang frequented, thus their familiarity. However, De Liang dismissed him, scram. Don't interrupt my business. If you're not eating, no need to get angry, the stall owner muttered, but De Liang only inched closer to Lin Yi. As Lin Yi savored a skewer of grilled gluten, an unexpected sense of hostility washed over him. Seizing the opportunity to take a sip of water, he scanned his surroundings, ultimately locking onto De Liang, who was conversing with the barbecue stall owner. I don't know this person. Why does he harbor animosity towards me? Lin Yi mused, taking a moment to gauge De Liang's aura. After licking the stray droplets from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleamed with realization. A mid-level treasure hunter. Excellent. Let's test my mettle. Mid-level treasure hunters are a rare breed. Many would tremble at the thought of being targeted by one. Yet, Lin Yi was unfazed. With a strength of 30 and a physique of 30, he surpassed many mid-level treasure hunters. Moreover, with the power of the demon dragon amplifying his attacks by 20%, even his unarmed strength had reached 36 due to leaving his wolf tooth club at the guild. Lin Yi felt no fear towards this man. Surely, someone hired by Qian Yuejing to cause him trouble could not be among the elite of mid-level treasure hunters. With a cold smile, Lin Yi remarked, Qian Yuejing? So stingy. Should we cross paths in the underground city, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. At present, the only foes he had made were the Black Knight Guild and Qian Yuejing himself. In this bustling market, De Liang would certainly think twice before making a move. Hence, Lin Yi deliberately walked towards a more secluded area, such as the riverside. Jiangcheng, aptly named for the great river that bisects the city into the southern and northern banks, was dimly lit and devoid of people at night. After assessing the surroundings and confirming no one was around, Lin Yi leisurely enjoyed his barbecue. Pork intestines? Quite delectable. Grilled quail? Simply delightful. Believing Lin Yi was oblivious to his presence, De Liang approached stealthily, brandishing a watermelon knife he had prepared earlier. The enticing aroma of Lin Yi's food made him unconsciously feel hungry. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from De Liang's stomach, shattering the stillness of the night. Damn it. No turning back now, kid. Prepare to meet your end. Without hesitation, De Liang charged at Lin Yi, who, no longer feigning innocence, clenched his greasy fist and launched it towards De Liang's face. Good one. Quite the actor, aren't you? But did you not consider that this type of place is precisely where I thrive? If you had headed towards the bustling market, I might have had difficulty with you. Lin Yi chuckled. Who the fool is yet to be determined. His fist unfurled into an open palm, striking De Liang's arm that wielded the watermelon knife. Smack. With a sharp pain, De Liang's arm lost its strength, causing the knife to clatter to the ground, which Lin Yi promptly kicked into the river. Now, isn't that fair? Yet, De Liang continued to glare at Lin Yi with malice, as if intent on devouring him whole. I underestimated you. But now it's time to get serious. De Liang was exceptionally burly, adorned with scars and peculiar tattoos, presenting a fierce visage that could frighten children. In contrast, Lin Yi appeared lean with little muscle. However, Lin Yi's strength was evidently superior, as demonstrated in their brief encounter. Without any flourish, Lin Yi sprang into action. After all, The only technique he had mastered was the Tai Chi taught by his university PE instructor. Come at me. De Liang, arms outstretched, aimed to grapple Lin Yi and humiliate him. However, Lin Yi easily sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch to De Liang's abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 punches, De Liang felt a surge in his stomach, bitterness flooding his mouth as he began to vomit uncontrollably. Ugh, ugh. Lin Yi refrained from attacking during De Liang's retching, primarily to avoid getting splattered. Far weaker than I anticipated. If only my wolf tooth club were here, a single blow would likely send him halfway to the afterlife. It wasn't that Lin Yi was overly powerful. Rather, De Liang had grown weak from prolonged absence from battle in the underground city. Though he could easily deal with ordinary individuals, facing a formidable opponent like Lin Yi revealed just how hollow his strength had become. Kid, are you playing dirty? De Liang exclaimed, incredulous even now. Lin Yi laughed. At this point, are we really discussing fairness? In a fight, employing underhanded tactics is perfectly normal. It's not a formal competition. As De Liang regained his composure, Lin Yi surged forward once more. His fists rained down upon De Liang, treating him like a punching bag, mercilessly pummeling him as if he were an unpaid sparring partner. Each strike landed with precision, leaving De Liang dazed and bewildered. Are you not a mid-level treasure hunter? Why can't you handle this low-level treasure hunter? He thought, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. Damn it, De Liang. Deciding to forego defense, aimed to exchange blows with Lin Yi. However, he overestimated his own strength. His punch barely even shook Lin Yi's shoulder. Are you merely tickling me? Lin Yi swiftly evaded De Liang's punch, having intentionally allowed it to graze him, only to discover how feeble De Liang truly was. His punches lacked force, his body a mere collection of loose flesh. How dull. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to maneuver behind De Liang, delivering a solid punch to the back of his head. Bang! De Liang felt the world spin, losing control of his body as he collapsed to the roadside. Jianyuejing? De Liang's eyes widened in realization as Lin Yi stood over him. It seems you truly are the one, Lin Yi remarked, departing and leaving De Liang sprawled on the ground, feeding the ants. I'm back. Upon entering, Lin Yi immediately observed Lin Yu practicing calligraphy with the assistance of Ning Xiaoman. This had become Lin Yu's favorite pastime since her disability. Brother, is there anything delicious to eat? Lin Yi chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair. I knew you would think of food. I've brought some. So go ahead and enjoy. Wow, so much. Just as Lin Yu delightedly indulged in the barbecue, Lin Yi caught Ning Xiaoman's gaze, and a moment of awkwardness ensued. He had promised her a surprise earlier that morning. How should he broach the subject now? Should he confess that he intended to purchase a pastor card for her worth over 10 million, or should he deceive her into waiting a little longer? As Lin Yi pondered, Ning Xiaoman took a seat beside him. You big liar. I apologize, something came up today. How about this, tomorrow? I'll accompany you to the dungeon for a live stream. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoman cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yi. Really? But I heard the dungeon is quite dangerous. Wouldn't it be troublesome for you? Would your teammates mind my presence? Chapter 52, Wang Xia. Certain areas within the dungeon are equipped with internet access, meticulously developed by the military to ensure seamless connectivity. Of course, these locations are not overly perilous, as the surrounding beasts are relatively weak and easily dispatched by ordinary individuals. It appears that the streamers courageous enough to broadcast from the dungeon typically linger in such safe zones. There are, however, some audacious individuals who dare to capture videos of their battles against beasts, often resulting in viral hits across various platforms. Lin Yi's thoughts were aligned with this. Ning Xiaoman possessed commendable filming skills, having majored in cinematography at university. If she were to venture into the dungeon to shoot short videos and stream from the networked areas, she could secure her livelihood. Let us rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to my teammates. What about Lin Yu? Ning Xiaoman raised the most pressing question. Indeed. Without her, Lin Yu struggled even with basic tasks like using the restroom and required someone to care for her. Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought for a considerable time. Don't worry about me. Tomorrow, my classmate and close friend will come to visit. Hee. Brother, Xiaoman. You two can go without hesitation, Lin Yu said, her hand reaching instinctively for a piece of grilled fish. After all, work is of utmost importance. Is that really all right? Xiaoya? Ning Xiaoman looked at Lin Yu with gratitude, recognizing that a transition was imperative. Otherwise, she would find herself without a means of support. Lin Yu, unconcerned, continued to munch on her grilled fish. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow. He needed to find someone capable of healing his sister soon. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, the three sat on the sofa, awaiting Lin Yu's friend's arrival. Ding dong. They're here. Ning Xiaoman was clad in athletic wear, per Lin Yi's suggestion, as the dungeon was no stroll in the park, and certain precautions were necessary. Ah, welcome. Come in. Ning Xiaoman warmly ushered the girl standing at the door inside. The moment the girl spotted Lin Yu, her expression relaxed. Yeah. Wang Xia joyfully dashed into the living room and embraced Lin Yu. It's been so long. Lin Yu smiled back. Indeed. It's been ages, and you're even cuter now, hee. Wang Xia blushed, and stole a glance at Lin Yi. So handsome. Is this Lin Yu's brother? She then glanced at Ning Xiaoman. She must be your brother's girlfriend, right? Otherwise, why would they be living together? Lin Yi produced 30,000 yuan in cash, stating, I'll be counting on you for the next few days. Of course, I won't have you work for nothing. This 30,000 is your payment. Please don't refuse. Wang Xia froze at the sight of the money. Coming from a family that could barely save 30,000 in half a year, she was astonished that someone would so readily offer such a sum for merely accompanying a friend. Is this what it means to be wealthy? How extravagant. Lin Yi chimed in, wow. My brother is both handsome and affluent. Wang Xia faltered, unsure of what to say. Should she refuse to appear high and mighty? Or accept it readily? Oh, don't be so modest, Xia. Just take it. Lin Yi urged, handing the cash to Wang Xia. You'll have a tough time taking care of me, a disabled person, so this is what you deserve. All right then. Wang Xia accepted the cash, her heart racing with excitement. Her younger brother was about to start school, and the family was anxious about tuition fees. With this money, his education would no longer be a problem. Thank you, Lin Ge. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Just call me Lin Yi. You'll likely encounter more challenges ahead, so no need for formality. Wang Xia obediently nodded yes. Lin Ge. Seeing Wang Xia, Lin Yi felt reassured. She seemed kind-hearted and shared a good rapport with his sister, allowing him to place her care in her hands without worry. We're off now. Please take good care of my sister. Wang Xia nodded vigorously. As the two departed, Wang Xia beamed at Lin Yi. Your brother is so handsome, and your sister-in-law is stunning too. Lin Yi was taken aback. Sister-in-law? Within the guild. Lin Yi introduced Ning Xiaoman to the others. That's about the gist of it. Of course, in the future, Ning Xiaoman's earnings from her account will be shared with the team. Xiaoman, do you agree? Ning Xiaoman felt a bit dazed. Lin Yi had mentioned introducing her to his teammates, but hadn't he clarified that they were all awakened ones? Moreover, Lin Yi was the captain. This team was his. Xiaoman. Respond. Oh, yes, I agree. Ning Xiaoman, being astute, realized that current dungeon exploration streamers could attract around 1 million viewers per live stream. Thus, each session could yield thousands in revenue, and the more shares, the more she could earn. Most importantly, this was her initiative, not a matter of them needing her. So she agreed. All right then, we need to hone our combat skills and seek formidable beasts to enhance our fighting prowess. Bring your filming equipment and follow Xiaoying. She asked the archer in our team, and you can stay back and film. Xiaoying was equally thrilled. Being the only girl in the squad made many things inconvenient. So having Ning Xiaoman as a companion was welcome. Sister Xiaoman, just stick with me, and I'll protect you. Thank you, Xiaoying. Seeing Ning Xiaoman blending harmoniously with the group eased Lin Yi's mind. As long as there were no conflicts, everything would be fine. Just then, Wang Meng teased Lin Yi girlfriend. Hey, Lin Yi, shouldn't you be treating us? That's not the case. She is my tenant. I only agreed because I was worried she wouldn't be able to pay rent. Wang Meng jested, come on, you're just after her looks. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. The more he protested, the more it seemed to confirm the suspicion. Enough of this. Let us head into the dungeon. This time, Lin Yi chose the 5th room's first checkpoint. This level was teeming with cat demon beasts, which, while small in stature, possessed razor-sharp claws. Their combat strength was average, making them ideal for training. Moreover, certain areas here had internet access, so perhaps when the time was right, Ning Xiaoman could attempt to stream. Cat demon beasts had a penchant for ambushing, so prior to entering, Lin Yi simulated and pinpointed a nest of cat demon beasts, though regrettably, he didn't locate a treasure chest. In the jungle, some of Ning Xiaoman's skin was cut by sharp plant leaves, but fortunately, Xiaoying was there to help stem the bleeding. Thank you, Xiaoying. Are we almost there? Ahead, Lin Yi had come to a halt, while Wang Yang, as the rogue, had already ventured forth to scout the area. The others awaited patiently. This marked the first occasion the team had a dedicated rogue to assess enemy conditions, and thus, everyone exhibited remarkable patience. Wang Yang was gone for over 40 minutes. He has returned. From a distance, Lin Yi sensed Wang Yang's presence. Wang Yang appeared somewhat fatigued, having exerted considerable effort to elude the detection of the cat demon beasts. I've gathered the intel. There are indeed beasts inside. Chapter 53, The Cat Demon Beast King. Wang Yang was elated to have successfully completed his task. Over 90 cat demon beasts were present, alongside one elite cat demon beast, but no boss creature. This was largely in line with Lin Yi's expectations, with the Wolf Fang Club firmly in hand. Lin Yi instructed, Brother Wang Meng and I will hold off the cat demon beasts at the front. Xiaoying, focus on dealing damage, while Wang Qi assesses the situation to assist the team. Wang Yang, protect Xiaoying and Ning Xiaoman. Understood. The group chorused in unison. As the 6 of them emerged, the cat demon beasts were filled with terror, fixating their eyes on the newcomers while incessantly howling. Ning Xiaoman was overjoyed. Was this not a bountiful source of materials? The cacophony of the cat demon beasts' roar sent shivers down one's spine. Furthermore, these creatures possessed the adorable heads of kittens. Yet their temperament was ferociously savage. Such distinctive magical beasts would surely attract a significant audience. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Meng was momentarily stunned. as his broadsword had been scratched multiple times by the cat demon beasts. While the sword remained unscathed, it pained Wang Ming to see it so mistreated. Take this. He swung his broadsword in a sweeping arc, but regrettably, the cat demon beasts evaded the attack. Wang Ming was left dumbfounded. This group of cat demon beasts was not easily dealt with. Their attack power was not particularly high, yet their speed was maximized. They countered his brute strength brilliantly. How was Lin Yi faring? Wang Ming glanced at Lin Yi, who had just struck down a cat demon beast with a single blow. This was not even Lin Yi's first kill, as a pile of 8 or 9 cat demon beast corpses lay behind him. A prodigy. Lin Yi had naturally noticed Wang Ming's predicament and sighed in resignation. The cat demon beasts were essentially a horde of rogues, extremely elusive, without high agility. One would find it nearly impossible to touch them. They were both untouchable and tormenting. The air was filled with the sounds of feline cries, and soon enough, the elite cat demon beast approached. This elite creature exhibited an intelligence reminiscent of humans. The cat demon beasts began to advance in a coordinated manner, retreating after each failed strike. As Lin Yi and Wang Ming advanced, they would fall back. Curse it, do they understand tactics? This group of seemingly chaotic cat demon beasts was exhibiting an unsettling degree of skill. Lin Yi, was this situation documented in your intel? Shaking his head, Lin Yi grimaced. No such circumstances were mentioned. He had not anticipated this outcome. Such a scenario had not arisen during simulations. Could it be that his simulator had malfunctioned? Previously, when simulating stronger opponents, there had been instances of discrepancies between the simulation and reality. Lin Yi had long attributed such situations to his own lack of strength. Unable to control reality. Yet why was this happening today? Wang Qi, join forces with brother Wang Ming. Xiao Ying, increase your output. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi continued. Wang Yang, scout the battlefield and be wary of any potential powerful magical beasts. Lin Yi harbored deep suspicions that a formidable magical beast nearby had disrupted the simulation. He was torn between the decision to retreat, given there was no treasure to pursue, rendering such thoughts unnecessary. He could only cast a glance at Wang Yang. Perhaps he was overthinking it? Understood. Wang Qi excitedly rushed to Wang Ming's side, while Wang Yang calmly distanced himself from the group. Brother Wang Ming, what should we do? I'm all ears. This was Wang Qi's first time fighting alongside Wang Ming as awakened beings, and his excitement was palpable. Wang Ming, panting heavily, glanced at Lin Yi with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yi had hardly slain any cat demon beasts. In fact, due to Lin Yi's overwhelming strength, many of the beasts were ignoring him, causing a significant number to converge upon Wang Ming instead. Hold your ground for now. Let Xiao Ying deal some damage. With that, Wang Ming turned and offered Xiao Ying an encouraging glance. She knocked an arrow, unleashing a barrage towards the clustered cat demon beasts, achieving commendable results as the beasts scattered in disarray. Ning Xiaoman, having transitioned from excitement to calmness, continued to document everything with her camera. What are those pair of red eyes over there? Ning Xiaoman magnified the camera's view, revealing a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Wang Ming and Wang Qi. Drawing nearer, Lin Yi also sensed something ominous lurking nearby. This entity bore no hostility towards him, thus its target must be Wang Ming. Be cautious, Lin Yi exclaimed. Just as Wang Yang, drenched in sweat, leaped down from the tree, his face pale as he gripped his bone dagger, trembling uncontrollably. Cat demon beast, beast king. Both men warned simultaneously. Wang Ming momentarily froze, then noticed a green silhouette seamlessly blending into the surrounding forest, advancing towards him. In a moment of urgency, Wang Ming raised his broadsword to shield himself and Wang Qi. Bang! The force and tremor from the impact of the broadsword caused Wang Ming to feel a sharp pain in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The immense force sent both individuals crashing to the ground. The most unfortunate was Wang Qi. Having only recently awakened his abilities, he was still quite weak. Although Wang Ming had mitigated much of the blow, he was still severely injured. Cough, cough. The two landed simultaneously, and the cat demon beast king attempted to strike again. But Xiao Ying's arrows had locked onto it, halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi swung his wolf fawn club at the cat demon beast king, which was significantly smaller than the regular cat demon beasts. The typical cat demon beasts, including the elite variants, were roughly the size of a calf, whereas the cat demon beast king was only about the size of a dog. However, its internal power was far more fearsome, and its concealment was heightened. Lin Yi observed as the cat demon beast king effortlessly evaded both his and Xiao Ying's attacks. Concentrated essence. The smaller they are, the mightier they become. Failing to land a hit, Lin Yi pressed on with his assault. A flicker of panic was evident in the eyes of the cat demon beast king, yet it still managed to evade the strike. Was it afraid of me? Indeed, if his weapon were to connect with a smaller magical beast, it would undoubtedly shatter bones and tear tendons. The cat demon beast king retreated, but a swarm of ordinary cat demon beasts surged forward to harass the group. At this juncture, Wang Yang had already aided the fallen Wang Ming and Wang Qi to their feet. Wang Ming sustained light injuries and would be fine, but Wang Qi was in dire straits, with a broken sternum, each breath a painful ordeal. Lin Yi understood. The cat demon beast king had undergone a mutation. Otherwise, how could such a powerful magical beast exist in this locale? The intelligence of the cat demon beast king was evidently not low. It was undoubtedly a boss creature. So could it have concealed the treasure? With this thought, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned his gaze towards the cat demon beast king. Change of strategy. Huddle together for warmth while I find an opportunity to eliminate the cat demon beast king. From the previous encounter, Lin Yi had gauged the cat demon beast king's strength to be roughly at the second tier, level 4 or 5, equivalent to that of a mid-level treasure hunter in human terms. Lin Yi was grateful for his past encounters with strong adversaries, as he had familiarized himself with the prowess of opponents at this level. Chapter 54, The Fierce Battle. Lin Yi advanced, fully unleashing the power of the Dragon of Magic. The power of the demon dragon amplifies attacks by 20%, while the Breaking Army Wolf Tooth Staff doubles this amplification, combined with my own 30 points of strength. With a full force strike, that results in a formidable 42 points of strength. This is already the pinnacle of power that most intermediate treasure seekers can achieve. The cat demon beast stirred restlessly, its claws incessantly urging its subordinates to advance, while it itself prepared to find the opportune moment to strike Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi remained utterly unafraid, wielding his wolf tooth staff to relentlessly dispatch the cat demon beasts, eliminating the wings of the beast king. Thanks to the command to huddle together for warmth, Wang Ming and his 4 companions could now withstand the onslaught of the cat demon beast swarm. While Lin Yi kept his unwavering gaze fixed on the cat demon beast king, Ning Xiaoman had unconsciously become soaked. Yet her camera continued to capture every moment of Lin Yi's battle. So impressive, so dashing. Indeed, Lin Yi is extraordinarily powerful, at times. I can't help but wonder if we are a burden to him. If he ventured out on his own, he could effortlessly join a more formidable team. By the end of this battle, at least 60 cat demon beasts had perished by Lin Yi's hand. The cat demon beast king glared at Lin Yi with resentment. What to do now that it was almost at its lair? Should it flee? The beast king hesitated, its offensive diminishing slightly. This allowed Lin Yi to seize the opportunity, hurling his wolf tooth staff. This was indeed a desperate gamble, if it missed. Lin Yi had no doubt that the cat demon beast king would snatch up his weapon and make a hasty retreat. Fortunately, Lady Luck remained on Lin Yi's side. As the staff struck the cat demon beast king's legs, a mournful howl echoed throughout the forest, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Yet Lin Yi, undeterred, quickened his pace, seizing the moment when the cat demon beast king was hindered by its injuries and unable to move swiftly. Grasping it firmly, the beast king thrashed in his grip, compelling Lin Yi to exert more force to restrain it, even resorting to striking its head with the wolf tooth staff. However, the cat demon beast king remained defiant, prompting Lin Yi to decisively snap its neck. With the beast king slain, Lin Yi immediately acquired 200 simulation points. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining cat demon beasts scattered in fear. Phew, it's finally over. Captain, you're quite the monster, but I absolutely adore it. Haha. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Yi simulated a dozen times before finally uncovering a blue treasure chest hidden deep within the cat demon beast's lair. Astonishingly located over 10 meters beneath the blanket where the beast king slept. This was undoubtedly the most elusive treasure chest Lin Yi had ever found. The moment for the exhilarating chest opening arrived, and everyone gathered around, while Ning Xiaoman continued her recording. Turn it off. Wealth should not be flaunted. Ning Xiaoman obediently switched off her camera, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the chest, hardly able to fathom that it was worth at least 10 million. Open. The chest creaked open, revealing a thief card, a blue-quality withered wood dagger, and the customary copper coins found in every treasure chest. Lin Yi rejoiced, deciding to give the withered wood dagger to Wang Yang, while reclaiming the bone dagger. Unfortunately, it was not a priest card. What about you, beautiful Ning? Ning Xiaoman shook her head vigorously. No, I'm not suited for a thief, nor do I dare to take others' belongings. Everyone, no worries, we're all family now. Wang Ming laughed heartily. Ning Xiaoman was indeed quite commendable. He remembered feeling terrified when he first entered the dungeon. Yet Ning Xiaoman maintained her composure throughout the battle, persistently documenting the fight with her camera. Her fortitude was truly admirable. Lin Yi remarked, "Let us sell the thief card. The copper coins, as usual, are mine." Everyone nodded in agreement. Oh no, it's getting late. It's almost 9 o'clock, Lin Yi. Lin Yi was well aware of Ning Xiaoman's urgency. Time in the dungeon differed from that in the outside world, where night had already fallen, while here, it remained daytime. At 9 o'clock, most working individuals were in the midst of their post-dinner relaxation, perfect for enjoying a live stream featuring beautiful women. This was also the favorite streaming time for many popular hosts. Let us go. Wang Qi is injured quite badly. We'll conclude for today and assist Ning Xiaoman with her live stream. Speaking of the live stream, Wang Qi was particularly excited, though regrettably injured. Wang Yang would support him back to the outside world for treatment. If only we had a priest in the team, this minor injury could be healed in no time. Next time, I'll be the first to appear on camera. Ning Xiaoman laughed heartily, agreeing to Wang Qi's request. After all, it was her account, and anyone could take the stage. They soon found a location with internet access, and Ning Xiaoman adeptly edited the footage from their recent battle. The short video, lasting 5 minutes, began with Lin Yi and Wang Meng confronting the cat demon beast swarm, and as the music shifted, the tension escalated. The cat demon beast king suddenly launched its attack. The peculiar sense of pressure, combined with the fitting music, ignited a fervor within viewers. Then came the moment when Wang Meng and Wang Qi were sent flying and crashing to the ground. The music became increasingly frantic. Following this was Lin Yi's solo performance, showcasing his audacity from the desperate gamble to the decisive act of slaying the cat demon beast king, epitomizing his charisma. Xiaoling sobbed, "Sister Xiaoman is biased. Why wasn't Ti included in the footage?" At that moment, Ning Xiaoman awkwardly realized that she had been standing beside Xiaoling the entire time without capturing her in the frame. "I'm sorry, littling. I promise to include you in the next video." Wang Yang, who also missed the spotlight, was much more composed, saying nothing as he assisted Wang Qi in departing. After another 10 minutes of editing, Ning Xiaoman completed and sent out the short video. Perfectly timed for 9 o'clock in the evening when working individuals returned home and began scrolling through their phones. Luo Zhao, an ordinary worker, had just finished dinner when he opened his phone, his online name being Jiang Cheng's most affectionate. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a short video. The video opened with 2 individuals braving the attacks of the cat demon beast, instantly captivating his attention. He adored content related to dungeons. "Oh hey, is that Ning Mei's account? Has she transitioned? Is she now a dungeon streamer?" At that moment, Ning Xiaoman also initiated her live stream, and without hesitation, Luo Zhao entered the room. He could clearly see the world behind Ning Xiaoman. An expansive forest? Surely this wasn't a ruse. He had heard that many streamers employed various tactics to deceive viewers, claiming they had entered dungeons. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ning Mei, and today I've entered the dungeon." Although Luo Zhao felt a bit skeptical, he still sent a rocket as a gesture of support, accompanied by a message. "Is this real? Ning Mei wouldn't deceive us, right? Is the dungeon authentic?" At this moment, Ning Xiaoman's account was flooded with over 10,000 viewers. Dungeon streamers were indeed immensely popular. Lin Yi, glancing at his phone, unhesitatingly sent Ning Xiaoman 100 rockets, successfully claiming the title of top supporter. Chapter 55, The Privileges of the Top Supporter. "Ah, thank you. Thank you to my beloved Lin Yi for the 100 rockets. So generous, thank you." Ning Xiaoman was taken aback by Lin Yi's gesture, realizing that one rocket cost 300, making 100 rockets amount to 30,000. Annoyed, Ning Xiaoman shot Lin Yi an exasperated glare, thinking he had too much money to spend frivolously. Seeing her glare, Lin Yi mistakenly assumed she felt he hadn't sent enough, and sent another 100 rockets. Haha. Today as top supporter seems to be in a bit of a mood, hee. After finishing with her fans, Ning Xiaoman stormed over, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? Stop sending them. It's a waste of money." "Are you not suggesting that I shower gifts?" Lin Yi felt somewhat perplexed. Those prominent streamers always received extravagant gifts at the start of their broadcasts, particularly from that top-tier contributor whom everyone knew, and Lin Yi was no exception. The top-tier contributor? It was merely a tactic employed by familiar faces to draw in others to shower gifts as well. Some shameless streamers even resorted to seducing the top contributor with various bizarre perks. In that case, I shall refrain from gifting and merely observe until Wang Meng returns with a goblin. As the broadcast commenced, Lin Yi clapped his hands, exclaiming, "This dungeon live stream must embody some unique dungeon characteristics, right? For instance, goblins, which are ubiquitous in dungeons, are the weakest of all magical beasts, their numbers rivaling that of humans in the outside world." At that moment, Lin Yi noticed that his phone was inundated with notifications. Numerous individuals had sent him private messages through the platform, predominantly from young women, accompanied by various photos featuring black stockings, white stockings, and JK office attire. Lin Yi was taken aback. It appeared that the perks offered by the top contributor were indeed quite generous, not only favored by streamers, but also appealing to certain women. Lin Yi promptly turned off his phone, disinterested in such trivialities. At that juncture, Wang Meng returned, holding a diminutive goblin aloft. "Impressive," Luo Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, sitting upright to gaze at the living goblin being carried like a chick. Ning Xiaoman, startled, thought to herself, "A goblin? I've heard these magical beasts are known for their predilection towards tormenting humans." Online rumors suggested that goblins had an affinity for humans, regardless of gender. This meant that if one were captured by a goblin, they would endure unspeakable horrors. With that thought, Ning Xiaoman instinctively distanced herself from the goblin, displaying evident disdain. Wang Meng burst into laughter, unperturbed by his image. "Ha! Fear not, for this is a female goblin." The chat exploded with activity, and Luo Zhao sent a message. "Jiang Cheng's most passionate. Wow! Incredible! Can the streamer have that gentleman properly showcase the goblin for us?" Accompanied by a rocket emoji. Luo Zhao had effectively spent a day's wages. Ning Xiaoman's eyes brightened upon seeing the rocket, her fear of the goblin diminishing slightly, especially with Lin Yi present. Surely, nothing would go awry. "Wang Meng, I appreciate your efforts." Wang Meng chuckled, assuring her it was no trouble, before showcasing the goblin. emphasizing the size of its arms while explaining its vulnerabilities. With a mischievous grin, Wang Ming quipped, "Therefore, the goblin skin is quite tough. However, their rear is particularly soft. Aim for that spot, and you'll hit with precision." Although clearly jesting, surprisingly, many believed him, including Luo Zhao. Jiang Cheng's most passionate. Can the streamer elaborate further? I wish to explore the dungeon, but alas, I lack the courage. I've heard the magical beasts there are terrifying and have a taste for humans. Another rocket followed suit. Ning Xiaomin glanced at Lin Yi, seeking assistance, as she too was uncertain whether the magical beasts indeed preyed on humans. Lin Yi recalled the colossal python that had devoured an entire person. Pausing momentarily, he addressed the camera, saying, "The dungeon is no place for ordinary folk. Many magical beasts far surpass regular humans in strength. They perpetually exist in a struggle between life and death, showing no mercy to anyone." Of course, Lin Yi dared not speak in absolutes. Unless one possesses extraordinary luck, encountering a magical beast will likely result in an attack. I advise everyone against venturing into the dungeon. Upon uttering these words, the chat erupted once more. Many scoffing at Lin Yi's admonition. "You're merely afraid we'll compete with you for treasure, aren't you? Uft. Spare us the theatrics." My aunt's second uncle once stated that dungeons are teeming with treasures. First come, first served. The streamer is being unfair. Exactly. Is anyone forming a group to explore the dungeon? Seeing Lin Yi frown, Ning Xiaomin quickly attempted to placate him. "Do not be upset, Lin Yi. They are merely a bunch of naive fools who have never seen the world. Let's not stoop to their level, shall we?" Previously, Ning Xiaomin had envisioned herself leveling up and amassing wealth within the dungeon, but after encountering the cat demon, and especially the cat demon king, her perspective had shifted. Ordinary individuals were indeed ill-suited for dungeons. Lin Yi, however, was unperturbed. Whether others heeded his counsel had no bearing on him. Did it hinder his enjoyment of roasted blue dragon sturgeon? Not in the slightest. Rest assured, continue your broadcast. We shall depart in 2 hours. With that, Lin Yi instructed Wang Ming to bind the goblin securely, ensuring it wouldn't escape, and urged Ning Xiaoman to proceed with the stream. "Wang Ming, what level are you now?" "I just opened another treasure chest, and I believe I should now be a level 9 treasure hunter." Upon leveling up, Lin Yi increased his stamina slightly, bringing it to 24, and felt a surge of strength, enhancing his combat endurance. Wang Ming, sensing the changes in his body, remarked, "I feel a bit stronger. I must be level 9 now. Right?" Lin Yi smiled silently, noting that Wang Ming's situation mirrored his own. Meanwhile, Lin Yi realized that to ascend to intermediate treasure hunter status, he would need to open at least 10 treasure chests. Oddly enough, it seemed counterintuitive. Wasn't it supposed to be just one more chest to reach level 10 and then become an intermediate treasure hunter? Wang Ming, I think I've encountered a bottleneck. I feel I want to level up without opening several more chests. Lin Yi concurred, "Me too. We should consult Uncle Yang. He should know how to advance to an intermediate treasure hunter." Refocusing, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Xiaoying, the third member of their team to awaken, and she likely stood at a similar juncture. "Xiaoying, have you noticed any changes since leveling up?" Xiaoying tilted her head, pondering for a moment. "Each time I level up, my spirit or agility increases. Does it matter, Captain?" Thus, it became clear that different professions enhanced different attributes. Warriors bolstered strength, rogues likely enhanced agility, while mages and priests probably increased spirit. 2 hours later, Ning Xiaoman cheerfully ended the stream and glanced at the back-end data. Heavens, the mere mention of the words dungeon generates traffic. So many. Ning Xiaoman gasped as she observed the influx of gifts. Over 1 million. This translated to over 100,000 in cash. After deductions, she would receive 70%. And even after returning Lin Yi's share, she'd still have over 70,000 left. This was more than 10 times her usual earnings. Lin Yi approached to take a look, finding nothing particularly unusual, for in this world, the term dungeon equated to traffic, money, and power. "Lin Yi, thank you, and thank you. Wang Ming and Xiaoying, do you have any idea how many people were watching my stream just now?" "Hundreds of thousands. The last time such a spectacle occurred was during your broadcast, Lin Yi." Wang Ming reassured her, "From now on, we are all family. I plan to sell my rogue card and see if I can exchange it for a priest card for you." Ning Xiaoman looked uncertain, glancing at Lin Yi. "Is that permissible?" "Of course. I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing in just anyone as a priest, but with you, we can rest assured. Right, everyone?" Xiaoying and Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "Then, today's earnings should go to Wang Ming." Ning Xiaoman readily handed the money to Wang Ming, as Lin Yi had entrusted the team's finances to him. Homeward bound, Lin Yi thought of Lin Yu, wondering how Wang Xia was managing with his sister. By the time they returned home, it was already midnight. Under Lin Yi's request, Ning Xiaoman opened Lin Yu's room, where they found Lin Yu peacefully asleep, bringing them both a sense of comfort. Lin Yi's residence comprised 4 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, perfectly accommodating Wang Xia, who could stay in the other room. Wang Xia, roused from her slumber, stealthily opened the door with a rolling pin in hand. "Is that you, brother Lin Yi? And sister Ning?" Lin Yi was momentarily startled. "Yes. Lin Yu didn't have any issues today, did she?" Wang Xia's gaze flickered, but Lin Yi, not noticing due to the dim light. Continued. Nothing happened today. We watched your live broadcast at home tonight. The goblins are so ugly. Hearing Wang Xia's words, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he had been anxious about Lin Yi facing any troubles in his absence. Lin Yi then transferred another 30,000 yuan to Wang Xia, instructing her to take good care of Lin Yu, subtly implying his desire for her long-term support of Lin Yu. Overjoyed by Lin Yi's generosity, Wang Xia expressed her gratitude and immediately returned to her room, giving half of the money to her parents. Let us get some rest. The treasure hunter competition is about to begin, and we must enhance our combat prowess today. Ning Xiaoman readily agreed and fell into a peaceful slumber. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the final day. In the Blood Red Guild's room 208, the 6-member squad gathered. Wang Ming, filled with remorse, addressed Ning Xiaoman. I apologize, Xiaoman. Recently, awakening cards for priests have been in high demand, and I simply cannot find any. Although Ning Xiaoman was somewhat dissatisfied, she chose not to dwell on it, believing that if they weren't available now, they would surely be in the future. With her recent live broadcast yielding over 100,000 yuan each time, she had given all her earnings to Wang Ming. Lin Yi stepped forward, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, we have acquired priest cards before. They will be available in due course. Ning Xiaoman chuckled, Will there always be bread? I'm in no rush. I've been very happy these past few days, and everyone has been so kind to me, which is enough. She gazed contentedly at Lin Yi, the man who had transformed her fate. I want to be able to assist you all in tomorrow's treasure hunter competition. So do your best. At the time of registration, Ning Xiaoman had not yet joined the team, so she naturally had no share in it. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door, Jiang Xingchen adjusted her glasses, holding a large stack of documents as she awaited entry. When the door opened, Lin Yi was surprised to see Jiang Xingchen. Secretary to Xia Yue. Secretary Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Xingchen chuckled wryly. If it weren't for your remarkable strength catching the chairman's attention recently, I wouldn't have come to seek you out. All awakened? That's quite rare across Jiang City, albeit with only 5 of you. For this treasure hunter competition, the chairman was surprisingly willing to give Lin Yi some resources. How curious. Haha, can I come to see you? After all, we've fought side by side. The chairman remembers your kindness. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to tell me, and I will assist you to the best of my ability. Upon entering, Jiang Xingchen casually took a seat, waiting for Lin Yi to speak, mentally preparing herself for a hefty financial request. Lin Yi smiled. He had prepared adequately over the past few days, but still harbored concerns regarding their weaponry. His own weapon was undeniably powerful, but what about the others? Apart from Wang Yang, who fortuitously obtained a blue-quality withered wood dagger, Wang Ming wielded a white-quality broadsword, and Xiaoying had a white-quality bow. Wang Qi was even worse off, using a non-grade greatsword. Simultaneously, Ning Xiaoman needed to secure a priest's staff promptly, as possessing one would nearly double her healing capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi spoke, Very well. Firstly, I must extend my gratitude to Chairman Xia. Jiang Xingchen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Sensing she was about to lose something, Lin Yi continued, I would like a priest's staff, 2 heavy swords, and 1 bow. Jiang Xingchen exhaled in relief. Procuring those weapons would be quite simple, as the guild warehouse had plenty. Overjoyed, she stood and declared, Great. I will arrange for these weapons to be delivered immediately, and they will all be of white quality. Our guild is known for its generosity. Lin Yi regarded Jiang Xingchen with a curious expression, and she soon realized the gravity of the situation and tentatively inquired, You don't mean blue-quality weapons, do you? Lin Yi chuckled, Indeed. Jiang Xingchen was taken aback, collapsing back into her seat, feeling utterly drained. No, that is impossible. The great sword and bow are manageable, but a blue-quality priest's staff? Do you have any idea how expensive that is? At least 30 million. Lin Yi, you are being unreasonable. I cannot fulfill this request. Lin Yi pondered whether he was indeed being too demanding. According to Jiang Xingchen, the items he requested would roughly total around 60 million yuan. Jiang Xingchen's lips quivered. At most 1 blue-quality weapon, and it cannot be a priest's staff. Lin Yi was hesitant to push further, understanding that she was there to provide assistance. If negotiations broke down, they would end up with nothing. How about 2? 1 bow and 1 heavy sword then? Jiang Xingchen's heart ached. The chairman had instructed her to provide maximum support, but she had not specified how much. As a frugal individual, she was reluctant to agree. Just then, the door creaked open, and Yang Quanan, dressed in traditional attire, strode in. Little Jiang is here too. What are you discussing? Yang Quanan casually settled onto a nearby sofa. What is the topic of your conversation? May I inquire? Wang Ming recounted the recent events to Yang Quanan. What? Just 1? Little Jiang, you're quite stingy. 1 is not enough, at least 3. And throw in a white-quality priest's staff too. Not only was Jiang Xingchen shocked, but Lin Yi and the others were also bewildered by Uncle Yang's audacity. Yang Quanan seemed to perceive their confusion and burst into laughter. There is precedent for this. The last time the guild sent a team to participate in the treasure hunter competition, Chairman Xia personally allocated 5 million in competition funds to that team. I heard they secured a commendable 13th place, and the guild profited immensely. Yang Quanin chuckled at Jiang Xinqing, who was renowned for her frugality. Now being stingy in this matter. Little Jiang, that's where you've gone wrong. They are out there working hard for the guild, and you still hold back? Jiang Xinqing, feeling wronged, lowered her head and replied, Uncle Yang, you are also a veteran of the guild. Your word is law. But I must say this. If the Invincible Squad fails to achieve a commendable rank, I will reclaim half of that 5 million. Alright, I agree. Lin Yi readily accepted. Confident in his team's abilities to secure a good position. Very well. The weapons will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. Before leaving, Jiang Xinqing left behind a plethora of documents concerning the treasure hunter competition. Lin Yi glanced through the materials, committing all the information to memory. Room 1, first checkpoint? I've heard that this location has achieved full network coverage, correct, Uncle Yang? Yang Quanin laughed heartily, reminiscing. Indeed, this place was the first underground city to be breached. I was involved back then. It was there that I awakened. The current location is home to a plethora of goblin minotaurs and feline beasts, all captured from other dungeons to bolster their ranks. Besides the comprehensive network coverage, this place possesses a distinctive feature. What feature? The crowd inquired, straining their necks in curiosity. Yang Quanin continued, the terrain here is exceedingly intricate. It is a labyrinth. A labyrinth? Lin Yi glanced at the documentation, which echoed Yang Quanin's assertions. The first room's initial checkpoint is heralded as the foremost maze of Jiangxing's dungeon. While many dungeons boast labyrinthine structures, they are typically static. However, the maze at the first room's initial checkpoint is alive. This labyrinth encompasses 13 distinct forms, changing every half hour. It is said that, although this maze is the first to be developed in Jiangxing, numerous treasure chests remain undiscovered within its depths. Lin Yi chuckled. The maze would pose significant challenges to others, disorienting them. Yet, for Lin Yi, equipped with a simulator, it would be an effortless endeavor. As long as he successfully simulates within the 30-minute time frame, he would smoothly navigate through the maze. The rules of the treasure hunter competition dictate that participants must traverse as many mazes as possible within a day. If multiple teams complete 13 mazes simultaneously, the duration taken will determine the victor. Why is the competition's mortality rate deemed high? It is because the competition imposes no restrictions on methods. This implies that participants may eliminate any encountered teams. In fact, some teams are not genuinely interested in the competition, but rather aim to hunt down isolated individuals. Each time the maze alters its layout, there is a chance that a team will be scattered. What should I do? My sense of direction is poor. Xiaoying lamented, her face clouded with worry. The maze seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Fear not. I shall lead everyone through with ease, Lin Yi asserted resolutely. This predicament arose because of me. Had I not been greedy for the broken army, we would not need to partake in this competition. Wang Ming interjected, no, the situation has changed. Everyone stands to gain from this competition, so it is no longer Lin Yi's solitary affair. We must all strive together. The crowd realized that Jiang Xinqing had promised a reward of 50 million, making them all beneficiaries. Yang Quanin chimed in, indeed. We must all work hard together. Lin Yi, come here. I have details about the maze to discuss with you. Bang bang bang. Wang Qi opened the door and brought in the weapons prepared by Jiang Xinqing. The two heavy swords captivated Wang Ming and Wang Qi. What fine swords. They are not only hefty, but also remarkably sharp. Haha, Wang Ming exclaimed, delightfully stroking the heavy sword. Wang Qi, grinning foolishly, hugged his sword tightly, thinking, one heavy sword is worth 10 million. Who would have dared to dream of such days before? Xiaoying could not hide her own joy. The bow and arrow were evidently selected by Jiang Xinqing to suit her characteristics. The bow was lightweight, ideal for a girl, and possessed ice attributes, enhancing Xiao Ying's innate skill, split arrow. As for the white priest's staff, Lin Yi had no intention of giving it to Ning Xiaoman just yet. Understanding the principle that a commoner should not bear the burden of precious possessions, Ning Xiaoman lacked the strength to wield such a valuable item. A sentiment she herself agreed with. After all, priest staffs are quite rare, and even a white quality one would cost nearly 10 million. With this, the combat prowess of the fearless team had at least doubled. If only we had some armor. Yang Quanin interrupted Lin Yi's musings. Jiangxing's dungeon does not produce armor, but there is an abundance of weapons. If you, Lin Yi, have thoughts regarding armor, feel free to seek me out after the competition. I know a place where armor can be purchased. Lin Yi instantly became intrigued and inquired, is it the black market? Yet, Yang Quanin vehemently denied it. No questions now. Perhaps after the competition, you will have the chance to find out. Despite having many questions, Lin Yi heeded Yang Quanin's advice to wait until after the competition. Everyone returned to prepare, and Lin Yi rode his beloved little electric scooter, taking Ning Xiaoman to the supermarket and barbecue stall. The competition would last a full day and night, and no one knew if they might return later than expected. Preparations were essential. They returned home at 8 o'clock. Where Lin Yu and Wang Xia were languidly watching television, Lin Yu comfortably sprawled on the couch. Brother, sister Xiaoman. Lin Yu struggled to rise, while Wang Xia shyly glanced at the two. Although they had been in this place for a week, she still felt somewhat restrained. Look at what I bought. Wow. So many egg tarts. and my favorite Hami melon. Thank you, brother. Ning Xiaoman retreated to her room, planning to live stream that night, although not within the dungeon. Attracting 50 to 60,000 viewers was still feasible. Brother, good luck in tomorrow's competition. Lin Yi pouted, saying, Xia, and I will be cheering for you in front of the television. Chapter 58, The Maze. Lin Yi grinned and affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair. Tomorrow, beautiful Ning will also be at home, so you must behave. Okay, I know. Observing this scene, Wang Xia felt a pang of envy towards Lin Yu. Despite her own disabilities. Go, Lin Gu. Lin Yi responded with a smile towards Wang Xia. The following day, the treasure hunter competition attracted a crowd. The square of the dungeon, long devoid of activity, was now bustling with participants. Many goblin merchants wisely chose to keep their distance, leaving ample space. As competitors, Lin Yi and his companions arrived early at the entrance of Room 1, where at least 400 to 500 others gathered. This year's competition was presided over by Lieutenant Yun Zhong, a military figure who exuded an air of solemnity, causing many to shy away from him. He was quite pleased with this. Is everyone present? His subordinate swiftly scanned the participants with a tablet, before finally reporting, about ready. Lieutenant Yun nodded. Then let us begin. There will be no further waiting. Everyone, I trust you have various motives for participating in this competition. But I must emphasize one thing. The rules are not to be broken. Every half hour, the maze's layout will change, and during this time, combat is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. No team may seize the treasure chests that appear within the maze, nor may they open them. Offenders will be executed, following customary regulations. Traversing a maze earns 100 points, discovering a white treasure chest earns 10 points, a blue one earns 100 points, and slaying 10 monsters nets 1 point. The top 3 scorers will receive prizes. Is this understood? The crowd buzzed momentarily before quieting down. A rotund man could no longer contain his curiosity and raised his hand, asking, I would like to know why the treasure chests in the maze cannot be opened. Shouldn't they belong to the one who finds them? Lieutenant Yin smiled. A sinister grin. Who says the treasure chests belong to you? The treasure chests within the maze forever belong to the military. The maze merely allows you to play. Dream on if you wish for the treasure. It is military property. Inviolable. Lin Yi then recalled that the first room's initial checkpoint was the origin of the first beast tide, cleared by the military. The military is notoriously overbearing, as it is the state's instrument of force, and they rarely engage in discussions. Is there any issue? Then let us proceed. As each team entered, they were given a locator, a device that would assist aerial drones in pinpointing their location while monitoring their progress. The timer would also notify everyone when the maze is set to change. The next alteration in the maze will coincide with the commencement of the competition. Now, please prepare yourselves. As soon as this statement was uttered, Lin Yi had already led the group deep into the labyrinth. In such a place, there were not many techniques to employ. Lin Yi's intention was primarily to evade the majority of the participants. After walking for over 10 minutes, the locator emitted a series of beeps, signaling that the maze was about to transform. Everyone, hold hands and don't get separated. The 5 formed a small circle. Hand in hand, thunderous sounds reverberated. The competition commenced. At that moment, the original earthen walls around them began to slowly sink into the ground. And Lin Yi seized the opportunity to glimpse an exit not far away. It was close, yet not in a straight line, rendering the proximity futile. Thunderous sounds continued. As the earthen walls descended, a forest of steel arose. A multitude of iron bushes carved out pathways, and iron trees sporadically emerged, under which throngs of goblins were gathered. Upon seeing Lin Yi and his companions, the goblins charged towards them with a cacophony of shrieks. Brother Wang Ming led the charge to fend off the advancing goblins, while I contemplated the route. Lin Yi simply sat down, allowing the others to engage in combat. The simulation commenced. You attempt to find a route within the maze. The simulation was not infallible. For instance, Lin Yi could not leap to the point in time where the exit lay, but could only cautiously explore one path after another, slay any beasts encountered, and detour around dead ends, persistently experimenting and trialing. As long as they could exit within half an hour, it would be deemed a victory. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Yi managed to remain composed. 20 minutes elapsed, and Lin Yi began to feel the strain. This maze was far more intricate than anticipated. Even with the simulation's time-flow ratio of 10 to 1, finding the exit proved exceedingly challenging. As 25 minutes ticked by, the group began to feel anxious. Yet none voiced criticism towards Lin Yi, opting instead to await in silence. How could the captain find the way out? Relying on mere imagination? Wang Qi inquired, only to be met with a sharp rap on the head from Wang Yang. Be quiet. Trust the captain. This scene caused many viewers of the live broadcast to furrow their brows. The drone livestream displayed a split screen, allowing viewers to choose which team to watch. Ning Xiaoman felt reassured, for every time Lin Yi sat down to meditate, he had pointed out the correct path, a fact confirmed multiple times over the past week. Thus she placed her trust in him. However, Lin Yu and Wang Xia were perplexed. Sister Xiaoman, what is wrong with my brother? Why is everyone actively searching for a way out while he sits on the ground contemplating? Lin Yu's query mirrored Wang Xia's concern. Ning Xiaoman merely smiled faintly. Don't worry. Your brother is quite capable. The final 3 minutes. Lin Yi finally stood up. What is the situation? To their surprise, Lin Yi shook his head. He had not found the exit. However, he had discovered a location with a blue treasure chest. Everyone follow me. With only 3 minutes remaining. They had to acquire this treasure chest, or else their performance in the first round would fall short by 100 points compared to those who passed. Seeing Lin Yi rise, the group closely followed him. Ning Xiaoman felt a wave of relief wash over her. With 3 minutes remaining, there was still ample time. Lin Yi didn't seem to be heading towards the exit? Each viewer of the live stream had a god's eye view, making it easy to locate the exit. And Ning Xiaoman noticed Lin Yi guiding the group further away from it. It seemed the first round was destined for failure. What? Lin Yi exclaimed in distress. What should we do? My brother is going to fail the first round. Wang Xia was also taken aback. In her mind, Lin Yi was invincible, capable of accomplishing anything. And besides being young, wealthy, and resourceful, he was also handsome. How could such a person possibly fail so easily? Wait, Ning Xiaoman gasped, for she saw Lin Yi drawing nearer to an iron tree. Was he intending to seek the treasure chest first? As they approached, a multitude of minotaurs loitered beneath the tree. Although the group had their doubts along the way, upon spotting the blue treasure chest beneath the tree, they felt reassured. So that's it. The captain truly is the captain. Hey, how did this guy know that there was a treasure chest here? Lieutenant Yun instructed his subordinates. Investigate. See if he has cheated or if he has been here before. How could he possibly know about this treasure chest? Yes, I'll check immediately. Chapter 59. How much can be accomplished in a minute? The audience quickly realized that Lin Yi was attempting to find the treasure chest to compensate for the deficit. But there was only a minute left, right? How much could be accomplished in a minute? It was impossible to acquire the treasure chest. After coming to this conclusion, Lieutenant Yun shook his head. This fellow's plans were bound to fail. Wang Xia exclaimed anxiously, for she noticed that Lin Yi and the others had barely over a minute left. Lin Go and the others. Ning Xiaoman spoke with an air of undeniable confidence. Worry not, a minute? That should suffice, I believe. Wang Xia intended to retort, but at that moment, Lin Yi and his companions had already engaged with the minotaurs beneath the iron tree. Lin Yi understood that the key to the treasure chest lay with the boss. And the minotaur boss here was particularly distinctive. Many minotaurs exuded a feeling of bulkiness and rotundity. However, this one was different. It had defined abs. An impressive 8-pack. Wang Ming licked his lips. That bull looks delectable. Chewy. Everyone was aware that time was running short, yet none felt panicked. They all turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi calmly stated, I will deal with the minotaur leader. You all hold off the other minotaurs. The group surged into the fray. And Lin Yi charged directly at the minotaur leader, wielding his spiked club. Thwack. The club struck the minotaur leader's abdomen, producing a resonant sound. Lin Yi felt as though he were beating a drum, his arm vibrating violently, making it somewhat difficult to control. Moo. The minotaur leader, in pain, charged at Lin Yi on all fours. But Lin Yi remained unperturbed. The minotaur's attack methods were limited, and the charge was a skill virtually every minotaur possessed. One Lin Yi had encountered many times. Towering at a height of 20 meters, resembling a small mountain, Lin Yi had slain many like this muscular bull before. How could he possibly fear it? Lin Yi hurled his spiked club, but it was easily deflected by the minotaur's horn, proving ineffective. The minotaur leader continued its charge. Lieutenant Yun was intently observing the battle when suddenly a subordinate approached to report. Captain, the data indicates that this treasure chest is newly appeared, and the probability of someone knowing about it beforehand is quite slim. Lieutenant Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to continue watching the match. What a pity. This individual lacks combat experience. If it were me, I certainly would not have discarded my weapon. However, the next moment, what transpired nearly caused Lieutenant Yun to drop his jaw in astonishment. Lin Yi assumed a stance, meeting the minotaur leader's horns with both hands. Then, firmly grounding himself, he pushed against the minotaur leader's charge before executing a perfect throw over his shoulder. Damn, what a beast. He cursed, but his eyes gleamed with unmasked admiration for this talent. Bang. This throw startled many. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Could there truly be such a beastly individual? Today, they witnessed something extraordinary. The power displayed was utterly terrifying. Noting the dazed expression of his subordinate, Lieutenant Yun kicked him irritably. Go. Investigate if Lin Yi has any military history, or if those around him have military backgrounds. Having toppled the minotaur chief, Lin Yi did not let his guard down. He swiftly ascended the beast's abdomen, extracting his bone dagger to sever the blood vessels in its neck, efficiently dispatching it in less than 40 seconds. Quick. The captain has dealt with the minotaur chief. Retrieve the treasure chest. Wang Ming, anxious to fend off the elite minotaurs, delegated the task to Wang Yang. With a sharp dagger in hand, Wang Yang deftly slashed at the minotaurs obstructing him, ultimately seizing the treasure chest in the final 5 seconds. Retreat. With Lin Yi's command, everyone fell back. Thunderous sounds reverberated as the labyrinth began to shift its terrain once more, forcing the minotaurs to retreat in anger. Lin Yi lamented quietly. Regretting the missed opportunity for such succulent beef, there was no time to collect it. The treasure chest. As the maze transformed, the group stood still in anticipation. When a drone, over 2 meters long, gracefully descended before them. On its screen, Lieutenant Yun smiled and said, "Place the treasure chest in the frame, and congratulations. You have earned 100 points. Wang Yang felt a sense of indignation. They had exerted considerable effort to obtain that chest. And now it was being handed over so casually? Even the usually amiable Wang Yang felt this way, and the sentiments of the others were similar. Lieutenant Yun, with a stern expression, barked, "This is military property." Lin Yi quickly responded with a forced smile, "Yes, yes. We'll give it to you right away." The chest was placed in the frame, and the drone departed. How domineering. The group looked towards Lin Yi, but he shook his head in response. Do not think like that. The military has its responsibilities. They not only defend the homeland, but also combat the beast tide, which is no small task. A single treasure chest is insignificant. After a brief respite, the maze transformed from a steel forest into a marshland. This time, the paths between the various swamps were merely a few meters wide, obscured by mist that limited visibility to a mere 8 or 9 meters. Lin Yi's sense of danger was also diminished by the fog. There are many crocodiles around. Everyone, be cautious. I will try once more. Unperturbed by the muck, Lin Yi sat down to simulate, determined to find the exit. As the deputy captain, Wang Ming took command in Lin Yi's absence, instructing everyone to guard against crocodiles emerging from the marsh. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Yi's face lit up. He had found the exit. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled by the heaps of crocodile carcasses surrounding him, but these creatures were feeble and posed no threat to the team. Lin Yi, you're awake. Let us move. The group followed Lin Yi, navigating left and right, occasionally leaping over narrow patches of swamp, taking an additional 4 minutes. We've arrived. Have we? This area seemed to be a plaza, but the fog made it hard to discern if anyone was nearby. However, Lin Yi was aware that there was a tent ahead, within which many people resided. The tent. At that moment, a soldier emerged from the tent, wielding an unfamiliar weapon and beckoning to them. Come in. Congratulations on passing the marsh stage. It truly was an exit. Upon entering the tent, Lin Yi suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Turning around, he chuckled. It was that fellow Yang Yu. He had heard that Yang Yu was from the foremost guild in Jiang City. It's you. Yang Yu shouted, striding towards Wang Ming. I remember you. You deceived me in room 9, level 5. Wang Ming wore an awkward expression. He had merely spoken offhandedly and had thought he would never see Yang Yu again, at least not for a long while. Yet, fate had brought them together so soon. Lin Yi stepped in front of Yang Yu. What do you intend to do? Huh? Yang Yu probed, is Wang Ming your teammate? Lin Yi nodded. What a coincidence. Chapter 60. I will remember this grudge. Yang Yu still bore a hint of displeasure. After all, if Wang Ming hadn't misdirected him, he wouldn't have wasted so much time wandering in the underground city. Sequence 097. I've heard that place has now been permanently sealed by the military. No one is allowed in or out. What a pity. When I returned, the guild master scolded me terribly. Although sequence 097 is the last of the sequence beasts, its heart is worth billions. Wang Ming, right? I have investigated you. You're misleading of me. Ahem. Have you two finished your quarrel? This is a competition, not your home. Behave yourselves. The voice belonged to the squad leader, addressing the successful participants and the soldiers in the tent. Everyone, settle down. The maze will soon commence its next stage, so come here immediately to register. Yang Yu seemed quite unwilling, casting a fierce glare at Wang Ming. I will remember this grudge. Humph. Wang Ming obviously did not care. If it came down to it, he was not worried about being bullied by Yang Yu. Furthermore, it was not a deep-seated enmity. Yang Yu would not resort to malicious means, would he? After the registration was complete, the group was guided to find a suitable spot to wait for the maze to transform again. At this moment, Xiaoing posed a question. Captain, is the maze's exit fixed? This query left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. Indeed, was the exit fixed? Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, followed by a crashing sound. In this transformation, the maze seemed to be inundated with water as torrents surged, rising against the walls. In front of Lin Yi, a colossal wave was about to crash down. Run. The group scattered in all directions. At that moment, Lin Yi spotted some octopus-like beasts swimming in the water. The water is following us. How strange. We just turned a corner. It dawned on him that the octopuses were controlling the water flow. This sight caused Lin Yu to feel anxious, wanting to warn Lin Yi of a massive creature behind him, but she was not in front of him. She felt a surge of urgency. Don't worry. Your brother is formidable. In the arena, Lin Yi decided to stand his ground. Halt. Prepare for battle. Although the others were puzzled, they complied with Lin Yi's command. Wang Ming and Lin Yi stepped forward, gazing ahead, while Wang Qi and Wang Yang shielded Xiaoing to ensure the team's output. To their astonishment, the massive wave halted over 10 meters away. The next moment, 3 gigantic octopuses surged forth from the wave. These are soul octopuses. They possess multiple hearts. During the battle, ensure that we shatter all of them simultaneously or crush them outright. Lin Yi had encountered these creatures before in simulations and had ample experience dealing with them. Here they come. I'll take on one. Brother Wang Ming will handle another, and Xiaoing can focus her output on the remaining one. Lin Yi hesitated to let Wang Qi step forward to block, as he was merely a level 1 treasure seeker with low attributes and insufficient combat power. As Lin Yi swung his spiked club at the octopus, he felt a frustrating sense of impotence. The octopus was resistant to the weapon. In desperation, Lin Yi drew forth his bone dagger and aimed for the octopus's head. Meanwhile, Wang Ming found it much easier. His heavy sword plunged into the octopus's body, and with a swift upward motion, he cleaved the creature almost in two. The octopus's innards spilled onto the ground, and Wang Ming laughed heartily. Is that all? Pathetically weak. Be careful, Lin Yi shouted in alarm. In the next moment, the octopus's tentacles ensnared Wang Ming's limbs, and with a forceful tug, he was sent sprawling into the mud. Damn it, is he not dead yet? Fortunately, before his fall, he still clutched his heavy sword, which he plunged into the chaotic arms of the octopus, severing the flailing appendages. Phew. At this juncture, Lin Yi had also managed to cut off all the octopus's limbs, rendering it uncontrollable, and with a bone dagger, he eviscerated it, ensuring it was utterly lifeless. Chirp. A barrage of arrows struck the remaining octopus, sealing its fate. Look, there are more. A multitude of smaller octopuses surged forth. It appears we cannot pass this level. Let us slay them and see if treasure awaits us. Outside the fray, Lieutenant Yun observed the battle of Lin Yi and his companions. How unfortunate. You have encountered the boss of this level. I hope you can endure. As the labyrinth's overseer, Lieutenant Yun was aware that each segment of the maze was guarded by a formidable boss. Typically, those who entered the maze would not encounter such foes. Yet here we are. Chirp. These smaller octopuses are merely fodder. Xiaoying can slay 3 to 4 with each shot. The creatures within the tidal wave were furious. As the waves surged once more, no choice now, retreat. Lin Yi understood that resolving the tidal wave issue was futile. They needed to assess the situation first. The group fled in disarray, the tidal wave hot on their heels. Captain, this approach is futile. I know, Brother Wang Ming. Don't panic. Carry me as we run. I need to think. Without hesitation, Wang Ming supported Lin Yi in their flight, while Lin Yi synchronized his movements, allowing his mind to simulate possibilities. This was his first experience with such simulation. His thoughts flickered in and out, yet after 4 minutes, he discovered a breakthrough. Lieutenant Yun chuckled. How fortunate. We are nearing that location. His subordinates inquired, Captain, what is so special about that place? That place? Ah, it is a high platform that can block the tidal wave. Lin Yi opened his eyes. This simulation, albeit intermittent, provided a viable solution to their crisis. This way, standing atop the high platform, the tidal wave was unable to reach them. Ahead, a steep slope appeared, and beyond it lay the elevated platform. The group stood atop the platform, their hearts racing. It was colossal. At that moment, they realized the tidal wave harbored a monstrous entity. The giant octopus leader. Lin Yi estimated this creature to be at least a second-tier beast, its size comparable to the 20-meter-tall minotaur leader they had previously faced. Indeed, the tidal wave remained lower than the platform, crashing repeatedly yet unable to ascend. Haha, you coward, come again. Wang Qi laughed heartily, pointing his heavy sword at the head of the giant octopus. Captain, should we not try? Try what? Lin Yi replied with a smile, remaining silent. Of course. To see if we can slay it. This creature shouldn't be more troublesome than the minotaur leader, right? Lin Yi paused. Then let us give it a shot? Yes. The group nodded in excitement. Such a colossal creature appeared quite enticing. Perhaps it would yield treasure? Lin Yi directed. Xiaoying, take the lead in attacking. Let us see if we can lure it out. With her newly acquired bow and arrows, Xiaoying wore a calm expression. Ever since awakening her archer class, she had changed significantly, and today was her moment to prove herself. Chapter 61, The Might of the Giant Octopus. Will this beast emerge from the water on its own? Lin Yi was uncertain, yet he knew the squad's attacks would be substantially weakened when passing through the water layer. How to draw it out? Xiaoying, rapid fire. Do not use split arrows. Xiaoying quickly understood. The captain intended to conserve energy, for using split arrows would deplete her stamina. Simultaneously, Lin Yi planned to exert the full might of the dragon's power once more. With full force, his attack power reached 42. Could it inflict damage on this beast? Go. The giant octopus seemed incensed, its elongated arms shooting towards Lin Yi like a runaway stallion, akin to a fired cannonball. This scene caused many to break out in a sweat. Bang. Crash. Lin Yi evaded, the octopus's tentacle ripping through numerous labyrinth walls. Seeing this, Lin Yi had a spark of inspiration. What if they could draw the octopus into continuously attacking the walls, guiding the squad towards the exit? But in the next moment, as the octopus withdrew its arm, the wall astonishingly restored itself. Hope dashed. Lin Yi remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity during the octopus's assault. He struck its tentacle with his spiked club, the sound echoing like metal on metal. Lin Yi felt despair creeping in. The spiked club was ill-suited for dealing with such a resilient foe. The octopus's elastic skin absorbed much of the impact. Captain, catch my sword. Just then, Wang Qi spotted Lin Yi and unhesitatingly tossed him his sword. With the heavy sword in hand, Lin Yi regained his confidence. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly slicing through the octopus's arm. Simultaneously, Wang Ming attempted to inflict harm similarly, but was pushed back by the octopus's appendage, sustaining minor injuries himself. Even more troublesome was that the giant octopus was not alone in battle. A swarm of smaller octopuses emerged from the water once again. Don't mind me. Protect Xiaoying. Once the octopus shows its head, shoot at it. While speaking, Lin Yi managed to inflict significant damage on the giant octopus. Chirp. A trio of arrows pierced fiercely into the octopus's arm. Xiaoying must be level 7 now. Her awakening as a blue card wielder, paired with a blue quality bow, was expected to cause such damage. Yet unexpectedly, the octopus appeared quite intelligent, manipulating the suckers on its limbs to extract the embedded arrows. Lin Yi was utterly defeated. They were no match. Meanwhile, time was slipping away. The maze was about to refresh. Who? Wang Ming warily glanced behind, spotting over 10 individuals gaping at the soaring pale blue tentacle wreaking havoc above. Gulp. Yang Yu had initially intended to trouble Wang Ming, and upon the maze's refresh, devised a small scheme, knowing her group was not far from Wang Ming, hoping for a significant chance of encounter. They did meet. But Yang Yu hesitated to make a move. Primarily, it was a matter of face. As the premier guild of Jiangqing, Xingming could not afford to commit too many heinous acts in public, lest they be condemned. While relishing the glory of being number one, they were also bound by it. Unable to resort to the despicable tactics others could employ. Take advantage of the misfortune of others? Bah. Run. This is the boss of the deep sea pass. We cannot defeat it. Yang Yu's expression darkened. Who would have thought that amidst such a vast maze, they would encounter it? Lin Yi also noticed the group of over 10, his mind awakening with possibilities. They were in a precarious position. Flee. This beast would surely pursue relentlessly. Fight. It could not harm him, nor could he harm it. Assemble, let us follow them. Yang Yu's face resembled that of someone who had just consumed something vile. Don't you dare come any closer. Yang Yu kicked one of her subordinates. What are you looking at? Hurry and run. Lin Yi, you shameless wretch. Lin Yi was naturally disinclined to engage with him. Had it not been for Yang Yu's desire to exact revenge on Wang Ming, he would not have found himself in this vast maze. Since he was here, they might as well share both the joys and hardships together. Haha, Captain. I relish this kind of thrill. Wang Qi was the most exhilarated, enjoying the treacherous sensation immensely. How does one ensure survival on the battlefield? The answer is simple. Just run faster than everyone else. Yang Yu shot a frustrated glance at Lin Yi, who had already caught up to him. You've gone too far. Have you considered the consequences of offending Xingming? Lin Yi chuckled. I am aware that our guild leader has a close relationship with yours. So this will not be a matter between our guilds, but rather a personal vendetta between you and me. Do you think I fear you? Yang Yu's expression turned blank. This person appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet possessed such confidence. This self-assurance was reminiscent of their guild leader, Xiao Songhai. I am a mid-level treasure hunter. At this declaration, Yang Yu faltered. He had witnessed Lin Yi maneuvering under the constraints of Sequence 097 and holding his own against a massive octopus. In truth, Lin Yi did not wish to antagonize Yang Yu. The man harbored little malice, at least not to the extent of employing vicious methods for revenge. Shall we cooperate? Yang Yu felt as though he was having the worst luck today. This group was running far too swiftly, and his teammates were on the verge of being caught. What do you propose? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. I have a method that could harm the octopus, but it is rather audacious. Audacious? Please, do share. Brother Lin Yi explained, I intend to make an incision on the octopus's head and then dive inside. Dive inside. Yang Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. You must be insane. Such a reckless plan, and you speak of it so casually? You aren't attempting to deceive me, are you? Lin Yi himself found the idea quite ludicrous, bordering on absurd. Yet, it was the most optimal solution he could conceive given the current circumstances. Perhaps for the military, such a beast was merely a missile's target, but for those who could only wield cold weapons, it was an insurmountable challenge. Yang Yu contemplated. I can help you make that incision, but, after a lengthy pause, he continued, how will we divide the points for killing it? 70-30. Yang Yu chuckled. Brother Lin, you truly are an honest man. How could I possibly take that much from you? Huh. Lin Yi was taken aback. Did Yang Yu genuinely perceive 3 points as excessive? Then let us proceed. Yang Yu, a warrior by profession, wielded a long spear. As for how to create an opening on the octopus's head, though the octopus was large, its skin was likely thick, yet if he focused, Yang Yu was confident he could create a substantial incision with a single shot. Brother Lin, we agreed. I'll create the opening for you to enter. With that, Yang Yu brandished his spear and turned back. The giant octopus initially seemed perplexed, but then launched a fierce attack at Yang Yu. Chapter 62. Madness, sheer madness. The drones above captured this scene in vivid detail and broadcasted it to everyone. Upon witnessing Yang Yu and Lin Yi make their return, everyone harbored a peculiar thought, as if these two were about to undertake some reckless act. Captain, both sides shouted, what are you two planning to do? However, the duo paid them no heed. Brother Lin, how do you find my marksmanship? Yang Yu weaved between the octopus's 8 arms, evading them with ease, while they could not touch him. He seized opportunities to jab his spear, inflicting injuries upon the massive creature. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire Yang Yu's agility. Unlike his unrefined style, Yang Yu moved with the grace of someone who had trained in combat skills. The giant octopus was incensed, no matter how it attacked. It could not grasp the slippery figure that evaded like an eel, which was infuriating. The speed of its flailing arms intensified. This time, Lin Yi entered the attack range, greatly reducing Yang Yu's pressure. I'm going to strike. With his spear aimed at the octopus's head, Yang Yu leaped, using the momentum from its arms to clear the blockade. He thrust the spear into its head and, using the force, climbed atop the giant octopus. The creature's arm swung toward its own head, missing Yang Yu and instead causing itself to become dizzy. What an opportunity! With a powerful thrust of his spear, a brilliant blue light erupted. It broke open. With a resounding pop, the spear created a gaping hole half a meter wide. Yang Yu, exhausted, panted heavily. That was tiring. Brother Lin, the next part is up to you. Seizing the moment while the giant octopus writhed in pain, Lin Yi used the strength from his bone dagger to ascend onto the octopus's head. Yang Yu glanced at the opening. It was sufficient. My spear cannot maneuver in there. The rest is yours. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. In truth, the wolf-tooth club also could not function within, but with his bone dagger. He intended to stir the beast's brain matter, ensuring its demise. As he plunged into the opening, a sticky sensation enveloped him, surrounded by a white liquid. Unlike mammals, octopuses have very little blood. However, they possess an abundance of bodily fluids. Lin Yi stifled his disgust and began to dig with his dagger. The giant octopus, unable to endure the agony, thrashed about. Yang Yu, witnessing this, felt elated. The plan was succeeding, and he hurriedly signaled his teammates to return. With confusion, Wang Ming and 3 others made their way back. The giant octopus, now in agony, was incapable of launching further attacks. Even the smaller octopuses dared not approach. Over a dozen individuals stood dumbfounded, staring at the massive creature. Is the captain really inside the octopus? Xiaoying timidly inquired. Wang Ming, uncertain, cast a fierce glare at Yang Yu. Where's our captain? Yang Yu, with his teammates supporting him, replied playfully. He has gone inside. Your captain is truly an honest man. Wang Ming's mind raced with doubt. In his understanding, Lin Yi was not someone easily deceived. He was quite cunning. Look, why is that wound oozing white liquid? How disgusting. Inside, Lin Yi was lamenting his predicament. The hole Yang Yu had created had not penetrated the creature's skin. He had no choice but to chisel away with his dagger, but fortunately, the bone dagger was exceptionally sharp, slicing through with ease. The final strike. With a splurt, a torrent of white liquid erupted under pressure, and Lin Yi momentarily felt as though he was in his mother's womb. I'm in. Now for the final task, disturb the brain matter. The dagger danced in his hands, slicing through anything Lin Yi could sense. Fully aware that the beast was becoming increasingly immobile. Gradually, as the giant octopus collapsed, Lin Yi ceased his assaults. Just as he was about to exit, he touched something square and solid. A treasure chest? Lin Yi was overjoyed as he pulled it out. It was a cube, but not a treasure chest. For its edges measured only 10 centimeters. Normal treasure chests were often 2 meters long, but nothing could be that small. Lin Yi recalled the yellow treasure chest he had previously acquired, which contained a wealth of copper coins. Could this be a special treasure? Lin Yi glanced around. Surely this location was no longer under drone surveillance? It would be unreasonable for his arduous efforts to go unrewarded. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi chose to open it. The treasure chest sprang open, revealing a white gem within. It was neither an awakening card nor a weapon. After groping around for a moment, he surprisingly felt a warmth radiating through his body. At the same time, he realized he had not leveled up. Indeed, does a low-level treasure seeker require to open numerous chests to ascend to mid-level? Shaking off such distractions, Lin Yi confidently embraced the restlessness within him. What is this? A call for sacrifice? The thought that emerged in his mind startled Lin Yi. It seemed the demon dragon was reminding him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concluded that the people outside must be growing anxious, compelling him to choose sacrifice. Sacrifice. The great demon dragon Amoiro is greatly pleased with your offering and bestows upon you a tome titled Demon Dragon Combat Technique. Lin Yi, what is the Demon Dragon Combat Technique? Captain, where are you? Xiao Ying's call distracted Lin Yi from his curiosity about the technique. With a sudden splash, Lin Yi emerged, drenched in a copious amount of a white liquid. Luckily, there was plenty of water near the massive octopus, allowing him to wash off the substance with ease. Captain, I'm relieved to see you're okay. Come quickly to see the footage. Footage? Lin Yi allowed Xiao Ying to pull him towards a gigantic drone. He felt a twinge of guilt. Had the military discovered his treasure chest adventure? Are you all right? Lin Yi felt reassured, as it appeared they were indeed unaware. All is well. The footage showed Lieutenant Yun pausing momentarily before continuing. You have slain the great boss within the maze. Congratulations, you have earned 500 points. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. 500. The points were credited, and Yang Yu looked at Lin Yi with a broad smile. So, is it time to distribute the spoils? Lin Yi generously allocated 150 points to Yang Yu. Huh, brother Lin, shouldn't I receive 350 points? Are you playing tricks on me? We agreed on a 30-70 split. Lin Yi feigned innocence. Indeed, you get 3, I get 7. What? Me? Yang Yu glared at him in indignation. Take it or leave it. With that, Lin Yi disregarded the furious Yang Yu, considering that granting him 150 points was a testament to Lin Yi's integrity. Outside, Lieutenant Yun felt despondent. What kind of strategy was this? A reckless approach? What a joke. Typically, encountering such beasts would mean missile strikes. Yet here was a demonstration of effectiveness using mere melee weapons. Never mind, let's send someone to retrieve the corpses. Such a large carcass could provide sustenance for quite some time. One of his subordinates hesitated. Captain, I don't think that's necessary. Chapter 63, Successfully Navigating the Maze. In the arena, over 10 individuals greedily wielded their weapons, scavenging the massive octopus's carcass, stripping it of all the delectable parts, leaving behind mere scraps. Lieutenant Yun cursed these shameless individuals for robbing a soldier's bounty, yet he shook his head. Let them have it. Boom. The maze began to transform once more. This time, Lin Yi was fortunate enough to find the exit within 10 minutes. Throughout the day, despite a few initial misfortunes, Lin Yi noticed that ever since his sacrifice, luck had been on his side. The recording officer at the exit glanced at the team and, feeling rather bored, marked a character in his notebook, indicating their 8th successful passage. Boom. The 14th transformation commenced. Guided by the drone, Lin Yi and his companions had already exited the maze. Lieutenant Yun awaited their arrival. Outside the maze, over 200 people emerged. It appeared that this maze competition had claimed numerous lives. Indeed, this time the casualties were relatively low. Once, half the participants had perished. Lin Yi surveyed his teammates. Wang Ming's heavy sword was dulled. Xiaoying had exhausted all her arrows. And Wang Qi and Wang Yang were utterly spent, gasping for breath. Lin Yi, however, felt relatively unscathed, thanks to his 30 points in constitution. He only felt a bit fatigued. A good night's sleep would suffice. Captain, support me for a moment. And me too. Reluctantly, Lin Yi assisted Xiaoying and Wang Yang as Wang Ming and Wang Qi leaned on each other for support. This time, 80 individuals perished. Most were slain by the monstrous beasts, while others fell victim to infighting over treasure chests. How tragic. Indeed, Lin Yi, Yang Yu equally exhausted, shot Lin Yi an exasperated glare. Enough. No more talking. It's time to tally the scores. Lieutenant Yun bellowed, and the arena fell silent in an instant. The recording officer approached with his notebook. First place, the fearless team, with 1,254 points. Wow. Many gasped in astonishment, eagerly searching for the fearless team's whereabouts. A smirk tugged at the corner of Lieutenant Yun's mouth. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. The captain of this team left a strong impression of recklessness. The recording officer scanned the crowd. Where is the fearless team? Step forward and let everyone see. The 5 of them supported each other onto the stage. Why are there only 5 of them? Impossible. They must have lost members. Oh, I see. They must have sacrificed their teammates to shield themselves from danger and ensure their own survival. There were all sorts of speculations, but Lin Yi paid them no mind. I heard first place comes with a substantial gold reward. Lieutenant Yun handed Lin Yi a pouch filled with gold coins. The coins bore a resemblance to copper coins. Yet while the latter depicted goblins, the gold coins showcased a throne. In the underground city, gold symbolizes sovereignty. Lin Yi weighed the pouch. It felt substantial enough. Lieutenant Yun, are you accusing me of pocketing your gold? Ahem. Next. This competition attracted a considerable audience, and Yang Yu begrudgingly accepted the second place title, as her team comprised solely of awakened individuals, boasting the highest numbers. How could they not be first? Is it possible this fellow possesses a map? Impossible. I spent a fortune to procure 13 maps from retired military personnel. Humph. Yang Yu shot Lin Yi a fiery glare. Lin Yi, you scoundrel. Scoundrel? Lin Yi chuckled. You couldn't even manage to dig a proper hole, yet you expect a large share? I bravely burrowed in, vanquishing foes, enduring unpleasant substances, and exerting considerable effort, while you merely dug a hole. Yang Yu's mouth hung open, at a loss for words. I'll settle the score with you later. Yang Yu's team scored 1,057 points. Based on the number of exits, they were indeed first, yet Lin Yi had slain a formidable boss. Next, the final place belonged to the Black Knight Guild. Lin Yi did not recognize the leader, but his aura bore a striking resemblance to the slain Black Serpent. He Lu was determined this time, personally competing to elevate his guild's standing in Jiang City. Upon noticing Lin Yi's gaze, He Lu grinned enigmatically. Lin Yi turned away, no longer interested in him. Ah, so exhausting. Wang Ming and Wang Qi leaned on each other, their eyelids fluttering in fatigue. Xiaoying and Wang Yang were no better off. Xiaoying had already fallen asleep on Lin Yi's shoulder. Reluctantly, Lin Yi carried her to room 208 for rest. With limited space, Lin Yi had no choice but to rest on the sofa. By the way, after the sacrifice, Lin Yi obtained the Dragon War Technique. Glancing around the empty living room, he retrieved the Dragon War Technique, a thick tome bound in black. As he turned to the first page, a lifelike dragon seemed to gaze directly at him, stirring the power of the dragon within him. On the second page, a small figure wielded a wolf-toothed club while practicing combat. The third page depicted a dagger. The fourth page was blank. Could it be that this was a manual on combat techniques? Following the instructions from the second page, Lin Yi began to practice the methods of wielding the wolf-toothed club as detailed in the book. Just then, a creaking sound echoed through the room as Wang Meng swung open the door, his fatigue evaporating at the sight of Lin Yi, who had just completed an entire set of moves. Sheathing his weapon, Lin Yi exchanged a triumphant smile with Wang Meng. Victory. Most importantly, they had also earned 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins could be exchanged for 300,000 copper coins. Converting that into cash would amount to 300 million. Was it truly this simple to achieve 3 goals? Lin Yi planned to save the gold coins. This time, he had no intention of sacrificing them, as not all of the coins belonged to him. Moreover, Lin Yi intended to use these 3,000 coins to purchase valuable items from the goblin merchant at the dungeon plaza. For instance, armor, or even more powerful weapons. Perhaps even treasure chests. With Wang Meng and himself on the verge of becoming intermediate treasure hunters, they would soon need to replace their weapons, which would undoubtedly require a significant expenditure. Alright, Wang Meng agreed without hesitation. Their team still had plenty of funds available, and everyone was well provided for, with top-tier weapons. Thus additional money was not a pressing concern. Should I wake them up? Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. No, let them rest well. We should find that brat Tang Jing. In the shop, Tang Jing was indulging in food and drink, startled when Lin Yi and Wang Meng entered. You guys. Wow. The renowned figures. Come in, come in. Are you here to sell gold coins? I can offer you a discount. How does 11,000 per coin sound? That's a 10% increase over others. Lin Yi was taken aback by the audacity of someone attempting to purchase his gold coins. No, I'm here to ascertain the ownership of my broken army. Chapter 64, The Unsealing of the Broken Army. Broken Army. Tang Jing finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wait a moment, I'll fetch Secretary Jiang. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Jiang hurried in and enveloped Lin Yi in a bear hug. Haha, thank you, Lin Yi. Do you know? Our guild's ranking has risen. We're now in 11th place, all thanks to your efforts. The guild leader has decreed that you are now silver-ranked treasure hunters. Silver rank? Weren't we just copper rank? Jiang Xinqing exclaimed with delight. That was before I anticipated your prowess. To be frank, no one had high expectations of you. Yet you've surpassed all, especially that rascal Yang Yu, who shamelessly participated himself. Oh, and the Black Knight Guild members are equally audacious. Black Deer is a seasoned intermediate treasure hunter with terrifying combat capabilities. Yet you managed to outshine both. Thus, the guild leader made an exceptional decision to promote you. Also, here, I have information regarding a blue treasure chest for you. Be sure to claim it before someone else does. Wang Meng eagerly accepted the document. Room number 7. Level 9. The terrain is an island. Jiang Xinqing continued. Due to the unique landscape, treasure hunters are permitted to bring their ships into that area. I'll have a ship ready for you. You can retrieve it yourselves. Lin Yi was most concerned about the unsealing of the broken army. So, what about the unsealing of the broken army? Jiang Xinqing chuckled. That's simple. Hand over the broken army to me. With the wolf-toothed club in hand, Jiang Xinqing slowly sat down, power surging within him. Unseal. Placing his hand upon the front of the club, it began to tremble, emitting a faint purple glow, though predominantly blue. There. 1/3 of the wolf-toothed club has been successfully unsealed. 1/3. Lin Yi shot a piercing look at Jiang Xinqing. What do you mean? Are you deceiving me? No. Jiang Xinqing quickly clarified. The broken army is a treasure of the guild, at least a purple weapon. How could it be so easily given away? As Lin Yi appeared ready to retaliate, Jiang Xinqing hastily increased his pace of speech. Lin Yi, my brother. Don't be hasty. Hear me out. If you complete just 2 more tasks, only 2, we will fully unseal the broken army. Damn it. Lin Yi could not contain his outburst. Do you think this is a game? You toy with me like this? Jiang Xinqing felt intimidated. Although he was an intermediate treasure hunter, his profession was that of a thief, and he could not hold a candle to Lin Yi's strength. Wait. How about I offer you an additional reasonable condition? The room fell silent as Lin Yi pondered. What should he request? A priest card? Money? He glanced at Wang Meng. Wang Meng suggested, how about a priest card? Our team sorely lacks healing. Indeed, having a priest in the squad would not only restore health, but also replenish stamina. The role of a priest is inherently supportive, and their efficacy is not to be underestimated. Alright, let us go for a purple quality priest card. Uft. Jiang Xinqing laughed nervously. Don't joke around. A purple card? Even the most mediocre purple thief card is worth over 100 million. The guild simply doesn't have that much to spare. He continued, besides, you have 3,000 gold coins, which is worth 3 billion. Jiang Xinqing's words implied that if they wanted a purple card, they should purchase it themselves. Lin Yi wasn't genuinely after a purple card. He merely wished to negotiate with Jiang Xinqing. Then let us settle for a top-tier blue card. Jiang Xinqing reluctantly accepted this condition. After all, a top-tier blue card is still a blue card, worth at most 30 to 40 million, which was acceptable. The blue card will be delivered shortly, hehe. Calculating the resources obtained from the competition, 3,000 gold coins, 1 top-tier blue card, and a silver-ranked team. That was it. Before long, the blue card arrived. The card depicted a beautiful woman cradling an object resembling a priest's staff, radiating a divine light. Jiang Xinqing explained. This card has a high probability of awakening a skill. Within the guild, its price is 36 million. Oh, and you are now a silver rank team, which grants you access to the internal network for buying and selling items. Internal network? Lin Yi opened the app for managing the team, and indeed, a channel for the internal network had been activated. Clicking it, the screen loaded to reveal a dazzling array of products. Most were various materials, alongside numerous white weapons. Yet still no armor. Simultaneously, Lin Yi could not only buy items, but also sell weapons he no longer needed. He recalled that the large sword previously used by Wang Ming was now redundant, so he attempted to list it. The price, benchmarked against similar weapons, was set at 1,100,000. Before long, inquiries about the price began to flood in. How do you find the internal network? Lin Yi nodded. It was indeed more efficient than an auction house, though the only downside was that prices were considerably lower. For instance, a blue-quality machete that could fetch 13 to 14 million at an auction would only sell for 12 million here, with no room for negotiation. Jiang Xinxing proclaimed with great satisfaction, "This is the brilliance of the president. Many guilds lack an internal network, do you understand? Furthermore, the gold medal team can enjoy a 10 discount on the internal network. Keep up the hard work." After Jiang Xinxing departed, Tang Jing, filled with admiration, sold a considerable amount of consumables, as each dungeon expedition consumed vast resources. "Brother Wang Ming, I need to return home for a while. I'll let Ning Xiaoman rest for 3 days after her awakening, and then we shall venture into the dungeon again." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Recognizing that a break was indeed well-deserved, relaxation is essential for sustaining combat prowess, is it not? All right then, we shall reconvene in 3 days. Upon returning home, a creak sounded. Ning Xiaoman rushed over and enveloped Lin Yi in a fragrant, hearty embrace, nearly suffocating him. "Get down." Ning Xiaoman detached herself from Lin Yi like a sloth descending from a tree, and then it was Lin Yu's turn. Seated in her wheelchair, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted her high. "Oh my, brother, put me down." Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, aware that others were watching. To the side, Wang Xia felt at a loss. Approaching was awkward, and remaining seated felt inappropriate. Should she go up and give Brother Lin a hug? Oh dear, how shy. What should I do? Lin Yi, noticing Wang Xia's discomfort, stepped forward and gently embraced her. "Thank you for taking care of Lin Yu recently. You've worked hard." Wang Xia quickly replied, "I'm merely fulfilling my duty for the compensation received. It's no trouble at all." With that, she stuck out her tongue, avoiding eye contact. She said, "Brother Lin, may I take a leave of absence?" "A leave of absence? Of course. I shall rest at home for 3 days, and during this time, I'll take care of Lin Yu." Chapter 65, The Debt Collector. Wang Xia was elated, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Really? Thank you so much, Brother Lin. I'll leave tonight." Lin Yi smiled, and handed Wang Xia 30,000 yuan. It was not an act of flattery. He would likely entrust Lin Yu to her in the future, and it was imperative she remained loyal and kind to Lin Yu. Monetary support was the most basic means to ensure Wang Xia understood that better treatment could be forthcoming. No, this is too much." Wang Xia hurriedly declined. "I can't accept this money." Lin Yi, unyielding, forcefully pressed the money into her hands, his expression stern. "This is what you deserve. Do not refuse." All right. Wang Xia, secretly delighted, packed her belongings and bid farewell to everyone as she departed. Yeah, where do you want to go for fun?" Lin Yi asked, grinning at Lin Yu. In his previous days as a delivery worker, he had ample time and would take Lin Yu out on leisurely excursions. However, since her awakening, he had not taken her out even once, leaving him with a sense of guilt. "I want to eat large plate chicken, seafood buffet, spicy fish pot, and go to the amusement park and cinema. I want to go to so many places, brother." The way she called him brother melted Lin Yi's heart, and he joyfully agreed to all her wishes. Ning Xiaoman observed the two with a smile. "Then I'll stay home and guard the house." To her surprise, Lin Yi replied with a serious expression, "No, you should go too. Take a 3-day break. Oh, and don't lock the door at night. I have something important to discuss with you." Ning Xiaoman's heart raced, her words faltering, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Brother, you're so annoying." No. Don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant. Is it not? Humph. Lin Yu, miffed, pushed her wheelchair away, adding as she left, "Big pervert. I'm going to sleep early tonight. Don't knock on my door. I want to hear anything today." Hee. With a playful expression, Lin Yu made a face at Lin Yi before hastily entering her room and slamming the door. Lin Yi was baffled by his sister's behavior, but dismissed it and turned his attention to Ning Xiaoman. I'm going to take a shower." Upon uttering those words, Ning Xiaoman felt weak in the knees, her entire being overwhelmed by the need to cleanse herself after a long day. Lin Yi, observing the reactions of both women, felt perplexed. "Never mind, I'll rest for a bit. Once Ning Xiaoman finishes her shower, I'll give her the priest card. She will soon become an indispensable member of the Fearless Squad." Would the awakening of the priest from the blue awakening card affect Lin Yu? Curious, Lin Yi searched online. Shocking. Priests can actually do these things. Incredible. Priests are truly formidable. Come and see. A priest in broad daylight. What nonsense is this? A jumble of absurdities. For instance, the The first article claimed a priest awakened from a white awakening card cured someone's cold. Lin Yi abandoned the quest for information about priests. At this stage, many remained oblivious to the occupational system of dungeons, with some even fantasizing about the existence of summoners within the dungeons. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided to disregard it. Just then, he heard the sound of water shutting off, followed by the click of a door as Ning Xiaoman presumably finished her shower. With that thought, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He knocked on Ning Xiaoman's door, clutching the priest card. Inside, Ning Xiaoman was in a flurry of emotions. Was this day finally upon her? Ever since that fateful night of Lin Yi's awakening, she had speculated whether he would make a move. And that day he had climbed through her window. What a fright. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Yi, snuggled in her blanket, burst into laughter, imagining her brother finally transforming into a mischievous pig, ready to invade someone else's garden. Just thinking about it thrilled her. Creak. The door swung open, and Ning Xiaoman, having not yet changed clothes, wore only a bath towel, completely bare beneath. Why you're here? Ning Xiaoman's face turned a deep shade of crimson, but Lin Yi paid little heed. After all, she was a girl. It was natural to prefer hot water while bathing. And her flushed cheeks were likely due to the warmth. Prepare yourself. Lin Yi spoke nonchalantly as he entered Ning Xiaoman's room and took a seat casually. Prepare? Prepare for what? Is it for something special to wear? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that such an important event warranted a more formal attire. Then it's best to dress appropriately. With that, Lin Yi stepped out of the room, leaving Ning Xiaoman to change. It would be improper for him to linger. What kind of person is Lin Yi? A gentleman. Ning Xiaoman was in a state of chaos, so Lin Yi preferred this style? Truly a lecher. As a streamer, Ning Xiaoman had accumulated numerous complete outfits. Her everyday JK and OL attire were nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, she had stashed away some rather provocative outfits, including princess costumes and combat gear. After a moment of hesitation, her hand reached for the OL outfit. Simultaneously, she opened a small box, retrieving something that had long been dormant. All right, I'm ready. You can come in now. Once Ning Xiaoman uttered those words, she once again fell into a whirlwind of emotions. Creak. The moment the door opened, Lin Yi was taken aback by Ning Xiaoman clad in OL attire. The aura she exuded was pure, yet the outfit rendered her an enticing blend of innocence and allure. What a bewitching sight. Indeed, one's appearance can profoundly influence perception. Gulp. Ahem. Here, this is for you. Lin Yi extended the priest card. What is this? Ning Xiaoman, suppressing her racing heartbeat, accepted the priest card. Unfamiliar with its nature, she found herself at a loss. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Yi gently stated, "This is a card of exceptional quality. Utilizing it significantly enhances your chances of awakening the priest profession, akin to a doctor in our daily lives. However, a priest surpasses a doctor in many respects, capable of rapid healing in times of war and swiftly restoring the team's vitality and energy." Ning Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, her anxiety subsiding. Her heart no longer pounding as violently as before. A priest card? It must be quite expensive, right? She inquired, looking at Lin Yi with curiosity. Indeed, this card was of the highest quality among blue-tier awakening cards, its value undeniably substantial. Overcome with emotion, Ning Xiaoman wept. "Lin Yi," she exclaimed, darting into his embrace. In that instant, she felt it was worth it. Even if she had given everything to Lin Yi today, it would have been justified. What merit did she possess to deserve something worth 30 to 40 million? Lin Yi must truly cherish her to bestow such a precious gift. One must admit, the imagination can be quite formidable. Lin Yi merely aimed to add a priest to their team. Chapter 66. The Angel's Caress. Ding ding ding. Lin Yi, appearing languid, silenced her alarm clock. Initially wishing to continue her slumber, she suddenly raised her head. Oh dear, how are my brother and sister Xiaoman? In her anxious haste, Lin Yi supported herself with her hands and swiftly maneuvered her wheelchair towards the living room. The living room was empty, and the house was eerily quiet. Lin Yi pondered if last night's battle had been too intense, leaving the two still in slumber. How frustrating. I actually fell asleep last night and missed everything. What a couple of lazybones. A smile crept onto her face as she covered her mouth, giggling. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already awakened. Hearing Lin Yi's cheerful laughter from the living room, he felt somewhat bewildered. What could this silly girl be laughing about so early in the morning? Last night, after handing the priest card to Ning Xiaoman, she had rushed into his arms, prompting him to encourage her to awaken. The awakening process entails certain risks. Individuals with frail bodies or those accustomed to gaming with one hand may find the overwhelming power during awakening unbearable, leading to inevitable failure. Fortunately, Ning Xiaoman persevered and successfully awakened as a priest, even acquiring a skill, Angel's Caress, capable of dispelling any negative effects and swiftly restoring vitality. However, this skill currently posed a significant burden for Ning Xiaoman, usable only once per day. Naturally, as she leveled up, the skill's consumption would decrease, allowing her to employ it multiple times within a day. Lin Yi had another thought. He wished to test whether Angel's Caress could alleviate Lin Yu's injuries. Without hesitation, he rolled into the living room. Brother? Shouldn't you be in Sister Xiaoman's room? Lin Yi feigned innocence. Not at all. After finishing my business yesterday, I left. What? You scoundrel. Ugh. As your sister, I am utterly ashamed of you. Lin Yi was perplexed. What was Lin Yi going on about? He considered himself a paragon of virtue. How could he have spent the night in a girl's room? Absolutely impossible. You're infuriating. Such a thick-headed fool. Hearing the commotion, Ning Xiaoman opened the door. Following her awakening, her bodily functions had soared, allowing her to easily hear the noise from the living room. Sister Xiaoman, are you all right? Did my brother bully you? As she spoke, Lin Yi scrutinized Ning Xiaoman's gait, relieved to see no apparent issues. Humph. Ning Xiaoman cast a resentful glance at Lin Yi. He had left immediately after her awakening, making her believe a fierce battle was inevitable. That scoundrel Lin Yi had stirred her emotions only to depart without hesitation. He bullied me terribly last night. Xiaoya, you must seek justice for me. What? Brother, you big villain. Apologize to Sister Xiaoman at once. Me? Lin Yi pointed to himself in confusion. What have I done? Humph. Apologize. Ultimately, Lin Yi succumbed to Lin Yu's pressure and sheepishly offered an apology to Ning Xiaoman. What on earth is this? Such nonsense. He muttered, perplexed. Quickly, let us see if Angel's caress has any effect on Yeya. Lin Yi gazed at Ning Xiaoman with anticipation, earnestly hoping it would be beneficial, allowing Lin Yu to stand again. With that in mind, Lin Yi urged both Ning Xiaoman and Lin Yu. Yeah, sit tight. Xiaoman. Quickly try the skill you acquired yesterday. Ning Xiaoman, not daring to delay, closed her eyes and intoned, Angel's caress. A flash of golden light emerged as a serene angelic figure materialized from Ning Xiaoman, gently caressing Lin Yu's face. Wow, how beautiful. I feel so comfortable, brother. The angelic figure appeared briefly, lasting scarcely a second, yet Ning Xiaoman was left breathless. Was it effective? Yeah, how do you feel? Lin Yi anxiously fixated on Lin Yu, praying for the success of Angel's caress. I feel rather lethargic, but the fatigue from getting up has vanished, Lin Yu replied, prompting disappointment from Lin Yi and Ning Xiaoman. What's wrong? Brother, say something. Lin Yi, regaining confidence, reassured Ning Xiaoman. No worries, as you level up, it will become effective. It was evident that Angel's caress had not cured Lin Yu, but Lin Yi remained optimistic, believing that finding a more skilled priest would eventually heal her. All right, let us prepare to have some fun. Upon mentioning fun, Lin Yu momentarily forgot her troubles, cheerfully gathering supplies for their outing. At the amusement park, Lin Yu pouted, honestly, they're not letting us play this, not letting us play that. How infuriating. Lin Yi and Ning Xiaoman comforted her. No need to rush. How about we check out the exhibition? Yay, I want to see Winnie the Pooh. The amusement park's exhibition was grand, attracting a multitude of visitors. Hello. Lin Yu excitedly waved to her favorite characters, who often responded warmly upon seeing her in a wheelchair. Brother, they're so adorable. Lin Yi smiled back, feeling relaxed for the first time in a long while. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. You filthy wretch. You think you can play at the amusement park without paying me? Damn it. Beat her until she coughs up the money. Don't hit my daughter. Stop, please. But the burly man continued his merciless assault on Wang Xia. You harlot. Pay up. It's only right to repay debts. Wang Xia cried, clutching her head in pain. Please, stop hitting me. I beg you. My daughter. Qian Ho Hot, bedridden, lay over Wang Xia, while Zhuang Hai, unable to halt his momentum, kicked Qian Ho Hot hard. Ow, my back. In that instant, Qian Ho Hot felt as if her spine would snap. Being in her 40s and already ill, a kick from a robust 20-year-old could easily prove fatal. You filthy woman. Seeking death, Zhuang Hai began to panic. Realizing Qian Ho Hot's dire condition, if he accidentally killed her, his fate would be sealed. At that moment, the amusement park security finally rushed in, struggling through the dense crowd. The security captain turned pale. If the park manager learned of such an incident occurring today, his job would be in jeopardy. With elderly dependents to care for, what would he do without a job? As Wang Hua contemplated the situation, a surge of anger washed over him. Damn it, who dares to stir up trouble? Today, I shall render you incapable of self-sufficiency. I refuse to be outdone. He bellowed. Who the hell is causing a ruckus? Zhuang Hai coldly replied, it is I? What? Brother Zhuang. Wang Hua's legs weakened, nearly causing him to soil himself in fear. Zhuang Hai, the youngest son of the director. Brother Zhuang? A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhuang Hai, in a fit of irritation, delivered a punch that sent Wang Hua sprawling to the ground. Brother Zhuang, what transpired? Chapter 67, Wang Xia severely injured. My daughter. What has happened to you? Please, do not scare your mother. At that moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. As if they were waiting for seats and benches. No one intervened. Did they not see how the security guards were helpless against the assailants? Why approach? To invite trouble? It must be said, Zhuang Hai was impressively muscular, his arms as thick as others' thighs, with a face full of bulk that was intimidating to behold. Unfazed, Zhuang Hai even contemplated yanking Wang Xia, who lay motionless on the ground, by her hair. Stop! A stone whizzed through the air, striking Zhuang Hai's hand with force. Lin Yi's strength was formidable. The impact broke the skin, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. Who? Wang Hua, quickly apprehend him. He's attacking. The onlookers regarded Wang Hua with disdain, finding him utterly shameless. What? Yes, yes. Wang Hua gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to suppress his conscience. Could it be more important than sustenance? Damn it, I'm going all in today. Who? Leading his subordinates. Wang Hua commanded them to search for Lin Yi. Stop looking, I am right here. Lin Yi stepped forward. However, he remained composed, instructing Ning Xiaoman to keep a close watch on Lin Yi, ensuring she did not emerge. Such a display of bravado should not involve them, to prevent any retaliation. You bastard. Wang Hua surrounded Lin Yi with his men, prompting the onlookers to shake their heads. I shall never return to this pathetic amusement park. Indeed. Does he think he owns the place? Zhuang Hai laughed heartily. This amusement park is indeed mine. If you don't want to come, then don't. I'm not begging you to stay. A bunch of impoverished fools, what are you pretending for? This proclamation infuriated a multitude of tourists, who quickly began recording videos. With some audaciously live-streaming the event. Record your father. What of it? This wretch owes me money and dares to spend at my amusement park? With wealth unreturned. He deserves a beating. Zhuang Hai remained unperturbed. In his mind, as long as he did not kill anyone, his father would resolve all issues for him. Disgusting bastard. Zhuang Hai intended to strike again, but how could Lin Yi allow him to succeed? The security surrounding him? Preposterous. Lin Yi dispatched them with a few swift strikes. And before Zhuang Hai could reach Wang Xia, Lin Yi was upon them. Bang. Crack. Ah. My foot. My foot. It's broken. It's broken. Lin Yi showed no mercy with his kick. Wang Xia? Lin Yi placed his hand near her nose, uncertain if this method was scientifically sound. There's still a pulse. Yet Lin Yi's expression darkened. Wang Xia's injuries were grave. He estimated multiple fractures throughout her body, with potential internal bleeding in her abdomen. Wang Xia, severely injured. My daughter. Please, do not frighten me. I will never pressure you again. Lin Yi lifted Wang Xia into his arms, having already instructed Ning Xiaoman to call for an ambulance. It should be arriving shortly. The sirens wailed as the ambulance swiftly reached the scene, coming to an abrupt halt. Who is injured? Where's the patient? Lin Yi approached. Cradling Wang Xia, multiple fractures, suspected abdominal bleeding. Please, act quickly. The attending physician glanced at Lin Yi. Are you a doctor? No. Then stop pretending. Hand the patient over to us. Lin Yi held back his frustration. Wait. First, save our young master. At that moment, Zhuang Hai had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Yi was speechless. How could such a robust figure faint from a mere injury? Clearly, he had overestimated the psychological resilience of the wealthy. The doctor faced a dilemma. Zhuang Hai's foot was bloodied and bent at an unnatural angle, indicating a fracture, while Wang Xia appeared not to be bleeding. At this juncture, Wang Hua rushed over, threatening. Our boss is a high-ranking member of the Black Knight Guild. This is his favorite youngest son. You would do well to recognize the gravity of the situation. The doctor was startled. Quickly get him on the stretcher. Get that girl off. What? The ambulance was called by me. Lin Yi's eyes flared with rage. Should this doctor fail to prioritize Wang Xia's care, he would not hesitate to strike him. The doctor coldly replied. He is the son of a high-ranking member of the Black Knights. You've stirred up a significant mess. I advise you to recognize the gravity of your actions. Your friend? I've examined her. She is merely faking. Faking? Lin Yi found the absurdity laughable. This world truly held an array of charlatans. The man was clearly an incompetent physician. Amid the chaos, the crowd hastily loaded Wang Hua into the ambulance, the driver wasting no time in driving away. The Black Knights, notorious for their disregard even towards the mayor, a mere shrimp like himself, was not to be trifled with. Upon learning that the individual was associated with the Black Knights, many tourists quietly dispersed, while those live-streaming were left dumbfounded, hastily ending their broadcasts and fleeing. The once bustling amusement park fell eerily silent. My daughter, please awaken. Wake up. Resigned. Lin Yi beckoned Ning Xiaoman, signaling it was time for her to step in. Of course, another ambulance was necessary, so he called for one more. Ning Xiaoman hurriedly approached with Lin Yi in tow. Xia, what has happened to you? Lin Yi cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Wang Xia, cradled in Lin Yi's arms, feeling a wave of sorrow for her pain. Quick, administer treatment. Okay. Ning Xiaoman began treatment in a flurry. Initially clumsy but gradually finding her rhythm, Lin Yi sensed Wang Xia's rapid recovery, allowing him to exhale in relief. Everything will be all right. After 4 or 5 minutes, the ambulance arrived, and the crowd assisted Wang Xia aboard. Once again, Lin Yi reiterated multiple fractures, possible abdominal bleeding. The doctor paused, not disputing Lin Yi's assessment, and focused intently on treating Wang Xia. He turned respectfully to Ning Xiaoman. Revered healer, may I accompany you in the vehicle? Ning Xiaoman glanced at Lin Yi. Go ahead. I will take a taxi with Lin Yi. My daughter. I am her mother. I must accompany her. Qian Hohat also boarded the ambulance. As the emergency vehicle departed, Lin Yi escorted Lin Yi to the roadside to catch a taxi. Brother, will Xia be all right? Lin Yi leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder, her face etched with worry, her palms clammy with sweat. Do not fret. After Ning Xiaoman's treatment, she is not in any life-threatening danger. She will recover in a few days. Lin Yi had faith in Ning Xiaoman's abilities. After all, she possessed top-tier healing skills, and although she was currently a novice treasure seeker, her healing prowess remained formidable. Driver, please hurry. The driver frowned. There's a speed limit here. Reluctantly, Lin Yi pulled out his wallet, tossing 10 bills onto the seat. I'll pay extra. All right. Please fasten your seatbelts. The taxi sped away. Chapter 68. Wang Xia and Wang Ming. The taxi driver sported a Mediterranean hairstyle. Where to? Heizei Hospital in Jiangqing. The hospital? The driver glanced at Lin Yi, confirming that he appeared to be quite affluent. How about this, young brother? If you give me another 1,000 yuan, I assure you we shall reach the hospital faster than an ambulance. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi handed over another 1,000. Suddenly realizing that he had become rather extravagant with his newfound wealth. Never mind, I won't dwell on this. Thank you for your assistance. All right then. The taxi driver, elated, recklessly ran a red light to add to the excitement. Observing Lin Yi's grimace, he wondered if the young man was reconsidering his choice of transportation. After navigating through traffic lights and into a deserted alley, they sailed smoothly onward. At this moment, Lin Yi recognized the driver's exceptional skills. Surely, he must be a city navigator. Squealing brakes echoed as the taxi halted in front of the hospital, just as an ambulance leisurely rolled in. Lin Yi cast a deep glance at the driver, wishing to remember him. Quick, get the patient inside. Ning Xiaoman directed the others as they wheeled Wang Xia down. Strangely, all the doctors seemed compelled to heed her orders. Oh, Lin Yi, you guys arrived faster than the ambulance? Ning Xiaoman exclaimed in surprise. At this juncture, Lin Yu had been helped back into a wheelchair by Lin Yi and spoke. We didn't fly here. We had a driver who drove us here at lightning speed. Ning Xiaoman had no time for further inquiries and continued pushing the patient. My daughter. Woe is me. No one paid any heed to Qian Hohat. Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Ding ding ding. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Who could be calling at this hour? Who is it? Brother Wang Ming. We're at Heizei Hospital. Wang Ming on the other end reported that he was on his way with someone. Lin Yi surmised that perhaps someone had broadcast their location, leading to the leak. The amusement park was teeming with spectators. Watching Wang Xia enter the operating room, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. Ning Xiaoman followed her inside, reassured that Wang Xia would be fine. It was only then that Lin Yi had the opportunity to address the continuously weeping Qian Hohat. Andy. Qian Hohat wiped her tears with her sleeve, exclaiming, Thank you, benefactor. Without you, my daughter would have surely faced dire consequences. Her lamentations grew increasingly sorrowful. And despite Lin Yu and Lin Yi's attempts to console her, she remained inconsolable, much to everyone's annoyance. Speak up, what is your relation to the assailant? Gradually realizing that no one was paying her any attention, Qian Hohat calmed down. He is a creditor. A creditor? How much do you owe him? Qian Hohat hesitated, trembling as she extended 3 fingers. 300,000? 3 million. Lin Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could it be so much? Qian Hohat continued. I originally borrowed 800,000, but his interest was exorbitant. Compounded interest, and within just 3 years, it ballooned to over 3 million. I regret it, I truly do. Lin Yi began to understand. No wonder when he looked into Wang Xia's eyes, he often detected a trace of worry and sadness. Anyone burdened with such a debt would surely find it hard to be cheerful. Brother, Lin Yu tugged gently at Lin Yi's sleeve. Why not think of a solution? Lin Yi covered his face, responding with irritation, I am no saint. I can only do what is within my means. Oh, Lin Yu's mood visibly soured. Suddenly, the hospital door swung open with force as Wang Ming arrived, accompanied by Wang Yang, Wang Qi, and Xiaoying. Lin Yi, how are you? Are you all right? You scared me. How did you get involved with such scum as Zhuang Hai? Wang Ming spat in indignation. This Zhuang Hai, relying on his father's position in the Black Knight hierarchy, bullies the weak. Damn it. I've wanted to deal with him for ages. Lin Yi, you did well. Lin Yi maintained his calm demeanor. Little Wang? You are Little Wang, aren't you? I'm Aunt Qian. To Qian Hohat's surprise, her spirits lifted upon seeing Wang Ming. As if her daughter had not been harmed at all. Wang Ming looked at Qian Hohat with astonishment, but his expression quickly soured. What are you doing here? Ugh. Don't act so familiar. Qian Hohat felt embarrassed, wanting to speak, but silencing herself upon meeting Wang Ming's gaze. Brother Wang Ming, what is going on here? Wang Ming replied angrily. This woman is the wife of one of my relatives, but alas, she is well versed in indulgence and vice. I find it hard to comment. Indulgence? Wang Ming sighed. Prostitution. What a piece of work. Lin Yi thought as he scrutinized Qian Hohat, who appeared to be in her 40s but wore heavy makeup. Quite unattractive, he thought, and the notion of her engaging in such activities was revolting. Wang Ming continued. Initially, they lived comfortably, but she refused to mend her ways, squandering the family's wealth on gambling and vice. My relative, overwhelmed, took his own life, leaving behind a daughter still in university. Wait, the patient in the operating room, is it Wang Xia? Lin Yi sighed in resignation. Indeed, it is her. Slap. Without hesitation, Wang Ming struck Qian Hohat across the face. The pain made Qian Hohat feign injury, collapsing to the ground while pointing at Wang Ming. You dare hit me. I am your second aunt. You. Seeing her defiance, Wang Ming raised his hand again, but Lin Yi swiftly intervened. Manhwaedit retreated to a corner, cowed. No need for that, no need. Wang Ming slumped into a chair, waiting patiently for the surgery to conclude. Zhuanghai's incident will undoubtedly lead to significant trouble for us. What shall we do? To Wang Ming, Zhuanghai was nothing more than a ruffian, a foolish son of a landlord, a piece of trash. He would surely seek revenge. I've heard that the Zhuang family wields considerable influence in Jiangqing. Their power is substantial. Lin Yi chuckled. We shall face whatever comes our way. This is still a society governed by law, and I refuse to believe they would dare to act recklessly. But they will certainly employ underhanded tactics, Wang Ming warned. Lin Yi frowned, realizing he had irrevocably crossed paths with the Black Knight Guild. Many troubles seemed to bear their fingerprints. The Black Knight had become a significant blight upon Jiangqing. The operating room door swung open. Who is the patient's family? Come forward to settle the fees. Upon hearing family, Manhwaedit initially attempted to rise, but shrank back upon hearing settle the fees. Wang Ming shot her a fierce glance. I am. Please follow me to make the payment. Moments later, Wang Ming returned. Ning Xiaoman emerged as well, drenched in sweat, clearly having exerted herself considerably. How is it? Lin Yi inquired. Ning Xiaoman, catching her breath, smiled at Lin Yi. Nothing serious. A week's rest should suffice. Chapter 69. Threats. A week? Wang Xia has suffered multiple fractures. How can it be merely a week? In response to Lin Yi's skepticism, Ning Xiaoman grinned. I just expended every effort to employ the angel's touch once more. If Wang Xia isn't awakened, I guarantee she will recover by tomorrow. Hee. With that, Ning Xiaoman visibly weakened. Xiaoman. Sister Xiaoman. Thud. Ning Xiaoman collapsed into Lin Yi's embrace. Lin Yi anxiously exclaimed, Brother, what has happened to Sister Xiaoman? After a thorough examination, Lin Yi reassured her, it's nothing. She merely exhausted herself and fell asleep. Indeed, Ning Xiaoman had succumbed to slumber, having just awakened. Utilizing her abilities twice within a single day had proven too taxing for her. Angel's caress. What is that? Wang Ming queried. A look of confusion mirrored on everyone's faces. Entrusting Ning Xiaoman to Xiao Ying's care, Lin Yi declared, from now on, Ning Xiaoman will be a member of the Fearless Squad. She is a healer and possesses a personal skill. A skill. Wang Ming's eyes widened with delight as he gazed at Lin Yi, eager for confirmation. While it was relatively common for archers like Xiao Ying to acquire a skill upon awakening, a healer having one so soon was indeed a rarity. Even a purple awakening card could not guarantee a skill, could it? Do tell. With bated breath, the group awaited Lin Yi's elaboration on Ning Xiaoman's angel's caress. Remarkable. Absolutely splendid. Their jubilation was palpable. The investment was undeniably worthwhile. Having a healer within the squad was a tremendous advantage, especially one with a skill, truly impressive. Within the Black Knight Guild, Zhuang Niu was engaged in discussion with He Lu. Hey Lu, I must say, why not let bygones be bygones regarding your brother's situation? If necessary, your mother can always bear another child for you, haha? He Lu's disdain for Zhuang Niu was evident. Their partnership was fraught with discord. Yet they had no choice but to collaborate on certain matters. Zhuang Niu, in high spirits, mused about his comfortable life, contemplating a foot soak after work. Hello? Who's this? Is this Brother Zhuang? It's Xiao Zhang, from the First People's Hospital in Jiangqing. You must remember me. I purchased my son's awakening card from you, haha. Oh. Xiao Zhang, what can I do for you? Need to buy another awakening card? I must warn you, the prices have gone up lately, so act quickly. Zhang Songhai was drenched in sweat. Zhuang Hai was indeed a troublesome burden. The doctors hesitated to operate on him due to his disruptive behavior, insisting on Zhuang Niu's presence. It's not about the card, your son. Zhuang Niu smirked, fully aware of his son's mischievous nature, which, while troublesome, was still manageable. What is wrong with him? Zhang Songhai stammered. He was beaten. What? Where's he? Zhuang Niu rushed to leave. He Lu interjected, Old Zhuang. Let us forget about your son's troubles. If need be, your wife can always have another child, haha. Zhuang Niu's expression darkened, the familiarity of the remark gnawing at him. You dare curse my son? This isn't over. He Lu retorted, I can comment on your brother. But you can't speak about my son. Zhuang Niu stormed out, and laughter erupted from the room, clearly instigated by He Lu. Lin Gu? After some time, Wang Xia awoke, albeit feeling somewhat weak. According to the doctor, she would be discharged in 2 days. Lin Yu's tears flowed uncontrollably. She had witnessed Zhuang Hai's brutality firsthand, and the thought of such force impacting a person was heart-wrenching. Wang Xia comforted Lin Yu. Do not cry. I am fine, thanks to Sister Xiaoman and Brother Lin. Ah. My daughter. Wang Xia's eyelids fluttered, refraining from chastising her mother in front of everyone. I'm all right, Mom. Manhwaedit tentatively suggested. Daughter, I am a bit hungry. Could you lend me some money? Wang Xia, exasperated, transferred 200 yuan to her for food. Hee. My daughter is the best to her mother. That Wang Ming even struck you. Wang Xia was acutely aware of Wang Ming's presence and felt a twinge of fear. The family's shame over her father's suicide weighed heavily on her. Wang Ming ignored her. Wang Xia felt a bitter pang in her heart, resigning herself to close her eyes and rest. Lin Yi, concerned, remarked, Let us remain vigilant at the hospital these next few days. Zhuang Hai's retribution could come at any moment. The originally anticipated 3-day respite was swiftly evaporating, leaving Lin Yi both frustrated and guilt-ridden concerning his sister. I will take you out to play once I have the time. Lin Yi pouted, okay. As fate would have it, Zhuang Hai's vengeance arrived swiftly. Shortly thereafter, an irate doctor stormed in, seizing Ning Xiaoman and uttering a few words. They have come. Lin Yi was taken aback by their rapid arrival. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, revealing over 10 men clad in black suits, with Zhuang Hai being pushed forward. That's him. Dad, you must stand up for me. He has harmed me terribly. Zhuang Niu scrutinized the group. Aware of the situation, Lin Yi instructed Xiao Ying to escort Lin Yu away, preventing any potential underhanded tactics against her. You four, provide an explanation. Lin Yi sneered, an explanation? Wang Xia's family is indeed financially strapped, but that does not justify such violence. Zhuang Niu paused. Financially strapped? What nonsense is this? Do I operate a loan shark business? He turned to Zhuang Hai. What is going on? In truth, Zhuang Niu had initially intended to vent his frustrations by attacking these individuals. But upon noticing the 4 awakened ones, 2 of whom appeared to be of considerable level, he reconsidered. After all, Zhuang Niu was acutely aware of his limitations. His subordinates were merely ordinary individuals, cannon fodder in the grand scheme. Zhuang Hai stammered, fully aware that his family had not authorized him to engage in loan sharking. Yet, the 5 million allocated monthly was insufficient for indulging in the company of a few celebrities. Consequently, Zhuang Hai had resorted to exploiting his father's identity for illicit gains. And he had been thriving in recent months. They. Witnessing his son's predicament ignited Zhuang Hai's fury, instantly recalling He Lu's taunts. Damn it, I'll strip you of your skin when we get home. Zhuang Hai recognized he was in the wrong, yet what did it matter? In this world, strength spoke louder than words. Lin Yi warily observed Zhuang Hai, a mid-tier treasure seeker? What class could he possibly be? If he is a warrior, this could become problematic. My long sword is unsuitable for this environment, and who brings weapons for leisure? In that moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but muse. How I wish I had a storage bag right now. Chapter 70, Quelling the Storm, Exasperated. Who is causing a ruckus? Do you not realize this is a hospital protected by the Stardream Guild? At that moment, a young man in a doctor's coat approached, boldly pushing through the crowd to stand in the center. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, another mid-tier treasure seeker. Zhuang Niu's expression shifted. What is he doing here? In this world, there existed individuals one should never provoke, and doctors were among them. After the emergence of the dungeon, a consensus had formed that one should never anger a healer. It wasn't their combat prowess that rendered them formidable. Everyone experiences injury at some point, doesn't one? What if a healer refuses to treat you after you offend them? Zhuang Niu lowered himself. Dr. Zhao. My apologies. Zhao Chang'an, a mid-tier healer, affiliated with Star Dream. Wang Ming whispered to Lin Yi, having just discovered this information through the guild's internal network. Zhao Chang'an adjusted his glasses. I have heard about the situation between both parties. Since there are injuries, treatment is imperative. Allow me to assess the situation. Zhuang Niu would certainly not refuse, for he was none other than the renowned priest, rumored to possess a purple awakening card along with innate skills. Upon assessing Zhuang Hai's injuries, Zhao Chang'an was at a loss for words, with such minor wounds. Had he arrived a tad later, they might have healed on their own. Turning his gaze to Wang Xia, Zhao Chang'an furrowed his brow. He detected the lingering essence of priestly healing on her, seemingly the remnants of a skill. Zhao Chang'an inquired of the nurse, has a priest from the hospital visited? Was it the esteemed director, or perhaps the deputy director? This hospital boasted 3 priests, seldom intervening unless the patient's life hung by a thread. Yet, Wang Xia did not appear to be in dire straits. Her injuries were merely a few broken bones and some abdominal bleeding, easily treatable without the use of skills. No, the esteemed director is away on business, and the deputy director has gone home. This was indeed perplexing. The nurse continued, however, we did bring back a priest during an emergency. Oh, this piqued Zhao Chang'an's interest. The rarity of priests was well known, and each one shared a camaraderie with their kind. Where is he? Please lead me to him. The nurse pointed towards Lin Yi, while Ning Xiaoman had been sent by Lin Yi to rest. Zhao Chang'an mistakenly assumed Lin Yi was the priest. Upon seeing Zhao Chang'an extend his hand for a handshake, Lin Yi graciously accepted. Casting a somewhat provocative glance at Zhuang Niu, Zhuang Niu's face turned pale. What ill fortune! Who would have thought he was a priest? Not someone to be trifled with. Let us go. Dad, are we just letting this go? Zhuang Niu, in a fit of rage, slapped Zhuang Hai. It seems I've truly spoiled you. Prepare to face the consequences when we return. With Zhuang Niu's departure, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Mainly due to Zhuang Niu's status as a mid-level treasure seeker. Apart from Lin Yi, no one dared to ascertain whether they could contend with him. My young friend, what level is your priest? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. I am not a priest. Oh, I see. I want to pry further. Since everything is all right, I shall not intrude. In Zhao Chang'an's eyes, a priest possessing healing skills was a formidable entity, leading him to assume Lin Yi was reluctant to disclose his status. Lin Yi chose not to clarify, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. Dad, are we truly letting this go? I am unwilling. I want to awaken. Why don't you get me an awakening card as well? Zhuang Niu had contemplated having his son awaken, for who would wish to see their own flesh and blood be inferior? However, Zhuang Niu's pride was immense. He yearned for a purple card. Although he himself awakened with a blue card, he had come to realize that upgrading was no simple feat. Purple cards were indeed superior. Black Deer, a purple card holder, upgraded at an astonishing pace. Recently, there had been whispers of a location where a purple treasure chest was soon to manifest. The guild was already gearing up, eagerly awaiting the moment. Silence. I will consider your matters. Zhuang Hai was evidently displeased. Having been thoroughly beaten, he could not swallow this humiliation. Like a stubborn bull, he clung to Zhuang Niu. Dad, Dad. With no other option, Zhuang Niu replied. Dealing with priests is no easy task. When confronting a priest, one must employ cunning rather than brute force. Zhuang Hai naively responded, I understand. You mean to retaliate stealthily, right? I shall arrange for people to vandalize their windows tonight. Zhuang Niu felt a surge of exasperation, contemplating how to make his son comprehend. This was his own flesh and blood. He must persevere. Be quiet. I will handle this. Huh, Dad, you intend to personally vandalize their windows? With some leisure time on his hands, Lin Yi realized he had not simulated in quite a while. So he settled onto the hospital bed. Ever since Zhao Chang'an mistakenly believed him to be a priest, he had been granted a private room for Wang Xia's treatment. And all medical expenses had been waived. The simulation commenced. You choose to enter room 5, level 4, dungeon, Icefield Ruins. You encounter a Mitsubishi Ice Serpent around the corner. You are startled, but the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent possesses low combat prowess and is easily slain by you. You sense a plethora of life forces. Turning back, you discover a swarm of Icefield bats hunting a mammoth. You decide to play the role of a bystander. The Icefield bats are significantly depleted. Seizing the moment while the mammoth is gravely injured, you finish it off. You acquire a pair of valuable mammoth tusks. You accidentally fall into an icy pool. Underwater. A seal attacks you. After a grueling battle, many members of your squad are injured. Your priest swiftly restores your squad's combat capability. You discover a cave. You are surrounded by snow monsters. You find yourself in a fierce struggle. During the battle, you spot a purple treasure chest. At this point in the simulation, Lin Yi suddenly shuddered, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. You and your squad fight valiantly to break through the obstacles. You successfully navigate past the snow monsters. At last, you confront the boss, the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King. As you prepare to battle the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King, you are ambushed by an unknown human. You perished. Lin Yi opened his eyes, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Discovering the first purple treasure chest was indeed a cause for celebration, yet being ambushed? He could only inwardly curse the scoundrel. But he had died too swiftly to discern the assailant's identity. A pity. Soon, Lin Yi's spirits lifted once more. One purple treasure chest was worth 10 blue ones. He was now at level 9. If he could successfully open the chest, he would ascend to the rank of mid-level treasure seeker. Thus, this treasure chest was a prize he must secure. Brother Wang Ming. Huh, what is it, Lin Yi? Lin Yi grinned broadly, prompting an immediate understanding from Wang Ming. Another treasure chest has been revealed? Lin Yi replied with a mysterious smile. This time it's a purple treasure chest. Are you willing to take a risk? Chapter 71. Where's my mother? Where's my mother? Lin Gu. Where's my mother? Wang Xia lay in bed, feeling somewhat weak. She had improved significantly, but felt unable to move, a normal reaction post-anesthesia. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly realized. Where was Qian Ho Hot? Surely she hadn't run off? Perhaps she went out to eat, he speculated. Wang Xia's eyes glistened with tears. That can't be. My mother eats quickly. Oh, I shouldn't have given her money. She might have gone gambling again. Could it be? Lin Yi found it hard to fathom a mother who would gamble while her daughter lay grievously injured. Should we go look for her? As he spoke, Lin Yi glanced at the others. Wang Yang excelled in this regard and left to investigate, while the others scattered in different directions. However, Lin Yi opted not to join. It was a pity that the outside world could not be simulated, as finding someone would be a breeze. Before long, Wang Yang returned, his expression peculiar. Captain, let us talk outside. Lin Yi cast an apologetic glance at Wang Xia and instructed Lin Yu and Ning Xiaoman to keep an eye on her. Ning Xiaoman had also awakened. As an awakened individual possessed commendable physical resilience. What is the matter? Wang Yang appeared constipated, torn between speaking and hesitating. Go ahead. I can handle anything. Did she go gambling? Or perhaps something else? Wang Yang finally divulged. She did go gambling, lost a significant amount of money, and was cornered in an alley. I intervened to rescue her. Lin Yi took a deep breath and inquired. How much did we lose? This was the source of Wang Yang's perplexity. Over 100,000. How long was that? 100,000? Qian Ho Hot is both inexperienced and frivolous. The more inexperienced she is, the more she indulges. Forget it. It's best to let Qian Ho Hot fend for herself from now on. Qian Ho Hot entered the hospital room with a sullen expression. Due to the effects of anesthesia, Wang Xia only sensed her presence, but was oblivious to her injuries. Mom, what took you so long? I went to get some wontons. This place is so bustling that no one was selling them. So I had to walk quite a distance to buy some. Wang Xia sighed with relief, fearing she had engaged in some foolishness again. Brother Lin, I'm fine now. You don't need to watch over me constantly. Lin Yi knew Wang Xia was right. Zhuang Hai, after all, seemed like a person of dignity and would likely refrain from causing trouble at the hospital. As the group departed, Lin Yi discreetly transferred 50,000 yuan to Wang Xia, accompanied by a message. If you can walk, leave the hospital and come to my home. Xiaoman will be waiting for you there. She will assist with your continued treatment. You all go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to at the hospital. Lin Yi addressed the group. Tomorrow, the guild will assemble. We will discuss rest later. At that moment, Wang Yang and Wang Qi stepped forward, saying, Captain, we're craving some Qinglong sturgeon. May we go to room 4, level 8, to have a meal? Lin Yi felt his mouth water at the thought. All right, bring out a few. I shall cook for my sister. Yes. Wang Yang and Wang Qi set off. Xiaoman, I leave Ye in your care. Go home and rest. Ning Xiaoman pushed Lin Yu out. Brother Wang Ming, could you and Xiaoying prepare supplies for entering the ice plains? Ensure there is sufficient fuel. The ice plains. Xiaoying's eyes sparkled. As an ice element archer, her combat prowess would soar in such an environment. All right, we will gather tomorrow. The two exchanged glances, both aware of the gravity of the situation, as this would be their first encounter with a purple treasure chest. Lin Yi was quite concerned, wondering if the team would fare as smoothly in the 3rd level of the underground dungeon as they had before. The elite monsters there would possess at least 2nd-tier strength. After bidding farewell to the group, Lin Yi turned back, this time seeking Zhao Chang'an, who had mistakenly believed himself to be a priest, and had even left a business card for himself. Hello? Brother Zhao. In the attending physician's office. Zhao Chang'an had exceptionally dismissed all consultations to await Lin Yi. Creak. Brother Zhao. Lin Yi gazed at the doctor, who appeared to be in his 30s. Feeling a surge of excitement. Oh, coming quickly. Noticing Lin Yi's nervousness, Zhao Chang'an warmly encouraged him. Don't be anxious. I'm quite easygoing. Lin Yi wasted no time and got straight to the point. Brother Zhao, have you seen my sister? The one in the wheelchair? Zhao Chang'an indeed recalled a girl in a wheelchair and nodded. I remember. Did you come for her? Lin Yi continued. My sister was injured by a magical beast a year ago, affecting her waist and spine. She is now essentially paralyzed. A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Yi. His sister had once been so lively, but since that incident, she had forced herself to smile. Zhao Chang'an felt overwhelmed. He was not a miracle worker. If it were a new injury, perhaps he could help, but given the time that had passed, he had no confidence. To heal someone with such significant injuries from a year ago was a formidable task. This fell within the realm of medicine, not that of a priest, and regrettably, Zhao Chang'an had attained his position based on his priestly identity. Shaking his head at Lin Yi's anxious gaze, Zhao Chang'an said, I'm sorry. I can't do it. Despite receiving disheartening news, Lin Yi pressed on. Then what level of priest would be needed to heal her? Or modern medicine? Zhao Chang'an paused for a moment before responding slowly. Perhaps a golden awakened priest or a top-tier priest. As for modern medicine, you can completely dismiss that. I have yet to hear of anyone being able to repair spinal injuries. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that such priests could be considered national pillars. Not only Lin Yi, but even he had never encountered one. The movements of such individuals were closely monitored by the state. Shaolin, don't harbor such unrealistic hopes. It's impossible. Lin Yi smiled, acknowledging that while his aspirations were lofty, they were better than having none at all. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I'll take my leave now. Wait. Don't go. Tell me what skills your priest possesses. Lin Yi casually mentioned, Angel's caress. That's the name of the skill. As for its specific capabilities, I'm not sure at the moment. Zhao Chang'an was quite dissatisfied with Lin Yi's answer, but he could not impede his departure. Well then, see you next time. We can discuss it in detail then. As Lin Yi left, Zhao Chang'an pondered. Angel's caress? Wait, Angel. Flipping through the documents on his desk at a rapid pace, he finally discovered something in a bag marked with confidential information. Hiss. My goodness. Isn't this the person the military has been searching for recently? Sequence 013? An angel? Should I inform Lin Yi? Chapter 72. A Feast of Qinglong Sturgeon. Upon returning home, Lin Yi encountered Wang Qi, who had brought back the Qinglong sturgeon, along with many other fish from that region, as the large pond was not solely populated by sturgeons. Captain, Wang Qi's face radiated joy. We struck it rich. The Qinglong sturgeon has bred again. I counted over 10,000, though most are small fish that will take time to mature. I brought you back over 10 large and delicious ones. Having studied fish farming, Lin Yi understood that a habitat could only sustain a limited number of larger fish. Otherwise, the young fry would be consumed by the larger ones. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a positive development. At least they would not have to worry about a lack of Qinglong sturgeon for quite some time. You've worked hard. Remember to rest well. Tomorrow will be perilous. Lin Yi cautioned, knowing that even with simulations, discrepancies could arise. Simulations were not foolproof predictions of the future. All right, I'm off. Upon returning home, Lin Yi found over 10 fish already prepared by Ning Xiaoman, who had even set up filming equipment to document the processing of the Qinglong sturgeon. Ah, you're back. Come quickly. I can only handle killing the fish, not cooking them. Lin Yi took the knife from Ning Xiaoman, slicing half the fish into strips while leaving the other half whole. One half will be for fried fish sticks, and the other half will be braised fish. Due to his responsibilities for Lin Yi had developed considerable culinary skills over time. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoman cheerfully filmed Lin Yi as he prepared the fish, eagerly anticipating the influx of followers once the edited video was posted on their account. Dinner is served. Each Qinglong sturgeon was approximately the size of a pound, appearing abundant. But both Lin Yi and Ning Xiaoman, as awakened ones, required substantial nourishment, thus their appetites were larger. Wow, this is so delicious, Lin Yi exclaimed, marveling at how much tastier the fish from the dungeon were compared to those from the polluted outside world or those raised artificially. Brother, will we be able to enjoy such delectable fish in the future? Lin Yi assured her with a nod. Lin Yi finally let loose, indulging in the feast. The next day, Ning Xiaoman gazed at Lin Yi with a hint of longing. Really, can't you take me along? Observing the look of grievance on Ning Xiaoman's face, Lin Yi resolutely insisted, no, you should accompany Yaya. The place we are heading to is fraught with danger. Ning Xiaoman pouted, I am not afraid of danger. Yaya can simply ask an aunt to look after her. That won't do. Wang Xia still needs to recover and come here. We need someone to guard the house. It's best if Yaya doesn't rely on others for care. What if the aunt we hire isn't scrupulous and bullies her? Ultimately, Lin Yi departed from home, leaving behind Ning Xiaoman's forlorn gaze. Within the guild, Wang Ming was shouldering a large backpack, while others carried various supplies. Word had it that they were on a quest to find a purple treasure chest. Excitement surged through the group. For the purple treasure chest was worth a staggering 100 million. If they found it, they would surely request a break of 10 days, or even half a month. Wang Qi was already daydreaming about indulging in a life of excess after receiving his share. Are we ready? Everyone nodded in affirmation. Let us set off. Meanwhile, in the Black Knight Guild, Hailu and Zhuang Hai were present, surrounded by over 20 subordinates, all of whom were awakeners, including several intermediate treasure hunters. Hailu maintained his usual indifference, stating, this mission is of utmost importance. You better be on high alert. Should anything go awry, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhuang Hai chuckled, not particularly fond of such a serious demeanor. Ignore Hailu's ramblings. Let us just do our job well. Once we complete this task, oh no, I mean once we finish this mission, I'll treat everyone to a grand feast. It was a classic case of a carrot and stick approach, yet the subordinates were elated, as having a glimmer of hope was certainly better than none. Let us go. As the two groups set out, Lin Yi first entered the fifth room, the fourth checkpoint of the third underground dungeon, the Icefield Ruins. However, this time Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. It had been a long while since he had seen any rats, yet numerous individuals had followed the team into the dungeon. Wang Ming swung his heavy sword, grumbling, annoying. These rats must think we are strong and want to tag along for the spoils. Lin Yi paid no heed to the rats. This journey was perilous, and he doubted these individuals would dare to confront danger. Ignore them. Once we enter the ice field, they will surely regret their decision. Yet, upon entering the ice field, Lin Yi was met with an unexpected sight. Most of these rats had pulled out down jackets and winter clothing from their packs. They came well prepared. It seemed the news had leaked. But these individuals were unaware of the precise location of the purple treasure chest. Thus they followed any team entering the Icefield Ruins. As they approached a corner, Lin Yi signaled for everyone to halt. Just around the bend lay a trilateral ice serpent, a creature with a triangular area atop its head used for launching attacks. However, this spot was also its weakness. Xiaoying's face lit up with excitement. This location was perfect for her, as the energy consumption for condensing ice arrows would be significantly reduced, and their power would be enhanced. Yes, see if you can shoot it down with a single arrow. Under Wang Qi's protection, Xiaoying stealthily ascended a hill, where the vantage point was wide and suitable for an ambush. There it is. Through her sight, Xiaoying spotted a massive white serpent coiled beneath a tree, at least 4 to 5 meters long, with a triangular area atop its head that appeared to be ice crystal. Drawing her bow, Xiaoying decided to condense a single arrow, ensuring its potency was at 100%. Whoosh! Crack! Like a keen weapon piercing ice. Her arrow successfully struck the triangular ice crystal. The trilateral ice serpent let out a series of roars before collapsing. Success! Lin Yi emerged. The boss of this level was the trilateral ice serpent king, and he dared not claim he could face it alone, for during simulations, he had been ambushed just as he was about to engage it, leaving him uncertain of its combat prowess. Be careful. Quickly dodge. Wang Qi swiftly pushed the still excited Xiaoying aside, his heavy sword slicing through the air, eviscerating a blue bat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A multitude of bats converged, sending shivers down Wang Qi's spine. The terrain here was elevated, with little cover. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yi urged, get down. Simultaneously, the rats behind them sensed the shift in atmosphere, swiftly hiding like monkeys. Suddenly, a colossal icefield mammoth appeared, seemingly lost and without companions, now besieged by a swarm of icefield bats. It's enormous. So terrifying. This mammoth towered over them, standing as tall as a villa, measuring at least 10 meters in length. One could only marvel at the wonders of nature. Look, the mammoth is about to give in. Lin Yi fixated on the mammoth's tusks, pondering their immense size and potential utility. The mammoth was approximately at level 2. From a distance, Lin Yi couldn't discern it clearly. However, the surrounding icefield bats were all at level 1, with only a few level 2 bats directing the assault from the periphery, not daring to engage directly. The mammoth flailed its trunk in fury, managing to injure only a few bats. More bats discovered a section of the mammoth's body that was unreachable by its trunk or tail, presenting a safe zone for the icefield bats. They quickly converged on this area to attack, and soon the mammoth began to suffer. Lin Yi watched intently. Xiaoying, aim for the mammoth's eyes. Understood. Drawing her bow again. Xiaoying chose to fire 2 arrows simultaneously. One was a steel arrow she had purchased, while the other was one she had condensed herself. Whoosh whoosh. The arrows flew towards the mammoth's eyes. Thud thud. Alas, the mammoth suddenly closed its eyes. Xiaoying's arrows, for such a colossal creature, were akin to toothpicks, inflicting negligible damage to its eyelids. The arrows lodged beneath its eyelids, snapping as the mammoth blinked. Oh no, I can't hurt it. Let us wait a bit longer. Once the icefield bats have done enough damage to the mammoth, we'll strike. As the assault continued, the mammoth seemed to realize its fate and, in defiance, collapsed. The immense creature crashing down created a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter in the frozen ground. What a chance. Grab the tusks and let us go. Lin Yi charged forward with his wolf-tooth club, followed closely by the others, except for Xiaoying. The club struck the mammoth's head. Lin Yi's strength was formidable, and this blow shattered the head of the defenseless mammoth, ending its life. With a rush, Lin Yi plunged a dagger into its skin, feeling relieved as he had feared the dagger might not penetrate the mammoth's hide. Likely, the mammoth's skin was less resilient now that it was deceased. The icefield bats, having awaited this moment, swarmed in to feast on the mammoth's blood. A few bats were less than 10 meters from the group, yet they showed no interest in the humans. Why would they drain these scrawny beings when such a massive mammoth lay before them? Hurry! Once the icefield bats are satiated, they may launch indiscriminate attacks. With that, Lin Yi swiftly used his dagger to slice through the flesh encasing the tusks, revealing the gleaming white ivory within. Bang! The tusks were anchored to the mammoth's skull, and without hesitation, Lin Yi struck them with his wolf-tooth club, working quickly, though regrettably, the tusks were not in pristine condition. Wang Ming employed a similar technique to extract another colossal tusk. How remarkably hefty it is, with a diameter nearing 1 meter. It surpasses any tusk found in the outside world. Although the ivory produced in the dungeon cannot be sold externally, it can fetch a considerable sum in copper coins when sold to goblin merchants. I estimate this pair of tusks is worth at least 8,000 copper coins. As I watched Wang Ming sprinting farther away, an ominous feeling began to stir within me. Oh no, the ice pond. I recalled the pivotal figure, Lin Yi, and felt a wave of self-reproach wash over me. It was all the fault of those pesky rats that had disrupted my thoughts. The multitude of rats, upon encountering such a gigantic mammoth, became frenzied. Such an abundance of flesh and blood. Selling it to those in need would yield a handsome profit. Many had entered the dungeon harboring dreams of wealth, and now, upon seeing hope, they rushed out recklessly. Yet, they had forgotten that the ice bats tolerated Lin Yi and others taking the ivory, as there was no blood involved. Taking it was inconsequential to the bats. However, what if someone attempted to seize the flesh? The ice bats, like blue scythes, would decimate anyone daring enough to approach. Within a mere 2 minutes, the 12 who had rushed out were gone, their blood drained, their bodies emaciated. Lin Yi was no saint, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for them. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of 3 splashes echoed, and Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, berating himself for not having warned them sooner that this area was the hunting ground of the snow leopards. At the moment Wang Ming fell into the water, he struggled to toss the tusk ashore, finally feeling at ease as he swam towards the bank. Lin Yi arrived just in time. Get up here. This place is a seal hunting ground. During the simulation, he had been accompanied by Ning Xiaoman, but now she was nowhere to be found. With no priest in the party, should they be attacked by seals and sustain serious injuries, Lin Yi would have to contemplate retreat. Fortunately, Wang Ming and the other 2 were swift, climbing ashore just as the seals approached. The seals in the water glared angrily at the group on the bank, unwilling to come ashore, for their speed would be drastically reduced, and they could not overpower these humans. Gurgle, gurgle. The seal group departed, and Lin Yi exhaled in relief, grateful that no battle had ensued. At that moment, he turned to observe the rats. After losing over 10 members, they had settled down, quietly awaiting the ice bats' feeding. Lin Yi paid them no mind, following the route he had memorized from the simulation, gradually nearing the mouth of a cave. A cave. Bosses in the dungeon often favored dwelling in caves, akin to how humans reside in houses, shielding them from the elements. Wang Yang understood Lin Yi's intent. Cautiously venturing into the cave, it was his duty as a thief to scout ahead and anticipate danger. Let us take a break. Light a fire to dry our clothes. Heike swiftly dispatched the obstructive three-pronged ice snake, simultaneously spotting another three-pronged ice snake with an arrow piercing its skull. Is anyone here? Could the news have leaked? Zhuang Hai scoffed, lounging on a rock with his legs crossed. Nonsense. My information is secure and reliable. I acquired it in the black market for over 10 million. Heike trusted Zhuang Hai's words, yet the reality was that someone had indeed been ahead of them. The uncertainty of whether they shared the same objective made Heike feel quite uneasy. Let us depart. No time to rest. No rest? That's unacceptable. Zhuang Hai protested. It was unreasonable to continue without a break after such a long trek. Heike glared at Zhuang Hai with disdain, reluctantly sitting down. If someone has gotten a head start, you will bear the responsibility. Zhuang Hai remained unfazed, convinced that his information was the freshest, and that no one else knew. After a brief respite, one of the thieves reported back. Qian Yuejing appeared fatigued, lamenting the hardships of being a thief, always at the forefront gathering intelligence. I discovered a mammoth that had been slain by a blunt weapon. Surrounding it are numerous dead bodies, no fewer than 10. Furthermore, there are many ice bats nearby. It's perilous. Blunt weapon. Are you suggesting that someone has indeed been ahead of us? Zhuang Hai could no longer sit still. Could the information have truly leaked? Chapter 74. The mantis stalks the cicada. Heike glared at Zhuang Hai with a dark expression. Still claiming no one is here? Stop dawdling and move. Qian Yuejing. Scout ahead. Qian Yuejing had no choice but to venture forth again. Though he felt uneasy, no one enjoys being scrutinized. Understood. Upon reaching the fallen mammoth, he noted that the tusks were missing, confirming that someone had indeed come and taken the valuable ivory. Nonetheless, some had carelessly sliced off substantial portions of mammoth meat. As this beast had been extinct for millions of years in the outside world, being able to taste it was a rare fortune. Qian Yuejing disdainfully tossed aside a shriveled piece of meat, deeply disappointed with the mammoth's flesh. It looked even less appealing than pork. Ugh! A warrior grimaced, discarding the meat, revealing a bite mark on it. It's utterly inedible. It feels entirely devoid of moisture, dry and overly fibrous. Heike struck down with his blade, finding the flesh deep within to be no better. Let us go. This mammoth holds little value now. Its blood has been completely drained, resulting in poor quality meat. Heike scrutinized the surroundings, detecting 2 deep footprints in one direction. A tusk of such weight being carried would undoubtedly leave profound impressions. Heike chuckled. In his view, those who left such obvious traces must be lacking in skill. Let us follow them. Qian Yuejing quickly departed. Being the only thief in the group was exhausting. As they passed the ice pond, Qian Yuejing, moving swiftly, avoided collapsing the ice. Beneath a mountain, Lin Yi and his 4 companions, wrapped in a white blanket, observed over 10 individuals below. After the simulation, Lin Yi would never be the first to challenge a boss. He needed to ascertain who was trailing behind first to devise a plan. Wang Meng, peering through a telescope, identified Qian Yuejing. It's that kid. The people below are likely from the Black Knights. Another Black Knight. Why are they everywhere? Wait. Heike and Zhuang Hai, whom we encountered yesterday. Additionally, there were 2 other intermediate treasure hunters in the group, though they were not well known. This is troublesome. Wang Meng's concerns were not unfounded. Among the 10 individuals below, there were 2 renowned intermediate treasure hunters and 2 lesser-known ones, totaling 4 formidable adversaries. Moreover, there were several lower-level treasure hunters of substantial rank. Could their 5-person team possibly contend against them? Clearly not. Lin Yi, what do we do? Lin Yi had already formulated a strategy. The ivory had been placed near the cave entrance, and he had created the illusion that multiple people were entering the cave. As long as the Black Knights dared to follow them inside, they could disrupt the boss fight when the time came, seizing the opportunity as it presented itself. How is Wang Yang doing? Wang Yang grinned, exuding an air of confidence. Rest assured, Captain. Inside, there are numerous snow monsters lurking. I deliberately left signs of battle and scattered some blood on the ground to mislead them. However, I didn't venture too deeply. I was wary. Lin Yi found no issue with this. As long as those individuals entered, they would inevitably delve deeper into that area. Plop, plop. The sound of splashes echoed, and it seemed there were quite a few. Continue using the telescope. Beneath the icy pool, the seal swam towards the shore, cursing like a black deer. Qian Yuejing. Having ventured quite far, Qian Yuejing suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Who was there? Oddly, no one was in sight. Never mind, he thought, and pressed on. Many had fallen into the water, including some who could not swim. Help. Alas, it was a tad too late. The seals of the underground city were unlike those of the outside world. These seals possessed long, sharp fangs. Like saber-toothed tigers, their fangs could easily pierce through most bodies. Ah, save me, save me. One seal seized the opportunity to plunge its 2 fangs into a person's body, instantly staining the surrounding water crimson. The panic-stricken crowd swam faster. But 2 more individuals fell prey, their bodies pierced and dragged down by the seals. A multitude of seals converged to feast, while those left behind taunted the crowd on the shore. The black deer seethed with rage, wishing to slay Qian Yuejing to vent his frustration. Was this how one navigated treacherous paths? No warning whatsoever in such a perilous place. Qianyuejing, just as he found a cave entrance. A chill gripped his back once more. What was happening today? How peculiar. In the distance, Wang Meng and the others couldn't help but applaud. The more losses these people suffered, the more delighted they became. What a relief. Haha. Soon after, the black deer directed the group to circumvent the icy pool through another route. Before long, they spotted Qianyuejing returning with a look of joy. Captain, I found it. I found it. Slap. Slap. Zhuang Hai and the black deer each delivered a resounding slap to Qianyuejing. Stunned, Qianyuejing exclaimed, what was that for? Wait, why are some of the brothers missing? Could it be? Captain, why are you hitting me? Qianyuejing covered his face, wincing from the pain. These two had clearly not held back. Zhuang Hai's eyes were red with anger. He felt no sadness over the loss of so many, but was primarily concerned about the substantial loss affecting their ability to defeat the boss. Fool. Beast. Idiot. In such a dangerous location, you failed to issue a warning. Damn it. I'll make you pay for this. One slap after another landed on Qianyuejing. Although he felt wronged, he dared not retaliate. He was certain that if he fought back, the enraged individuals around him would rush forward and tear him apart. Aye. The black deer, having also calmed down, realized they could not afford to lose a single thief. Killing him would hinder their plans. Fine. We'll deal with him later. In a final act of fury, Zhuang Hai slapped Qianyuejing again, having just fallen into the water himself, with his pants still wet. Of course, no one else would know whether it was from his fall or another reason. Here is another chance for you. What is the situation inside the cave? Qianyuejing lowered his head, covering his mouth. I don't know. I haven't gone in to look. What? You useless fool. Why didn't you go in and take a look? I found hidden ivory nearby, and I saw that someone had entered the cave. I was afraid of being discovered. So I didn't dare to go in. The black deer became agitated. Someone had entered the cave before them? If this had been earlier, he might have speculated that someone was traveling the same path as him. But now it was clear that the group ahead was after the treasure. Everyone accelerate. We must not allow others to get there first and waste our effort. Like a surge of adrenaline, the group charged forward, covering the 10-minute journey in just 4 or 5 minutes. With a grim expression, the black deer dragged the enormous ivory out. Such a treasure was left here. They must know that there were even more precious items within the cave. Without hesitation, the black deer led the way into the cave. Chapter 75. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. They have entered. Wang Ming waved his arms excitedly. Should we hurry inside? Lin Yi waved his hand. He had a simulator to determine the optimal time for entry. Just a moment longer. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone relaxed and waited as he began the simulation. Simulator, initiate short-term simulation. You choose to enter in 5 minutes. You discover that the Black Knights are still engaged in a fierce battle with the boss. And you have been detected. Ending simulation, Lin Yi fast-forwarded to 10 minutes later. You choose to enter in 10 minutes. You find that the Black Knights have already opened the treasure chest and left. Unsatisfied with this outcome, Lin Yi repeated the process several times until he pinpointed an accurate time, 7 minutes and 50 seconds. This timing coincided with the moment the Black Knights had severely injured the boss and were preparing to rest before their final assault. If they entered at this time, they would arrive just as the Black Knights were about to take a break. Opening his eyes, Lin Yi pulled out his phone to time. Wang Ming leaned closer, not doubting Lin Yi's judgment, as he rarely made mistakes. We should enter at this time, right? Yes, Lin Yi nodded. Seeing that there was still time, Wang Ming took out a whetstone to sharpen his heavy sword. The downside of a heavy sword was that it dulled easily and required regular maintenance. As Wang Ming prepared, everyone held their breath. Timing was crucial for the ambush. Otherwise, they risked being countered by the mantis. As the final second approached, Lin Yi suddenly surged forward. Move at full speed. Do not linger. The dangers within the cave have been cleared. We just need to accelerate. Hearing this, everyone charged down like bandits descending a mountain. Inside the cave, the black deer wondered where the individuals who had entered before had gone. Could it be that Qianyuejing was incapable and had failed to find them? He swung his great sword at the tail of the Ice Cobra King, which was so enormous that the black deer struggled to strike at its weak points. The archers accompanying him found their attacks ineffective against such a massive serpent. Toothpicks could not pierce such a creature. The numerous archers wisely kept their distance, wary of the snow beast that might disrupt the battle. Whoosh! Many were caught off guard and swept away by the serpent's tail. 2 relatively unknown mid-level treasure hunters also fell victim, rendered unable to fight in a short time. Useless. At this moment, Zhuang Hai and the black deer realized the battle was nearing its end. Zhuang Hai wielded a slender sword, which could easily pierce the serpent's body. But his sword was no better than the arrows. Each attack barely opened a small wound on the Ice Cobra King. However, even this level of damage was insufficient to drain the Ice Cobra King's blood. Its skin was too thick. The black deer cursed the lot of them. This beast was around level 2, rank 7, nearly on par with him. Yet magical beasts tended to be stronger within their tiers, and the black deer would need to exert considerable effort to bring it down. Protect me while I retreat. This was already the 3rd assault on the cave. The Ice Cobra King had a strong territorial instinct, launching fierce attacks upon their entry, but it was reluctant to pursue them during their retreat. The black deer noticed that beneath the massive body of the Ice Cobra King lay not only a purple treasure chest, but also a nest of serpent eggs. The serpent was in the process of hatching its young. If they killed it, the eggs would belong to them too. The value of the serpent eggs was exceedingly high, especially from a creature that could grow to such a massive size as the ice cobra. Each egg was worth 50 to 60,000. Gazing at the nest containing no less than 30 eggs, the black deer made no effort to disguise his greed. One more time, and we can take it down. Everyone, rally your spirits. Although the black deer despised the low combat abilities of his comrades, he had to utter some encouraging words since they were of some use. Where's Qian Yuejing? Where did that fellow disappear to? Qian Yuejing, with his neck hunched, approached. Having been unable to join the previous battle, he had distanced himself to observe. Have you found that group? No, I haven't. They may have already been slain by the snow monster. Their bodies completely vanished. Perhaps they have turned to dung? Black deer, exasperated, delivered a swift kick to Qian Yuejing's abdomen. How can you be so useless? You can't even find anyone. This cave is so small. Where could they possibly hide? You must be slacking off. Get back out there and search. If you can't find them, don't come back. Fine. Reluctantly, Qian Yuejing departed, realizing that just as they were about to open the treasure chest, he was being sent away, clearly preventing him from leveling up. At that moment, Lin Yi arrived. From a distance, he heard the commotion. Halt. Let us take a breather. The group paused to rest. To ensure caution, Lin Yi decided to simulate the scenario once more. Considering there were 4 intermediate treasure seekers on the opposing side, he needed to be prudent. You have launched a surprise attack on the Black Knights. The Black Knights are in a weakened state. You successfully lead your team to capture a significant number of them. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the opposing leader retreats with the remaining members. You discover the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King is in a state of weakness. You crush the triangular ice crystal of the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King with your Wolf Fang Club. You open the treasure chest. Inside, you find a purple card and a weapon. Ending the simulation, Lin Yi felt assured. Indeed, the opposing side was not in good shape. We can advance. Stay alert. There's one called Black Deer who is still in good condition. I will deal with him. Charge. 5 individuals faced off against over 10 opponents. Lin Yi was uncertain of their success, but the purple treasure chest must be claimed. A weapon plus a purple card. Its worth was at least 200 million. Of course, Lin Yi was not particularly concerned with the monetary value. The most crucial aspect was that opening the chest would significantly increase his chances of leveling up to intermediate treasure seeker. His combat prowess would soar. Kill. The Black Knights were taken aback by the sudden assault. Those who had previously been feeble now struggled to raise their weapons in defense. Black Deer thought to himself. As expected, these are quite cunning. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Seeing Lin Yi rush towards him, he chuckled, unconcerned about his comrades. After all, the opposing captain was merely an intermediate treasure seeker. How formidable could his teammates be? Kid, have you come seeking death? With such paltry strength, you dare attempt to rob us? Haha. Lin Yi did not dare to underestimate him. Black Deer's condition had deteriorated after the battle, yet he remained an intermediate treasure seeker. The power of the demon dragon surged forth. The breaking army was once again empowered. With a strength of 42, he was surely on par with most intermediate treasure seekers, if not better. Chapter 76, A Fierce Battle. Bang! The Wolf Fang Club collided with the broadsword, and Black Deer felt darkness cloud his vision. His grip involuntarily loosened. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his hold. Had he dropped his weapon, he would have been in dire straits. Goodness, I never expected Lin Yi's strength to be so terrifying. He thought, momentarily hesitant to act rashly. Are you a berserker? How can your strength be so formidable? Lin Yi grinned. I am far from a mere low-level berserker. The berserker was a unique type of warrior among the warrior professions, renowned for their incredible strength. However, berserkers often lost their rationality in battle, leading many wealthy scions to disdain them. What good was strength without intellect in combat? Blunt weaponry. Black Deer recalled the remains of the black snake he had salvaged. He had consulted numerous esteemed physicians for their analysis, all of whom confirmed that the black snake had been brutally bludgeoned to death, while the deceased Yang Long had succumbed to a great sword's injury. The thought of the black snake's might surged within Black Deer once more. Die. Yet Lin Yi remained undaunted. Having gauged Black Deer's combat capabilities during their earlier clash, he did not claim he could defeat him outright. But inflicting serious injury was certainly within his reach. Swinging his Wolf Fang Club, Lin Yi again hurled a bone dagger during the collision. The Wolf Fang Club intercepted the broadsword, but what about the dagger? Black Deer's spirit shook. Despicable. Lin Yi laughed. In battle, if one could bring their opponent to their demise, what was despicable? Moreover, Black Deer was an intermediate treasure seeker. A straightforward fight would be quite challenging. With a swish, Black Deer narrowly evaded the dagger's strike, but a gash was carved into his left cheek, blood gushing forth, obscuring his vision from his left eye. Damn it, Zhuang Hai. At this moment, Black Deer could only place his hopes on Zhuang Hai and the other 2 intermediate treasure seekers. However, when he glanced toward Zhuang Hai. 2 arrows struck his thigh, and Zhuang Hai was howling in agony. Zhuang Hai was incapacitated. The other 2 intermediate treasure seekers fared better, managing to restrain their opponents. Yet, the narrow terrain severely hampered their numerical advantage, and the archers were unwilling to strike for fear of hitting their own. The situation had bizarrely stabilized. It would depend on whether Black Deer could overcome his adversary. Dejectedly, Black Deer realized he might not be able to defeat this low-level treasure seeker. Zhuang Hai shouted anxiously, "Black Deer, are you done over there? A low-level treasure seeker should be easy to handle, right? Are you deliberately holding back to ensure we're injured and can't compete for the treasure?" Zhuang Hai had recognized those individuals. They were the very ones who had injured his son. Inwardly, he berated Zhuang Niu, wondering how he had entangled himself with such formidable foes. That kid, once I get out of here, I will make him pay. Black Deer cursed Zhuang Hai in his mind. Was he truly that greedy? This was a task entrusted by the association. He could not afford to be negligent. "Shut up, you worthless fool." Lin Yi advanced. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me?" The Wolf Fawn Club surged toward Black Deer's eyes, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. Clang! The broadsword trembled, and Black Deer spat blood. The force was overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Lin Yi smiled. At such close quarters, he unleashed the power of the demon dragon, penetrating Black Deer's body. What the hell? What is invading my body? Black Deer, in terror, barely evaded another attack, only to realize his strength was waning. It felt as if something was devouring him from within. This sensation was not painful, but utterly despairing. It felt as though his power would vanish permanently. Having enjoyed privileges inaccessible to ordinary people for so long, to lose his strength at the peak of his power? No. What have you done? Lin Yi had not anticipated that the power of the demon dragon would have such an effect, gradually sapping his enemy's stamina and strength. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Black Deer, for the first time, contemplated retreat. Noticing Black Deer momentarily distracted from the fight, Lin Yi hurriedly turned to assist Wang Ming. Wang Ming and Wang Qi were struggling against 2 intermediate treasure seekers' onslaught, on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, both wielded blue-quality weapons and had the best provisions. Their stamina robust. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. With a resounding thud, the 2 intermediate treasure hunters were utterly unprepared for the sudden ambush, leaving them severely weakened after enduring the attack. Wang Ming cast a grateful glance at Lin Yi, who had initially feared their imminent defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Yi deftly dealt with the ineffectual archers, whose capabilities were greatly diminished in the cramped and chaotic terrain. Observing the irrevocably dire situation unfolding before them, He Lu unleashed a torrent of curses upon Qian Yuejing's ancestors, lamenting that if this fool had not been so careless, such a blunder could have been avoided. "Retreat. Withdraw," he commanded, his heart brimming with reluctance, yet knowing there was no alternative. Continuing the fight, He Lu harbored no confidence in his current state to overpower Lin Yi. "Just wait. We shall not let those who dare to steal from the Black Knight Guild go unpunished." With a hasty and venomous threat, He Lu slinked away, tail between his legs. The group finally retreated, and Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. They've truly retreated? Ha ha ha. Xiaoying, who had performed admirably by landing several hits on the opposing side, was finally able to rest, her bowstring-weary hands aching. "Captain, may we take a moment to recuperate?" Lin Yi understood that now was not the time for rest. The Mitsubishi Ice Serpent was regaining its combat strength with every passing moment. If they failed to seize this opportunity to eliminate it, they might never have another chance. No resting. Everyone hold on. We will rest once we have slain the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent. If those who had just retreated returned after resting, the situation could become dire. They would be outmatched against a fully revitalized adversary, with no avenue for victory, perhaps even facing a counterattack. Our only path forward is to vanquish the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent. Upon hearing this, the group reluctantly abandoned their desire for rest. Lin Yi was correct. The current situation was perilous, and they had to endure. At that moment, the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent, its weary form gazing into the distance, had overheard the previous battle and understood that it would need to prepare for combat, should one side emerge victorious. However, upon spotting 5 feeble humans encroaching upon its territory, it regarded them with a mix of disdain and mockery. "This lot wouldn't even suffice to fill my teeth." Emerging from the cave, He Lu was in a furious rage. "Useless, utterly useless. How can so many of you fail to overpower for? Huh?" The others silently scoffed, recognizing that He Lu was hardly in a superior position himself. An intermediate treasure hunter bested by a low-level one? If word got out, he would be the subject of ridicule. Of course, they understood that He Lu was merely seeking someone to blame, and thus no one replied. Zhuang Hai, feeling particularly awkward, silently extracted the broken arrow from his foot, stifling any cries of pain. Chapter 77, The Mitsubishi Ice Serpent. Inside the cave, Lin Yi surveyed the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent with his binoculars. After the prior skirmishes, the colossal serpent appeared quite fatigued, nestled in its lair to recuperate and conserve energy for the impending battle. Even having seen this great serpent in simulations, Witnessing it firsthand left Lin Yi awestruck. It was truly immense. This could be the stuff of movies. Who would believe it? Captain, what is the plan? Wang Qi was itching for action, swinging his hefty sword. Lin Yi pointed out the serpent's vulnerability. Confronting this beast head-on will yield no advantage. Our only recourse is to target its weak point, the triangular ice crystal atop its head. This is not only its Achilles heel, but also the source of its attacks. So everyone must exercise utmost caution. In this battle, Wang Ming and Wang Qi would draw the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent's ire, while Wang Yang would safeguard Xiaoying, harassing the serpent with relentless arrows, undeterred by the cost. As for Lin Yi, he inspected his gear, a bone dagger and a wolf fang club. The serpent's weakness surely wouldn't withstand a full-force strike from the club. I will find an opportunity to ascend its head and deliver the final blow. Let us move. Yes. The group sprang into action, this battle truly a fight for survival. If they could not eliminate the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent, they would face dire consequences when the Black Knight Guild members regained their strength. Thus, Wang Ming and Wang Qi unleashed their full power at their first encounter. Clang, clang. The two heavy swords struck the serpent's body simultaneously, but alas, the creature's hide was too thick, its defenses too formidable, their attacks bore no fruit. Xiaoying's arrows consistently targeted the serpent's eyes, its most vulnerable area. Yet, despite her efforts, her arrows merely served to annoy rather than inflict significant damage. Meanwhile, the core of their plan, Lin Yi, was stealthily advancing. Hiss! The serpent's tail swept perilously close to Lin Yi's head. That was a close call. Pressing on, Lin Yi endeavored to minimize his presence. Wang Yang darted around Xiaoying. As a rogue, his utility in battle was often limited. Yet he bore the responsibility of protecting his ranged allies. Additionally, he needed to maintain a watchful eye over the battlefield. When he noticed Lin Yi stealthily approaching the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent like a true rogue, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Lin Yi was more roguelike than any rogue. What defines a rogue? Stealth. Quietly closing in on the enemy, executing assassinations or reconnaissance. Xiaoying. Xiaoying, diligently aiming her bow, cast a puzzled glance at Wang Yang. Is someone approaching? Tell me, what is the captain's class? Warrior or rogue? With her eyes fixed ahead, bowstring taut, she replied. Of course, he's a warrior. Didn't you know? The captain has said so before. Wang Yang felt a pang of insecurity. Could it be that he was truly inept? The captain, a warrior who could perform the tasks of a rogue. Did that mean he, as a rogue, could also fulfill a warrior's duties? Lin Yi remained oblivious to Wang Yang's internal musings. The Mitsubishi Ice Serpent was right before him. This massive serpent had yet to detect Lin Yi's concealed approach. If he could find an opportunity to scale its body with his dagger, he would have the chance for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and Wang Qi were nearing their limits. The serpent's onslaught relentless. Brother Wang Ming, I'm barely holding on. Wang Ming, anxiety gnawing at him, felt he could not endure much longer. Yet, to set an example for Wang Qi, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Hold on. The captain is already beneath the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent. To protect Lin Yi, Wang Ming threw caution to the wind. Die! As the serpent's tail swung toward him, Wang Ming resolved not to evade this time. He braced his heavy sword across his chest to block the incoming tail. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Wang Ming collided with the serpent's tail. He felt as though he had been slapped by a giant hand. It wasn't overly painful, but the humiliation was profound. Yet, Wang Ming's heart swelled with joy. This beast had lost much of its strength. Brother Wang Ming. Wang Qi cleared away debris and helped lift the pinned Wang Ming. Ha ha ha. This beast has little strength left. Lin Yi. Opportunity. Lin Yi too sensed that the serpent's movements had significantly weakened. It was far less vigorous than before. However, he dared not act hastily. What if the beast was feigning weakness? As the serpent launched another attack, Lin Yi seized the moment to plunge his dagger into its flesh. Hiss, hiss, clang. The Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King emitted a ferocious roar, its massive form trembling uncontrollably. Haha, well done. Seizing the moment, Wang Ming plunged his great sword into the serpent's tail, piercing it with such force that it ruptured like a deflated balloon, blood gushing forth. Without hesitation, Lin Yi gripped his dagger with both hands and leaped powerfully from his waist. Simultaneously, he withdrew the dagger, thrust it back in, then withdrew it once more before plunging it again. The Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King's eyes were filled with despair, feeling its body being ravaged. The serpent resolved to fight back fiercely. It glowed. It glowed. Be careful. Wang Yang shouted loudly to alert everyone. The triangular ice crystal area atop the serpent's head illuminated, signaling that it was about to unleash a formidable attack. Lin Yi felt a pang of anxiety. He was positioned nearly at the serpent's neck, still 4 or 5 meters from the top of its head. If the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King launched an attack now, there would be no escape. The ice arrows emitted from the triangular ice crystal region could curve. Xiaoying. Quickly shoot. Aim for its head. Xiaoying was drenched in sweat. Realizing that the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King was no fool, it wouldn't remain still for her to shoot at it. Even though the ice crystal area was vast, the serpent's movements were equally extensive. No matter, just shoot. Determined to take a chance, Xiaoying drew a metal arrow while swiftly conjuring an ice arrow, launching both in quick succession. Clang, hiss, hit, hit. Xiaoying leapt in excitement. That shot was purely fortuitous. However, the metal arrow merely lodged itself in the ice crystal, inflicting minimal damage on the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King. Yet, this was sufficient for Lin Yi, who had now climbed atop the serpent's head. Before the watchful eyes of his companions, Lin Yi steadied himself by grasping the arrow embedded deep in the ice crystal, simultaneously retrieving the wolf fang mace he had carried on his back. Lin Yi's gaze was fierce. This strike would undoubtedly claim the life of the Mitsubishi Ice Serpent King. He gathered his strength, gripped the mace, and struck. Bang! Like a colossal object shattering glass. The serpent's weakness was obliterated. Chapter 78, The Purple Treasure Chest. The great serpent collapsed, its head plummeting rapidly. However, Lin Yi failed to grasp anything to break his fall at the last moment. As the ice crystal shattered, a deluge of liquid splattered out, slick and coating Lin Yi entirely. Captain Wang Qi was the first to react, rushing forward to catch Lin Yi. Wang Ming also reacted, but Lin Yi fell heavily to the ground. Captain, are you alright? Don't scare me. Cough. Stop shaking me. I want to die, but you'll break me apart. I'm sorry, I was too anxious, haha. Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. If only a priest were here to heal him. Quickly, open the treasure chest and escape this place. The commotion from the recent battle must have alerted the Black Knights outside. They needed to leave before the enemies returned. Fortunately, a glowing circle always appeared after defeating a boss, allowing for a swift exit from the dungeon back to the plaza. Oh, hurry, bring the treasure chest over here. Unable to move, Lin Yi had no choice but to have the chest brought to him for opening. Wang Qi gazed at the remnants of the battle, saliva pooling at the sight of the surviving serpent eggs, each the size of a football, invaluable and rich in nutrients. Too bad they couldn't be taken. Wang Qi quickly stuffed 3 eggs into his bag. Should we open it? Now, Wang Qi exclaimed excitedly. This is thrilling. It's a purple treasure chest. How many people have ever seen a purple treasure chest, and how many have managed to acquire one? Haha, I, Wang Qi, shall also open a purple treasure chest today. Wait, Wang Ming doused everyone with cold water. I think this treasure chest should be left solely for Lin Yi. Although Wang Qi felt a bit dissatisfied, he still inquired as to why. Wang Ming cast a meaningful glance at everyone and slowly stated, Lin Yi possesses the most terrifying combat prowess among us. He has already attained the status of a low-level treasure hunter at level 9. Perhaps, just one purple treasure chest could enable him to break through. A mid-level treasure hunter. Wang Yang suddenly grasped the implication. If the captain became a mid-level treasure hunter, wouldn't he be even more formidable? With the captain being stronger, wouldn't it mean there would be no worries about the purple treasure chest? I agreed to let the captain open the chest alone. What do you all think? Wang Yang agreed, and naturally, Wang Qi dared not deny it. Xiaoying had always stood by Lin Yi, so she readily concurred as well. Thus, the entire team unanimously approved this decision. Lin Yi chuckled bitterly, feeling as if they hadn't even considered his opinion in the matter. The resolution had completely bypassed him. Don't dawdle, open it quickly. Time waits for no one. They must be coming soon, right? Wang Ming shoved the treasure chest before Lin Yi. Adopting an attitude that suggested whether he liked it or not, he would have to comply today. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. This decision had caused everyone to forfeit their chance for rapid advancement. Wang Qi and Wang Yang had only just awakened, still the lowest tier of treasure hunters. Had they participated in the chest opening today, Lin Yi was confident they would immediately become low-level treasure hunters at level 7 or even 8. As for Xiaoying, she would undoubtedly achieve the same level as Wang Ming and Lin Yi. The group had already positioned themselves at a distance. Open. The purple light burst forth. Lin Yi felt an exhilarating surge of power, his face aglow with joy. This newfound strength not only rapidly healed his wounds, but also propelled his level upwards. Almost there. Just a bit more. Finally, the purple light was completely absorbed by Lin Yi, who sat quietly on the ground. How is it? Everyone awaited anxiously. Phew. The purple light flickered and vanished from his eyes, and Lin Yi opened them wide. Mid-level treasure hunter. Achievement unlocked. Lin Yi sensed his body. The shackles that had once bound him now completely unshackled, allowing him to continue enhancing his strength. Furthermore, after the upgrade, Lin Yi felt a significant boost in his attributes. His current attributes were as follows. Name, Lin Yi. Gender, male. Age, 24. Occupation, dragon warrior, unique. Level, mid-level treasure hunter LV1. Constitution, 37. Spirit, 28. Strength, 39. Endurance, 32. Agility, 29. Each attribute had increased by around 8 to 9 points. This enhancement was astounding. Lin Yi dared to assert that many would never experience such a substantial attribute increase during their breakthroughs. It was likely that his awakening had begun at a much higher point than others, resulting in such impressive outcomes. The Dragon Warrior, terrifying indeed. How is it? How is it? The group encircled him. Lin Yi nodded nonchalantly. I've leveled up. I am now a mid-level treasure hunter. Level up? Level up. Haha. Let us see if the Black Deer and Zhuang Hai dare to provoke us again. As comrades, everyone was well aware of Lin Yi's terrifying combat capabilities. It could be said that within the same level, finding an opponent was nearly impossible, and he could even engage in battles beyond his level. Imagining their future lives. With such a prodigy like Lin Yi leading, they felt as if they were soaring. Quickly, let us see what the purple treasure chest yielded. At this moment, Lin Yi held two items in his hands. In his left hand was a card depicting a man with crimson eyes wielding an axe, relentlessly pursuing and slaughtering his enemies with an unstoppable ferocity. Lin Yi felt a surge of astonishment. This card was not an ordinary warrior card, but rather a berserker card, worth only a couple of tens of millions more than a typical warrior card. In his other hand, however, was a whip, a soft, purple quality whip. This weapon was more suited for female warriors, rendering it utterly useless for the three warriors in the team. Lin Yi's disappointment was palpable. Neither of these items served any purpose for him, and it seemed he would have to sell them. However, others held a different perspective. How much could these two items fetch? The prospect of acquiring such treasures was enough to pique anyone's interest. A flash of purple radiance swept through, and Black Deer felt a wave of envy wash over him. The boss he had so painstakingly battled was vanquished by them, and now they were opening chests? What a waste. Did they not realize the true value of a complete purple treasure chest in the outside world? It could fetch at least 1.5 small goals. Damn it, how could they squander his hard work? From a distance, Black Deer watched as the purple glow faded, his heart shattering alongside it. He had spent over 50 million to obtain this information, and countless capable awakeners had perished along the way. Each loss was a financial catastrophe, amounting to millions. It was all over. All because of you, Zhuang Hai. All because of you. Black Deer muttered to himself, teetering on the brink of madness. As the Black Knights arrived, the aura dissipated. Everyone recognized their tardiness and hung their heads in dejection. Zhuang Hai quickly noticed the remaining snake eggs. Well, this trip isn't a total loss. I'll just take a few snake eggs as compensation. Chapter 79, The Golden Medal Team. Just as everyone contemplated claiming a few snake eggs as a reward for their efforts, Black Deer leaped forward, brandishing his large blade before the crowd. His eyes were filled with fury. All the funds expended for this operation had come from him, including the money spent to acquire information. Now, his heart ached with bleeding regret. He had a family to support. He thought of his wife, parents, and younger brother demanding money from him. The pain was exacerbated by the fact that his brother was dead, leaving one less person to ask him for money, a reality he was still struggling to adjust to. These snake eggs were meant exclusively for intermediate treasure seekers, and each person was allowed to take only one. Upon hearing this, many faces fell, and suspicions arose. What did you mean, Black Deer? Do you intend to hoard all these snake eggs for yourself? After an arduous battle, there were still over 40 snake eggs remaining, each valued at approximately 1 million. How could all of this be rightfully claimed by Black Deer alone? The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd's gazes turned accusatory, and Black Deer suddenly felt hesitant to act rashly. Faced with so many people, he knew he could not overpower them. Fine, each person can take 2, and intermediate treasure seekers can take 3. How does that sound? Black Deer gritted his teeth as he uttered this concession. With his concession, most agreed. They hadn't incurred any costs on this journey, and obtaining even one snake egg was quite satisfactory. 1 million was no trifling sum. The crowd approached, each adhering to the rules and only claiming their allotted share, mindful of the need to maintain good relations within the Black Knights. Black Deer, being a high-ranking member, was someone one should not offend. Qianyuejing was filled with dread at the sight of Black Deer. He felt a heavy burden of guilt, as the current predicament was largely his fault. As a thief, he had failed to locate the enemy and had allowed them to ambush his teammates. Yet, the allure of the snake eggs was undeniable. 1 million was within reach. A down payment for a house could be secured, or even the betrothal gift for his girlfriend. Thus, Qianyuejing resolved to stealthily snatch a snake egg from the crowd and escape to a distant location. After all, dungeons existed in many places, not just in Jiangxing. If necessary, he could simply relocate. It was not a grave concern. With this intention, Qianyuejing summoned his strength, stealthily approaching the nest of snake eggs, when suddenly, Black Deer, unwilling to afford him any opportunity, swung his blade directly at Qianyuejing. Ah, Lord Black Deer, spare me. Black Deer smirked. Qianyuejing was one of his key protégés. There was no way he would allow him to seize a snake egg under his very nose. If he hadn't initiated trouble, why should Qianyuejing seek out conflict? It was all your fault. In the square, Lin Yi casually stowed the whip in a burlap sack, handing the purple card to Wang Ming. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Yi opened the internal network to check for updates. Curiously, there were no purple quality items for sale online. If only an auction were imminent. Unfortunately, the last auction had just concluded a few days prior. What should be done? Unable to purchase at the auction and lacking a reference price online, Wang Ming kept a vigilant eye on anyone approaching, suspicious that they might covet the purple card in his possession. Lin Yi, however, was unconcerned. casually placing the whip down as if a foreman were carelessly wrapping large sums of cash in a plastic bag. He showed no sign of wariness. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled Yang Quanen's words, urging him to swiftly elevate the team's status. Time had passed, and he had nearly forgotten this matter. Selling to the guild would be ideal, as it would conveniently enhance their team rank. Estimating the potential sale of these two items, they could achieve the status of a golden medal team. Transitioning from a silver medal to a golden medal team required selling approximately 100 million worth of goods to the guild. Without hesitation, they made their way to the guild hall, which was bustling with activity. However, most attendees were ordinary individuals, seemingly weak, here to undertake simple tasks such as gathering supplies from the dungeon in exchange for a bit of currency. On duty that day was a young man, engrossed in his phone, appearing more as if he were there to enjoy himself rather than to work. Wang Ming approached to negotiate, as he was more familiar with these transactions than Lin Yi, having previously purchased many items here, such as the fish meat from a large carp he caught in the lake and bones obtained from the desert. Back to selling junk, are we? The young man scoffed. Wang Ming, undeterred, retorted, enough chatter, let us see the goods. The young man, dismissive, barely glanced at the item, simply swiping at it. Oh, a card? Good for you. Wang Ming, you've managed to snag a white card. Without even a glance, the young man casually stated, 1 million. Hand over your bank card, and I'll transfer the funds. What? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? You dare to claim 1 million for a purple card? His shouts silenced the hall, and everyone stared at Wang Ming, bewildered, wondering if he had lost his mind. A purple card? Keep dreaming. If you can produce a purple card, I'll sell a pink card tomorrow. The young man shot Wang Ming a disdainful look before tossing the purple card out the window in an elegant arc purple. Purple card. Gulp. Many stared in disbelief at the purple card, their envy palpable. This was worth a fortune. Countless individuals toil their entire lives without amassing such wealth. Lin Yi swiftly caught the purple card, casting a resentful glance at Wang Ming and the young man at the window, inwardly lamenting their lack of caution. The young man, realizing something was amiss, stretched his neck long, peering out the window. Purple card? Purple card? My goodness, a purple card? Observing his bewildered expression, Xiaoying could not help but chuckle. Uft. Ha ha. Uft. I can't hold it in, ha ha ha. Is that really a purple card? Lin Yi spread his hands, revealing a card shimmering with a purple glow before the gathering crowd. Hiss. A purple card. How many years has it been since I've seen one? Are you selling it? No, you must be joking. Lin Yi nodded. This purple card, along with the whip, were superfluous items he had no use for, and selling them did not stir any regret within him. Wait. Hold on. You must wait for me. A young man hurriedly rushed out, glancing back thrice as he dashed into a shop. Master. Master. A big deal is at hand. There are a few foolish, oh no, I mean distinguished individuals who want to sell a purple card. A purple card. Tang Jing leapt from his chair, seizing Hu Weiyong's collar, exclaiming, what did you say? There are foolish nobles wanting to sell a purple card? Where? Take me to see who is so foolish. Oh no, I mean extravagant. Lin Yi's hearing was excellent, as were the others. Wang Ming remarked, should we reconsider selling it? Being called foolish isn't exactly pleasant. Lin Yi replied, forget it, let them call us foolish. Let's sell it. Chapter 80, The Purple Card Storm. Hold on. Wait a moment. Don't rush, I'm coming. Tang Jing felt a surge of excitement he had never experienced before in his life. A transaction worth 100 million, even without any commission. Wouldn't it be delightful to boast about this over drinks with my brothers? Delightful indeed. Haha, you guys. It's you, Lin Yi. Wang Ming. Tang Jing's shout reignited the surrounding crowd. Everyone knew who Lin Yi and Wang Ming were, as well as their fearless team, especially after winning first place in the treasure hunter competition. Selling a purple card? Truly, the ignorant are blissful. Who wouldn't hoard a purple card? Only those without a family or friends in need of such a card would consider selling it. Wait a moment. They couldn't possibly lack family, could they? Slurp. Suddenly, the 5 of them became the center of attention. It was known that these 5 had just secured first place in the treasure hunter competition and had obtained a purple card, whether by luck or strength. They were certainly worth courting. Young brother? I'm from the Wang family. Would you be interested in having tea with me? The Wang family? The same Wang family related to Wang Ming? Lin Yi glanced at Wang Ming. If they were indeed family, it would be worth giving them some face. However, Wang Ming looked more puzzled than ever. Thinking of his repairman father and white-collar mother, he shook his head resolutely. I definitely don't know them. You don't even know the Jiangnan Wang family? The Wang family members stood awkwardly in place. Hey, don't walk away. Ignoring him, Tang Jing had already approached, having interacted with him many times, so Lin Yi felt more at ease. Simultaneously, Lin Yi surmised that Tang Jing must be from a guild and might know Jiang Xingchen. If Jiang Xingchen were to intervene, the situation would be even easier to resolve. Boss Tang. Haha, congratulations. I didn't expect you 2 brothers to be extraordinary. You even managed to acquire a purple card. At this, Tang Jing sighed. I haven't seen a purple card in ages. No more chatter, please come in. Tang Jing personally unlocked a room, which appeared to belong to him. This arrangement was beneficial, as it shielded them from most prying eyes, obscuring the content of their transaction. Tang Jing wore a look of infatuation. Lin Yi suspected that if he had been born in the land of cherry blossoms, he would have been quite the character. Boss Tang, we won't ask much from you. How does a flat price of 120 million sound? Tang Jing gazed at the crowd with a broad smile. Lin Yi's willingness to transact within the guild was a boon for the guild. The guild wasn't a gang. Its restrictions on members weren't stringent, allowing them to quietly amass wealth without interference. 120 million. Tang Jing hesitated, as such a large sum required someone of substantial status to negotiate. He lacked the authority. Lin, young brother, please wait a moment. I need to contact the higher-ups. Tang Jing was sweating nervously, continuously wiping his brow with his sleeve. After making a phone call, the crowd fell into an unusual silence. Everyone stared at each other, while Lin Yi sat on the sofa, deep in meditation. Creak. The door opened to reveal Jiang Xingchen, who was equally stunned upon receiving the news. A purple card? How exhilarating. Jiang Xingchen was sweating profusely. Where are they? Where are they? Jiang Xingchen? Lin Yi opened his eyes. Indeed, it's you. We meet again. Ha. After shaking hands, Lin Yi spoke. 120 million, flat price. However, Jiang Xingchen hesitated for a moment and shook his head. He had already learned that this type of purple card was a berserker, known for its immense combat power. But it also had significant drawbacks. A berserker fights indiscriminately, attacking friend and foe alike. Who would want an uncontrollable monster? This matter is beyond my decision. Please proceed to the president's office. Xia Yue? Lin Yi still remembered Xia Yue in her combat attire. She epitomized the phrase a woman is no less than a man. Only Lin Yi and Wang Meng accompanied Jiang Xingchen, as having too many people wouldn't be beneficial, thus conferring the decision-making power to Lin Yi and Wang Meng. Please come in. A grand door adorned with rose patterns swung open. Xia Yue had just arrived, abandoning her family meeting upon hearing the news. Welcome. Xia Yue stood and extended her hand. Lin Yi merely shook it lightly. So soft. Where's the purple card? Let me see. Lin Yi presented the purple card, then, after a moment's thought, he retrieved the whip as well. And this? The delight in Xia Yue's eyes intensified. She had not anticipated Lin Yi's remarkable fortune, as the probability of obtaining 2 items from a purple treasure chest was quite low. The whip. Upon seeing the whip, Xia Yue placed the purple card on the table. Grasping the whip, she couldn't help but admire it. It suited her combat style perfectly. After calming her thoughts, Xia Yue spoke slowly. I won't impose too much on you. How does 250 million sound for these 2 items? 250 million. Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat. That was an exorbitant amount. Wang Meng looked at Lin Yi, and everyone else turned their gaze to him, knowing that if Lin Yi spoke, the deal would be sealed. That is not acceptable. What? Jiang Xingchen was incredulous. 250 million was already over 30 million more than the original price. Was Lin Yi still unsatisfied? Oh. What further conditions do you have? Xia Yue instantly grasped Lin Yi's intention. Presenting the broken army, Lin Yi remarked, I recall that the broken army has 2 seals, correct? Unseal them both. Xia Yue smiled, and Jiang Xingchen also felt relieved. No, only 1 seal can be unsealed. Then do it. Lin Yi smiled sincerely. Xia Yue paused. You cheeky lad, are you trying to play tricks on me? You want us to unseal it, but in reality, you are quite content with the 250 million. Aren't you? Lin Yi cast a surprised glance at Xia Yue. Attaining such a high position as president required not only the Xia family's influence, but also her strategic acumen. Little Jiang, unseal the broken army, please. Xia Yue handed the broken army to Jiang Xingchen, turning to Lin Yi. I don't mind telling you, the broken army is actually a purple weapon. However, it was damaged in a battle long ago and can only gradually repair itself through seals. Now, it should have transformed into a purple weapon, right? However, the 3rd seal is not something I wish to break lightly. The current state of the broken army cannot withstand it, and I hope you can understand. Xia Yue spoke sincerely. Crack. At that moment, Jiang Xingchen had completed the unsealing. Lin Yi took the broken army with a sense of satisfaction. The broken army has indeed grown stronger. Previously, it could only amplify the dragon mage's power by a factor of 1. Now, Lin Yi estimated it would amplify by approximately 1.5 times. If fully unsealed, it should be around twice as powerful. Truly, a purple weapon is extraordinary. Each one is remarkable in its own right. There's one more thing. Chapter 81, The Golden Team. What else? Xia Yue felt a tinge of displeasure, pondering whether Lin Yi was being overly greedy. What is it? Lin Yi grinned at Xia Yue, as this matter was rather simple. After all, it could be resolved with just a word in her guild. I want my team to become a golden team. Is that all? Xia Yue felt a surge of delight. This was something she greatly desired. However, she couldn't let Lin Yi see her ease. I agree. But I must remind you that a golden team is subject to summons from the military at any time. What? Wang Meng was displeased. Military summons? Doesn't that mean working for free? He was well aware of this, as Yang Quan had previously shared stories of the military temporarily conscripting awakened individuals for battle. That won't do. We want to be a golden team, but refuse military summons. Is that possible? Xia Yue covered her face. Knowing this was not a decision she could make alone, and turned to Jiang Xingqian, hoping he could clarify matters with Lin Yi. Jiang Xingqian also felt a headache. Wang Ming's request was impossible, as the Golden Team would bear responsibilities while also reaping greater benefits. This is non-negotiable. It is a stringent requirement of the military. Furthermore, the title of Golden Team is not merely a designation within the guild. Externally, in the eyes of the higher-ups, all guilds must undergo evaluations to earn the title of Golden Team. Otherwise, it would merely be a plaything within small guild circles, unrecognized by the official authorities. After saying all this, Jiang Xingqian cautiously glanced at Lin Yi, aware that only those who have personally experienced the intricacies could understand. Jiang Xingqian was also a member of the Golden Team, and with Xia Yue as the captain, he wouldn't have known otherwise. All right, I understand. Then please, President Xia, submit the application for the Golden Team. We will certainly pass the evaluation with ease, and we will also shoulder the responsibilities of a Golden Team. Wang Ming was anxious. If they could be summoned by the military at any time, how could they earn money? It seemed Jiang Xingqian perceived Wang Ming's concerns. Rest assured, military summons are quite rare, occurring only during significant events. Since I became a member of the Golden Team, I have never been summoned. Wang Ming relaxed slightly. Well then, 250 million. Please transfer the funds. Jiang Xingqian promptly transferred the money from the guild's account to Wang Ming. After leaving Xia Yue's office, Lin Yi, let us go feast. How about at Yueminxian? I heard they recently received a shipment of Qinglong sturgeon, and the chef there prepares it far better than what we could ever concoct. Lin Yi felt hungry as well and readily agreed. Great, I'll make arrangements. Just wait for me. Wang Ming hurried off, and Lin Yi planned to take this opportunity to offer the copper coins and a small amount of silver coins for sacrifice. Having realized that he had not sacrificed anything since reaching the power cap, he had accumulated over 4,000 copper coins and 500 to 600 silver coins. He decided to sacrifice them all at once. Sacrifice. The Dragon of Magic Amoiro is somewhat displeased with the items you sacrificed, but still rewards you with 3 free attribute points. 3 points? Not bad. I'll allocate them all to strength. A tingling sensation coursed through him, and Lin Yi's strength reached 42. With the Dragon Mage's power boost of 20%, the broken army amplified by 1.5 times. If Lin Yi unleashed a full-powered strike, his strength would soar to 63. Such strength would likely surpass that of most mid-tier treasure hunters, and even some weaker high-tier ones, wouldn't it? This time, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Ding dong. Lin Yi picked up his phone to find a notification instructing him to bring his team for an evaluation. Dear Mr. Lin Yi, please report to Room 1, Level 4. To meet Lieutenant Yun before the end of this month. He will arrange the evaluation for you and your team. Lieutenant Yun? He seems to be the judge from the treasure hunter competition back then. Lin Yi set this matter aside for now, as there were still over 20 days until the deadline. No rush. Should I simulate once? Feeling a surge of excitement, Lin Yi began another simulation. You chose to enter Room 5, Level 4, 3rd Underground Dungeon, Icefield Ruins. Once again, it was this map. This time, Lin Yi intended to search for any overlooked purple treasure chests, as such deep dungeons rarely saw visitors. You were besieged by a multitude of Icefield bats. You realized that despite your strength, you cannot swiftly eliminate a large number of low-level enemies. You led your team in a surprise attack. Unfortunately, during the ambush, you fell into the water. The icy waters put you in peril. Hypothermia begins to erode your bodies. You discovered 2 frozen blue treasure chests. The Deepwater Overlord, the giant squid, launches an attack on you. Due to your poor swimming skills, you were completely annihilated. Sigh. Lin Yi shook his head. 2 blue treasure chests were quite impressive, but this time the boss was an aquatic creature, a deep-sea behemoth. The giant squid can rival a blue whale in strength. Just its sheer size makes it a formidable foe, doesn't it? The giant squid far surpasses a giant octopus. Its intelligence is not inferior to that of humans, and should it discover anyone attempting to invade its domain, it would undoubtedly resist with all its might. What is most troubling is that the treasure chests are situated very deep, and Lin Yi could not guarantee survival in such a location. What a dilemma. Too tasteless to consume, yet too valuable to discard. Lin Yi, hurry, let us go for the grand feast. Wang Ming had already made the arrangements. This time, the bag was bulging with money, and Wang Ming directly booked a large private room. Secluded and unbothered, they wouldn't fear interruption. The news of purple card sales had not yet spread rapidly, so the diners in the restaurant were not familiar with their group. However, as time passed, Lin Yi and his companions would need to disguise themselves when going out, remaining vigilant against ill-intentioned individuals. Once again, it was the beloved Qinglong sturgeon feast, but this time, the portions were ample. Each person received 2 large fish. Awakened individuals have hearty appetites. This quantity was just right. Delightful. Wang Ming stuffed a large chunk of meat into his mouth. I heard the military has been making significant moves lately. There has been a surge in Qinglong sturgeon exiting the 2nd underground dungeon in Jiangxing. Surely, many events have transpired there? Jiangxing indeed has a 2nd underground dungeon, but this area is tightly controlled by the military, and ordinary people are prohibited from entering. Could it be another beast tide? We are about to become a golden team. Will we be summoned? Wang Ming's concerns were not unfounded. From the outside, the fearless team appeared to be entirely composed of awakened individuals. Yet everyone knew their true capabilities. Without Lin Yi, this team would struggle to handle even second-tier magical beasts. Lin Yi spoke reassuringly, rest assured. If it is a beast tide, we need not engage in battle at the front lines. The army is not idle. Numerous powerful weapons can inflict substantial damage upon the magical beasts. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone felt a sense of relief. They also came to understand that the gold medal team functioned similarly to Western knights or the guardians in traditional Chinese households, managing their own affairs during peaceful times, but stepping in when significant issues arose and manpower was lacking. After a brief pause, Lin Yi continued, there is still some time before the assessment, and we must not become complacent. I have decided that starting tomorrow, we will delve deeper into the underground city, striving to elevate Wang Ming and Nu Nua to intermediate treasure hunters before the evaluation. What? So soon? Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yi had only attained the rank of intermediate treasure hunter through the power emanating from a purple treasure chest. This implied that they needed to find at least 2 purple treasure chests within a mere 20 days. How outrageous. Nonetheless, excitement surged among the group at the prospect of the challenge. It was exhilarating to have Lin Yi as their captain. Wang Qi timidly inquired, then, how should we divide the 25 million we just acquired? He had already envisioned treating his brother to a foot massage, intending to indulge for 3 days and nights. With the awakened one stamina, they could surely endure that long, right? Lin Yi had already determined how to allocate the funds to purchase a house, a spacious residence where all team members could live together, and potentially bringing Ye and Ning Xiaoman to stay as well, creating a livelier environment to better care for Lin Yu. Wang Ming grinned. He was fully supportive of Lin Yi's decision to buy a house. The cramped quarters of the guild, totaling 208 square meters, came with a staggering monthly rent of 200,000. Buying a house sounds splendid. Let's get a large one for comfort. Wang Ming gestured for everyone's attention. After conferring with Lin Yi, we plan to acquire property near the entrance of the underground city to serve as our logistical base. The house should be spacious, with multiple rooms and a basement. Lin Yi interjected, the size is intended for future team expansions, and the basement will be used for storing supplies. Does anyone have any objections? Xiaoying excitedly jumped up. Raising her hand, I have a suggestion. Lin Yi was taken aback by her response and gestured for her to continue. Could I have a girl's room? Preferably in pink? Of course. Lin Yi replied, turning to Wang Yang and Wang Qi. What about you two? Wang Yang pondered for a moment before responding. We have no objections, but my brother and I would like to share a larger room. Everyone voiced their preferences for the new house, and Wang Ming diligently took notes. With that settled, Lin Yi felt there was nothing more to discuss and departed the guild, heading home. He wondered how Wang Xia was faring, whether she had fully recovered. I'm back, he announced. Brother Lin. Wang Xia, clad in an apron, emerged with a spatula in hand. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoman's door was firmly shut, and Xiao Yu was nowhere to be seen. Where's Ye? Wang Xia set down the spatula. She's in Sister Xiaoman's room. They are live streaming. I'm cooking. Have you eaten yet? Seeing Wang Xia back to her usual self, Lin Yi felt reassured. After enjoying a feast at Yimingxuan, he wasn't hungry. I'm not hungry. How is your injury? Wang Xia's cheeks flushed at his concern, filling her with delight. It's nothing serious now. Sister Xiaoman treats me every day, and I'm recovering quickly. Is that so? Truly remarkable. Although the priest may lack in combat prowess, their support abilities are astonishing. Wang Xia observed Lin Yi as he spoke to himself. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Realizing he had been rambling, Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You go about your business. I'll check out their live stream. Sitting on the sofa, he opened his phone and accessed Ning Xiaoman's streaming room. Lin Yu sat obediently beside Ning Xiaoman, who was engaging with her fans. However, the audience was sparse, with only around 10,000 viewers, as the majority had flocked to the underground city livestream. Lin Yi noticed that Ning Xiaoman was forcing a smile, clearly dissatisfied with such a meager audience, especially when the underground city streams boasted over 1 million viewers. Ning Xiaoman noticed Lin Yi entering her stream. He's back? Everyone. Today's live stream will conclude here. Until next time. She hastily closed the stream, and Lin Yi was ushered into the living room by Ning Xiaoman. Lin Yi, brother. Lin Yi ruffled Lin Yu's hair. Hey, you messed up my hair. How annoying. I have some good news. Want to hear it? What good news? Did you buy something delicious? Or am I getting a sister-in-law? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed playfully. Lin Yi replied, no, we are moving to a bigger house. What? Not about food? Ning Xiaoman expressed concern, having spent 40 to 50,000 on her live streaming setup. Moving? Wang Xia in the kitchen froze momentarily, the spatula clattering to the floor. Moving? Wang Xia worried whether she would lose her opportunity to care for Ning Xiaoman. What's the matter, Xia? Ning Xiaoman, with keen ears, caught the disturbance in the kitchen. I am fine. I just accidentally dropped the spatula. Wang Xia responded nonchalantly. Is that so? Lin Yu anxiously glanced at Lin Yi and whispered, how many rooms will there be? Is there a room for Xia? Can we not move? It's quite comfortable here. Lin Yi, aware of the concerns of the two girls, replied gently, I plan to create a large room in the new house for Xiaomon's streaming. And as for Yeye's worries, the new house is expected to have over 20 rooms. Over 20? This was a firm requirement Lin Yi had set for Wang Ming, as he was uncertain how many team members they might have in the future. Over 20. Ning Xiaoman initially envisioned Lin Yi purchasing a small villa, but now it seemed he intended to establish a team base instead. But where would he acquire the funds? Lin Yi, don't act impulsively. We could stay here for a few more years and buy a bigger house when we have more money. Lin Yi chuckled, bemused by their multitude of concerns. I have considered everything. I assure you, satisfaction is guaranteed. There's no need to worry. We are quite wealthy now. Dinner is ready. Let's eat. Wang Xia emerged from the kitchen with a sumptuous spread. For the moment, they set aside discussions regarding the house as Lin Yi encouraged them to enjoy their meal. At 9 o'clock that evening, Ning Xiaoman lingered outside Lin Yi's room for over 10 minutes. Initially, Lin Yi thought she was merely passing by, but as time passed, he sensed something was amiss. The urgency in her footsteps suggested there might be an issue at hand. Chapter 83, Ning Xiaoman's Pressure. Creak. Ning Xiaoman was startled, realizing that wandering outside a landlord's door at such a late hour could lead to misunderstandings. Lin Yi, dressed in his pajamas, called out, Come in. Is there something wrong? Summoning her courage, Ning Xiaoman entered and closed the door behind her. Wow. She went in. I knew Sister Xiaoman was brave. Wouldn't you agree, Xia? Wang Xia was lost in thought, marveling at Sister Xiaoman's courage for entering a boy's room at such an hour. What could her intentions be? Upon contemplating this, Wang Xia's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Lin Yi appeared exhilarated, as if her brother had begun to pursue romantic interests, a matter indeed worthy of celebration. Brother, how shameless. Forcing Sister Xiaoman to take the initiative, how could he be so oblivious? Yeah, why do you speak of your brother in such a manner? Ha. Regardless of them, let us watch television. Within the room, Ning Xiaoman's heart was a tumult of emotions. How could she possibly voice her concerns? She was in a state of desperation. Is it about the live broadcast? How did you know? Lin Yi chuckled ruefully, having observed her distracted demeanor during the broadcast. He surmised that Ning Xiaoman had something weighing on her mind. Is it due to the lack of fans? Would you like me to assist in hiring a planner to boost your popularity? Perhaps we could purchase some fake followers or zombie accounts. Ning Xiaoman felt a bitter pang in her heart. If only it were so simple. The reality was, sobbing. As she pondered, tears began to flow. Lin Yi, at a loss, could only offer her comfort. Women are indeed perplexing. They must first shed tears for 10 minutes before revealing the nature of their troubles. After a 10-minute consolation, she finally spoke. I have been restricted by the platform. They do not permit me to transition to Underground City live streaming. What am I to do, Lin Yi? Restricted? To limit a star or internet personality is tantamount to a form of ostracism, is it not? Those wealthy capitalists revel in controlling their subordinates, employing this tactic to perfection, as they possess the resources and can dictate terms at will. Especially during a period of rising careers, many influencers find themselves compelled to appease their superiors, sometimes at a great personal cost. With this realization, Lin Yi understood. It was likely that the higher-ups of the streaming platform had taken an interest in Ning Xiaoman. While she may not be a paragon of beauty, she could certainly be classified as a stunning woman. No wonder only a little over 100,000 viewers tuned in to her broadcast today. Do not fret. Do you know who is threatening you? The Black Knight. Zhuang Chong, resembling a rotund pig, gazed hopefully at Zhuang Hai. Brother, please, grant her to me. I beg you. Support me in my first romance. Zhuang Hai, still seething from the recent debacle in the underground city, had suffered substantial losses. Though he was not the primary responsible party, he still bore significant accountability. He had heard that the president had already punished Hailu by relegating him to the logistics department, despite the logistics department being a coveted position. For Hailu, it was akin to being buried alive. It was likely that for quite some time, Hailu would not receive favor from the president. Slap. Zhuang Hai struck Zhuang Chong across the face, causing his chubby visage to jolt. Speak. Which girl have you set your sights on this time? I advise you not to overstep. If trouble arises, I shall not spare you. Feeling slightly wronged, Zhuang Chong could no longer feign ignorance. He produced a tablet, which in his hands appeared diminutive. It's her. I have my eyes set on her, brother. I will not marry anyone else in this lifetime. Zhuang Hai was speechless. He was well aware of his brother's character. This kid, with his rotund figure, had a peculiar penchant for the fairer sex. The tablet displayed Ning Xiaoman. Zhuang Hai was momentarily taken aback. This face seemed familiar. Who was she again? During the altercation with Lin Yi at the hospital, Ning Xiaoman was absent. Having exhausted herself in efforts to save Wang Xia, Zhuang Niu had provided Lin Yi and his group with information, including details about Ning Xiaoman. However, Zhuang Chong presented a clip from her live broadcast, enhanced with makeup and filters, making her initially unrecognizable to Zhuang Hai. Upon realization, Zhuang Hai noted that she was indeed a live streamer under the Black Knight's platform. Ning the Great Beauty? You rascal. Haha. Zhuang Chong grinned foolishly. Alright. I will arrange assistance for you. If you need anything, seek out Xiao Sunday haha. Your attitude is all that matters, brother. In fact, I have already instructed Xiao Sun to restrict her. If she does not comply, she may never live stream again. Zhuang Hai shook his head. After all, this streamer was merely average. Let his irresponsible brother stir up trouble. If he succeeded, it would be his gain, and if he failed, it would serve as a lesson. As for the fate of that live streamer, it was of no concern to him. Zhuang Hai departed, while Zhuang Chang eagerly summoned Sun Chao. Xiao Sun, quickly, contact her and have her come to serve me tonight. Sun Chao wore a forced smile, internally cursing Zhuang Chang's ancestors for generations. What a wonderful girl. And yet she is to be defiled by this pig. Bah, serve you? Do you believe yourself to be an emperor? If it were not for your brother being a high-ranking official in the Black Knight, I would have put you in your place. Ah, yes. I will contact her right away. Hee, Brother Chang is impressive. I will arrange it immediately. Zhuang Chang nodded, satisfied. Then I shall await her arrival. Haha. Ding ding ding. Ning Xiaoman's face suddenly turned pale. Trembling, she picked up her phone, and indeed, it was a message from the room manager. Lin Yi frowned as he checked his phone. Room manager, come to the Tianwang Grand Hotel, Presidential Suite 9103, by 11 o'clock tonight. If you fail to arrive, you shall face the consequences. Should I not see you before 11, prepare to breach your contract. Do you know how much the breach fee is? It is not much. Just 1 million. Lin Yi scoffed at such a clumsy tactic. One might have expected them to arrange for Ning Xiaoman to be kidnapped or to threaten her future, compelling her to comply. Lin Yi, did the room manager threaten me? Lin Yi swiftly deleted the message. It's nothing. The room manager did not threaten you. Ning Xiaoman clearly did not believe Lin Yi's words. Upon taking the phone, she saw the message had been deleted and wore a face of helplessness and fear. What did the room manager say? Why did you delete the message? Tears began to uncontrollably spill from the corners of Ning Xiaoman's eyes. Lin Yi comforted her. It's all right. If you lose your job, I can support you. Uffed. Ning Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle. I do not need your support. I am not without hands and feet. A stubborn defiance surged within her, which Lin Yi recognized. Rest assured, I must go out to look at some properties. I shall not stay overnight. You keep Yi company. Oh, Ning Xiaoman wiped away her tears, knowing this was Lin Yi's excuse. You, please be careful. If it is dangerous, call Wang Ming and the others to accompany you. Lin Yi could only agree reluctantly. Creak. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yi was incredulous. Is my brother done already? It has been barely 10 minutes. No, I must give him a boost. Wang Xia was at a loss for words, fixated on the television. Chapter 84, Zhuangchang. Outside the Tianwang Grand Hotel, Lin Yi estimated it was nearly time and stealthily climbed over the 5-meter-high wall into the hotel premises. For Lin Yi, the wall posed no obstacle. Inside the hotel, with numerous surveillance cameras, he could only attempt to evade detection. Covering his face with his clothing where avoidance was impossible. 9103. Gazing at the towering hotel, Lin Yi realized that 9103 likely referred to room 3 on the 90th floor, rather than the 9th. Abandoning the idea of climbing, he proceeded towards the elevator. There would inevitably be surveillance in the elevator, rendering his efforts to conceal his whereabouts futile. 2 security guards stood outside the elevator. Sir, please present your room card. Lin Yi cursed the excellent security of the Tianwang Grand Hotel. I lost my room card. The guard smiled. Then please proceed to the lobby to have a new card issued before returning. Lin Yi grumbled a few words before obediently returning to the lobby. The script was amiss. He had anticipated a seamless infiltration. Upon entering the lobby, the manager approached with a smile, inquiring, Sir, how may I assist you? I would like a room, Lin Yi replied, on the 90th floor. The manager paused momentarily, yet maintained his smile. May I see your identification, sir? Are you an awakened one? What is your level? Lin Yi felt displeased. Why such inquiries for a room? Were they in collusion with the police? Why ask that? He retorted. The manager explained, our establishment only permits intermediate treasure hunters to occupy the 90th floor. Your cooperation is appreciated. Lin Yi sighed. I am indeed an intermediate treasure hunter. Releasing his aura, it was evident that the manager was also awakened, confirming Lin Yi's strength. This posed a dilemma. If the manager's assertion held true, the individual he sought was likely an intermediate treasure hunter as well. Initially, Lin Yi had planned to intimidate this person into ceasing their harassment of Xiao Man, but now that seemed increasingly challenging. A confrontation among equals would inevitably draw attention. He resolved to take it one step at a time. If they were of the same level, perhaps a gentle persuasion would suffice. After securing the room, the manager swiped away Lin Yi's 200,000. A room for 200,000 a night was a sum Lin Yi would never have dared to spend previously. Here is your room card. Please keep it safe. Lin Yi accepted the card, which bore the number 9003. It seemed to be just one floor below that of the individual he sought. One floor was manageable. He could easily ascend using his skills. Entering the elevator, he arrived at the 90th floor. Welcome, greeted 2 scantily clad female attendants waiting by the door. One stepped forward. Good day, Mr. Lin. I shall escort you to your room. Inside room 9003, the presidential suite indeed exuded opulence. The estimated area must be around 300 to 400 square meters, adorned with gilded accents. Lin Yi glanced at the attendant who lingered, pondering why she hadn't departed. Her presence could jeopardize his plans. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, the attendant's heart fluttered. Perhaps she might earn some private tips tonight? Sir, would you like to request our bed service? What? Bed service? Lin Yi's face flushed. The peculiar offerings of such establishments were indeed outrageous. Did they not even attempt to conceal it? Sensing Lin Yi's misunderstanding, the attendant chuckled. No. It's not what you think. Our bed service refers to waking you up in the morning. Oh no, that's not quite right. However, if you require anything else, I am your dedicated attendant and will be waiting outside your room tonight. Her doe-like eyes brimmed with innocence, evoking sympathy, yet Lin Yi pointed to the door. You may leave. The attendant was crestfallen but dared not linger. Any complaints from the guest could cost her job. Once she departed, Lin Yi exhaled in relief. I must avoid such places. I, Lin Yi, am a respectable person. As the clock approached 11, Zhuochang in room 9103 grew increasingly impatient, wondering why the person had yet to arrive. Hello? Xiao Sun. Where is he? Can you hurry him along? On the other end. Sun Xiao sighed in exasperation. Should he press again? Crack. The glass shattered, and a startled Lin Yi kicked his way in. The building was excessively tall. He nearly had a heart attack, but was grateful for his agility. Climbing was no challenge. Who? He heard Zhuochang bark, abruptly ending the phone call. Zhuochang, also awakened but merely a low-level treasure hunter, watched warily as Lin Yi approached. Lin Yi regarded the corpulent figure with disgust. Zhuochang was shockingly exposed. Ugh, you are truly revolting. Lin Yi exclaimed. You look like a bloated pig. Who are you? Zhuochang demanded. Lin Yi, seizing the opportunity for wicked amusement, quipped. What? Aren't you the one looking for me? I am the enchanting beauty from Ning University you've been dreaming of. Ugh, Zhuochang gagged. The beauty from Ning University is a man? Unbelievable. Get out. Don't disgust me. Lin Yi smirked. I want to leave until I've dealt with this pathetic waste of space. He brandished a bone dagger, inching closer while adopting a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Don't go. Aren't you looking for me, little chubby? Zhuochang, drenched in sweat, was bewildered. He had heard of many male streamers who dressed as women but had never encountered one. He couldn't discern Lin Yi's true identity. You, get out. Get out. Lin Yi retorted coolly. Then why continue to pursue her? Wait, you're a man. You're not the beauty from Ning University. Of course, I'm not her, but that doesn't prevent me from giving you a lesson. With that, he lunged forward with the dagger. Zhuochang was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his plump legs splayed. Lin Yi was repulsed. I warn you, if you dare to harass the beauty from Ning University again, I won't be so lenient next time. Consider this a warning. If you attempt it again, well, I won't. I promise. Please, spare me. While the bone dagger lacked the sharpness of metal weapons, it could still be perilous when wielded effectively. Crack. The dagger plunged into the coffee table, shattering it into splinters. Wood fragments flew, covering Zhuochang in a layer of debris. I doubt you'll dare to try again. Lin Yi scoffed. He had initially thought this individual was an intermediate treasure hunter, only to find him a mere spoiled rich kid. Lin Yi climbed out the window to make his exit. Creak. The female attendant was resting against the wall, having awaited customers' commands all night. Upon seeing Lin Yi emerge, her spirits lifted. Was he finally requesting special services? Such services would be delightful, offering her a chance to rest instead of standing all night. Respected guest, leave. Lin Yi brushed past her hurriedly. Chapter 85, The Supermansion. Brother, help me. I've been attacked. Zhuochang wailed, realizing his legs had turned to jelly and he could not rise. His massive body already bore a significant burden, and now fear had rendered him powerless. What? Zhuohai panicked. Where are you? Who dares to trouble you? Did you mention my name? Who is so bold? Zhuochang hesitated. Why had he not reported his brother's name? How foolish. I did. He stammered, but his voice lacked conviction. Zhuohai, increasingly anxious, wondered who would dare harm his brother after being named. The Tianwang Hotel? You'd better yield. I'm on my way to rescue you. In the underground parking lot of the Black Knight Guild, a frantic Zhuohai sped out in his vehicle. 5 minutes later, he stared incredulously at his useless brother. Internally sighing, he could only console himself. Yes, my brother. I can't hit him. That wouldn't be right. Useless. Get up quickly. Look at you. You have no dignity as a Zhuo. You're like a chick pecking at rice. Zhuochang's face paled further. He could not glimpse his own condition. Shouldn't mine look like yours? What are you talking about, brother? Brother, I can't get up. I must have injured my leg while battling those thieves. Zhuohai scoffed, lamenting the utter uselessness of his younger brother. How dare you engage in a fight? You've never even had the courage to kill a chicken since childhood. Truly pathetic. Get up. It's broken. It's broken. Brother, please call an ambulance. My leg is broken. Zhuohai, suppressing his revulsion, glanced at Zhuochang's leg. Indeed, it was fractured, and the injury appeared quite severe. Who did this? Who on earth is responsible? Where's the manager? Where has he gone? With such a significant incident occurring, the manager was naturally present. Hearing Zhuochang's vile words ignited a spark of anger within him. This is Zhuohai, right? No need to shout. This isn't your Black Knight's territory. This place is under the protection of Xingming. Don't act recklessly. Zhuang Hai shot a glare at the manager, but was at a loss for words. The Black Knights primarily dealt in live streaming and e-commerce. They had no stake in the hotel business. An incident occurred here under your watch. And you want to even take responsibility? Responsibility? The manager was unperturbed by Zhuang Hai's hostility. As a gesture of goodwill, the Tianwang Grand Hotel is willing to compensate Mr. Zhuang Chong with a voucher worth 1 million. Is that not generous? Are you trying to fool me? Zhuang Hai was not a man in need of such petty sums. Given the ongoing feud between Xingming and the Black Knights, it seemed he was destined to suffer this silent loss today. Let us go. Zhuang Hai hoisted Zhuang Chong and began to leave. Brother, I'm not dressed. Let me get dressed first. Zhuang Hai paid no heed to this, merely tossing a blanket to cover Zhuang Chong's modesty before carrying him into the elevator. Be careful. If you damage the elevator, you'll have to pay for it. The manager quipped sarcastically, but Zhuang Hai bit back the urge to retaliate. Inside the elevator, Zhuang Hai interrogated Zhuang Chong. Did you see what that person looked like? Zhuang Chong, sitting bare on the floor, replied, No, I didn't. No, useless. Zhuang Chong felt aggrieved. To create a romantic ambience and fearing the girl would dislike his excess weight, he had turned off all the lights in the room. The moonlight allowed him some visibility. Yet the intruder had entered with his back to the moonlight, making it impossible for Zhuang Chong to discern his features. I can only say he must be connected to that vile woman. Brother, you must seek justice for me. Zhuang Hai's mind was in disarray. Why was he plagued by such misfortune lately? The matter with Zhuang Niu, the issues in the underground city, and now Zhuang Chong's predicament, all within a brief span. Perhaps it was time to visit a temple and pray for better luck? Glancing at the still chattering Zhuang Chong, Zhuang Hai bellowed, Shut up. You're so verbose. Revenge was imperative, but without knowing the identity of their adversary, how could they exact it? The hotel's surveillance must have recorded the intruder's information. But would the manager share it? We'll discuss this in a few days. I'm heading back into the underground city shortly. For now, keep a low profile. Once I'm in the underground city, I want to be able to protect you. Oh, Zhuang Chong responded reluctantly. On the street, Lin Yi called Ning Xiaoman. Has the management harassed you in any way? Ning Xiaoman sobbed. No, Lin Yi, am I unable to stream anymore? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, realizing that his actions hadn't resolved Ning Xiaoman's issues at all. He had been so focused on venting his frustrations that he had neglected the most important task of solving the problem. Perhaps I'll come up with a solution. There are many streaming platforms. If necessary, we can switch to another one. With your beauty, can you really be short of an audience? Ning Xiaoman chuckled at Lin Yi's attempt to lighten the mood. I know you're trying to comfort me, but if I can't stream, you must support me. You promised. Of course. Besides my charm, I'm also blessed with ample wealth, Lin Yi replied. Once he hung up, he called Wang Meng. How is the house situation coming along? Wang Meng, having just risen from bed, responded, It's all set. Want to come see it? At the luxurious villa. Lin Yi was astonished to find such opulence located just over 800 meters from the underground city. Trusting Wang Meng with the task had proven to be wise, as he must have invested considerable effort to find such a prime location. Wang Meng appeared slightly bashful. This place was originally a unionist base, but after the owner went bankrupt, the villa was put up for sale. I seized the opportunity and offered a flat price of 120 million. There are 50 rooms of varying sizes, 6 offices, and a basement capable of storing countless resources. In the future, we want to have to make repeated trips to the underground city. Huh? Lin Yi nodded. While the Blood Rose Guild's accommodations were splendid, they lacked security, leaving one uncertain whether they were being monitored. Here, however, the high walls and ample space provided an ideal environment. Moreover, as a prospective guild building, it was equipped with luxurious amenities. The only downside was its sheer size. It was much larger than Lin Yi had anticipated. A larger house required hiring numerous staff for cleaning, cooking, and security. Well done. Lin Yi placed his hand on Wang Meng's shoulder, and they exchanged amused glances. Shall we go inside and explore? I just woke up in one of the rooms upstairs. Lin Yi pondered the late hour and decided to accept Wang Meng's invitation, finding a room by the window to rest. Chapter 86, The Training Room. Stretching lazily, Lin Yi arose from the 4x2 king-sized bed, momentarily disoriented by the realization of the vastness of the room. His previous quarters had been ample, yet this room was 4 or 5 times its size. It was the main room of the villa, akin to that of a guild leader. Lin Yi mused. Is Xia Yue's room similar in size? Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yi, are you awake? Come see, the training room is so large. Should we dismantle it? A training room? Where did that come from? I'm coming. Wang Meng led Lin Yi to the training room on the 2nd floor. I didn't notice this yesterday. It only came to my attention this morning when I was contemplating the space. Such a vast area seems like a waste. What was the previous owner thinking? Constructing a training room in such a prime location? Lin Yi didn't dwell on it too much, wanting to see if the training room was well equipped, as it could greatly benefit him. Upon entering, Lin Yi was astounded. The training room was immense. It was likely 5 times the size of Lin Yi's previous room. At its center stood a boxing ring, surrounded by an array of modern fitness equipment, all appearing brand new, likely unused. See, such a large space is truly wasted. Perhaps we should convert it into a gaming room? Wang Ming was eager. What man doesn't he dream of having a personal gaming sanctuary? Look, there's a racing simulator over there. And over there. Lin Yi had to interrupt Wang Ming's enthusiastic visions. No, this training room is invaluable. Let us keep it as it is. What? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, questioning Lin Yi with confusion. Lin Yi spoke slowly. I possess a combat technique that can significantly enhance the fighting prowess of treasure hunters. Just the opportunity one need for training. Ever since acquiring the Dragon Warrior technique, Lin Yi had not engaged in much practice. Yet this technique was exceedingly valuable. It detailed the optimal usage of various weapons and offered methods for physical conditioning, which could greatly improve the physical attributes of treasure hunters. Moreover, such enhancements would bolster their foundational abilities, resulting in even greater attribute increments upon future upgrades. Regarding the strength of his own team, Lin Yi humbly considered them to be rather weak. Without his support, frankly, Wang Ming and the others would struggle against even elite monsters. Although Wang Ming was somewhat reluctant, the abundance of rooms in the villa provided ample options, if necessary. They could easily create a game room elsewhere. Alright, if we need to purchase anything else, just call me. I've already asked Wang Qi and the others to hurry over to claim their rooms. Many still require some renovations to suit everyone's taste. Lin Yi nodded, simultaneously conveying the room preferences for Ning Xiaoman, Lin Yu, and Wang Xia to Wang Ming. Wang Ming sighed, recognizing the multitude of tasks ahead. It seemed he would be quite busy for a while. Once matters were arranged, Lin Yi hopped onto his beloved motorcycle to fetch the three women. It appeared he would need to buy another vehicle. What should he choose? Brother, hurry, come and taste the trending cake made by Sister Xiaoman. Although Ning Xiaoman was a beauty streamer, her talents extended beyond mere looks. At times when she faced creative blocks, she would experiment with cooking or embark on adventurous outings, creating various content. Delicious. The culinary skills of the illustrious Ning have certainly improved. However, Ning Xiaoman's expression was somewhat downcast, as she had recently been prohibited from live streaming, leaving her to post videos to maintain her follower count. Lin Yi noticed Ning Xiaoman's disappointment and felt guilty. After having dealt with someone, he had neglected to issue a warning, an oversight stemming from inexperience that he vowed to avoid in the future. It's alright, as I mentioned. I can support you. Ning Xiaoman's mood lightened slightly as she pouted. Who needs you to support me? In truth, she was overjoyed inside. Alright, let us tidy up. We're moving. Moving? 5 hours later, Lin Yi and the delivery driver exchanged awkward glances. The driver wore a look of resignation. Had Lin Yi not offered an extra 1,000 yuan, he would have left long ago. Are we not ready yet? Ning Xiaoman exclaimed, bustling down the stairs with a large bag of luggage. Almost. Lin Yi replied, it's been nearly 5 hours. Ning Xiaoman shot him an exasperated glare. Then why aren't you helping? Girls certainly packed a lot. Observing the overflowing suitcase of clothes made Lin Yi recall Ning Xiaoman frequently lamenting about having nothing to wear. TSK. Lin Yu is much better. She only has 5 suitcases. Wang Xia had it the easiest. Having arrived early, she only brought a single suitcase. Alright. Get in the car. Where's the house? Is it big? Lin Yu was carried by Lin Yi into the taxi. As the delivery driver's vehicle only had 2 seats, with Lin Yi following in the delivery truck behind. Throughout the journey, the driver did not offer Lin Yi a pleasant expression. Where to? Near the underground city. Oh, the housing prices near the underground city are quite steep, aren't they? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, not too pricey, just around 120 million. 120 million? Are you kidding? Until the vehicle drove deeper into the area, the driver fell silent. Perhaps it was indeed true. This is the place, stop here. Lin Yi pointed to a guild-style building. The driver, confused, complied. With a clatter, the gate swung open, and Wang Ming emerged with a group, surprisingly accompanied by Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang. Yang Quanan laughed heartily, huh? Lin Yi, it's only been a short while. And you've already struck it rich and gained fame. After embracing, they parted ways. Lin Yu had already been lifted down by Ning Xiaoman. Who is this? Xiaoya. Oh, Uncle Yang. Lin Yu smiled brightly. Alright, let's move. Most of the people here were awakened beings, yet the sheer volume of luggage was overwhelming. So much. Lin Yi carried his lone suitcase upstairs. Lin Yu and Wang Xia shared a room, as Wang Xia needed to look after Lin Yu, with such a large space. Soundproofing was excellent, and being distant made communication less convenient. Ning Xiaoman settled into a temporary room while her streaming space was under renovation. Let us convene. In the conference hall, Lin Yi took the main seat, while those present appeared quite subdued. I never imagined I would reside in such a grand house. Haha. While we are financially comfortable now, we must not cease our adventures. To safeguard such an expansive estate, we must endeavor even harder. Everyone resonated with this sentiment. Beautiful things must be protected with strength. Mere words would lead to hospitalization. Thus, in the coming week, I will initiate training. Each of you must meet my standards. Understood? The crowd hesitated. Training? What will we be practicing? Chapter 87, Rigorous Training. Lin Yi opened the prepared plan. Wang Ming. Wang Qi, you two will train with me in combat techniques. I will also instruct you on how to wield heavy swords and other weapons. Whether you meet the training standards will be determined by me. Although somewhat reluctant, Wang Ming and Wang Qi eventually agreed. Xiaoying, your archery skills are commendable, but they are insufficient. Your strength is lacking, and your arrows often fail to penetrate the defenses of bosses. This aspect requires additional training. Let us practice weightlifting then. I will adjust all training accordingly. What? Xiaoying grimaced. Why should a girl like me lift weights? Will I turn into a muscle-bound Barbie? Oh no. I still want to get married. What's wrong? Don't worry, all training will be appropriately scaled. Fine. Wang Yang, your situation is the most critical. Huh. Wang Yang was taken aback, realizing he was the weakest link in the team. Indeed, you are a thief, but do you know how to steal? Can you scout? Can you assassinate? Lin Yi shook his head. The role of a thief is not merely to scout the enemy. In my view, a thief should function as a reconnaissance soldier within the army. Your current attributes are all weak. You must train vigorously. Wang Yang's expression fell. It seemed Lin Yi spoke the truth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi continued. I know, outside thieves are all the same, but not in our team. I intend to train everyone into elites, ensuring they possess the strength to survive and not be slaughtered by monsters. Sweat more in training, bleed less in battle. Then, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Ning Xiaoman, realizing she was perhaps the most unfortunate. He contemplated whether to train Ning as a warrior. The survival ability of a priest was the weakest. If confronted head-on, they would not survive more than a minute. Everyone looked at Ning Xiaoman, who had consumed a significant amount of the team's finances. If she were to be killed by a monster, no, the captain demands a lot from us. And we must hold her to the same standard. We cannot excuse her just because she is the captain's person. Xiaoman. Huh. Ning Xiaoman, who thought she might escape unscathed, felt a surge of anxiety. You will learn combat techniques from me. I also know a bit about boxing. We will practice on the arena. If we have no missions, you must train with me in self-defense techniques. Lin Yi would not teach martial arts such as taekwondo or judo, but the dragon warrior technique contained superior boxing styles. Some techniques were particularly suited for Ning Xiaoman. Lin Yi had no intention of letting Ning Xiaoman engage in combat. He merely wished for her to ensure her own safety. All right. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, for such stringent demands upon everyone were indeed exasperating. He was unwilling to lose even a single friend or family member. Let us commence from tomorrow then. As everyone dispersed, Ning Xiaoman took Lin Yu and Wang Xia to explore the vast villa, which surely harbored numerous delightful spots, including splendid views to behold. Wang Ming approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi, observing Wang Ming's hesitant demeanor, Lin Yi immediately discerned what he was about to request. Brother Wang, we are comrades. Speak your mind directly. I shall certainly fulfill what I can. Wang Ming continued. It concerns Uncle Yang. Recently, the treasure chests have dwindled considerably, and Uncle Yang has lost his source of funds. Their household is on the verge of starvation. Therefore, Uncle Yang sought me out, inquiring if I could allow him to serve as the security for the villa. Security? Lin Yi exclaimed with delight. A villa of such magnitude surely required security measures, along with housekeepers to maintain cleanliness and chefs to prepare meals. Most importantly, a steward was essential. Lin Yi resolved that the steward's position would be entrusted to Yang Quanin, an acquaintance he could trust. Moreover, after Uncle Yang's awakening, he was brimming with energy. This task would be a mere trifle for him. That is splendid. Uncle Yang should not merely serve as security. Let him take on the role of steward. A steward? What an excellent idea. Uncle Yang, come here. Yang Quanin was sitting nearby, smoking. Lin Yi frowned, disliking the scent of smoke. Yang Quanin awkwardly extinguished his cigarette. My apologies for disturbing you, young brother Lin Yi. It's quite all right, Uncle Yang. Your presence resolves a significant issue for me. From now on, I shall rely on you for care, and you will be our steward. Yang Quanin smiled with pride. I'm not boasting. I do have experience in security work. Wait, how did I become a steward? The salary of a steward is quite different from that of a security guard. In a large family, a steward is akin to family. Most stewards are millionaires. Lin Yi chuckled. To have Uncle Yang serve as security would be a waste of talent. Stewardship is far better. Henceforth, we shall be one big family. A steward, indeed. How wonderful. Tears of joy streamed down Yang Quanin's cheeks. Lin Yi had not treated him as an outsider. What a blessing. Following Lin Yi would surely bring no shame. Acquiring a purple treasure chest at such a time indicated formidable strength and talent, and a bright future awaited. Having arranged all matters, Lin Yi made his way to the training room to commence his own training. Since he intended to train others, he could not neglect his own regimen. Fortunately, all the information regarding the magic dragon battle technique was deeply ingrained in his mind. Soon, the training room resounded with vigorous sounds of practice. Within the Black Knight Guild, He Lu had acquired all information regarding the fearless team. The hatred for the purple treasure chest was irreconcilable. Was it again the Blood Rose Guild? Were they not the ones who killed my brother, Black Snake? In the investigation of Black Snake's death, He Lu had only traced it back to the Blood Rose Guild, but remained unaware of the specific assailants. Wait, the blunt weapon. Upon reviewing Lin Yi's dossier, He Lu indeed discovered that Lin Yi wielded a spiked club. It matched perfectly. I found it. Brother, I shall avenge you. I will also seek vengeance for myself. Is anyone outside? Bring Zhuahai to me. Zhuahai approached, also holding information regarding the fearless team. Upon witnessing the documents in He Lu's hands, both men were consumed by uncontainable rage. What shall we do? He Lu asked darkly. I have already instructed someone to monitor the underground city square. As soon as we receive news of Lin Yi, we shall follow him inside. The idea of striking from the outside was not without merit, but considering the army's ruthless and cold-blooded nature, He Lu dismissed that thought. Countless lives were lost within the underground city, merely the norm, but in the outside world, laws had become even stricter to ensure the peace of ordinary citizens. Especially since awakened individuals who committed crimes were often immediately apprehended by the military. Zhuahai clenched the dossier, combining it with Ning Xiaoman's circumstances. He realized that the individual who had broken his brother's legs was likely a member of the fearless team. The same went for Zhuanyo, as Ning Xiaoman was also part of the fearless team. Zhuahai sneered coldly. This Ning Xiaoman is a potential breakthrough. She is currently a contracted artist on the Black Knight streaming platform. Chapter 88. Xia Yue's suspicion. Jiang Xinqing felt a sense of impending doom. He had just received news that the fearless team had purchased a guild building. What were they planning? To establish their own faction, to secede from the guild? This was not promising news, as such a powerful team was crucial for the guild's development. He was keenly aware that President Xia Yue was managing the guild for a reason. Was it not to surpass Xingming and prove herself? Therefore, every potential ally must not be overlooked. The fearless team had caught her eye. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. President, the situation is roughly as I've described. What do you think? Jiang Xinqing hesitated, wishing to retreat from the matter, leaving the decision in her capable hands. With a contemplative gesture, Xia Yue appeared lost in thought. After a quarter of an hour, she ordered, go fetch Lin Yi. I wish to confront him in person. Jiang Xinqing eagerly prepared to leave. Wait, remember to maintain a good attitude. Hasn't he just moved? Bring him a small housewarming gift. When did the president become so courteous? Jiang Xinqing ceased his wandering thoughts and set off to complete the task. The Blood Rose Guild was not far from the Grand Villa. Jiang Xinqing was astonished to see the 5 bold characters spelling out Fearless Base. This speed is astonishing. Have they already settled on a name? The Fearless Guild? Yang Quanan, naturally, noticed Jiang Xinqing lingering suspiciously outside for 5 or 6 minutes without moving, raising his guard. Hello? Secretary Jiang. Welcome. Has something happened with the guild? Jiang Xinqing was speechless, lamenting yet another misadventure. Yang Quanan was a veteran of the guild. Having been granted special privileges, his monthly salary was top tier. Why would he defect? Was the guild's welfare inadequate? Uncle Yang? Yang Quanan found the situation bewildering. As Secretary Jiang was usually amicable, what was troubling him today? I'm here to inform Lin Yi that the president wishes to see him. Please notify him. I shall not enter. Yang Quanan, ever good-natured, remained unfazed by Jiang Xinqing's demeanor and turned to inform Lin Yi. Observing Jiang Xinqing's irritable expression, Lin Yi too was puzzled about what had occurred today. Secretary Jiang? The president is awaiting you. You ought to hurry. The two proceeded on foot into the guild and located Xia Yue's office. With a creak, Jiang Xinqing pushed the door open without knocking. Unprepared, Xia Yue was leaning on one hand, her hair disheveled, clearly having just ruffled it. The three shared an awkward glance, prompting Lin Yi to excuse himself from the room. At that moment, Jiang Xinqing realized he had neglected to knock. Damn it. Please, may the president be magnanimous and not dismiss me. After a short while, Xia Yue composed herself. Come in. Jiang Xinqing stepped aside, allowing Lin Yi to enter, opting to stay out of the president's line of sight to avoid repercussions. Upon Lin Yi's entrance, Xia Yue had already resumed her authoritative posture, gesturing toward the sofa. Sit. Lin Yi obediently took a seat. Noting that today Xia Yue seemed quite different, as if an inexplicable energy was emanating from her. Could it be that she is experiencing her monthly cycle? During a woman's menstrual period, it is advisable not to provoke her. The president? How dare you still call me president? Are you planning to set up your own faction? Set up my own faction? I have no such intentions. Xia Yue fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi. You claim otherwise? What about that guild? Xia Yue felt vexed. Although their guild had secured first place in the last treasure hunter competition, the guild's ranking would not rise drastically without due process. Everything must develop gradually, and without Lin Yi's fearless team, many subsequent plans would become arduous. Thus, Xia Yue resolved to offer him a date. Lin Yi, I hold you in high regard, and I hope you will reconsider. If you promise me not to establish your own faction, I shall grant you access to the elite team privileges within the guild. I shall activate the permissions now. Take a look for yourself. With a hint of skepticism, Lin Yi opened his phone. The elite team privileges had been activated. A discount of 30 on purchases. Astonishing. This meant that if he were to buy an item worth 10 million, he could save 3 million. Purple quality items were now available for trade. However, Lin Yi soon regretted his decision upon seeing the price of the Berserker Awakening card. 150 million? Outrageous. There were numerous privileges unlocked, including a location for treasure chests, though exorbitantly priced. A blue treasure chest location information cost 5 million? The purple ones were even more extravagant, priced at 80 million. How do you find it? Xia Youwei's indifferent voice jolted Lin Yi back to reality. He wanted to retort, I only wanted to purchase a grand villa. How did it come to this? Holding back his frustration, Lin Yi nodded. All right. Xia Youwei was taken aback. He agreed to these terms so readily? I had prepared many more incentives to present. Little did she know, Lin Yi felt he had struck a lucrative deal. He had acquired the elite team privileges without having to exert any effort, gaining them more than 20 days in advance. This privilege would prove immensely beneficial to him, particularly for purchasing potions he previously could not acquire. Potions that were the prized offerings of goblin merchants in the dungeon square, which most people lacked the qualification to trade for. Both parties felt they had struck a remarkable deal. Ahem, is there anything else? Under Lin Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Xia Youwei felt inexplicably restless, akin to the conscience of one harboring secrets. When do you plan to abandon that building? Lin Yi, no fool, grinned. I will not relinquish it, but rest assured, I will not establish my own faction. I shall fulfill my promise. Observing this eloquent man before her, Xia Youwei felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Very well, it is settled. Lin Yi stood, and under Xia Youwei's astonished gaze, grasped her hand in a handshake. Fear not. I must take my leave now. It took Xia Youwei several minutes after Lin Yi departed to regain her composure. Ah, Lin Yi, you scoundrel. In the office, Jiang Xingchen felt overwhelmed. Did they fail to reach an agreement? Lin Yi, do you realize how much the president enjoys exacting revenge? An eye for an eye. Indeed describes her. Jiang Xingchen mourned Lin Yi in silence for 3 seconds. Upon returning to the Grand Villa, Lin Yi felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He placed an order on the guild's intranet, and within 10 minutes had spent over 4 million, acquiring a substantial quantity of potions. These potions aided individuals in battle, temporarily enhancing attributes such as physical strength. However, a limitation posed a headache for Lin Yi. The minimum usage requirement for these potions was that one must be an intermediate treasure hunter. Thus, these potions could only be utilized by Lin Yi himself. There were also some potions that assisted in training, which were quite affordable. Regular use would augment attributes. After distributing these, Lin Yi resumed his training. The Dragon Slayer combat technique held great significance and required complete mastery. Chapter 89, The Elite Team Pact. Within the labyrinthine dungeon, Lieutenant Yun was engaged in consolidation training. Soldiers must undergo physical assessments, even those like Lieutenant Yun who had awakened their profession. After concluding the training, a subordinate approached with a stack of documents. What is it? Captain, here are all the teams eligible for this year's elite team assessment, totaling 14 squads from the surrounding Jiang City. Pausing briefly, the subordinate placed one document atop the pile. This is the only local team from Jiang City, seemingly the squad that secured victory in the last treasure hunter competition. Oh, Lieutenant Yun's interest was piqued as he picked up the document. The first page contained Lin Yi's information, though it was incomplete. Crucial details such as the quality of Lin Yi's awakening card were absent. How could such critical information be omitted? Why is this section blank? The intelligence department had stated they could not deduce it, but it certainly was not a blue card. Blue cards lacked such formidable combat prowess. Lieutenant Yun waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Is the venue prepared? It is ready. The assessment will take place at location 566, known as the Greedy Swamp. This area is rife with treasure chests, though due to the terrain, few dare to venture in for them. Very well, let us proceed. At the Grand Villa, Lin Yi was sweating profusely. It was barely 8 in the morning, yet the fearless team had been training for an hour at Lin Yi's behest. Everyone was drenched in sweat, particularly Wang Ming, as Lin Yi had set high expectations for him as the vice captain. It was also time for Wang Ming to advance to an intermediate treasure hunter. He was likely at the pinnacle of the beginner level. To progress further, an upgrade was imperative. The others were in similar circumstances. All right, today's training will conclude for now. We shall continue this afternoon. The team groaned in discontent, but there was little they could do. After all, Lin Yi had the most formidable presence. Creak. The training room door swung open, and Yang Quanan entered, increasingly adept in his role as the steward. Lin Yi, Secretary Jiang has arrived and specifically requested to see you. Have him wait for me in the office. I will be there shortly. Lin Yi addressed the group once more. Since Secretary Jiang is here, the elite team assessment is likely imminent, so everyone, be prepared. The team responded weakly. In the office, Secretary Jiang marveled at the room, which rivaled Xia Youwei's office in size. However, while Xia Youwei adorned her office with plants and flowers, Lin Yi's space was filled with various documents and martial arts techniques. You have arrived, Secretary Jiang. Jiang Xinqing cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yi, pondering how this man had the audacity to tease the president. He deserved whatever came his way. Originally, the guild intended to present Lin Yi with a weapon to enhance his strength for the elite assessment, but due to his unfortunate teasing of the president, that benefit was now rescinded. By the way, the time and location for the assessment have been finalized. Here are the details. Upon receiving the documents, Lin Yi was overjoyed to discover that the assessment would take place within the dungeon. This meant the simulator would be immensely useful. However, He needed to understand what the dungeon was like. Simulating it would reveal all. With such a significant advantage, passing the assessment would be a mere formality. 566? What does that number signify? Jiang Xinqing explained. Room 5, 6th level of the 6th challenge. Due to its complexity, a code name was assigned. Continuing to peruse the materials, Lin Yi noted, the greedy swamp? That terrain is quite bothersome. It seems I need to instruct Uncle Yang to procure some insect repellent. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? This seems to be an attempt to hasten one's departure, yet Jiang Xinqing is reluctant to leave. Her visit is not merely to inform Lin Yi about the assessment. She also intends to ascertain whether Lin Yi has been compliant with the president's directives. The nature of this place remains shrouded in mystery once the gates are shut, and having made the effort to come, she is determined to investigate further. By the way, I'm feeling peckish. Shall we have something to eat? Lin Yi smiled, realizing her intention to mooch a meal. That's fine. Just yesterday, Wang Qi and Wang Yang procured a substantial amount of Qingtong sturgeon from the underground city. We can serve it to Jiang Xinqing. Then what are we waiting for? It's mealtime. Let us go together. The dining hall has been transformed from several rooms, with a skilled chef invited to prepare the meals. This chef is a relative of Uncle Yang, reputed to possess culinary credentials. Uncle Yang, please make some braised fish. Absolutely. Oh, we have a guest. I must showcase my culinary prowess. Braised fish. Jiang Xinqing internally scoffed. She was no stranger to this dish, and felt it rather mundane to be presented with such fare. Don't just stand there, take a seat. Uncle Yang's culinary skills are quite commendable. You're in for a treat. At this time, everyone had finished their training and had taken a shower before arriving at the dining hall. Everyone's here? Perfect. Today, we'll feast on a large pot of braised fish. Hooray, fish is my favorite. I'll lend you a hand, Uncle Yang. Great. Xiaoman, come help me clean the fish. The atmosphere was harmonious, which left Jiang Xinqing with a favorable first impression, and she felt reassured. If this were truly a guild, many members would be mingling here for meals, necessitating a large supply of bowls and chopsticks, yet there were none in sight. Half an hour later, the braised fish was served. Uncle Yang is consistently reliable. Everyone, dig in. After this, we continue training. Training? Jiang Xinqing's ears perked up. What sort of training? Battle tactics, perhaps? It appeared that even after the meal, she would not be able to return immediately. She was curious to see what they were training for. This fish looks familiar. Indeed, it's Qingtong sturgeon. I believe they fetch around 10 to 20,000 apiece in the market now, right? Haha, Qingtong sturgeon. Jiang Xinqing was incredulous as she picked up her chopsticks to inspect a particularly succulent piece. Slurp. This is indeed Qingtong sturgeon. How did you manage to acquire this? Qingtong sturgeon? This underground specialty is becoming increasingly rare. Uncle Yang waved off the concern nonchalantly. Isn't it just Qingtong sturgeon? We have it at least once a week. Once a week? Lin Yi felt a bead of sweat form. It seemed he had inadvertently revealed some rather concerning information. While Uncle Yang's culinary skills were exceptional, he had a propensity for excessive chatter. Hurry and eat. For the sake of the team's future, I went to great lengths to procure these supplies. Jiang Xinqing recalled Lin Yi had purchased a plethora of potions and felt a sense of understanding. After all, he was wealthy, with a fortune of 100 million. After the meal, Lin Yi casually found Jiang Xinqing a room to rest in. The grand villa offered an abundance of rooms, each designated for individual use. What extravagance! This was Jiang Xinqing's first impression of her quarters. Wang Ming had expended considerable effort on the renovations, employing over 20 construction teams simultaneously, and completed all the rooms in just over 20 days. Chapter 90, The Swamp of Greed. At 2 in the afternoon, within the training room, Jiang Xinqing felt a sense of numbness. A luxurious training facility? Huh. The Blood Rose Guild had its own, albeit restricted to high-ranking members, and Jiang Xinqing often visited. Yet, one would hardly believe that the training room there lacked the opulence of this one. At that moment, Lin Yi was sparring with Ning Xiaoman, who occasionally landed a few hits, but could never manage to strike Lin Yi even once. His speed was overwhelming, leaving Ning Xiaoman in despair. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of 4 strikes. Ning Xiaoman was on the verge of tears. This is unfair. Humph. Lin Yi, you scoundrel. Though she felt aggrieved, Ning Xiaoman continued to fight. Who said that priests were powerless? Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Xinqing's eyes widened. Was Ning Xiaoman the priest in the team? Do priests need training as well? Wang Qi and Wang Ming were engaged in weight training. Wielding a great sword was no simple task, and one needed considerable strength. Their weights had reached an astonishing ton. Hiss, chirp, chirp, chirp. There was a section of the training room designated for Xiaoying, who was currently using a specially designed heavy bow to practice archery. Such a cumbersome bow was clearly impractical in actual combat, but it was perfect for training. A multitude of weighted arrows were shot off, each striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. This sort of bow seemed challenging for many warriors to draw, didn't it? Jiang Xinqing found herself at a loss for words. Lin Yi was indeed ruthless, treating his teammates like beasts in training. Did he not fear they might simply walk away? Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and Jiang Xinqing suddenly realized something was amiss. After searching, She exclaimed, my phone? My phone. Not far away, Wang Yang was grinning at Jiang Xingchen, holding her phone in hand. You? How did you manage that? Jiang Xingchen felt a bitter pang. She was a mid-level treasure hunter, a thief no less. How could a low-level treasure hunter have stolen her phone? Give it back. Wang Yang presented the phone with an apologetic grin. My apologies, huh? Stop right there. This was Lin Yi's voice. Wang Yang sighed. Was he about to be reprimanded again? I did well, didn't you see? I even managed to steal Jiang's secretary's phone. Fool. Lin Yi retorted. What is the most crucial aspect of thievery? To go unnoticed. Look at you. The victim discovered their loss immediately. In the underground city, your life would have been forfeit. Wang Yang pondered for a moment, breaking into a cold sweat. The most vital aspect of thievery is to avoid detection. Imagining himself stealing something significant amidst formidable foes only to be discovered swiftly, surrounded. And ultimately meeting his demise sent shivers down his spine. I was wrong, Captain. I'll train harder. At this point, an earnest glint shone in Wang Yang's eyes. After nearly a month of training, everyone had undergone a remarkable transformation. Secretary Jiang, have you finished? Would you like to stay for dinner? Jiang Xingchen quickly waved her hands in refusal. What she had witnessed today was utterly surreal. She needed to return and report to the president. No, I must leave. No need to see me off. Ultimately, Jiang Xingchen was escorted by Uncle Yang, as many areas of the grand villa were not meant for public view. All right, let us wrap this up. Everyone turned to Lin Yi. Thank you all for your hard work during this period. Rest early. The assessment is scheduled for tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, so be prepared. Dismissed. Hooray. Xiao Ying and Ning Xiaoman embraced each other in celebration. After a long day, they were drenched in sweat and in dire need of a good wash. In the courtyard, Wang Xia was keeping Lin Yu company. Lin Yi rushed over, silently chastising himself for failing to uphold his promise to take his sister out, only to be caught up in the assessment. Brother, I understand. Go ahead. I'm perfectly fine here. With Xia here, I won't be bored. Lin Yi felt reassured. I'll be away for quite some time. This assessment will last a week. During this week, you must take care of yourself, especially when going out. Make sure Uncle Yang accompanies you. After a lengthy discourse, Lin Yu appeared somewhat impatient. Lin Yi teasingly remarked, after the assessment, I promise to take you out for some fun, all right? Oh, I know. For Lin Yu. Lin Yi felt a profound sense of guilt. As night fell, Wang Ming and Uncle Yang returned with an ample supply of provisions, including a substantial amount of insect repellent and protective gear, all meticulously prepared for the week ahead. Various supplies were bundled into a substantial backpack, which would be carried by Wang Qi. Tomorrow's assessment awaited. One must rally their spirits. Uncle Yang, could you please come to the office for a moment? Inside the office, Yang Quanin sat comfortably in a chair. Uncle Yang, you once mentioned the possibility of securing qualifications for a silver or even gold medal team. I am on the verge of achieving this. Could you enlighten me as to why? Yang Quanin smiled wryly, recalling that his earlier comment had been made in passing. And now, not long after, Lin Yi's team was on the cusp of becoming a gold medal squad. As a retired military personnel, Yang Quanin was privy to certain insider information. You are aware of the hunting license, are you not? What exactly is a hunting license? Is it a requirement to prove oneself before venturing into the underground city? Absurd. Lin Yi admitted his ignorance and requested Uncle Yang to clarify. Yang Quanin explained. A hunting license, as its name suggests, permits hunting, but it specifies where one may hunt. The underground city of Jiangcheng is largely open. Anyone not brazenly seeking death is allowed entry. However, certain areas, such as the second underground city of Jiangcheng that I mentioned, or the site where you discovered sequence 097, are now off limits. Yet, I am aware that those from the Star Dream and Black Knight factions frequently traverse those regions following the incident. Suddenly, Lin Yi had an epiphany. Coupled with the recent decline in treasure chest quantities, significant casualties, and international tensions, he realized the underlying truth. So that is how it is. I have learned much. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Recognizing Lin Yi's intelligence, Yang Quanin chose not to elaborate further and departed the office. Lin Yi erupted into laughter. The privileges of a gold medal team were extensive, and while responsibilities accompanied these privileges, the greatest of all was the allowance to hunt in certain military-controlled underground cities. The military, despite its formidable strength, still faced limitations. Why, one might ask, is there such fervor for awakening cards? It is not merely power, it is predominantly about profit. For the sake of gain, everyone rushes into the underground cities, even if only cold weapons are permitted. Yet, sheer numbers lead to rapid treasure chest excavations and a drastic reduction in quantity. The death toll escalates, and in times of conflict over interests, violence may even ensue. However, the military-controlled underground cities operate under different rules. Each soldier is a precious asset. If the higher-ups prohibit hunting, then it cannot occur. The role of soldiers within these underground cities is to monitor for potential monster surges. Furthermore, they are tasked with eliminating significant threats at intervals to prevent the emergence of monster hordes. Chapter 91. The assessment begins. Internationally, it has been reported that certain island nations have been obliterated by the sudden emergence of underground cities, prompting many countries to ramp up their military presence, particularly of awakened soldiers, necessitating a vast number of awakening cards. The underground cities are the source of these awakening cards, making them a crucial resource. The military is now inextricably linked to the underground cities. Protecting the homeland requires awakened individuals, as does combating nefarious elements. And what of the gold medal teams? Surely, someone must manage the large numbers of lower-tier monsters, giving rise to the necessity of gold medal teams. To meet the standards required for such teams, assessments must be undertaken, after which they can choose to enter the underground cities to clear monsters. Naturally, any treasures obtained belong to them, as these are rewards earned through their dedicated efforts. Moreover, gold medal teams can be dispatched, for instance, to regions that have suffered national annihilation, where a plethora of treasure chests await discovery. However, nations are concerned about their reputations. Sending in troops could be seen as provocative. Thus, gold medal teams serve as an ideal alternative, as they are not classified as military personnel, preventing conflicts from escalating to a national level. Having pieced this together, Lin Yi's only lingering question regarding the underground cities pertains to why some are under military control. While training and resource acquisition are valid reasons, Lin Yi doubts they are the sole motivations. Might there be something particularly special within these underground cities? Securing a gold medal team is imperative, not only for the future treasures at stake, but also to uncover the truth of the world. It is essential to gain prior knowledge of the greedy swamp's conditions. The office was enveloped in profound silence. Simulator, commence simulation. You have chosen to enter the underground city. Greedy swamp. The expanse of the swamp within the greedy swamp is vast, making progress with your team arduous. You are besieged by a multitude of first-tier mosquito attacks. Fortunately, your preparations render the mosquitoes ineffective against you. Ahead lies a body of water. You decide to navigate around it. Your decision proves wise, for a multitude of swamp crocodiles lurk within the waters. In the distance, you hear cries for help, emanating from other competing teams. You resolve to investigate. A swarm of giant leeches encircles them. Feeling powerless to assist, you retreat. You discover a treasure chest perched precariously on a tree branch. Proceeding cautiously, you remain vigilant. Suddenly, a horde of green-skinned monkeys launches a surprise attack from the tree branch. Your team suffers considerable losses. You observe a massive python whose belly has burst. Inside, you glimpse a blue treasure chest. You witness a solitary water buffalo being devoured by a giant crocodile. Within the crocodile's jaws, you find yet another treasure chest. The discoveries are overwhelming. It seems almost every moment yields a treasure chest. However, all these chests share a common trait. They are situated in perilous locations. The greedy swamp lives up to its name. Such a concentration of treasure chests is sure to attract countless adventurers. This simulation has proven fruitless. It appears that one must physically navigate the underground city to truly comprehend its challenges. The following day, Lin Yi gazed down at his teammates, all clad in matching combat uniforms, and felt a swell of satisfaction. They looked splendid. Let us embark. Within the underground city, First Lieutenant Yun awaited the assessment team's arrival. This assessment team comprised members from various cities surrounding Jiangqing, with even some dispatched from rural towns, a testament to their audacity. For assessments are fraught with peril. Where are the fearless ones? His subordinates pointed out the location of the fearless team. First Lieutenant Yun paused briefly. Having just surveyed that area, he had assumed they were reinforcements sent from above, given their impressive attire, both striking and remarkably practical. Especially noteworthy was the manner in which they delegated the burden to one teammate. It was quite commendable. Their roles within the team were clearly defined, which was admirable. He glanced at other teams, noting some donned rather peculiar attire. Some women even wore tank tops and kipayos. What on earth? Were they on an outing? Or did they mistakenly believe their looks could offer them an advantage? If only the lustful goblins could catch a glimpse, indeed, they would become quite enamored. Remarkably, they had prepared so thoroughly. Yet, Wang Qi bore the brunt of it, carrying such a heavy load all on his own. He was now the most awkward member of the team. Wang Meng and Lin Yi were responsible for combat. Xiaoying provided support to Xiao Man for recovery, while Wang Yang took on reconnaissance duties. Only Wang Qi did not have any significant matters at hand, thus all the trivial tasks were entrusted to him. Silence. We shall now distribute the insignias. Pay heed. A white treasure chest is worth 1 point, a blue treasure chest 10 points, and a purple treasure chest 100 points. For this assessment, a score of 60 is considered passing, 80 signifies good performance, and 90 indicates excellence. Those who surpass 100 points will unconditionally be awarded a title. A title? What is that? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, then turned their gazes towards the soldier on the platform. Lieutenant Yin chuckled. A title is indeed a prized possession. What exactly is a title? To illustrate, he continued, take for instance an ordinary squad. If their abilities are subpar, their designation in official records merely becomes a code. Like 135. However, with a title, if a squad possesses exceptional strength, they may be recognized as the fearless squad. The term fearless becomes their title, do you understand? Moreover, titles will be publicly displayed within the management system of all gold-tier squads, visible to all. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Such a tactic, simple yet effective, exploits the human tendency towards comparison, while others are merely codes. You possess a title? What an honor. Additionally, I advise you all to refrain from wearing peculiar attire upon entry. The swamp of greed and the dungeons you encounter are unlike any you have faced before. This location is fraught with peril due to its topography, and treasure chests abound. Upon entering, it signifies the commencement of battle. Lieutenant Yin noticed the discontent among many and chose to remain indifferent. Reality would teach these foolish and arrogant individuals the true meaning of style over substance. Alright, those who pass will have successfully completed the assessment. I wish you all a safe return. This evaluation will last 1 week, and it commences now. A throng of people surged eagerly towards the entrance. Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Whether he entered early or later made little difference, as long as he gained entry. As he observed the crowd, Lieutenant Yun unexpectedly approached him. Lin Yi greeted him. Lieutenant Yun, good day. No need for excessive formalities. I am also from Jiangxing. You are the only representatives from Jiangxing in this assessment, and I came over to reminisce. You must strive for excellence. Jiangxing has only you participating. You must bring honor to our city. Lieutenant Yun's booming voice echoed. As if fearing others might not hear him, he deliberately amplified his tone. After delivering this message, Lieutenant Yun tossed a map at Lin Yi's feet. Lin Yi thought to himself, am I the one in need of a map? Very well, I shall accept it.